Lin Shu traverses to the perfect world, arriving at the desolate Shurtsuan village, where he awakens the most formidable investment system. He begins his journey by investing in the divine figure, Lu Shun. Ding! You have invested in Lu Shun's 3 light divine water. Lu Shun's injuries are healed, and you receive an extraordinary corporeal form. Ding! You have invested in Lu Shun's Immortal King Origin. Lu Shun's cultivation is restored to its pinnacle, and you gain the perfect union of 10 heavenly realms. Ding! You have invested in Lu Shun's Immortal Emperor technique. Lu Shun comprehends the path ahead, condensing the radiance of the Quasi-Immortal Emperor, stepping into the realm of the Quasi-Immortal Emperor, and you achieve a complete embodiment of the seed. From that moment forth, under the protection of the invincible Lu Shun, Lin Shu embarks on a rampage alongside his yet-to-mature younger brother, Shi Hao. Lin Shu's blade of slaughter sweeps across the wilderness domain, the 3,000 states, the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the Immortal Domain, the foreign realms, and even the Boundless Sea of realms, as he grows to become an immortal emperor. From henceforth, no one dares to claim supremacy in this world. Chapter 1. A startling encounter with the great emperor of the wilderness. The 3 light divine water. Lin Shu, awakening in a daze, gazes at his surroundings in bewilderment. Before his eyes lies an exceedingly ancient little village, which evokes a sense of awe within him. In this quaint village, a group of young boys practices their cultivation against the backdrop of the rising sun. Each of these boys resembles little superheroes, effortlessly lifting stones that weigh at least 1,000 pounds. Hiding behind this group of boys is a small child, appearing no older than 3 or 4, who is currently cradling a bowl and drinking milk. Looking towards the village's entrance, he spots a charred tree stump that seems to have been struck by lightning. By the heavens, could this truly be the perfect world? Lin Shu's heart races with astonishment. A lightning-struck willow stump, a milk-loving toddler, and a cluster of superhuman children surround him. Everything here undoubtedly reveals to Lin Shu that he is currently situated in the desolate Shurtsuan village of the perfect world. Upon finding himself in such a realm, Lin Shu is torn between gratitude and despair. This world is indeed terrifying, where death lurks at every corner. Even a mighty great emperor of the wilderness, who is at this moment cradling a stone bowl of beast's milk, has perished several times in the future. With his frail limbs, he fears that stepping into the wilderness may lead to his demise. Fortunately, I have arrived in this Shurtsuan village, which should be considered the safest place in the entire world. Lin Shu reflects with relief. After all, Shurtsuan is home to Lu Shun, who, although currently not yet restored and possibly still in a state of rebirth, possesses a strength unmatched by anyone in the entire wilderness, or even in the 8 domains of the lower realm. Once she fully awakens, there will be few, apart from the restricted zones, capable of rivaling her, even among the 3,000 states and the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Especially since Lin Shu recalls that the little stone, who will eventually become the great emperor of the wilderness, is currently watching him. Haha, as long as I remain within Shurtsuan, no one can harm me. Once I forge a good relationship with the little stone, perhaps in the future, I might even seek longevity. With this thought, a smile unconsciously graces Lin Shu's lips. Just then, a voice calls out beside him. Young man, what are you smiling about? Lin Shu turns to find the village chief of Shurtsuan before him. Considering his recent arrival and fainting outside the village, Lin Shu refrains from disclosing his identity, instead feigning a hint of confusion. Esteemed elder, what place is this? How did I come to be here? This is Shurtsuan. You were found unconscious outside during a hunt and brought back by us. The village chief continues to inquire. What were you laughing at just now? Lin Shu replies. I was laughing at my good fortune in being rescued and arriving in such a tranquil and harmonious place, akin to a realm beyond the mundane. As he speaks, a shadow of sorrow crosses Lin Shu's face. My tribe has been destroyed, all my kin have perished, and I have no home left. How wonderful it would be if my tribe could be like this. The benevolent village chief responds. In that case, you may stay in Shurtsuan from now on. Thank you, venerable elder. I am Shi Feng, the village chief of Shurtsuan. The younger Lin Shu pays his respects to Grandpa Village Chief. Upon hearing the village chief's self-introduction, Lin Shu follows suit, referring to him as Grandpa Village Chief to foster a closer bond. Although he is already 18 years old, 10 years senior to Little Stone, he feels no qualms about addressing the elderly Shi Feng as Grandpa. Shi Feng, amused by Lin Shu's address, beams with delight. This smile instantly resonates with Lin Shu, providing a sense of relaxation as he feels himself seamlessly integrate into the village of Stone. Little Stone, come here. Grandpa wants to introduce you to a big brother. Little Stone promptly sets down his stone bowl and rushes towards Lin Shu, wiping his mouth, though the milk smudge inadvertently spreads to his slightly blushing cheeks. rendering him utterly adorable. Lin Shu gazes at him, pondering. Who could have predicted that this innocent and charming little stone would endure countless tribulations in the future and ultimately rise to become the unparalleled great emperor of the wilderness? Alas, Lin Shu is already 18 years old, and even with cultivation, he doubts he can contribute much. In this world, there are countless prodigies. Even someone like Shi Hao, the 10-crown king, the fallen immortal, and the heavenly ant have failed to keep pace with the great emperor of the wilderness. What can Lin Shu achieve? Big brother. Little stone reaches Lin Shu's side, calling out to him. Lin Shu lifts him into his arms, exclaiming, "Indeed, little stone is truly adorable." As he holds him, Lin Shu's heart echoes with delight. What on earth? I have embraced the future emperor of the wasteland. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated within Lin Shu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding the most powerful investment system. The most powerful investment system? Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's heart soared with joy. He subsequently set down the small stone and eagerly began to explore the functions of the system. The so-called most powerful investment system entails that Lin Shu can invest in others and, in turn, receive corresponding system rewards. Initially elated, Lin Shu's spirits quickly plummeted. Invest in others? With his meager resources, what could he possibly invest in? Should he invest in the milk of the little stone beast? The crux of the matter is that Lin Shu realized he could hardly defeat the ferocious beasts of Stone Village. Even the weakest among them could snuff out his life in an instant. Ding! The most powerful investment system include a novice gift pack, a monthly lottery gift pack, and an annual lottery gift pack. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu immediately thought to himself, what are we waiting for? Quickly activate the novice gift pack for me. As Lin Shu's thoughts resonated, the system's prompt chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for an extraordinary stroke of luck. You have drawn the 3-light divine water. Lin Shu was left bewildered. The 3-light divine water, a treasure from the ancient novels he had read in his past life, is a fusion of the sunlight divine water, moonlight divine water, and starlight divine water. Each component possesses its own unique properties. The sunlight divine water can erode the blood, essence, and flesh of all living beings. The moonlight divine water can corrode the primordial spirit of sentient beings. As for the starlight divine water, it also has remarkable uses, capable of devouring the true spiritual consciousness of others. The amalgamation of the 3 results in the 3-light divine water, which is the foremost healing elixir, able to dispel all toxins and counteract even the so-called incurable poisons. It can heal all injuries, flesh and bone, and even restore the seemingly lifeless to vitality. Alas, such a treasure is beyond my reach as a mere mortal. I cannot utilize it. Lin Shu expressed his sorrow. Even if I were to invest it in the little stone, he is yet to cultivate, rendering this treasure of little use. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Lin Shu's mind. How could he have forgotten about her? Chapter 2. Investing in the Willow Deity. Lin Shu ascended directly to the pinnacle of the blood transference realm. The Willow Deity, a formidable figure and a prominent leader in Shattering, commands immense power across the 8 domains, the 9 heavens, and even the entirety of the perfect world. Although he could not utilize her powers himself, and Little Stone was currently incapable of doing so as well, the Willow Deity was undoubtedly a viable investment. Coincidentally, she was still in the process of rebirth, not yet fully rejuvenated. Having traversed the otherworld multiple times, she had caused rivers of blood to flow and suffered considerable injuries, only to return and be ambushed by the alliance of immortal kings from her own realm, subsequently being struck by lightning during her rebirth. The 3-light divine water should surely be beneficial to her. With this thought, Lin Shu conceived a plan. If he could not invest in Little Stone, then investing in the Willow Deity would suffice. At that moment, Little Stone spoke up. Big brother, come with me. I will introduce you to the spirit of Shattering. Thank you, Little Stone, Lin Shu replied, relieved, as he had been struggling to find a way to approach the Willow Deity. After all, he had just arrived in their village, and directly seeking her out might appear too conspicuous. There was a risk of being expelled by the villagers, which would jeopardize his chance to secure such an excellent investment. The Willow Deity was a powerhouse who had dominated the perfect world for over 1,000 chapters. Compared to the earlier prospect of investing in Little Stone, Lin Shu believed that investing in the Willow Deity was a far better option. After all, having saved her with the 3-light divine water, she would likely express her gratitude by allowing him to recruit her as a protector, thereby granting him substantial confidence. Before long, Little Stone led Lin Shu to the Willow Deity. The village chief, Shi Hao, observed Lin Shu and Little Stone heading towards the Willow Deity with a sense of vigilance, though he did not dwell on it. Lin Shu's sudden appearance was indeed peculiar. and he had kept a watchful eye, wary that Little Stone might be bringing an enemy. However, Lin Shu was merely a mortal, appearing so weak that even the village's children, including Little Stone, could easily overpower him. Such a person could hardly be a foe. "Big brother, do you drink beast milk?" Little Stone inquired as she approached the Willow deity, offering Lin Shu the milk. Lin Shu shook his head. "I do not drink it." Of course. He had a slight desire to taste it, but after reconsidering, he decided against it. Beast milk was produced by ferocious beasts, and he was not as resilient as Little Stone. Should he consume it and be unable to absorb it, he could meet an untimely demise. That would be a futile end. "All right then, if you want tea, drink it. I'll give it to the Willow deity," Little Stone declared, pouring the beast milk at the roots of the Willow deity. Seeing this, Lin Shu suddenly had an idea. "Little Stone, I too will pour some for the Willow deity, praying for her to bless our Shurtsuan with eternal peace." Without hesitation, Little Stone handed over the remaining beast milk in a stone bowl to Lin Shu. After taking the bowl, Lin Shu stood up. "Little Stone, I think it would be better to pour it from above." This was merely an excuse. Lin Shu intended to elevate the bowl so that Little Stone could not see what he was doing, allowing him the opportunity to add the 3 light divine water discreetly. He knew Little Stone was quite perceptive, and if he squatted down there, she would surely notice any additions to the bowl, preferring to avoid unnecessary trouble. Soon, Lin Shu retrieved the 3 light divine water from his novice gift pack and quietly poured it into the stone bowl. He then directed the contents of the bowl towards the severely charred tree stump of the Willow deity. Within moments, the once blackened stump began to rejuvenate. "Big brother, you speak the truth. The Willow deity seems to be improving," Little Stone exclaimed, brimming with excitement, as she hurried to fetch more beast milk and imitated Lin Shu, pouring it onto the stump. At this time, the Willow deity was revitalized, and the charred stump began to grow anew, sprouting vibrant green branches and tender leaves. The willow tree surged upward, and in just a few breaths, it had reached several meters in height. The miraculous transformation quickly drew the attention of the villagers, who rushed over in a flurry. "The Willow deity! The Willow deity! The Willow deity has manifested!" The villagers knelt before the Willow deity, bowing their heads in reverence. The willow tree continued to grow, reaching high into the clouds within a quarter of an hour, leaving Lin Shu in awe as he could no longer see its top. As Lin Shu beheld the thriving form of the Willow deity, he finally found the opportunity to check his system. Ultimate investment system. Host. Lin Shu age. 18 realm. None cultivation technique. None supernatural abilities. None treasures. None investments made. Willow deity. 3 light divine water. Investment rewards. Unclaimed. Would you like to claim? With a quick glance, Lin Shu immediately chose to claim his reward. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have invested the 3 light divine water into the Willow deity and received the Limitless Body. Limitless Body, a physique that transcends the extreme. Lin Shu's heart swelled with joy at this revelation. The Limitless Body was comparable to the ultimate physique achieved by Little Stone in the blood transference realm, and it was astonishing that this new body surpassed even that. System. May I claim the Limitless Body and integrate it into myself? Ding! All task reward within the system can be utilized by the host. Simply focus on the thought of integration and it will be seamlessly merged with you. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu promptly seated himself and silently intoned, "System, integrate." This scene did not go unnoticed by the villagers of Shurtsuan. What is he doing? Is he cultivating? Surely not. He is of such an age. How could he still be cultivating? Could it be that the Willow deity has bestowed her blessings upon him? Ever since his arrival, the Willow deity has undergone such a dramatic transformation. Could there be a connection between them? At this moment, Shi Yunfeng, the village chief, was also contemplating the implications of this relationship. Logically, a mere mortal like Lin Shu should not have any connection to such a powerful being as the Willow deity. Yet, since his arrival, she had been reborn, and her vitality was flourishing. If there were no connection, he found that notion utterly implausible. Perhaps it would be best to let the Willow deity determine this matter herself. At that instant, Lin Shu's aura began to surge. Is he breaking through to the blood transference realm? Shi Yunfeng watched in astonishment. However, his surprise was far from over. After breaking through the blood transference realm, Lin Shu's aura continued to escalate. Early blood transference realm, mid-blood transference realm, late blood transference realm, pinnacle of the blood transference realm. Lin Shu swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of the blood transference realm, halting his cultivation thereafter. Rising to his feet, he felt the overwhelming power coursing through him and could not resist delivering a punch towards the outskirts of Shurtsuan. Instantly, a massive boulder was pulverized by his strike. debris scattering, leaving behind an impressive crater. How formidable! Is this the power of the limitless body? Lin Shu marveled at the sheer destructive force he had unleashed. Chapter 3. The Art of the Willow Deity. The Great Wilderness slashes the novice village. Big brother, you are so powerful, Little Stone exclaimed, gazing at Lin Shu in awe as he had created such a staggering crater with a single punch, her eyes sparkling with admiration and envy. Feeling a bit bashful under her adoration, Lin Shu replied, "This is nothing. Little Stone will surely surpass this in the future." Really? Big brother. Indeed. After all, I only began cultivating at this age. If you start now, by the time you reach my age, not only will you create mere craters, but you could probably shatter the entire Great Wilderness. Lin Shu was not exaggerating in the least. At 18, Little Stone would have long departed this lower realm and ventured into the 3,000 states, achieving the pinnacle of the venerable realm. In that time, Little Stone would be capable of easily slaying even the most formidable of beings in her path. In comparison, his own achievement of the pinnacle of the blood transference realm at 18, even with the limitless body, paled in significance. However, Lin Shu did not belittle his accomplishments, for with the system at his disposal, he possessed his own golden opportunity for ascension. And it was at this moment, suddenly, a voice resonated. Lin Shu, thank you for aiding in my recovery. It was the voice of the Willow Deity. Upon hearing this, the people of Shiritsuin began to worship fervently. Naturally, Lin Shu heard it as well and responded to the towering figure of the Willow Deity. There is no need for such modesty, esteemed deity. My actions are not entirely selfless. I humbly request that you grant me a few favors. Very well, speak your mind. The Willow Deity, possessing immense power, assured Lin Shu that should he ever leave Shiritsuin, she would protect him and little Shirtu. Agreed. Until my departure, no harm shall befall you. Secondly, I wish for you to be our master and teach both me and little Shirtu in our cultivation. At this moment, the Willow Deity fell into contemplation, and after a long pause, finally spoke. I can guide your cultivation, but there is no need for you to formally take me as your master. Your physical strength, at the pinnacle of the blood-moving realm, exceeds all limits, perhaps even reaching 1,000,000 pounds. Such prowess is unprecedented in my experience. And your origins remain entirely inscrutable to me. The threads of fate are unclear, thus I cannot accept you as a disciple. As for little Shirtu, his fate is his own to discover in due time. Lin Shu understood that the Willow Deity was unlikely to take little Shirtu as a disciple, but he hoped for the best. Regardless, it mattered not. As long as she would instruct both him and little Shirtu in their training, he felt assured. Although he possessed a system, he lacked any cultivation methods or divine techniques. As long as the Willow Deity was willing to guide him, he feared not the absence of such methods. Subsequently, the Willow Deity's branches swayed gently, and pure green energy flowed into the bodies of all the villagers of Shiritsuin. You have worshipped me for many years. This is but a small token of my gratitude. The villagers of Shiritsuin, feeling the surge of power within them and the removal of their old injuries, expressed their profound thanks. Thank you, Willow Deity, for your blessings. You may disperse. The Willow Deity commanded, and the villagers began to leave, except for Lin Shu and little Shirtu. The Willow Deity addressed little Shirtu. Shirtu, I am aware of your origins and your desire to uncover your lineage. From this day forth, you shall commence your formal training. When you are capable of lifting this cauldron before you, I shall reveal the truth. Rarely serious, little Shitu's expression transformed. Willow Deity, I will strive to cultivate diligently and lift this cauldron as soon as possible. Hearing this, Lin Shu recognized an opportunity for investment had arisen. Previously, he had few resources to invest, but now he wielded the formidable strength of the pinnacle of the blood-moving realm. While not enough to dominate the vast wilderness, he could certainly hunt some ferocious beasts to bring back their blood for little Shirtu's body, refining baths. With this thought, Lin Shu spoke up, Willow Deity. Might you impart a technique to me? I wish to hunt some ferocious beasts in the great wilderness for little Shitu's purification and medicinal baths. A branch from the Willow Deity descended into Lin Shu's hands. Contemplate this. It contains my teachings. Should you decipher it successfully, cultivating a powerful technique should pose no challenge. And this branch will also ensure your safety in the great wilderness. Gratefully, Lin Shu accepted. Thank you, Willow Deity. I shall set forth immediately. No need for thanks. Speaking of which, the healing treasure you provided me is astonishing, unparalleled in my lifetime. In comparison, my offerings are insignificant. Should you have any requests, feel free to voice them without hesitation. Lin Shu nodded and then made his way out of Shursuen, entering the great wilderness. With the Willow deity's presence, the seemingly perilous wilderness felt to Lin Shu like a leisurely garden. Although the deity had not yet regained her peak strength, she was undoubtedly superior to the ferocious beasts within. Even the formidable beasts, poised to emerge for the treasures of the mountains, were no match for her. As Lin Shu traversed the great wilderness swiftly, he encountered no beasts, perhaps due to his overwhelming aura causing the weaker ones to flee. They hid from him, and he had no inclination to pursue them. They were too feeble to warrant his attention. However, his good fortune was short-lived as he was soon confronted. "This is the territory of Bay Village. Who are you to trespass in our hunting grounds?" Bay Village? Lin Shu inwardly scoffed at his misfortune. He had stumbled upon a rival village of Little Shu. "I am inquiring about your identity." The villagers of Bay Village, noticing Lin Shu's silence, grew increasingly agitated. Why should I respond to the words of an insignificant ant? You seek death. One villager could no longer contain himself and charged at Lin Shu. In response, Lin Shu merely extended a hand. Although he now commanded a powerful technique, his physical prowess alone was enough to overpower this individual. With a mere flick of his wrist, the attacker was sent flying, crashing into several trees, his fate uncertain beneath the fallen branches. How audacious, daring to harm a member of Bay Village. The leader of Bay Village finally spoke. Bai Feng, your true opponent should have been Little Shu. If you insist on intervening, I would not hesitate to send you on your way. Unable to tolerate Lin Shu's words, Bai Feng immediately retaliated, but alas, he was still far too weak in comparison. With one strike like the previous assailant, he was sent hurtling back, his life hanging in the balance. Flee. Witnessing Bai Feng's demise, the villagers of Bay Village lost all courage and scattered in panic. Lin Shu considered pursuing them. Though he lacked the energy to deal with them all, he could certainly eliminate a few. Yet a voice halted his pursuit. Such formidable strength, such terrifying power. Chapter 4. Xia. The invitation from the Pavilion of Heaven. Turning, Lin Shu beheld several women standing a short distance away. The foremost among them was a woman clad in white, her hair cascading down her shoulders, skin like snow, and an unparalleled beauty. Lin Shu's mind raced, attempting to recall any information about her, but she seemed to belong to the realm of ordinary characters, an inconsequential side character. Noticing Lin Shu's lingering gaze, the woman, sensing a moment of awkwardness due to his silence, broke the tension by introducing herself. "Hello, my name is Xia. May I ask how you're called?" Xia? Lin Shu suddenly recognized her identity. She was the renowned prodigy of the Pavilion of Heaven from the lower realms wasteland. Unfortunately, her fate had been rather tragic. After the pavilion's destruction, she had seemingly vanished. Naturally, this had little bearing on Lin Shu, and he replied nonchalantly, "I am Lin Shu." "Greetings, Lin Shu. I noticed that during your battle, you did not employ any techniques, relying solely on your formidable physique. Your approach to physical cultivation is remarkably unique. May I inquire if you have a master?" "I have no master." Lin Shu had contemplated requesting the Willow deity to accept him as her disciple, which would allow him to act freely in this world, but she had declined. Fortunately, having rendered her a great service, he felt assured that she would protect him through the bond of gratitude, allowing him to pursue his desires unhindered. Upon hearing Lin Shu claim to have no master, Xia Yoyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. "If that is the case, would you be willing to join the Butian Pavilion?" Lin Shu, however, had no immediate thoughts on the matter. The Butian Pavilion was destined for destruction in the future. Thus, he lacked the interest to become a part of it. With the tremendous backing of the Willow deity, to whom he owed a great debt, joining the Butian Pavilion held little significance for him. Seeing Lin Shu's unambiguous rejection, Xia Yu presumed he was unaware of the pavilion's origins and began to enlighten him. "Lin Shu, I believe you are not familiar with the Butian Pavilion. It is a great sect of the Wild Domain." Lin Shu interrupted her. "I know more about the Butian Pavilion than you might think. It was founded by the Ghost Lord, who, during his prime, was a formidable presence in the realm of divine fire, a discarded disciple of the upper realms Butian sect." Xia Yu was taken aback by his words. This was information she had not known. As the most talented female disciple among the numerous women in the Butian Pavilion, she prided herself on her exceptional aptitude. She could not fathom how Lin Shu possessed knowledge of secrets even she was unaware of. The most perplexing aspect was that, despite his understanding, he still refused to join the pavilion. A divine fire realm powerhouse was a legendary entity, seemingly only emerging in ancient times. In the current Wild Domain, no such being had been heard of. Joining the Butian Pavilion with such divine backing would indeed grant one unparalleled freedom. Noticing the confusion in Xia Youyu's gaze, Lin Shu smiled gently. Do you think I could be privy to the Butian Pavilion's secrets without a substantial background? Xia Youyu's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. She realized she had overthought the matter. This kind of secret was not something even she, the foremost female genius of the Butian Pavilion, should know, yet Lin Shu did. Clearly, he must have someone formidable behind him to have such insight. To know of divine matters, one would surely need to be divine themselves. I apologize for my earlier assumptions. I seem to have misjudged the situation, Xia Youyu admitted candidly. Then presented him with a token. This is a token of the Butian Pavilion, regardless of whether you choose to join us. This token will facilitate your visits and spare you considerable trouble. Even if you do not use it, it occupies little space. This time, Lin Shu did not refuse. He casually tossed the token into his storage space. Observing the token's sudden disappearance, Xia Youyu confirmed Lin Shu's extraordinary identity. The manner in which he made the token vanish demonstrated he possessed a storage artifact, a rare treasure that she had only managed to acquire with great effort. Not wishing to pry further, she quickly shifted the topic. I originally embarked on this journey to seek out talented individuals for the Butian Pavilion, to infuse fresh blood into our ranks. Unfortunately, such talents are elusive, and I now plan to return. Very well, I wish you a safe journey back, Lin Shu replied. Xia Youyu was taken aback. Was he truly so forthright? She had hoped he might express a desire to retain her company, allowing her to glean more about his identity. However, having spoken her mind, she could not shamelessly insist on staying. With a lingering gaze, Xia Youyu committed Lin Shu's appearance to memory before turning to leave. Lin Shu, watching her depart, remained indifferent and continued on his path. He had yet to find a suitable investment opportunity. Returning now would render his efforts futile. For Lin Shu, relying solely on self-cultivation was insufficient. He needed to invest to reap rewards and elevate himself. Without opportunities for investment, he would have no returns. Regarding personal cultivation, Lin Shu had made attempts before. The willow deity had given him a willow branch, claiming it held her essence, and he had eagerly examined it upon leaving the village. Yet, he gleaned nothing from it and realized the limitations of his comprehension. Relying on his own cultivation and understanding was simply not feasible. As Lin Shu pressed on, he finally encountered a few ferocious beasts, though they were merely ordinary ones, lacking significant value. The only merit was in collecting some beast milk. Remembering how much Little Stone enjoyed it, he sampled it himself, only to be surprised by its taste. Far from the sweet flavor he had imagined, it bore a strong, fishy taste that was nearly inedible. Never mind, I'll take it back for Little Stone. This should count as an investment, and who knows, it might yield some worthwhile rewards. At that moment, Lin Shu suddenly sensed a fierce aura approaching from the distance. The presence grew closer in mere breaths, revealing itself as a wolf. However, upon seeing the individuals behind this so-called wolf, Lin Shu quickly comprehended the truth. This was not a wolf, but the village's ritual spirit, the Old Bay. It was the strongest beast he had encountered since entering the great wilderness, likely possessing the prowess of peak blood shifting. Perfect, a worthy opponent to hone his skills. Without hesitation, Lin Shu launched his attack. The Old Bay was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a reckless individual who not only did not flee upon seeing him, but also dared to strike first. You mere human ant. You have provoked me. Chapter 5, Instant Kill. Investing in Little Stone. Let us engage in battle. Lin Shu, lacking any magical techniques, could only unleash his massive fists towards the Old Bay. The force of his strike made the Old Bay feel an impending sense of danger, as if that punch could leave him severely injured or even lifeless. In an instant, runes flickered across the Old Bay's body, emanating a radiant glow. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his inherited techniques. His fur bristled, golden runes intertwining, transforming him into something akin to a porcupine adorned with golden needles. This was his inherited technique, allowing him to convert his fur into impenetrable golden needles for a brief period. These needles could pierce through solid rock. He had no doubt that Lin Shu's flesh and blood fists could not withstand them. Should Lin Shu dare to attack, he would inevitably be pierced by the golden needles, allowing the Old Bay to transmit his toxins. Once poisoned, Lin Shu would become easy prey. With Lin Shu's formidable physique, should he succumb to the poison, the Old Bay could consume him, potentially breaking through to the cave heaven realm. However, to the Old Bay's astonishment, Lin Shu showed no signs of retreat as he witnessed the transformation of fur into golden needles. Instead, he continued his fearless advance, striking with unabated vigor. Did he not fear death? The Old Bay was shocked. Such recklessness was unheard of in battle. Little did he know, Lin Shu reasoned that having surpassed his physical limits, no matter how hard the fur transformed into needles, it could not surpass the resilience of his own flesh. As Lin Shu's fist collided with the old bay, the proud technique of transforming fur into needles was effortlessly countered. The golden needles were easily shattered by Lin Shu's strike. With a single punch, delivering a force akin to 1,000,000 pounds, Lin Shu struck the old bay, whose body caved in under the impact, leaving him grievously injured. "You are no human." The old bay was sent flying, staring at Lin Shu in disbelief. "You are a ferocious beast." "No, you are a pure-blooded ferocious beast." In his lifetime, he had encountered numerous beings and consumed many, yet he had never met anyone with such terrifying strength. Though merely at the peak of blood-shifting, Lin Shu's power was astonishing beyond belief. The old bay's beastly form could not even begin to compare. It was capable of sensing that Lin Shu's strength was undoubtedly more than tenfold, possibly even 20-fold its own. It is worth noting that even without employing any magical techniques, Lin Shu's physical strength surpassed 50,000 pounds. This implies that Lin Shu's physical prowess was at least in the hundreds of thousands, if not reaching 1,000,000 pounds. It left one to ponder whether there truly existed beings in this world whose strength could reach such astronomical figures as 1,000,000 pounds in the blood mobilization realm. Did it not say that the pinnacle of physical might was merely 100,000 pounds? At that moment, the old beast, despite its grievous injuries, prioritized its escape. Faced with Lin Shu, who resembled a ferocious beast more than anything else, it was utterly devoid of any chance of victory. If it did not flee, it would surely perish here. The people of Beitsuan, witnessing the ritual spirit's disheveled flight, were equally astounded. However, confronted with Lin Shu's relentless pursuit, the old beast had no hope of evading capture. Lin Shu, leveraging his extraordinary physical capabilities, swiftly closed the distance and soon caught up with the old beast. A few more strikes, and the creature was instantaneously deprived of life. Only then did Lin Shu turn his attention to the villagers of Beitsuan. "I present you with two choices. The first, surrender your valuable treasures, and I shall spare your lives. The second, follow your ritual spirit to the afterlife." Upon hearing this, the villagers of Beitsuan dared not resist, hastily relinquishing all their possessions. Naturally, what they deemed treasures were of little worth in Lin Shu's eyes, prompting him to shake his head in disappointment. After all, what treasures could a village as impoverished as Beitsuan possibly possess? Nevertheless, Lin Shu collected the items, recognizing their potential utility for the children of Schertsuan and the adults who, despite their considerable strength, had yet to reach the blood mobilization realm. Having traversed into this world, they had played a role in bringing him back, and thus, he felt compelled to express his gratitude for their life-saving kindness. With little else to offer, the treasures from the villagers of Beitsuan would suffice as a token of his appreciation. Subsequently, Lin Shu also stored the old beast within his system space, for it was a pinnacle beast of the blood mobilization realm, laden with treasures. Moreover, it bore shimmering runes that he could not decipher, but perhaps Little Stone, with his innate understanding, could unravel their mysteries. Although the haul from this venture was not as bountiful as anticipated, it was not in vain. Lin Shu resolved to return home for the time being, intending to revisit at a later date. After a long journey of tens of thousands of miles, Lin Shu finally arrived back at Schertsuan. Upon his return, he presented the items he had gathered from the villagers of Beitsuan to the people of Schertsuan. He then entrusted the old beast and the beast milk to Little Stone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for investing beast milk in Little Stone, resulting in pure blood beast milk. Ding! Congratulations to the host for investing the old beast in Little Stone, which contains the runes of legacy magical techniques, resulting in the acquisition of the Howling Moon Sky Wolf technique, Howling Moon Star. Indeed, it proved useful. Lin Shu felt a surge of joy at the system's notifications. He did not particularly favor pure blood beast milk and decided to set it aside for the time being. However, he found the Howling Moon Sky Wolf technique to be of great interest. According to the system's description, the Howling Moon Sky Wolf was a divine beast capable of summoning stars with its roar at its peak. The power to make stars fall from the sky indicated that the peak strength of the Howling Moon Sky Wolf was undoubtedly beyond that of celestial beings. With the acquisition of this technique, Lin Shu could finally compensate for his previous lack of magical abilities. Ding! The Howling Moon Star technique has been detected. Would the host like to integrate it? Yes. As Lin Shu silently acknowledged this in his mind, a magnificent silver giant wolf materialized in his consciousness, reminiscent of a mountain. With a gentle roar, the earth trembled for miles around. Its roar echoed into the starry sky, resulting in the explosion of a star. This was the power of star detonation. However, The technique acquired by Lin Shu was not solely this. It was a method to condense celestial stars. Once condensed, these stars could be used to strike foes, their might being exceedingly formidable. If the condensed star was sufficiently large, it could indeed detonate. Lin Shu experimented and found that the stars he could currently condense only reached about 3 zhong in size. He hurled the condensed star, and a nearby hill, standing 100 meters tall, instantly crumbled. Excellent. Lin Shu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. With this technique, if he were to encounter the old beast again, a single celestial star would undoubtedly leave it in utter ruin. Observing Lin Shu's magical abilities, Lu Xun fell into contemplation. Though she had not witnessed Lin Shu comprehending the technique, he had managed to manifest it, which was quite peculiar. Could it be that Lin Shu, much like Shi Hao, was also a person fated to face calamity? She had once caught a vague glimpse of a fragment of the future, but had only seen Shi Hao, with no sign of Lin Shu. If Shi Hao seemed to belong to a different ancient history, then Lin Shu appeared to be entirely out of place in this world. Chapter 6. The Essence of the Celestial King. The ghostly elder of the Pavilion of Heaven's Restoration. Meanwhile, Xia Youyu returned to the Pavilion of Heaven's Restoration. Upon her arrival, she wasted no time and sought out the elders of the pavilion. When the elders learned of Xia Youyu's experiences, they were taken aback and immediately contacted the pavilion master. Upon meeting Xia Youyu, the pavilion master promptly instructed, relate in detail all that you have witnessed during your journey, sparing no detail, no matter how minute. Xia Youyu nodded and began recounting her tale, from the moment she saw Lin Shu slay several natives in the Great Wasteland to their eventual parting, leaving no detail omitted. You mean to say that this Lin Shu, despite being at the pinnacle of the blood mobilization realm, possesses an extraordinarily terrifying physical strength that surpasses 100,000 pounds, at least in the hundreds of thousands? Both the pavilion master and the elders were utterly astonished. The Pavilion of Heaven's Restoration had stood in the wasteland for an unfathomable duration, having absorbed numerous prodigies, some of whom had attained the status of revered masters, rendering them nearly invincible in the wasteland. Yet, none had ever achieved physical strength exceeding 100,000 pounds in the blood mobilization realm. Even the legendary descendants of gods had no records of surpassing this limit. Xia Youyu, are you certain of your claims? Throughout history, the pinnacle of physical might in the blood mobilization realm has been 100,000 pounds, and none have ever broken this record. The pavilion master exclaimed, Master, every word I speak is the truth, without a hint of falsehood. Xia Youyu solemnly affirmed. However, I believe the pavilion master should be more concerned about the subsequent matters. Is the secret regarding the Pavilion of Heaven's Restoration that Lin Shu mentioned indeed authentic? This matter is not for you to discuss. You may withdraw. Xia Youyu understood that Lin Shu's assertions were likely true. The pavilion master's expression revealed as much. After Xia Youyu departed, the pavilion master made his way to an ancient garden. Once there, he spoke to himself. A female disciple of the Pavilion of Heaven's Restoration encountered a young man who, according to her, is at the pinnacle of the blood mobilization realm, with physical strength potentially reaching hundreds of thousands of pounds. Furthermore, this young man is privy to some secrets of our esteemed ancestors. As these words fell, an elderly figure, adorned with a rusted sword in his hair, materialized before the pavilion master. The elder spoke not a word, simply repeating, "Return my sword." The pavilion master did not engage, but continued, "Shall I venture to the great wasteland myself to bring him back?" Suddenly, the elder's form flickered and vanished. The pavilion master comprehended the elder's intention. He would personally travel to the great wasteland. Time passed slowly. A month had elapsed since Lin Shu arrived in Shurtsuan. During this month, he spent most of his time in Shurtsuan, with occasional trips to the great wasteland. Lin Shu's forays into the wasteland were primarily to seek out treasures for investment and subsequently enhance his own strength. Clearly, Lin Shu had overestimated his luck. He was not the fated child of fortune who stumbled upon treasures at every turn. In recent days, he had primarily encountered common beasts, all of which had met their demise at his hands. It is precisely for this reason that the culinary offerings in Shurtsuan have markedly improved in recent days. After all, Lin Shu periodically ventures out and returns with formidable beast prey. With the village's modest population and the sheer size of the beasts, there is an abundance of food that remains uneaten. Today, as usual, Lin Shu set out from Shurtsuan. However, just beyond the village's borders, he was greeted by a notification from the system. Ding! A new month has arrived. Would the host like to participate in the lottery? Draw Lin Shu thought resolutely. He was counting on the lottery to yield something extraordinary to enhance his strength. Relying solely on his own efforts to seek treasures for investment and returns would take an eternity to achieve rapid enhancement. Heaven forbid that by the time he finally strengthens himself, Little Stone has already ascended to become the Emperor of the Wilderness. As a transmigrator endowed with a system, he could not allow himself to be surpassed by Little Stone. After a brief moment of contemplation, the system's notification echoed once more, ding. Congratulations. The host has won the source of the Celestial King in this month's draw. The source of the Celestial King? Lin Shu scrutinized the information, confirming he had not misheard. Goodness, this is a remarkable prize. The source of the Celestial King encapsulates the essence of a Celestial King. While its grade may not rival that of the 3 Radiance Divine Water, it is intrinsically linked to 1 strength. The 3 Radiance Divine Water is indeed impressive, but it remains an external object. The source of the Celestial King, however, is different. If one could absorb and integrate it, their power would undergo a transformative change. Naturally, there are prerequisites for absorbing and merging with the source of the Celestial King. One must at least possess a red dust immortal or be at the 10th fiend level to do so. In other words, this item currently holds no value for Lin Shu. More accurately, it has no relevance to him at this moment. Inevitably, Lin Shu's thoughts drifted to Lu Shan. In her prime, she was a formidable Celestial King. Although she had healed from her injuries, her strength had yet to return to its peak. If she were to absorb the source of the Celestial King, her power would undoubtedly be restored to its zenith. However, this time, he could not afford to be overly lenient. Lin Shu pondered how he could maximize the returns by offering the source to Lu Shan. Perhaps he could compel her to pledge loyalty to him? Quickly, he shook his head, dismissing that notion. It was entirely impossible. Lin Shu soon conceived a new idea. If he could not find treasures himself, he could have Lu Shan guide him to seek them. In that case, he could invest the treasures they discovered, and through continuous investment and returns, he would not have to worry about his own strength stagnating. The last time Lin Shu gifted the 3 Radiance Divine Water, Lu Shan was still in slumber, preventing him from negotiating terms. This time, however, he resolved to be more assertive in laying out his conditions, unless Lu Shan had no desire to restore her strength to its peak. Just as Lin Shu prepared to return to Shurzhen, he suddenly encountered an elderly man. This was an old man with a sword thrust into his head. At a glance, Lin Shu recognized his identity. The founder of the Butian Pavilion had come to the Great Wilderness. Upon reflection, Lin Shu quickly deduced that it was likely due to his previous conversation with Xia Yoyu about some of the Butian Pavilion secrets that had prompted this founder's arrival. This individual was immensely powerful. Even in a state of delirium, the aura emanating from him was stifling. Fortunately, Lin Shu possessed the willow branch given to him by Lu Shan, and with Shurzhen not far away, Lu Shan could arrive at any moment, so he felt no fear. Since you are here, let's return to Shurzhen together. The sword-bearing elder remained silent, trailing quietly behind Lin Shu. Yet, within his nearly catatonic gaze, there flickered a hint of brilliance. Although he was not entirely lucid, he could still sense Lin Shu's terrifying physical prowess, an experience he had never encountered before. One that was truly unprecedented. Chapter 7. A transaction with Lu Shan. Entering Lu Shan's divine realm in Shurzhen, the villagers, upon seeing Lin Shu return within mere moments accompanied by such an eccentric old man, could not help but gather around. The village chief, Shi Yunfeng, inquired, "Who is this?" The founder of the Butian sect, once a deity. Lin Shu's words caused an uproar among the villagers. At some point, Little Stone, holding a stone bowl filled with various beast milks, squeezed into the crowd and curiously asked, "Are gods very powerful? Compared to the Great Wilderness, they are indeed immensely powerful. However, to Lu Shan, they are merely insects." Lin Shu's words reached the ears of the elder, whose mind was unclear, yet he could still comprehend them, albeit with difficulty. The term insect was particularly jarring to him. After all, he was a god, an immortal existence, and to be referred to as an insect by this young man was deeply offensive. The elder's curiosity was piqued regarding who Lu Shan truly was. Given the title, she also seemed to be a deity. After all, such a designation would be hard to endure for anyone beneath that status. Little Stone, initially excited to learn of a god, had hoped to inquire about his origins. However, upon hearing that compared to Lu Shan, he was akin to an insect, disappointment washed over him. He had long wished for Lu Shan to reveal his lineage, but she had not directly divulged it. Seeing the peculiar old man with a sword in his head, he thought perhaps this god could provide the answers. But now he felt disheartened, realizing that this eccentric elder was likely weaker than Lu Shan and would not dare speak. Lin Shu, observing Little Stone's expression, could surmise his feelings. However, since Little Stone was being nurtured by Lu Shan, Lin Shu, though aware of his origins, chose not to intervene in Lu Shun's cultivation of Little Stone. Lu Shun was clearly utilizing this matter to motivate Little Stone's training, establishing a temporary goal for him. Lin Shu addressed the gathered villagers of Shurtsuan. I have matters to discuss with Lu Shun, so please disperse. Upon hearing this, the villagers scattered. With Lu Shun present, they felt no apprehension about the eccentric elder with a sword atop his head causing any harm to the village. Once the villagers had departed, Lin Shu approached the towering willow tree that seemed to pierce the heavens and directly stated, Lu Shun, I wish to propose a transaction. Lu Shun's voice resonated. You have aided me in recovering from my injuries. If you desire anything, simply ask. I shall surely grant it. Why speak of a transaction? That may be so, but my current request might be somewhat burdensome for you. What request? I wish for you to accompany me for a time. I seek to explore the wilderness and even the 8 domains. If possible, I would like to venture into the upper realm. Lu Shun shook her head in response. There are some places in the wilderness and the 8 domains that even I cannot penetrate at present, unless I were at my peak. However, if I am to return to my pinnacle, I must first visit a certain location. Lin Shu understood full well. After all, certain areas of the wilderness were remnants left by immortals, the 10 fiends, and even celestial kings. Lu Shun, though her injuries had healed, had not yet regained her peak strength. Her current abilities were still at the human level, not yet touching upon the celestial realm. Lin Shu smiled gently. What if I told you I could help you restore your strength to its peak? At the very least, you could regain 70 to 80%. Lu Shun's voice echoed. The strength I possessed at my peak is beyond your current comprehension. Even 70 to 80% would be formidable. Lu Shun, will you agree? Very well. You have shown me kindness, and I shall consent. However, should I truly regain my strength, I cannot remain for long. No, you cannot leave. Even if you recover to your peak, you must not set foot there. It would surely be a path to certain death. You seem to know something. Lu Shun regarded Lin Shu with a look of surprise. That place, far from being merely a desolate realm, is scarcely known even to the kings of the celestial path. However, considering that I cannot fathom Lin Shu's origins, I find solace in this mystery. He is an anomaly, and it is only natural for such a being to possess peculiarities. I understand. Lin Shu did not deny this. Furthermore, I can assure you that all your concerns will be resolved within a mere 2 million years. Very well, I promise you, within the span of 2 million years. I shall refrain from venturing forth, for to me, 2 million years is hardly a lengthy duration. Beside them, Ghost Lord listened to their exchange, bewildered. He realized that, as a deity, he comprehended nothing. Lin Shu and God Lu paid no mind to Ghost Lord's confusion. Upon God Lu's agreement, Lin Shu felt a surge of joy within. He had not anticipated that he would truly sway her. Consequently, until the little stone matures into the Emperor of the Wasteland and restores order, even if I remain stagnant, I will be utterly secure. Of course, Lin Shu could not remain stagnant indefinitely. The 2 million years he mentioned was his most conservative estimate. Perhaps, with my presence, this time frame could be halved or even reduced to a quarter. Yet, it is prudent to be cautious. Since God Lu has consented, it is time for Lin Shu to fulfill his promise. God Lu, I beseech you to assume a human form, for I wish to bestow upon you a treasure that will restore your strength, one that even the entire wasteland may not withstand. God Lu did not express any skepticism. A treasure capable of restoring her strength could not possibly be borne by the wasteland. Such an artifact must be of celestial origin. With a graceful flick of her willow branch, a divine realm manifested before them. Ghost Lord, witnessing the spectacle, was rendered utterly speechless. What had he just seen? Moments ago, he had glimpsed thousands of divine realms flickering around the enigmatic God Lu. Though they vanished swiftly, he had indeed perceived them. Even if he had misinterpreted those thousands of divine realms, the singular divine realm that appeared was enough to leave one in awe. Within that realm, countless deities worshipped. Each was beyond his comparison, surpassing the realm of divine fire. What a formidable being this is. A single divine realm housing such a multitude of deities, and this was not even during her peak. At her zenith, supporting thousands of divine realms, could it not imply that sects like his original birthplace, the Celestial Restoration sect, could be effortlessly extinguished with a mere word? Could it be that God Lu is of a legendary kind? He harbored a terrifying conjecture. Such beings were whispered of in legends, and had he not hailed from the Celestial Restoration sect, he would not have been deemed worthy to hear of them. Unbidden, Ghost Lord found himself momentarily suppressing his hazy consciousness, kneeling upon the ground. Yet, no one paid him any heed. At last, God Lu manifested a human form, a breathtakingly beautiful woman whose presence dimmed the very heavens. She smiled gently at Lin Shu, as if the entire universe was blooming with joy. Cool me. Follow me into the divine realm, where your aura shall remain concealed. Lin Shu offered no resistance, allowing God Lu to lift him into her divine realm. Chapter 8. Absorbing the Celestial King's Essence. The 12 celestial realms united. Within the divine realm, Lin Shu finally unveiled the essence of the Celestial King. Could it be this? God Lu gazed at the exquisite and flawless celestial essence Lin Shu had produced, a flicker of astonishment crossing her otherwise serene visage. I never imagined you would not only possess a healing treasure that the entire world would struggle to match, but also the essence of a celestial king. Such a treasure could only be acquired by slaying a celestial king or encountering one who has just perished. For God Lu, celestial kings during her peak were hardly a concern. After all, she had once been a titanic figure among them, traversing alien domains and slaying numerous celestial kings, instilling terror across realms. Yet, this did not imply that celestial kings were not rare or powerful. Curiously, she inquired, in recent days, my willow branches have been attuned to your presence. I have sensed your movements, yet you have not encountered a celestial king. How did you come by this essence? Lin Shu smiled gently. Why must God Lu concern herself with its origins? Shouldn't the pressing matter be your absorption of the celestial king's essence to restore your strength? Indeed, the origins are of little significance to me. God Lu conceded, refraining from further discourse as she commenced the absorption. Meanwhile, Lin Shu seated himself within the protective circle delineated by God Lu. There was no other option. The essence of a celestial king was far beyond Lin Shu's capacity to withstand. If he were to stray from God Lu's protective bounds, even a mere whisper of the essence would suffice to obliterate him. As God Lu began to absorb the celestial king's essence, a notification echoed in Lin Shu's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for investing in God Lu's celestial king's essence, achieving the perfect union of the 12 celestial realms. What? The perfect union of the 12 celestial realms? In this world, while many prodigies exist within the 10 celestial realms, the union of the 10 celestial realms is only achieved by the little stone. As for the 12 celestial realms, they have never been seen or heard of before. Lin Shu, this is the perfect union of the 12 celestial realms. One can only imagine that upon Lin Shu's fusion, he would attain the true pinnacle of the celestial realm within this world. Unprecedented and likely unparalleled henceforth. System fuse. Lin Shu did not hesitate, silently invoking the fusion in his heart. As his words faded, he shattered through his peak in the blood realm and ascended directly into the celestial realm. With Lin Shu's entry into the celestial realm, a singular realm rapidly took form, soon followed by the second, then the third. God Lu, fully engrossed in absorbing the celestial king's essence to restore her prowess, would have been astounded to witness Lin Shu opening celestial realms as easily as drinking water. This unprecedented speed of realm opening was something God Lu had never witnessed. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the celestial realms expanded, Lin Shu gradually immersed himself within them. Time drifted by, its passage unknown. Perhaps a month had elapsed, or a year, or even a decade. In truth, Lin Shu had lost all sense of time amidst his cultivation. His entire being was absorbed in the process, oblivious to the world around him. Naturally, God Lu was equally immersed in her own endeavor. At long last, God Lu awakened, having fully absorbed the celestial king's essence. While her strength had not yet returned to the level of a celestial king at her peak, she had regained the initial stage of celestial king status. With a solid foundation now established, she was confident that within a decade, she would reclaim her zenith. Presently, with her strength restored to the early stage of a celestial king, complemented by her original foundation as a celestial king titan, she might not be able to suppress other titans as she once did, but she possessed sufficient means to defend herself. As Lin Shu had stated, her strength had nearly returned. She merely needed to catch up in terms of realm. Satisfied with her restored power, God Lu turned to express her gratitude to Lin Shu, only to witness a scene that stirred her emotions. Surrounding Lin Shu were 11 celestial realms. What manner of being is Lin Shu? His physical form transcends all limits, and now his celestial realms are equally formidable. As she pondered this, the 12th celestial realm coalesced beneath her very gaze. 12 celestial realms, even after enduring countless eons. Her heart, which had long been tranquil, now rippled with tumultuous waves. No, it was not merely a ripple, it was a surging tempest. This was not a matter of 2 additional celestial realms. It was a complete upheaval of the entire cultivation system. Although Lin Shu appeared to be traversing the familiar paths of this cultivation system, he had, in truth, transcended it long ago. Should Lin Shu continue to elevate this system in the future, Lu Xun even harbored doubts that he could directly ascend to a realm surpassing that of the Immortal King, standing shoulder to shoulder with the being of the Imperial Fall era. This was the very pinnacle she had tirelessly sought, the reason she aspired to enter that divine domain. Now, she glimpsed a glimmer of hope within Lin Shu. No wonder she forbade me from venturing there. Lu Xun refrained from interrupting Lin Shu and continued to observe him, eager to witness what miracles he might yet unveil. Under her watchful gaze, Lin Shu's cave heavens began to merge. The second cave heaven unified. The third cave heaven unified. The fourth cave heaven unified. The 12th cave heaven unified. She bore witness to a legend, a miracle, an unprecedented myth that would remain untold in the future. After the 12th cave heaven merged, Lin Shu finally awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, he noticed Lu Xun staring at him and, momentarily at a loss for words, casually inquired, "How long have I been cultivating?" It had been a full 3 years since he entered. 3 years had passed. Lin Shu was aware that he had spent considerable time in cultivation, yet he had not anticipated it would take this long. No wonder even Lu Xun had absorbed the essence of the Immortal King. In Scherzuan, it had been 3 years since Lin Shu and Lu Xun vanished. Throughout this time, the young stone had visited almost daily to see if Lu Xun had returned. Now, 3 years later, he was 6 years old, no longer the infant he once was. Over these years, he had comprehended Lu Xun's methods, his strength had surged, and his physical prowess had reached an astonishing 100,000 gene, achieving the pinnacle of physical cultivation. The only thing left was to open the cave heavens and ascend to that realm. Naturally, Guy had noticed the transformation in the young stone. In any other place, he would have unhesitatingly abducted him back to the Celestial Repair Pavilion. However, in Scherzuan, he dared not, for Lu Xun was present. Not long ago, he had witnessed the emergence of 3,000 divine realms from Lu Xun's willow form. This signified that Lu Xun might have regained her peak strength. Even before her full restoration, he found it difficult to meet Lu Xun's gaze. Now that she had regained her power, he felt even less inclined to entertain any other thoughts. For 3 years, he had knelt here, not moving an inch. If not for the young stone clearing the surrounding area, he might have been overgrown with weeds. Just then, the divine realm opened, and Lin Shu and Lu Xun slowly emerged from within. Chapter 9. Investing in a Divine Fire Realm. Reaping 10 Celestial Realms. Upon witnessing this, Guy bowed his head deeper. 3 years prior, he could still steal a glance at Lu Xun, but now, merely looking at her nearly shattered his already tenuous awareness. This was without Lu Xun actively targeting him, indicating that she possessed enough strength to eliminate him with but a glance. Was this truly the essence of the immortal? As Lin Shu and Lu Xun emerged, they immediately noticed Guy, still kneeling there, seemingly having done so for quite some time. Lin Shu glanced at him, then at Lu Xun, and understood why Guy was in this position, most likely seeking assistance. If the opportunity arose, he could consider subduing him. An idea formed in Lin Shu's mind. Having reached the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, with the 12th cave heaven unified, his strength had attained a truly unfathomable level. It was time to explore some of the mysterious places within the wild domain in search of treasures to invest in. Some of those locations even pertain to the Immortal King. If he took Lu Xun with him, the young stone could potentially face dangers. If he could subdue Guy to protect the young stone temporarily, he would be safe as long as they did not venture into excessively perilous areas. In the novels he had once read, the young stone's life had been fraught with suffering. Now that he possessed the means, he naturally wished to lend a hand, as it lay comfortably within his capacity. After all, the young stone was destined to become an immortal emperor and a pivotal figure in the path of the heavens. Having such a strong ally in his future would undoubtedly benefit Lin Shu. With this thought in mind, he addressed Lu Xun. Lu Xun, this individual seems to be seeking your assistance. Perhaps you could help him and bring him under your guidance? Lu Xun cast a glance at Guy. This person is too weak. If you require assistance, I can directly venture to the upper realm and bring back a few supreme beings for you. That one TB necessary. Should those powerful beings descend to the lower realm, even a slight misstep could result in their aura leaking, causing widespread repercussions. A divine fire realm individual will suffice. As you wish. Lu Xun was indifferent. After all, a mere divine fire realm individual was inconsequential. Healing them would be a trivial matter for her. With a gentle wave of her hand, a willow branch appeared before Guy, and a vibrant, verdant energy surged forth, entering his body. Soon, Guy's injuries visibly healed, and his clarity of mind gradually returned. Once his wounds were mended and his thoughts sharpened, Guy promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed Lu Shun. No need for thanks. Healing you was merely Lin Shu's desire." Lu Shun was unconcerned about the gratitude of a divine fire realm individual. Guy understood that such powerful beings transcended the mundane and did not insist on expressing further gratitude. Instead, he turned to Lin Shu. "Thank you, young master. I save you with conditions. From now on, you must follow me. Do you agree?" "I am willing." How could he jest? The Lin Shu before him, whom even a being like Lu Shun regarded with such importance, was bound for unimaginable heights. While he may currently appear to be at the cave heaven realm, given his age, this level was relatively low. However, as a divine fire realm expert, he could sense the terrifying power contained within Lin Shu, which was not comparable to others of the same realm. Clearly, this was a foundation being forged, and an incredibly robust one at that, especially with Lu Shun, a powerful ally, by his side. The future achievements of Lin Shu would likely surpass even the likes of the Celestial Repair Pavilion's leader. Such an opportunity to follow a figure of this stature was indeed a blessing. "Thus, I now issue you your first command. From this day forward, you shall temporarily protect the young stone. You need not intervene frequently. Only act when he encounters insurmountable challenges or faces life-threatening situations. You must see, the young stone possesses immense potential. I can assure you that his future achievements will far exceed those of the powerful figures you currently envision. They are beyond your imagination. The young stone is a person of great loyalty. By following him, you will reap countless benefits. In due time, even those you currently regard as formidable will need to heed your countenance." Guy was taken aback by Lin Shu's words. He believed Lin Shu would achieve great heights. But as for the young stone, while he was indeed impressive compared to his peers, it seemed improbable that he could contend with the great powers of the upper realm. After all, the young stone appeared slightly inferior to the first generation. As a divine fire realm expert, he could discern that the young stone had sustained injuries. Missing a piece of bone, had that piece remained, the young stone could have been considered a member of the first generation. Nonetheless, such thoughts remained unvoiced. He would never dare to question Lin Shu. Regardless, even if the young stone did not surpass Lin Shu, his future, at the very least, would not be something a mere divine fire realm individual could rival. Once again, there are Lin Shu and the divine Lu Shun. With just a bit of cultivation, the accomplishments of Little Stone are bound to rival those of the original generation. Contemplating this, the Ghost Lord nodded. "Rest assured, young master, as long as I draw breath, Little Stone shall remain unharmed." At that moment, a sudden system notification resonated in Lin Shu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for investing in Shi Hao, acquiring a guardian at the Divine Fire Realm, and receiving 10 guardians at the Heavenly God Realm. Stunned by the unexpected notification, Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback. This sudden stroke of fortune was indeed beyond his anticipation. Initially, he regarded Little Stone's future as daunting. Driven by his own capabilities, he merely sought to offer assistance. Little did he expect such a delightful surprise. A single guardian at the Divine Fire Realm exchanged for 10 at the Heavenly God Realm. Powerful beings in the 3,000 states of the Upper Realm. While Lu Shan's presence diminished the significance of this acquisition for Lin Shu, it ignited a new idea within him. If arranging guardians for Little Stone was considered an investment, might it not also be prudent to procure some mounts for him? Perhaps, in the future, he could even secure true immortals as guardians for a more substantial investment, thereby obtaining even more protectors. In that instant, Lin Shu felt as though he had unlocked a new realm of possibilities. Lu Shun, now that Little Stone has grown to 6 years old, having reached the pinnacle of the blood-moving realm, it is time to reveal his lineage. Upon declaring this, he turned to face Little Stone. "Shi Hao, sit tight." Little Stone, eager to unravel the mystery of his origins, complied obediently. In the next moment, Lu Shun gently gestured, and the memories of Little Stone's birth and upbringing flooded into his mind. Chapter 10. Seizing Mountain Treasures. Taming Ferocious Beasts. Immersed in his recollections, Little Stone was momentarily lost in thought. At this juncture, the village chief, Shi Yunfeng, approached, stating, "Lin Shu, it seems there has been significant turmoil in the wasteland recently. They say a mountain treasure has emerged." Upon hearing the chief's words, Lin Shu's mind sparked with clarity. The emergence of a mountain treasure incited a fierce competition among the 4 great ferocious beasts. Naturally, Lin Shu was aware that the so-called mountain treasure referred to the original true solution. As he pondered, he realized he still lacked a proper cultivation method. Despite Lu Shun's teachings, his comprehension remained insufficient. Perhaps seeking out this mountain treasure to acquire the original true solution would be worthwhile. This method was undeniably the most formidable in this realm, if not beyond comparison. Shi Hao had relied on it to establish a cultivation system, ultimately ascending to the realm of an immortal emperor. Such an extraordinary method must be obtained. Even if he could not comprehend it himself, he could invest in Lin Shu or Shi Hao. Regardless of the outcome, he would not suffer loss. With this thought in mind, Lin Shu turned to Lin Shu and declared, "Let us proceed." Next, he addressed the village chief. "Grandpa village chief, we are leaving. When Little Stone awakens, please convey to him that he should pursue his heart's desires. No matter what he chooses to do, I shall support him. I will visit everyone when the opportunity arises." With that, Lin Shu and Lin Shu vanished from Stone Village. Upon reappearing, Lin Shu and Lin Shu found themselves in the vast wasteland. "Is there something of interest here? Do you wish to linger?" Lin Shu inquired of Lin Shu. With a gentle smile, Lin Shu replied, "Given your prowess, Lin Shu, a brief deduction should suffice for you to ascertain that." "Why ask me?" Lin Shu retorted. "Such trivial matters do not pique my interest." Lin Shu shook his head. "This is no triviality. It is a law that can be deemed the foremost in this realm." After a pause, he continued, "Lin Shu, what do you think of the original true solution?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shu appeared somewhat surprised. Clearly, she had heard of the original true solution before. If it truly was the original true solution, then a visit was indeed warranted. Thus, Lin Shu and Lin Shu temporarily settled in the wasteland. For others, the wasteland was fraught with ferocious beasts, a perilous domain. Yet for Lin Shu and Lin Shu, it resembled a paradise. To be precise, with Lin Shu present, the wasteland was exceptionally safe. No ferocious beast dared approach. Although Lin Shu had entirely reigned in her aura, even so, she was not someone the beasts could provoke. Within 1,000 miles of her presence, no ferocious beast dared to stir if she were to unleash her full might. Not a single beast in the entire wasteland would dare to cause trouble. Lin Shu and Lin Shu remained in the wasteland for over half a year. During this time, they engaged in little more than idle conversation, having refrained from any cultivation. Lin Shu, as an immortal king, found the barren wasteland insufficient to support the recovery of her strength. As for Lin Shu, lacking a method, his previous cultivation had been merely the system's importation. Thus, he too could not cultivate. Their daily exchanges encompassed a broad spectrum of topics, excluding only those deemed too sensitive. They traversed discussions from the wasteland to the 3,000 states, then to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and further to the immortal realm and other realms. It could be said that aside from the subject of potential immortal emperors, an inherently precarious topic, nearly every other subject was thoroughly explored. Through their conversations, Lin Shu discovered that Lin Shu possessed knowledge exceeding her expectations. Some matters, of which she had only heard whispers or partial truths, Lin Shu articulated with clarity. For instance, he revealed that there were indeed immortal kings from the other realms who had infiltrated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. "You know of this?" Lin Shu was taken aback. The knowledge of infiltrating immortal kings was undoubtedly a closely guarded secret. Lin Shu smiled. "My origins are unique, which affords me greater insight. When the time is ripe, I shall elucidate everything to you." Lin Shu was not one to pry excessively, so she refrained from pressing for more details. As the two engaged in their discourse, the wasteland suddenly trembled. The entire expanse, 100,000 miles in circumference, felt the quaking. Lin Shu sensed the tremor and immediately understood. The mountain treasure was on the verge of appearing. He promptly informed Lin Shu, "Soon, 4 ferocious beasts will vie for the mountain treasure, the original true solution. They are the Zhuke, the swallowing heaven sparrow, the Zhuyan, and the Qiongqi. If possible, while the swallowing heaven sparrow and Qiongqi are in chaos, Lin Shu, please intervene and eliminate them. As for the Zhuke and Zhuyan, simply capture them and return them to me." Lin Shu nodded in agreement without further comment. Before long, the 4 ferocious beasts descended upon the wasteland, each colossal and formidable, all at the revered realm, capable of dominating their surroundings. The moment they appeared, a fierce battle ensued. With their clash, the entire wasteland teetered on the brink of destruction. Although vast, measuring 100,000 miles, it was insignificant to the revered beasts, who could easily lay waste to it in their tumultuous struggle. However, with Lin Shu present, the wasteland would not be left at their mercy. Lin Shu promptly intervened, her hand reaching out delicately to grasp the mountain treasure effortlessly. The 4 ferocious beasts, caught up in their battle, suddenly caught sight of the treasure soaring away and turned their gaze toward the distance, where 2 figures stood, Lin Shu and Lin Shu. The swallowing heaven sparrow and Qiongqi were the first to attack, unleashing a torrent of fury toward Lin Shu and Lin Shu. Yet, Lu Xun merely swept her gaze in their direction, wielding neither power nor force, but solely the weight of her gaze. Under single gaze, even formidable beings like the swallowing sky sparrow and Xiongqi, both at the revered level and deemed dominators in the wasteland, vanished into nothingness like ashes in the wind. Zhu Ke and Zhu Yin, witnesses to this astonishing spectacle, were utterly astounded, feeling an immense sense of relief for having refrained from intervening. Otherwise, their fate would undoubtedly mirror that of the swallowing sky sparrow and Xiongqi. What kind of unparalleled powerhouse was this? They were certain that this mysterious entity transcended the revered level, surpassing even the divine fire realm. How could such a being exist in the wasteland? As they grappled with their shock, the divine Lu cast a glance in their direction. Instantly, Zhu Ke and Zhu Yin found themselves uncontrollably drawn towards Lu Xun, their forms diminishing in size until they transformed into a small red bird and a tiny furry monkey. Lin Shu observed the diminutive red bird and fluffball before him and directly proclaimed, "Now, I present you with a singular opportunity to preserve your lives. Submit to me and henceforth heed my commands." Chapter 11. Investment in Mountain Treasures. Gaining the primordial true solution. The shrunken furry monkey and the little firebird exchanged glances, noting that Lin Shu was merely at the cave heaven stage, and thus dismissed him, directing their gaze towards Lu Xun. In their estimation, a mere cave heaven practitioner was inconsequential. They could obliterate countless such beings with a single breath. It was Lu Xun, with his formidable strength, who had effortlessly annihilated the swallowing sky sparrow and Xiongqi with a mere glance. Had Lu Xun commanded their submission, they would have had no choice but to comply. However, before they could voice their thoughts, Lu Xun spoke first. "What Lin Shu has articulated is precisely what I wish to convey." Upon hearing this, the little red bird and fluffy monkey promptly altered their previously dismissive demeanor towards Lin Shu, bowing and ingratiating themselves before him. Yet, the sight of a small firebird and a tiny monkey bowing appeared rather comical. Lin Shu regarded the duo, saying, "I must admit, I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. Would you care to revert to that?" "Nay, we genuinely submit to you," the little firebird and the fluffy monkey hastily replied, fearing that a mere glance from the terrifying Lu Xun beside Lin Shu would lead to their immediate disintegration, leaving no room for regret. Lin Shu, however, paid little mind to whether their submission was sincere. In his heart, he viewed submission merely as a transitional phase, a means to brand them as his mounts or pets. These two, he deemed, were targets for investment. The system's investment required that which one possessed to be invested in another. Their submission, in the system's judgment, signified that they belonged to him and thus qualified for investment. With Lu Xun at his side, Lin Shu felt no need for two revered-level ferocious beasts. He merely wished to ascertain what returns these two could yield from his investment. Thus, while Lin Shu pondered this matter, Lu Xun remained entirely indifferent to the presence of two revered-level beasts, causing a momentary silence to envelop the scene. This left the little firebird and the fluffy monkey in a state of unease, wondering if Lin Shu had accepted their submission or was contemplating how to punish them for their earlier disdain. In a moment of anxiety, both the little firebird and the fluffy monkey prostrated themselves before Lin Shu, too fearful to rise while he remained silent. After regaining his composure from his thoughts, Lin Shu chose not to acknowledge the little firebird and the fluffy monkey, remembering their prior contempt for him. Although he was not particularly bothered by it, he felt it prudent to instill some fear in them. Let them remain kneeling for now. With Lu Xun serving as his protector, how could he be belittled by two beings of the revered level? This was Lin Shu's true sentiment. Subsequently, he prepared to open the mountain treasure. However, to his surprise, he found himself unable to do so. Upon a moment's reflection, he discerned the reason. Such a miraculous opportunity could only be grasped by the worthy. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that he could not access it. In the original narrative, Zhu Yin had indeed acquired the mountain treasure during the contest among the four great ferocious beasts, yet it ultimately fell into the hands of Shi Hao. It seemed that Zhu Yin too was unable to unlock the mountain treasure. Had he been capable, it likely would not have ended up with Shi Hao. It appeared that this mountain treasure was destined for investment in Shi Hao. Lin Shu sighed inwardly. He had hoped to learn from it, for within the mountain treasure lay the primordial true solution. Though not the entire text, it contained remarkably powerful techniques, and Lin Shu would naturally not refuse the opportunity to learn. Alas, the laws choose their masters, and with Lin Shu unable to even open it, he was entirely incapable of learning. With this thought, Lin Shu turned to Lu Xun. "Lu Xun, having emerged from the depths of the wasteland, I have no desire to return. Could you bestow these two ferocious beasts and this mountain treasure upon Shi Hao in my name? Lu Shan nodded in agreement. Seeing Lu Shan's affirmation, Lin Shu immediately addressed the still bowing and trembling little firebird and fluffy monkey. From this moment forth, you shall follow Shi Hao. Shortly, Lu Shan will transport you to him. You must devote yourselves wholeheartedly, should I discover that you have not exerted your utmost when I return. I shall not hesitate to join Shi Hao for a feast of roasted ferocious beasts. I am certain he would be quite intrigued by the barbecue of Zhu Ke and Zhu Yan. Of course, the directive for you to follow does not imply that you must intervene in every matter. You need only act in times of life and death crises or when faced with insurmountable challenges. The little firebird and the fluffy monkey dared not refuse. Nodding vigorously, we willingly accept. In the next moment, Lu Shan took action. As Lu Shan moved, the mountain treasure, along with Zhu Yan and Zhu Ke, vanished from Lin Shu's sight. They remained in the vast wilderness, and with Lu Shan's strength, relocating two revered-level ferocious beasts was a trivial task. After transporting the mountain treasure and the two ferocious beasts, Lu Shan inquired, "You have spent such a long time in this vast wilderness seeking the mountain treasure. Yet now you so casually bestow it upon Shi Hao. As you mentioned, it contains the primordial true solution, a technique more powerful than my own. While it may not suit me, as I possess my own methods and require no primordial true solution, for you, who currently lacks a technique, attempting to cultivate the primordial true solution would indeed be quite beneficial." Lin Shu saw no reason to conceal the truth. He candidly replied, "Lu Shan, I wish to open it and take a look, but alas, I was unable. In that case, gifting it to Shi Hao serves as an early investment. You surely understand his potential." Unable to open it, Lu Shan responded, unperturbed. Had Lin Shu and Shi Hao been individuals he held in high regard, Lu Shan would undoubtedly not have so easily relinquished his teachings. Should he ever seek a successor, he would certainly impose a rigorous selection process on those aspiring to inherit his legacy. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Lin Shu's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for investing in Shi Hao's mountain treasure. You have acquired the primordial true solution. Ding. Congratulations, host, for investing in Shi Hao's revered level Zhu Ke. You have obtained the Supreme Realm True Phoenix Mount. Ding. Congratulations, host, for investing in Shi Hao's revered level Zhu Yan. You have acquired the Supreme Realm Chaos Demon Ape Mount. Upon hearing the system's notifications, a satisfied smile finally graced Lin Shu's face. After spending such a lengthy period in the vast wilderness alongside Lu Shan, he had finally reaped substantial rewards. With the Supreme Realm True Phoenix and the Supreme Realm Chaos Demon Ape, Lin Shu now possessed mounts, alleviating the need for Lu Shan to carry him on his journeys. Of course, the most significant aspect was that he had obtained the primordial true solution. Just from its name, one could discern its extraordinary nature. Chapter 12. Insights. Shi Hao enters the world. Primordial. This term is associated with one of the 5 primordials. The 5 primordials represent the 5 stages of existence prior to the birth of heaven and earth. The sequence unfolds as follows: Tai, Tai Chu, Tai Shi, Tai Su, and Tai Ji. Tai signifies a realm of boundless void, a state of existence devoid of form and substance. Tai Chu embodies formlessness and quality, representing the primordial essence, a world state more primal than chaos itself. Tai Shi denotes a world state that possesses form yet lacks substance, imperceptible to the senses, existing prior to the creation of heaven and earth. Tai Su epitomizes the state of primordial matter. Tai Ji reflects a world state where yin and yang have yet to be distinguished. At this juncture, Lin Shu remains unaware of the true essence of Tai Chu, although he can speculate upon it. This true essence of Tai Chu ought to be a method that dissects and elucidates the Tai Chu world. At this moment, the world has yet to be born. Chaos has not even taken shape, and only the primordial essence exists, marking the most rudimentary state of existence. Lin Shu muses that this true essence of Tai Chu is indeed a technique rooted in the primordial essence. System, I wish to merge with the true essence of Tai Chu. With a burgeoning hypothesis in mind, Lin Shu silently intones his thoughts, prepared to commence the fusion with the true essence of Tai Chu, eager to discern whether it aligns with his contemplations. Indeed, the rewards reaped from investments can be directly fused and absorbed. This fervent pursuit of mountain treasures is one of the reasons Lin Shu willingly endured a prolonged wait in this vast wilderness. Currently, Lin Shu possesses formidable power, his blood transformation realm transcending limits, and his 12 heavens and the cave realm united in perfect harmony. In terms of strength, Lin Shu stands invincible among his peers. Yet, without a method, this power remains but a castle in the air. Lacking a technique, Lin Shu cannot integrate his strength, nor can he cultivate. At last, the method he has long yearned for has arrived. At this moment, the deity Lu shifts her gaze toward Lin Shu. In that instant, she perceives an extraordinarily ancient and primal aura emanating from him. This aura is more ancient and primal than any she has encountered before. Even the destination she aspires to reach pales in comparison to the essence radiating from Lin Shu. What profound insight is he grasping? With Lu's discerning eye, it is evident that Lin Shu is in the throes of comprehension, possibly grasping a method. Yet, she remains perplexed about the nature of this method, which possesses such an ancient and primal essence. Her own Lu deity technique is already immensely powerful. She is confident that it ranks among the top 10 in the entire world, including the foreign realms, with a chance to contend for a place in the top 5. However, in the face of the method Lin Shu seems to be comprehending, she feels an involuntary tremor of trepidation. Could it be a method that directly points to that realm? She has traversed the Boundless Sea and knows that the Celestial King is not the ultimate limit. Even as a Celestial King herself, she has not touched upon the true pinnacle of the Celestial King. That realm appears to transcend even the ultimate Celestial King, serving as the driving force that has propelled countless Celestial Kings into the depths of the Boundless Sea throughout history. If there exists a method more powerful than the Lu deity technique, it must undoubtedly belong to that realm. That Lin Shu can perceive the method of that realm explains why he casually regarded a technique containing the primal true essence and later gifted it to Shi Hao without unlocking its secrets. It seems that Lin Shu has long harbored the method he wishes to comprehend. Thus, the quest for mountain treasures should indeed serve as a pathway for Lin Shu's understanding of the method. Perhaps it is to glean the primal true essence within the mountain treasures, enriching the method he seeks to grasp. An incredibly ancient aura envelopes Lin Shu, within which astonishing energy fluctuations seem to pulse. Lu perceives that this energy is more ancient than any chaotic essence she has witnessed. The chaotic essence is a terrifying force that can only manifest prior to the creation of heaven and earth. To encounter something even more ancient leaves her utterly confounded. She once believed that the Celestial King had initially glimpsed the essence of the world, that the truth of existence was but a step away. Yet now, it appears she is still far from that realization. Not only can she not comprehend it, but she cannot even recognize it when it appears before her. Gradually, Lu closes her eyes, allowing herself to attune to the aura and energy emanating from Lin Shu, embarking on her own journey of understanding. She is certain that if she can achieve any insight, her Lu deity technique may advance further, potentially reaching that legendary method. Once her Lu deity technique attains the rumored method, she will be able to traverse that realm with ease. Thus, Lin Shu and Lu, within the vast wilderness, each embark on their own paths of enlightenment regarding their respective methods. While Lin Shu and Lu are immersed in their contemplations, Xiao Shi bids farewell to the villagers of Shi village and sets forth on his journey to the Stone Kingdom. Gue Yi, Xiao Hong, and Mao Qiu. Let us depart for the Stone Kingdom. Ever since Shi Hao learned of his heritage from Lu, he has been consumed by thoughts of venturing to the Stone Kingdom to seek out his parents. However, he understands that with his current strength, he is far from ready to go directly. Therefore, he has been diligently cultivating until just recently, he finally transitioned from the blood transformation realm to the cave realm, simultaneously opening 5 heavens. Just moments ago, Lu transmitted the mountain treasures gifted by Lin Shu, along with Xiao Hong and Mao Qiu. Shi Hao feels that the time has finally come. It is time to journey to the Stone Kingdom, to resolve his heart's yearnings and find his parents. At the entrance of Shi village, the village chief, Shi Yunfeng, along with a throng of villagers, stands to bid farewell to Shi Hao. Little Stone, if the outside world proves unkind, return to Shi village. Little Stone, Shi village will always be your home. Little Stone, you're already 6 or 7 years old. In a few more years, you should start a family. Make sure to bring a girl back with you. Initially, the atmosphere was rather somber, but as one villager made a jest, the heavy mood lifted considerably, transforming into a lighter, more cheerful ambience. Shi Hao, hearing the villagers' playful suggestions to bring home a chubby bride, feels his face flush with embarrassment, and he promptly takes his leave with Gue Yi, Mao Qiu, and Xiao Hong, retreating into the distance, leaving behind a chorus of laughter from Shi village. After departing from Shi village, Shi Hao heads directly toward the depths of the vast wilderness. His destination is a place known as the Second Ancestral Land. Shi Hao knows that there resides a person who is silently bearing everything in his stead. He cannot allow another to endure for him. The vast wilderness stretches for 100,000 miles, teeming with ferocious beasts as numerous as the stars. However, for Shi Hao, these beasts pose no threat. Of course, should he encounter any formidable foes, Gu Yi, Xiao Hong, and Mao Qiu stand ready to assist. The journey proves to be remarkably smooth, and Shi Hao swiftly arrives at the second ancestral land of the Stone Clan. Meanwhile, another group also reaches the second ancestral land. They are the Rain Clan. As expected, Shi Hao clashes with the Rain Clan, and a battle ensues. The Rain Clan offers no resistance. They are swiftly vanquished by Shi Hao. After defeating the Rain Clan, Shi Hao departs the second ancestral land with Shi Qingfeng, heading toward the Stone Kingdom. Brother, I am coming. Are you ready? Chapter 13. The Sacred One of the Swans. The 100 Breaks mountain range is about to open. The vast wilderness. After the contention for the mountain treasures, and Shi Hao's journey through the expansive wilderness, the wilds seem to have settled into a tranquil silence. The ferocious beasts have grown docile, and without their chaos, the wilderness has become serene. In the heart of this wilderness, two figures are coiled. No one knows how long these figures have lingered there. It is only known that no ferocious beast dares to approach. Should any beast draw near, it vanishes without a trace. Whether it is life or death remains a mystery. Gradually, this place is transformed into a forbidden zone. On this day, an elder steps into the wilderness. Though he appears frail with a single step, he penetrates deep into the heart of the wilderness. In a vast wilderness teeming with ferocious beasts, this individual navigated as if traversing level ground. For him, those predators appeared to be non-existent. The elder ventured deep into the wilderness, making his way directly to a specific location where the four great beasts contended for the treasures of the mountains. Where indeed had the sky-eating sparrow gone? He was its master, known as the Sage of the Great Swans. Not long ago, the sky-eating sparrow had departed to claim the mountain's treasure, but as time passed, the wilderness had settled into silence, and the sparrow had inexplicably vanished. He was curious about what had transpired in the wilderness that could cause a venerable beast like the sky-eating sparrow to disappear so abruptly. Upon arriving at the battlefield of the four great beasts, he was taken aback. On the periphery of the battlefield, two figures were engrossed in cultivation, a man and a woman. The man appeared to have just broken through from the cave heaven realm to the spirit transformation realm, in the process of reshaping his body and spirit. As for the woman, he could not discern her essence, were it not for his eyes witnessing her form. It would seem as though she did not exist at all if he were to probe with his spiritual awareness. Who could this woman possibly be? The Sage of the Great Swans took slow, deliberate steps toward the pair, convinced that their presence was inextricably linked to the disappearance of the sky-eating sparrow. He felt compelled to inquire about what had transpired. Confident in his peak cultivation at the Divine Fire Realm, he believed himself invincible in the wilderness, across the Desolate Domain, and even throughout the 8 realms, save for a few ancient places. However, he soon realized how gravely mistaken he was. Before he could advance, as he attempted to move toward the two figures, an overwhelming aura descended upon him, enveloping him entirely. The Sage of the Great Swans immediately summoned all his strength to resist, but it was futile. In but a breath's time, he found himself helplessly collapsing to the ground, creating a deep impression in the earth. In a state of panic, he exclaimed, "Spare me, esteemed elder. I'm merely passing through." Little did he know that the Willow deity had not even lifted a finger. Had the Willow deity truly intervened, a mere breath of her aura would have likely left the Sage of the Great Swans, owing her countless lives. At that moment, he was engulfed in despair. The two before him showed no signs of awakening. The man, albeit having just broken through to the spirit transformation realm, should not take long to stabilize his cultivation. But that woman, her mere presence had rendered him defenseless, and she remained in the midst of her cultivation, which attested to her formidable strength. Such an existence could be in secluded meditation for what felt like an eternity. Would he be subjected to such pressure for an extended period? The Sage of the Great Swans was filled with astonishment. In the 8 realms, no such powerful being existed. The ancient era had severed their ties with the higher realms, and from that point onwards, once one reached the Divine Fire Realm, they had no choice but to leave the 8 realms for the lower realms. Upon ascending to the higher realms, return was impossible. Even if some great sect sent individuals down, it required exorbitant costs, typically only for beings below the Divine Fire Realm. He had never encountered anyone of the Divine Fire Realm or above being sent down. Yet the figure before him undoubtedly surpassed the Divine Fire Realm. Such a presence descending to the lower realms was fraught with limitations, yet this individual seemed to disregard them entirely. Even the leaders of great sects could not achieve such a feat. The sage of the great swans pondered. Could she possibly be stronger than the leader of the great sects? The more he contemplated, the more alarmed he became. He recognized his folly. It was no wonder he possessed no means to resist against a being of such caliber. The pinnacle of the divine fire realm might command authority in the lower realms, but to those who led great sects, he was akin to an insect, and beings surpassing those leaders placed him even lower than that. As the sage of the great swans wrestled with his inner turmoil, Lin Shu, having fused with the primordial true understanding and gained insight, finally broke through to the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm. Lin Shu's foundation was exceedingly robust, a peak blood transport realm with an ultra-limitless body capable of 1,000,000 pounds of strength, and the peak cave heaven realm with 12 heavens unified. Such a formidable foundation allowed him to ascend to the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm with remarkable ease. At long last, Lin Shu awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Shu noticed that the Willow deity appeared to be in the midst of her own cultivation. His gaze then shifted to the distance, where he observed an elderly man struggling. Lin Shu approached slowly. "Who are you?" "I am the sage of the great swans. Young master, I beseech you to allow this esteemed elder to retract his aura." The sage of the great swans? Upon hearing this, Lin Shu immediately grasped the situation. This man was the master of the sky-eating sparrow, likely here to investigate its demise. However, his strength was far too feeble. Even if the Willow deity retracted her entire aura, he was not someone who could draw near. Thus, he remained trapped here. Lin Shu had no intention of awakening the Willow deity. Simply put, the sage of the great swans was inconsequential. His demise held no significance that warranted interrupting the Willow deity's cultivation. Seeing that Lin Shu was indifferent to his fate, the sage of the great swans understood that unless he revealed something of interest to Lin Shu, he would surely perish here. With this thought in mind, he quickly spoke. "Young master, I am willing to share all that I've cherished, and I can also impart a piece of information that is of immense significance to you." Lin Shu remained silent. The sage of the great swans was merely at the peak of the divine fire realm. What treasures could he possibly possess? As for the vital information he claimed to have, Lin Shu did not believe it would hold any real importance for him. Observing Lin Shu's indifference, the sage of the great swans hastily divulged all his treasures, stating, "Young master, you are at the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm. Soon, the 100 Broken Mountains will open, a place most suitable for your training. Moreover, the 100 Broken Mountains are an ancient minor world, brimming with treasures. Should you miss this opportunity, you may never have a chance to enter again." Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's mind sparked with clarity. Indeed, he was in search of treasures, and the 100 Broken Mountains were an excellent destination. He must secure all the treasures before others could enter. As for the opportunities that originally belonged to Shi Hao, Lin Shu paid them little mind. After all, he could utilize those treasures as investments. When the time came, he would obtain them and then invest them in Shi Hao, ensuring he still received what was rightfully his. In this way, he would reap the benefits of his investment, while Shi Hao would still gain his rightful opportunities, a true win-win. "How long until it opens?" Lin Shu finally inquired. The sage of the great swans, upon hearing Lin Shu's voice, felt as though he had heard divine music and promptly replied, "It will commence in approximately less than a month." Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lin Shu understood he must awaken the Willow deity immediately. As for the disruption to her cultivation, he had already contemplated a means of recompense. Chapter 14. Transmitting the Teachings. The Supreme Phoenix emerges. "Willow deity, awaken. We must depart." Lin Shu gently called out before her. Upon hearing his soft summons, the Willow deity finally stirred from her meditation. A smile graced her face as she awoke. "Lin Shu, thank you. While I observed your comprehension of the laws, I inadvertently gained a glimpse of enlightenment. As though a veil had been lifted from my mind, I seem to have glimpsed a ray of dawn. It feels as if integrating and absorbing this ray could lead me further. Alas, it remains only a faint perception. I sense that in my current state, it may take me thousands or even tens of thousands of years to fully manifest this ray." A ray of dawn? Lin Shu, upon hearing this, began to comprehend. In this realm, those who attained the title of Immortal King were nearly the pinnacle of power. Yet, even among those who reached the Immortal King realm, there existed distinct hierarchies with disparities as vast as chasms. The early, mid, and late stages of the Immortal King realm could only be regarded as ordinary Immortal Kings. Above the ordinary Immortal Kings, lies the pinnacle Immortal King. Beyond the pinnacle Immortal King exists the Immortal King Titans, the realm in which the divine Lu resided during her zenith. Ascending even higher than the Immortal King Titans is a distinct type of Immortal King, known as the Emperor Light Immortal King, whose body radiates the brilliance of a quasi-immortal emperor. This entity possesses unparalleled strength, rendering it truly invincible among the Immortal Kings. The faint glimmer of dawn that divine Lu discerned, Lin Shu could surmise, was indeed the aura of a quasi-immortal emperor. However, at present, it was merely a fleeting glimpse. There remained a considerable distance to traverse before she could fully envelop herself in the radiance of a quasi-immortal emperor and attain the stature of an Emperor Light Immortal King. Nevertheless, this was already quite extraordinary. Within the entirety of the perfect world, including the realm seas, there were no more than 10 beings that could ascend to such heights. Once divine Lu emanates the aura of a quasi-immortal emperor, she would undoubtedly be invincible beneath the quasi-immortal emperor tier, even among fellow Emperor Light Immortal Kings. Unable to be subdued by any, potentially ranking her among the 6th in power. Reflecting on this, Lin Shu spoke. I apologize for awakening you. I did not intend to disturb your path to enlightenment. To which divine Lu replied, it cannot be considered a disturbance. I am still far from comprehending the depths of this enlightenment. She bore no resentment, fully aware that even without an interruption, she could not instantaneously penetrate that realm. Before awakening divine Lu, Lin Shu had already contemplated how to remedy the situation. Thus, he imparted his current insights regarding the primordial true solution to her. Divine Lu, this is my newly realized method, which I believe may prove beneficial to you. Lin Shu did not relay the entirety of the primordial true solution, but rather shared only his current understanding. This decision was not without Lin Shu's ulterior motives. Firstly, while the primordial true solution had integrated into his mind, Lin Shu's current cultivation level was still too low to perceive it in its entirety, only grasping fragments. Secondly, even if he could see it all, he did not intend to share it completely with divine Lu. After all, the primordial true solution was acquired through Lin Shu's investments, and the system could not facilitate a second investment. By giving it to divine Lu, he would forfeit any investment rewards. To Lin Shu, sustainability in investment was paramount. If he relinquished the primordial true solution to divine Lu in its entirety, he would find it challenging to make further investments in her. However, with this method in hand, Lin Shu had no doubt that he could gain insights into the path of the quasi-immortal emperor, perhaps even glimpse the true immortal emperor's path. This represented a substantial return on investment, and it would be a grave loss to give it away freely. Fortunately, Lin Shu had little choice at present, as he could only perceive a portion. By sharing this portion with divine Lu, while he would not receive investment returns, he could still seek other avenues for sustainable investment in the future. Yet, despite Lin Shu's self-serving motives, divine Lu felt deeply moved upon hearing his intention to share his insights with her. She had witnessed the magnitude of Lin Shu's methods, which were nothing short of astonishing, likely traceable to the creation of the universe itself. Such profound knowledge Lin Shu so generously offered was a testament to his magnanimity. She realized that the gifts she received from him were already beyond her capacity to repay. The 3 radiance divine water, the essence of the Immortal King, and the primordial true solution. While she believed she could eventually restore her strength through the 3 radiance divine water and the essence of the Immortal King, the primordial true solution was far too precious. Such a method, divine Lu understood, would take her an exceedingly long time to comprehend through her own insights. This was the grace of imparting teachings. Throughout history, the act of passing down knowledge is often considered even more significant than the debt of life bestowed by one's parents. The debt of life grants one existence, while the debt of teachings provides the means to stand firm in this world. Moreover, Lin Shu's teachings were not ordinary. They offered glimpses into a higher realm. At that moment, divine Lu found herself at a loss for words, feeling increasingly indebted to Lin Shu, as if repayment were impossible. The 3 radiance divine water and the essence of the Immortal King could still be accounted for, but the method was beyond any means of compensation. Observing divine Lu's silence, Lin Shu assumed she lamented the incompleteness of the method he shared. He interjected, Divine Lu, my grasp of this method is still rudimentary, and my current insights are limited. I understand that this may not suffice for you to attain deeper understanding. However, I assure you that as I grow stronger, I will master more and eventually impart all knowledge to you. Divine Lu looked at Lin Shu, who wore an expression of remorse, her feelings becoming a complex amalgamation. She had not anticipated that Lin Shu would feel guilty over the incompleteness of his teachings. Such humility was rare, perhaps unparalleled throughout the ages. It is worth noting that some true masters would deliberately withhold knowledge from their disciples. Yet, Lin Shu embodied the heart of a teacher. Lin Shu, there is no need for you to feel remorse. The transmission of teachings is a significant matter. I have yet to provide you with any assistance, and you have already bestowed upon me so many invaluable gifts. My conscience is heavy, and I find it difficult to repay you. In Divine Lu's view, she had not truly aided Lin Shu in any meaningful way. Rescuing the Ghost Lord and seizing the mountain treasure were far too simple for her. They did not even constitute assistance in her eyes. Meanwhile, the saint of the Honghu, pinned to the ground and unable to move, was left speechless. He thought to himself, is it really necessary for you both to express such gratitude? Can't you see that I am still trapped here on the verge of collapse? He could not help but interject, esteemed seniors, I beseech you, in your magnanimity, could you first assist me? Upon hearing his voice, Lin Shu suddenly recalled the saint's presence. Having momentarily forgotten him, Divine Lu, please release him. If you continue to suppress him, he may truly perish. After hearing this, Divine Lu withdrew the minuscule fraction of her power, allowing the Honghu saint to finally regain his mobility. Thank you, esteemed senior. Thank you, young master. Enough with the pleasantries. Guide us to the entrance of the 100 Break Mountains. Yes, young master. The Honghu saint nodded respectfully, although he regarded the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm as insignificant. He had just witnessed that terrifying elder seemingly obeying Lin Shu's commands. Thus, he dare not show any disrespect towards Lin Shu. Simultaneously, Lin Shu summoned a steed he acquired through his investments from the system. In an instant, a formidable aura surged throughout the great wilderness, extending into the entire Desolation Domain, even rousing the lower 8 domains with its overwhelming presence. The true phoenix of the Supreme Realm had emerged. With the appearance of the true phoenix, a colossal figure enveloped the entire great wilderness. This was the form of the true phoenix. Observing this immense presence and feeling its terrifying might, the Honghu saint, having just risen, knelt once more. What is this? Divine Lu, intrigued by the emergence of the true phoenix, regarded it with interest. For one who had once been an immortal king titan and was now on the verge of perceiving the brilliance of a quasi-immortal emperor, the appearance of this true phoenix merely surprised her slightly. It did not shake her resolve. She had encountered beasts far larger than this true phoenix, beings whose bodies could obscure entire star domains, not to mention the various creatures that had succumbed to darkness within the realm seas, whose power was unmatched even in the path of immortality, often possessing bodies vast enough to rival the shattered small worlds drifting within the realm seas. By comparison, this beast, whose form merely overshadowed the great wilderness, was hardly a source of awe for her. She was merely curious about why such an existence would appear here. It was clear to her what kind of beast lay before her. Such a bloodline exists, and there is but one place in this world where it can be found. If memory serves me correctly, the formidable being that nurtures such ferocious creatures is known by the moniker the Chicken Keeper. Although the title suggests a mundane occupation, in reality, it pertains to the rearing of phoenixes. In the entire world, only the domain of the Chicken Keeper harbors true, pure-blooded phoenixes. Elsewhere, they are impossible to come by. Should they exist, they would undoubtedly be seized by the Chicken Keeper. Could it be that Lin Shu has some connection with this enigmatic figure? The divine Willow has repeatedly trespassed into foreign realms, and the beings she deems worthy are exceedingly scarce. The Chicken Keeper is undoubtedly among them. Even someone as self-assured as the divine Willow dares not claim superiority over the Chicken Keeper. She even harbors doubts that the Chicken Keeper has truly attained the realm she has long sought, reaching the level of imperial radiance. Contemplating this, the divine Willow directly inquired, is this true phoenix a gift from the Chicken Keeper? Upon hearing her words, Lin Shu experienced a brief moment of astonishment, only to soon grasp the implications. True phoenixes do exist in this world, but with the passage of time, they have ceased to manifest. Even if they do appear, they are far from pure-blooded. A certain powerful individual has been nurturing the true phoenix, that very individual being the Chicken Keeper. It is no wonder that the divine Willow posed such a question. However, Lin Shu's true phoenix is unrelated to this and wishes to avoid any entanglement with the Chicken Keeper. Lin Shu immediately shook her head. No. The divine Willow was taken aback by Lin Shu's reply, yet she refrained from pressing further. Lin Shu harbored numerous secrets, and she had grown accustomed to the addition of yet another. Subsequently, Lin Shu instructed the true phoenix to diminish its size and suppress its aura, gathering its energy with utmost effort. After all, this was a supreme being, had it not been for the Divine Willow's timely intervention upon its initial appearance. Not only the great wilderness, but also vast expanses of the void would have been shattered. Once the true phoenix had diminished in size, Lin Shu stepped upon its back and turned to glance at the Divine Willow and the still trembling Honghu Sage. Let us depart for the 100 Broken Mountains. The Honghu Sage, still shivering, finally rose to his feet, unable to quell the shock in his heart. What manner of creature is this? At the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm, it possesses such a terrifying mount. He had resigned himself to the notion that he could not compete with Lin Shu's mysterious companion, the Divine Willow. But now even the mount surpassed him. When did such a formidable beast become willing to serve as a steed? He dared not ponder further and obediently led the way toward the 100 Broken Mountains. The party of 4 set forth. Although Lin Shu was the weakest among them, her supreme mount ensured that the slowest among them was the Honghu Sage, a being of the divine fire realm. Though the distance between the great wilderness and the 100 Broken Mountains was considerable, they swiftly arrived. At this moment, a multitude of races had gathered outside the mountains. The vast expanse of the great wilderness is home to countless races, and the 100 Broken Mountains serve as a training ground for the younger generation, rich with opportunities, naturally attracting many races. Fortunately, Lin Shu had instructed the true phoenix to conceal its aura. Otherwise, upon their arrival, none of the beings from the myriad races present would have been able to stand, and some might have even been crushed by its overwhelming presence. With a month remaining until the 100 Broken Mountains opened, Lin Shu felt somewhat restless and casually asked, Divine Willow, might you be able to open the 100 Broken Mountains early? I would like to venture in and scavenge a bit. The Divine Willow glanced in a certain direction before finally responding. Opening it is indeed easy, but it is merely a small world. Forcing it open might lead to its collapse. Moreover, this small world is not simple. It is said that a powerful being comparable to me once battled here. If I were to force it open, I fear I would awaken their lingering essence, and when that essence collides with mine, it could spell disaster not just for this small world, but for the entire great wilderness. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu did not express skepticism. After all, she vividly remembered that the 100 Broken Mountains housed the Poo Demon Tree, rumored to be a descendant of a celestial king from a foreign realm. It was entirely possible that this celestial king had left behind some artifacts, and forcing an entrance could indeed lead to significant trouble. The Divine Willow, however, had no such fears. With her protection, Lin Shu felt secure, but the entire great wilderness could not afford to be in jeopardy. Most importantly, the treasures Lin Shu sought for future investments would remain out of reach. Thus, it was decided that they would linger in the city for a month. However, a sudden thought struck Lin Shu. The city was gradually welcoming numerous talented individuals from the myriad races, all of whom were core members of their respective tribes, bearing a wealth of treasures. It would be worthwhile to attempt to acquire some of those treasures from them. With this in mind, Lin Shu boldly declared, Honghu Sage, I entrust you with a task. Construct a stage within the city, proclaiming that this young master, Lin Shu, is here to accept challenges from the strong of the 100 races. Only those at the spirit transformation realm or above, suppressed to the spirit transformation realm, may ascend the stage. Anyone who can endure 10 of my strikes shall be granted a piece of fortune or a treasure. Should one manage to defeat me, I shall impart my divine techniques, my unparalleled secrets. Of course, those who wish to challenge must also offer treasures in return. This plan had been long in the making. Lin Shu's prowess stemmed from a system, and while her foundation was exceptionally solid, she had never engaged in battle. This was the perfect opportunity to leverage the prowess of the 100 races to hone her combat skills while simultaneously acquiring treasures. A veritable twofold gain. As for losing, Lin Shu had not even entertained the notion. If her million-gene bloodline and her perfect 12 caves of the Cave Heaven realm could not secure victory, she felt she had no reason to live. It would be too shameful. Chapter 16. On the stage. The 100 races astonished. The Honghu Sage, upon hearing Lin Shu's words, was equally astonished. What audacity this young master possesses. Those arriving at the 100 Broken Mountains are the elite of the 100 races, each a paragon within their own factions. The most critical aspect is that Lin Shu even permits individuals of higher realms to suppress their levels to the spirit transformation realm to compete against him. With the Divine Willow by Lin Shu's side, the Honghu Sage considered it entirely plausible that Lin Shu could dominate these talented individuals. After all, having someone like the Divine Willow as a protector and mentor was enough to demonstrate Lin Shu's exceptional capabilities, warranting such attention. Given the Divine Willow's strength, he could not withstand even a fraction of her aura. Being valued by her, the Honghu Sage was convinced of Lin Shu's extraordinary talents. Yet no matter how exceptional one may be, It is essential to compare oneself with peers of the same realm. Lin Shu's words conveyed a lack of concern, even for those of the respected realm suppressing their levels to contend with him. How could this be possible? While realms can be suppressed, and some techniques and treasures can similarly be constrained, the physical body cannot be diminished. A high realm body, even if not primarily focused on physical prowess, will undoubtedly surpass that of a lower realm. This is a widely accepted truth. The Honghu sage began to suspect whether Lin Shu had always trained under the divine Willow and had only recently entered the world, leading to a lack of understanding regarding such matters, resulting in his overwhelming arrogance. The Honghu sage could not help but offer a word of caution. Young master, I believe it would be wiser to cancel the stipulation allowing those above the spirit transformation realm to compete. If you wish to gain renown, it would suffice to spar with beings of the same realm. By proving invincible among your peers, your reputation will undoubtedly soar throughout the great wilderness. Lin Shu shook her head. Those of the same realm equate to the spirit transformation realm. While these individuals are indeed the pride of their respective factions, their treasures are limited. In contrast, high realm individuals, even those of the respected realm, represent the pinnacle of their respective powers, possessing far more treasures than the elite of their tribes. The purpose of Lin Shu setting up the arena was not merely for combat. Rather, his primary objective was to acquire the treasures held by others. Upon seeing Lin Shu shake his head, Saint Honghu ceased his attempts to persuade him. In fact, he secretly hoped that Lin Shu would receive a thorough beating, as arrogance was a trait despised by all. Were it not for the terrifying presence of the God of Willow by Lin Shu's side, he might have even considered suppressing his own realm to engage Lin Shu in battle, to demonstrate that a senior is always a senior, and that, even when suppressing one's realm, it is not something that lowly beings of inferior realms can dare to demean. Saint Honghu departed. While he went off to arrange the matters that Lin Shu had mentioned, the God of Willow turned to Lin Shu and inquired, "What are you planning to do?" From the God of Willow's perspective, Lin Shu's actions seemed to only sow discord, with no apparent benefits. Improve combat skills? Given Lin Shu's formidable foundation, who in this desolate domain could possibly rival him at the same level? In such a one-sided battle, how much could one truly improve? Beyond that, she could not fathom other motives. As for Lin Shu's mention of treasures, that was inconceivable. Any single item from Lin Shu's possessions would cause even the mightiest beings from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, as well as the celestial realm, to fight tooth and nail for it. How could he possibly covet treasures from these beings, who were not even divine? Lin Shu's actions truly perplexed the God of Willow. Upon hearing her question, Lin Shu merely smiled slightly. What other intention could I have? Initially, I intended for you to open the secret realm of 100 Broken Mountains so we could enter and seize all the treasures for ourselves. However, it seems that is no longer feasible. We shall have to wait for its opening. While I am confident that no one can contest with me upon entry, I am ultimately stretched thin, and there will inevitably be treasures taken from my sight. Thus, I must first harvest a bounty within the city of 100 Broken Mountains. The God of Willow, listening to Lin Shu's words, appeared somewhat astonished at her earlier misjudgment. So you truly are here for the treasures? What else would it be? Lin Shu retorted. The 3 light, divine water, the essence of the celestial king, a fragment of the primordial true resolution that you gifted me. These are indeed supreme treasures. If I can part with such items, how could I possibly desire the trifles found here? Lin Shu then posed a question. If I do not collect treasures, from where would I have the means to offer gifts? The God of Willow found herself momentarily speechless. It seemed to make sense, yet there was something amiss. Very well. Do as you please. Now that I possess your fragment of the primordial true resolution, albeit incomplete, I am confident I can take that step. I am not in a hurry. I have ample time to engage with you. Do as you wish. Even if something goes awry, I can easily resolve it. The God of Willow chose not to elaborate further. While Lin Shu and the God of Willow conversed, Saint Honghu diligently began constructing the arena as per Lin Shu's instructions and spread the word about Lin Shu's intent to challenge the prodigies and powerful beings of the 100 clans. As for why not flee, that was a jest. How could one possibly escape from a being as formidable as the God of Willow? Just a mere wisp of her aura rendered him utterly immobile, and he had no doubt that even if he fled to the ends of the earth, her presence alone would obliterate him. Moreover, the mount beside Lin Shu was also an exceedingly fearsome entity. Clearly, Lin Shu's identity was anything but ordinary. He might very well be someone descended from the higher realms. For someone of such exceptional status, if he successfully accomplishes tasks, it could very well present an opportunity. Between certain death and a potential rise to greatness, Saint Honghu, having lived for so long, was certainly aware of how to make a choice. As Saint Honghu constructed the arena and disseminated the news, the city near 100 Broken Mountains buzzed with excitement due to the arrival of the prodigies and strong beings of the 100 clans, stirring up a tempest of anticipation. Lin Shu, who is this? Within the 100 clans, none had heard of a prodigy of such caliber appearing. To dare set up an arena to challenge all comers must be a disciple of some ancient figure, perhaps newly emerged into the world, seeking to make a name for themselves through battle. What of a disciple of a reclusive old monster? Our 100 clans prodigies have also been guided by our ancestral forebears. This arena is undoubtedly mine. Since Lin Shu seeks to gain fame through combat, I shall make him aware of the prowess of our clan's inherited techniques. As various factions debated and cast their gazes upon the arena in the city, Lin Shu, under the guidance of Saint Honghu, finally arrived at the platform. Esteemed guests, this young master hereby establishes this arena. Prodigies and strong beings of the 100 clans are welcome to challenge me. If any of you can withstand 10 of my strikes without defeat, you may freely select any treasure here. As he spoke, Lin Shu waved his hand, revealing all the treasures he had procured from Saint Honghu, which were then placed aside. In an instant, the crowd's attention was captivated. Saint Honghu, a being of the divine fire realm, possessed treasures that, even if of lesser grade, were still rare and coveted among the prodigies of the 100 clans, some of which could not even compare to the true legacies of their clans. Not only the prodigies, but even the powerful beings leading the 100 clans gazed upon Lin Shu's treasures with fervor. How pretentious you are, taking my treasures to wager, Saint Honghu remarked. Lin Shu paid no heed to the expression on Saint Honghu's face, and, noticing the intense gazes of the prodigies and strong beings, waved his hand again. Should you manage to defeat this young master, you may also choose any treasure from this side. The crowd turned their eyes once more toward the treasures Lin Shu had displayed. Upon seeing them, they stood frozen in place. Although there were only a handful of leaves and willow twigs, they emanated an aura that was impossible to gaze upon directly. It was akin to ants unable to behold a true dragon, or mortals being unable to look upon divinity. What treasures are these? Lin Shu mused inwardly. These are the leaves and twigs of the god of Willow, not just in this desolate domain, but across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even in the celestial realm, they are unparalleled treasures. Let me see if I can awaken your greed and compel all of you to ascend the platform, so I may win your treasures. Chapter 17. The Array Realm? A breath's fall. In the city beyond 100 Broken Mountains, the prodigies and strong beings of the 100 clans exhibited varied expressions. Some displayed greedy glances, eager to claim the treasures for themselves. A few prodigies and strong beings were not enticed by Lin Shu's treasures, yet they too were filled with curiosity regarding their origins. Upon hearing inquiries about the provenance of the treasures, Lin Shu did not conceal the truth. Lacking strength, he would naturally keep treasures hidden from prying eyes, as he understood the principle of possessing jade brings trouble. As for why he dared to reveal treasures before the god of Willow, fearing her potential covetousness, that stemmed from his understanding of her character. She would never seize another's treasures. In the face of strangers, it was wise to conceal oneself, but that was a strategy for those lacking strength. For Lin Shu now, merely pulling forth anyone from his side would be beyond the capability of those currently eyeing his treasures. With Saint Honghu at his side, if anyone truly dared to take action, Lin Shu would have Saint Honghu intervene. He was confident that as long as Saint Honghu was not foolish, he would undoubtedly assist him without hesitation. Saint Honghu had already reached the divine fire realm. In this desolate domain, he was nearly invincible, provided he did not provoke some forbidden area. Furthermore, Saint Honghu was the weakest among Lin Shu's allies. Above him, Lin Shu boasted 10 celestial level guardians. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 states, beings of the celestial realm were undeniably considered powerful. With 10 such guardians at his disposal, Lin Shu was well equipped. Aside from the celestial guardian, Lin Shu possesses 2 formidable mounts of the supreme realm, beings that stand unparalleled across the vast heavens and the earth. With such immense power, Lin Shu naturally sees no need to conceal his identity, harboring no fear of the adage, to possess wealth is to invite calamity. Furthermore, with the presence of the god of Willows by his side, he is assured that even amidst cataclysmic upheavals, she possesses the capability to safeguard him. Even the most formidable entities lurking in the forbidden realms of the wasteland would find themselves utterly outmatched by her. With that thought, Lin Shu smiled gently and replied, "There is no necessity for everyone to know the intricate details regarding the origins of this treasure. However, I can assure you that with this artifact in your possession, no entity in the wasteland can pose a threat to you. Even the so-called deities will fade into obscurity before its might. Should you ever ascend to the higher realms, this treasure will be sufficient to shield you from all perils. Make no mistake, these are the leaves and twigs of the God of Willows. Such a transcendent treasure. Any being at the threshold of immortality that covets it will surely meet their demise. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, the crowd was taken aback. Deities, to them, were eternal, exalted beings beyond reach. Could mere leaves and twigs truly cause a deity to fall? One individual immediately questioned, why should I believe you? In this world, deities exist for eternity, immortal and unassailable. How dare you blaspheme against true gods with mere twigs and leaves? Blasphemy against true gods? Lin Shu chuckled. Were it not for my presentation of this treasure, let alone blasphemy, even a mere glance from a true deity would be a tremendous fortune, an opportunity beyond measure. If you doubt my words, feel free to test it. However, with your paltry cultivation in the array realm, I must candidly say that if you can touch even a fragment of these leaves or twigs, I shall bestow them upon you directly. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you truly serious? Before all these esteemed beings, would I dare to go back on my word? Lin Shu replied, very well. You have my word. The array realm expert's heart raced with anticipation. Although he had disparaged the leaves and twigs verbally, deep inside he understood that even if they were not as powerful as Lin Shu claimed, they were indeed treasures of astonishing merit, capable of rivaling divine artifacts. He never expected that with just a few provocative words, Lin Shu would allow him this opportunity, an unexpected stroke of fortune. However, to claim the treasure, one must also pay a price. You must pledge a valuable item as collateral. Should you successfully acquire the leaves, you may take both the leaves and your pledged item. If you fail to approach the twigs or leaves, then your pledged item shall belong to me. Agreed. The man nodded eagerly. He was confident that, despite not being at the pinnacle of strength in this realm, he was still a formidable presence, worthy of kingship. Surely, he could seize those leaves and twigs. With that, he produced a treasure as collateral, which Lin Shu inspected. Although it was unremarkable, it was indeed a treasure of sorts. Clearly, the man was mindful of his reputation and did not present a worthless item before such a large assembly. After all, to present a mere trinket would bring disgrace upon his lineage. Very well, proceed to collect the leaves and twigs. Lin Shu nodded, permitting the man to approach. Without hesitation, the array realm expert summoned a treasure. Lin Shu immediately understood the source of the man's confidence. The artifact he wielded emanated a terrifying aura, creating an invisible barrier around him that seemed to tear at the fabric of reality itself. Approaching it without formidable cultivation would be impossible. This treasure could shield its wielder from external pressures, effectively neutralizing the oppressive auras of even the revered or pseudo-divine beings. Unfortunately for him, his hopes would soon be dashed. Although the leaves and twigs originated from the God of Willows, and she had not exerted control, keeping her aura within 10 paces, they were far beyond the capacity of this incomplete artifact to withstand. As the man approached the leaves, the moment he entered the 10-pace radius, the protective barrier he bore shattered instantly. A single wisp of aura surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, the man vanished without a trace, reduced to nothing but ashes. At that moment, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. An array realm expert, even with an incomplete artifact, had been obliterated by a mere wisp of aura. While he had not fully mastered the artifact, he had at least partially refined it, making him capable of standing his ground against revered beings. Yet now, a single breath had led to his demise. This was utterly terrifying. This revelation caused the other aspiring talents and powerful beings present to reconsider their intentions. It seemed that engaging Lin Shu directly would be the safest course of action, for the mystery surrounding the leaves and twigs was profound. While Lin Shu's prowess was tangible, with numbers, there was a chance of victory. Lin Shu, undeterred by the gazes of the crowd, collected the collateral and the remnants of the shattered ancient artifact before tossing them into the first pile of treasures. Thus, he had added 2 more items to his collection, leaving the others free to either claim treasures or challenge him at their discretion. Just then, a voice broke through the silence. Jin Hong, shall give it a try. With this proclamation, all eyes turned toward the source of the voice. A massive figure with 9 lion heads was striding forward. It was none other than a young prodigy from the 9-headed lion clan. Among the myriad tribes of the wasteland, the 9-headed lions were renowned for their formidable bloodline, with few peers capable of standing against them at the same level. It remained to be seen whether he intended to claim the treasure directly or challenge Lin Shu. Given the fate of the previous array realm expert, The latter seemed the more prudent option. After all, with his cultivation far below that of the Array realm, rushing in would be tantamount to seeking death. A challenge against Lin Shu, however, might still afford him a glimmer of hope. Lin Shu turned his gaze toward the imposing figure of the nine-headed lion. It was him, Shi Hao. Among the many talents of the various tribes, Lin Shu was most familiar with him, as he was the first subordinate of Little Stone within the secret realm of the 100 Broken Mountains. While Lin Shu might be unaware of many matters, he held a vivid memory of the events surrounding Little Stone. Ah, Shi Hao of the Nine-Headed Lions, speak your intentions. Do you wish to claim the leaves and twigs for yourself, or will you challenge me? Shi Hao's voice boomed. I possess no treasures to seek death in pursuit of artifacts. Instead, I wish to challenge you. Very well, Lin Shu replied, but should you wish to challenge me, you must present a valuable item as a wager. Otherwise, I have no time for frivolities. Shi Hao stated, while I lack treasures, should I lose this challenge, I shall serve as your little brother. Upon witnessing Lin Shu's profound gaze, Shi Hao quickly amended his proposal. His demeanor was reminiscent of the memories Lin Shu held. To be your little brother is hardly a punishment for you, but I can offer you a chance. If you lose, you shall surrender your life to me, and I shall decide your fate. Fear not, for I shall not take your life. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao's expression shifted drastically. He was acutely aware that becoming Lin Shu's subordinate would not be a loss for him. However, surrendering his life to Lin Shu felt like a considerable sacrifice. Despite the latter's assurances of not killing him, he still needed to deliberate carefully. This would equate to becoming the other's servant. It turns out this nine-headed lion is so impoverished that he cannot even produce a single treasure. Come down already. To be unable to present any treasure and still appear here is sheer folly. It is true, the nine-headed lion clan is not a prominent lineage, so it is not surprising they lack treasures. Challenging others, yet lacking even the qualifications to do so, is quite laughable. Hearing these remarks, Shi Hao, the nine-headed lion, felt a flush of embarrassment cross his face and could not help but exclaim, All right, I accept your terms. I will wager my life against you. If I win, I take a treasure, and if I lose, my life will belong to you, and I shall follow your every command from that moment on. Lin Shu nodded. Rest assured, even as my servant, you would be fortunate beyond measure. If it were not for my favorable impression of you, even if a deity stood here requesting to be my servant, I would remain indifferent. Upon hearing this, the crowd, especially the powerful figures from the 100 clans, bristled with anger. A deity is unworthy of servitude. There are no deities present here. Is he implying that they lack even the qualification to serve him? Such arrogance. How can a mere cultivator in the spirit transformation realm be so presumptuous? A conceited human brat. Lin Shu, of course, ignored their furious glares and turned his attention to Shi Hao before launching into action. In the next moment, Lin Shu moved. Currently, he had mastered only one treasure art, which he could not employ directly. Without the treasure art, Lin Shu had no choice but to engage in close combat. Nevertheless, with his unparalleled physique, he was not daunted even by pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Confronting the nine-headed lion in a test of strength did not intimidate him in the slightest. This human lad dares to grapple with a nine-headed lion? Surely not. The essence of human survival lies in the mastery of numerous treasure arts. Yet this individual seeks to engage in close combat with his own shortcomings against the strengths of his opponent. It seems he is indeed a fledgling youth, lacking in combat awareness. The celestial prodigies from the 100 clans reveled in his impending misfortune. Meanwhile, some human prodigies sighed inwardly. They had thought Lin Shu, bold enough to set the stage, might possess some real strength, perhaps capable of curbing the arrogance of the 100 clan prodigies. Little did they know he was nothing but a reckless fool. Comparing his physique to that of a ferocious beast was tantamount to courting death. However, the next moment S unfolding left them utterly dumbfounded. The nine-headed lion, witnessing Lin Shu's decision to engage in close combat without employing any treasure arts, felt a surge of joy within. In terms of physical prowess, he was confident that any so-called human could not compare to him. Thus, he too refrained from using the nine-headed lion clan's treasure arts and directly collided with Lin Shu. Boom! The instant Shi Hao clashed with Lin Shu in close quarters, he felt an overwhelming and irresistible force surge forth. He had no capacity to resist and was sent flying off the stage. This scene left the onlookers in shock. A human had actually bested a nine-headed lion in close combat. It seems they underestimated him. This human had indeed walked the path of physical cultivation. Unexpectedly, the seemingly unimposing Lin Shu turned out to be a master of body refinement. The nine-headed lion's defeat was utterly unjust. Had he employed his treasure arts and kept Lin Shu at bay, perhaps he would have had a chance. Jin Hong rose to his feet. From today onward, I am your subordinate. No, you are my servant. Your life now belongs to me. The nine-headed lion lowered his head. Outside, the 100 broken mountains, a woman gazed towards the arena where Lin Shu fought. Standing there, she exuded an aura that compelled onlookers to admire her from a distance, instinctively making way. Lin Shu sensed something and turned his gaze towards the distance, where a slender figure stood. She was breathtakingly beautiful, enveloped in a divine radiance. Her purple attire billowing as if she were a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, ethereal and transcendent. The woman resembled a fairy gliding over the waves. Her garments fluttering as she approached, her graceful form quivering, luminous skin glowing like fine jade, eyes like autumn waters, her figure slender and exquisite, a vision of unparalleled beauty. Lin Shu pondered the identity of this enchanting figure. Her presence at the edge of the 100 broken mountains clearly indicated her intent to enter the secret realm. Suddenly, a name surfaced in Lin Shu's mind. Could it be her? Chapter 19. Yin Shi, Lin Shu's bloodlust. A name flashed through Lin Shu's mind. Yin Shi. This woman fit the description perfectly. However, he merely cast a fleeting glance before quickly averting his gaze. After all, the most pressing matters were battle and treasure collection. Lin Shu instructed the nine-headed lion to remain at the side for the time being, and then addressed the other attendees. I wonder who else dares to test their mettle against me? The so-called prodigies from the 100 clans cannot possibly lack the courage to challenge me, can they? As soon as these words left Lin Shu's lips, they ignited a wave of outrage among the crowd, many casting furious glares in his direction. Yet, despite their anger, they did not allow their tempers to cloud their judgment and rush onto the stage to challenge him. Winning would be well and good, but losing would mean forfeiting a treasure. This individual, capable of contending with even a nine-headed lion in physical combat, possessed a physique formidable enough to handle most ordinary prodigies. Many present understood that they would not fare any better than a nine-headed lion, and it was wiser to refrain from humiliating themselves. Step aside, let my young master through. At that moment, a voice rang out from the distance. Several humans appeared, carrying what looked like a large feline creature. Though it resembled an oversized cat, it was evident that this was no ordinary feline. It had to be either a pure-blooded ferocious beast or an ancient species, its bloodline undoubtedly powerful. Soon, someone recognized it. It's him. I can't believe he has come as well. It was said that he was a descendant of the ancient ferocious beast, the white tiger, undoubtedly an ancient species. Rumor had it that he commanded the white tiger's treasure arts, known for their formidable lethality, rarely met with equals in the same realm, making him a standout among the 100 clans, certainly a first-rate prodigy. Upon hearing these words, Lin Shu immediately grasped the lineage of this white cat, a descendant of the white tiger. Indeed, an impressive bloodline. Lin Shu contemplated whether to acquire the white tiger's treasure arts. Since he began cultivating the primordial truth, he had noticed an enhancement in his aptitude and comprehension. Although he still struggled to grasp the methods and treasure arts of the Willow deity, he had gained some insights. Lin Shu mused that perhaps the Willow deity's methods were those of a supreme celestial king, and the treasure arts were exceedingly advanced. Given his recent enlightenment from the primordial truth, it was only natural he found it challenging to comprehend them. Now, he could consider attempting to cultivate other relatively less advanced yet powerful treasure arts. While the White Tiger's arts might not rival those of the Willow deity, they were still commendable in this desolate domain, especially since the White Tiger was an ancient being. This little white tiger was indeed an ancient species. To have survived from the ancient era to the present day, it must possess considerable strength. Without such prowess and foundation, it would have long been devoured by the other 100 clans in this world. Just as Lin Shu was deep in thought, the little white tiger's palanquin had arrived not far from the arena. The little white tiger spoke. Are you the one who wishes to accept the challenge from the 100 clans? You are not worthy. If you were to descend from the arena and personally kneel before the assembled prodigies of the 100 clans to confess your guilt, this young master might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, you shall certainly meet your demise today. Bolstered by the presence of the little white tiger, some beings from the 100 clans appeared to stand a little taller. Indeed, the white tiger young master remains as domineering as ever. It is said that he harbors a profound loathing for the human race. Rumors suggest that those who dared to gaze upon him for too long were swiftly dispatched by his attendants, who, paradoxically, are also of human descent, compelled to slay their own kind, thus ensuring that every death serves a purpose for him. However, Lin Shu remains oblivious to the depths of this situation. In a confrontation with the white tiger young master, he may not emerge unscathed. Lin Shu, undeterred by the murmurs of the onlookers, turned his gaze towards the little white tiger. I have never been one to bully the weak, yet you have provoked such thoughts within me. Throughout his journey, Lin Shu has aspired to obtain what he desires through rightful means. Truth be told, if he so wished, he could command his steed to seize any treasure directly, without the need for a contest. Yet, this little white tiger has ignited within Lin Shu a desire for bloodshed. Come forth, little white tiger. I shall vanquish you within 3 strikes. Arrogance must bear its consequences. The little white tiger ascended to the arena. The moment it stepped onto the stage, Lin Shu acted without hesitation, unleashing his physical prowess. However, against the 9-headed lion, he had only exerted less than 10% of his strength. In contrast, facing the little white tiger, Lin Shu unleashed a full 30% of his might, revealing the intensity of his murderous intent. Though the 9-headed lion is not of the human race, it possesses a commendable disposition. Lin Shu merely sought to defeat it, never intending to inflict harm, which is why he had considered taking it as a servant. Honestly, had Lin Shu perceived its character as anything less than admirable, he would not have accepted it as a servant, regardless of its cultivation level. The little white tiger, however, stands in stark contrast to the 9-headed lion. In every respect, Lin Shu harbors a deep disdain for it. Since disdain exists, then death must follow. This is a world governed by the law of the jungle, with a strong prey upon the weak, and Lin Shu need not concern himself with so-called morals. A punch infused with 30% of his strength caused the arena, crafted by the Honghu sage, to tremble ominously. Lin Shu is no longer in the blood-moving realm. He has transcended to the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm after integrating the 12 perfections of the cave heaven and mastering the primordial truth. Thus, a single punch with 30% of his strength surpasses the spirit transformation realm, and even those of the marking realm may find it insufficient to withstand his might. The arena, designed with the foundation of battles in the spirit transformation realm, was reinforced to endure the explosive power of the marking realm. Yet, under the weight of Lin Shu's strike, the very fabric of the arena quaked, teetering on the brink of collapse. The Honghu sage, witnessing his carefully constructed arena nearly shatter, felt a surge of alarm. Fortuitously, he had anticipated such a scenario and had heightened its defenses. Otherwise, it would be a great embarrassment for a structure crafted by a being of the divine fire realm to be shattered by one from the spirit transformation realm. The white tiger young master, observing Lin Shu's punch, exhibited disdain. Ultimately, you only understand brute force, unlike this young master, who is naturally endowed with the white tiger divine art. Today, let this human ant witness the might of my divine technique. The little white tiger unleashed its prowess, instantly manifesting a spectral white tiger that enveloped the arena, exuding an overwhelming presence. The illusory white tiger radiated a terrifying golden light, which not only provided formidable defense, but also transformed into piercing golden blades, aiming to pierce through Lin Shu. Lin Shu observed this spectacle without retreating, merely intensifying the power in his fist. The strength surged to 31%. While 30% sufficed, he relished the sensation of an instant kill. Let's see how you will counter my white tiger divine art. Boom! Before the little white tiger could finish its proclamation, the immense illusory figure was struck by Lin Shu's fist, dissipating slowly. This divine technique of the white tiger is commendable, yet regrettably, it serves no purpose against me. The speed of his punch remained unabated as he charged towards the little white tiger. In an instant, the little white tiger was sent flying, crashing against the barrier of the arena. At that moment, the barrier fractured. Even with the barrier's cushioning, the little white tiger was propelled hundreds of feet away, embedding itself into the ground, rendered unconscious. Whether alive or dead remains uncertain. Another punch leading to defeat? The onlookers from the 100 clans were left utterly speechless, their astonishment beyond measure. Chapter 20. The Living Azura Lin Shu, bringing a willow leaf to annihilate clans. At this moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. The absence of sound spoke volumes. The white tiger young master, notorious for his ferocity and strength, had been vanquished by a single punch from human. Though his life status remains ambiguous, it appears that he is on the brink of death. Given the current state of the white tiger young master, even the slightest being who has embarked on the path of cultivation could easily slay him. Lin Shu gradually approached the little white tiger, reaching the spot where it lay embedded in the earth. How dare you harm my master? Plapava to die. The little white tiger's attendants, witnessing their master's treatment, charged at Lin Shu with intent to kill. Observing their frantic demeanor, Lin Shu merely ignored them and continued towards the little white tiger, showing no signs of hesitation. He simply uttered, "Honghu Sage, I leave them to you." Indeed, the Honghu Sage, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that Lin Shu would grant him this opportunity to act. Having been suppressed by the Willow God and Lin Shu's steed multiple times, he had longed for a chance to unleash his frustrations. Now, at last, he had the opportunity, and with Lin Shu's permission, he felt his worth acknowledged. As long as he remained of some utility, even if it was merely to dispose of trifles, it would be a significant favor. Who knows? Perhaps he could secure a long-term position by Lin Shu's side. Given Lin Shu's potential, he would undoubtedly become an immensely powerful figure in the future. Merely being a servant would be far superior to his current status. In the next moment, the Honghu Sage sprang into action as a being of the divine fire realm. He was akin to an ant before the likes of the Willow God and Lin Shu's steed, unable to withstand even a hint of their aura. Yet before the individuals before him, the Honghu Sage stood as a god, an immortal entity. With a mere shift of his foot, he was at Lin Shu's side, and with a flick of his hand, the several attendants, all of the formation realm, were effortlessly crushed, their remains dissipating into the ether. "Young master, the task is accomplished. You may withdraw." "Yes, young master." The Honghu Sage did not seek accolades, nor did he dare to expect reward for dispatching a few insignificant beings, simply retreating. This scene instilled fear in the hearts of all onlookers. Those were beings of the formation realm, akin to nobles. In the entire wilderness domain, they could be considered formidable, capable of attaining kingship in the two dominant empires of the human race, the Shurgwa and Huogwa. Yet now they have been crushed. One strike and they fell. This individual is undoubtedly a revered being, and a remarkably powerful one at that. It is likely that few beneath the divine can rival him. Such a senior would willingly submit to Lin Shu. It is no wonder that Lin Shu dares to act with such audacity. His power must be of an extraordinary caliber. A figure of presumed exalted status, seemingly at the pinnacle of the revered realm, displayed an astonishingly subservient demeanor towards one at the mere stage of spiritual transformation. This spectacle evoked a mix of astonishment and relief among onlookers, many of whom felt fortunate for having refrained from direct confrontation. In that moment, Lin Shu appeared to be merely at the peak of spiritual transformation, and some had contemplated disregarding the established protocols to seize him by force. However, recognizing Lin Shu's remarkable audacity and potential hidden strengths, they hesitated to act rashly, ultimately saving their own lives. Lin Shu, undeterred by the scrutiny of those around him, directed his attention towards the white tiger within a vast pit. After an extensive search, he sought to gather whatever remained. Yet his efforts yielded nothing of his desire, only a collection of lesser treasures. Unfortunately, these artifacts bore little significance for Lin Shu, with the most valuable being merely a relic of the exalted realm. Such treasures would serve only as investment opportunities in the future. Regrettably, the coveted techniques of the white tiger remained elusive. Suddenly, Lin Shu contemplated the possibility of soul-searching. If he could not find the knowledge on his own, perhaps probing into another's essence might yield answers. He turned to the now-retreated sage Honghu and urged, "Sage Honghu, come forth and attempt a soul search. Let us see if we can uncover his inherited techniques." "Of course, my lord." Sage Honghu replied eagerly, ready to comply. Just then, a voice echoed in Lin Shu's ear. It was the voice of the divine Willow. "There is no need to expend your efforts in vain. Once you initiate a soul search, the restrictions within his mind will erupt, obliterating all memories. Should you wish to comprehend his techniques, it would be more prudent to extract his precious bones and study them at your leisure. The insights you derive from the bones will be far more beneficial than merely appropriating the techniques from the white tiger's consciousness." Upon hearing the divine Willow's counsel, Lin Shu abandoned his initial intent. He understood that if the divine Willow intervened, she could easily bypass any restrictions, yet she refrained from doing so, indicating her own motives. The techniques embedded within the white tiger's mind were steeped in its unique understanding. To replicate them through mere imitation would be folly. Each technique possesses its own insights, and one must forge their own path rather than tread upon the paths of others. With a wave of his hand, Lin Shu declared, "Let us forego the soul search. We shall extract the precious bones directly." Sage Honghu pondered this decision, recognizing the ruthlessness of Lin Shu's resolve. Soul searching is inherently excruciating. While surviving, it leaves one with the possibility of life. Extracting bones from the living white tiger, who still exhibited signs of life, would surely result in a torment far greater than that of a soul search, and such an extraction would be fatal. Fortunately, Sage Honghu was no stranger to bloodshed. Had he been an ordinary individual, he might not have been able to carry out such an act. Lin Shu truly embodies the essence of a living demon. Precious bones are vital, and to extract them in such a manner would subject the white tiger to unimaginable suffering before its demise. However, Lin Shu's actions might irrevocably alienate the white tiger's kin, who were rumored to have a divine being among them. Listening to the murmurs of those around him, Lin Shu made a decisive resolution. As the saying goes, to eradicate the roots, one must strike at the source. Having already slain the white tiger, it was only fitting to eliminate its entire lineage. Simultaneously, he intended to investigate whether the white tiger's kin harbored any hidden treasures. As the adage states, to kill and burn for gold, annihilating an entire clan is indeed one of the swiftest methods to amass wealth. Yet, Lin Shu remained unaware of the whereabouts of the white tiger's kin. Meanwhile, Sage Honghu extracted the precious bones amidst the white tiger's anguished cries and presented them to Lin Shu. Observing Lin Shu's demeanor, he surmised his intentions and stated, "My lord, I know the location of their clan. Oh, in that case, it shall be your task to eradicate them." Lin Shu commanded. Sage Honghu readily accepted, asserting, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall fulfill this mission and ensure not a single member of that clan escapes, even if it requires digging 30,000 feet into the earth." "Go forth." Lin Shu gestured, and a single willow leaf floated into his hand, which he then handed to Sage Honghu. "This leaf will aid you. Should you find yourself in peril, simply invoke the name of the divine willow." "Thank you, my lord," Sage Honghu responded, "but there is no need for gratitude. This is merely a temporary loan for the purpose of extermination." Despite this, receiving a treasure from the esteemed divine willow was indeed a rare fortune. And even if it were truly a gift, he would hesitate to accept it, for such an entanglement of fate was beyond his capacity to bear. "Now, go. No more idle chatter." With a respectful bow, Sage Honghu vanished. Chapter 21. The Projection of the Profound Light Technique. Divine. Could it be that Lin Shu intends to single-handedly annihilate the entire lineage of the white tiger? That would be a daunting task indeed, for they are a lineage of ancient relics. Although their renown may have waned in the current Desolate Domain, and their numbers diminished, they are nonetheless guarded by a genuine divine presence. Sage Honghu, it appeared, possessed considerable strength, capable of dispatching those at the formation stage. Yet there are still hidden powers in the world that can achieve such feats, especially given that the White Tigeress clan is protected by a deity. Who knows where this clan resides? Let us follow and witness whether Sage Honghu can truly accomplish this. Lin Shu had been anticipating such a response. After all, this presented an exceptional opportunity to promote the willow leaf. While many believe in its formidable power, no one has yet witnessed its effectiveness in battle. Sage Honghu, a powerhouse at the Divine Fire stage, will be confronting a clan reinforced by Divine Fire. It is only logical to surmise that should Sage Honghu venture alone, he would face significant challenges. Even if he possesses his own hidden advantages, the clan would undoubtedly have more resources at their disposal within their own territory, potentially fortified by ancient formations. Under such circumstances, Sage Honghu would surely find himself relying on the willow leaf. Once the leaf is utilized, the clan behind the White Tiger will have no means of resistance and will be annihilated with ease. At that point, the onlookers will undoubtedly covet the willow leaf and its branches. It is easy to envision that many will be eager to pursue the willow leaf, leading to a surge in Lin Shu's opportunities for gain. Lin Shu sent a message to the Divine Willow. "Divine Willow, please project the scene of Sage Honghu exterminating the White Tiger's clan for all to see." The Divine Willow had no objections. Such feats were well within her capabilities. In the next moment, as many prepared to follow Sage Honghu, eager to witness the spectacle of extermination, an image materialized in the void above Duankong City, revealing the unfolding events to all present. Who is this formidable entity capable of conveying Sage Honghu's every movement without following him? Such power is truly astonishing. To their astonishment, it became clear that this was not achieved through the use of artifacts, but rather through pure magical skill. Many present realized that they could never replicate such abilities. They had heard tales of the profound light technique from the ancient era, which could peer across vast distances and display the scenes therein, and now they found themselves witnessing someone proficient in such an art. The profound light technique? Is that not a legendary technique thought to be lost to time? Could it be that among them stood a being who had survived since the ancient times? It was unlikely. Perhaps this individual had merely inherited the profound light technique. Amidst their murmurs, they quickly became engrossed in the unfolding scene. After departing from Duankong City, Sage Honghu journeyed westward. As a formidable figure in the divine fire realm, his speed was extraordinary, and in a brief span, he traversed millions of miles. Soon, he arrived at an ancient and expansive forest, shrouded in mystery. This forest, seemingly unremarkable, merely boasts towering trees that exude an aura of antiquity. The scene reveals no creatures akin to the little white tiger. In no time, the esteemed Honghu saint stands above this vast and ancient woodland, continuously forming incantations with his hands, unveiling an archaic microcosm. Observing the unfolding tableau, the onlookers quickly comprehend the enigma. It is no wonder they failed to perceive it, for it was concealed within this diminutive realm. In this era, few possess the ability to carve out such a sanctuary. The ancient legacy clan lives up to its name, steeped in profound heritage. And this small world is indeed incomparable to that of other races. The Honghu saint appears quite familiar with this endeavor, and considering his earlier remarks, he has come to understand the whereabouts of the little white tiger's kin. Such microcosms are elusive to the common folk, yet familiar companions would find them unsurprising. With the emergence of the small world, a majestic white tiger soon materializes from within. The imagery reveals that this tiger possesses even greater strength, though its bloodline pales in comparison to that of the earlier little white tiger. Upon spotting the Honghu saint, it respectfully addresses him. "Ah, it is indeed an honor to welcome you, esteemed Honghu saint. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Our ancestor remains in seclusion. Please allow me to escort you inside." Lin Shu, witnessing this moment, promptly realizes that the Honghu saint must be an old acquaintance of the ancestor of the little white tiger. Goodness! Lin Shu silently marvels. This Honghu saint so effortlessly betrays his old acquaintance, and now seeks to annihilate them. Although Lin Shu is taken aback, he is not particularly surprised. As the scene shifts, the Honghu saint has already entered the microcosm. Within this realm, the amiable demeanor he once wore has vanished, replaced by an unmistakable aura of murderous intent. The mere release of such malevolence causes weaker beings within this microcosm to be instantly obliterated. The previously welcoming white tiger now glares furiously at the Honghu saint. "Esteemed Honghu, what is your intention? Do you mean to oppose my clan? Though you wield the strength of the divine fire realm, you are but one individual, while my kin constitutes an entire lineage. Our ancestor, equally a formidable being of the divine fire realm. Should you cease your actions and make amends for what has transpired, I might overlook this incident. Considering that no significant damage has been inflicted, it is evident that this clan does not wish to confront the Honghu saint. After all, a being of the divine fire realm is truly invincible within the wilderness. Although the ancient legacy clan is powerful, they would not dare to engage in conflict with a divine fire realm expert over the recent loss of minor clan members. Meanwhile, the distinguished talents and powerhouses of the Duankong City are struck with astonishment. What? This individual is a being of the divine fire realm? To think that they assumed him to be merely a respected figure, yet he is a deity. If even a deity shows such reverence to Lin Shu, what must his status be? His possession of willow leaves and branches that purportedly can slay gods must indeed hold some truth. If that is the case, surely the ancient legacy clan's white tiger lineage is destined for obliteration. As the onlookers remain in shock, the Honghu saint strikes out at the welcoming white tiger with a decisive palm. "You, a mere respected being, dare threaten me? Today, I come on behalf of the young master to eradicate your clan." Hearing this, the respected white tiger immediately responds. "Quickly, activate the clan's protective formation and summon our ancestor from seclusion." Chapter 22. Yunshi's Invitation. The Willow God displays his might. Simultaneously, in Duankong City, a young woman clad in purple, with matching hair, gazes towards the projection in the void depicting the Honghu saint's incursion into the ancient legacy clan's white tiger lineage. She is Yunshi, hailing from the Heavenly Divine Mountain. The Heavenly Divine Mountain stands as one of the most formidable forces in the lower realms. It is said that when the Heavenly Divine Mountain speaks, no one dares to openly defy it. All must offer a modicum of respect. Yunshi, the pride of the Heavenly Divine Mountain, is presently preparing to enter the secret realm of Baiduan Mountain. She glances at the projection before shifting her gaze to Lin Shu, who has returned to the arena. Who is he truly? A subordinate of his is a being of the divine fire realm, a feat unattainable in the wilderness or even across the lower realms. Could he be from the upper realm? As the pride of the Heavenly Divine Mountain, she is privy to certain secrets. The upper realm possesses powerful factions capable of expending great resources to send individuals to the lower realms. Lin Shu, at such a level, aligns perfectly with the criteria for descent. However, Yunqi finds herself intrigued. Lin Shu appears somewhat mature, likely already over 18. If he truly hails from the upper realm, at such an age, being merely at the spirit transformation realm should not mark him as an exceptional prodigy. How could he command the respect of a divine fire realm expert? To Yunqi, Lin Shu remains an enigma. Yet, despite his seemingly average age and cultivation, his combat prowess at his level is remarkably impressive. Defeating the nine-headed lion and the white tiger is sufficient to deem him a paragon among his peers. If possible, an alliance would be beneficial. Entering the secret realm of Baiduan Mountain, having him as an ally would increase their chances. Yunqi's mind begins to form a resolve to forge an alliance with Lin Shu. With a commendable background and a divine fire realm expert at his command, his combat capability is also noteworthy. Such an alliance would not tarnish her reputation. With this thought, Yunqi transmits her voice to Lin Shu. Young Master Lin Shu, may I inquire if you have time for a discussion? Lin Shu, engrossed in observing the projection of the Honghu Saints' impending obliteration of the ancient legacy clan, abruptly hears a woman's voice resonating in his mind and scans his surroundings. Soon, he spots the purple-clad maiden in the distance. He recognizes her from before, having surmised her identity. However, the two had yet to interact, and Lin Shu had not given her much thought. To his surprise, she has now initiated contact with him. Lin Shu responds through thought. May I ask what this esteemed maiden wishes to discuss? Dear sir, you may simply refer to me as Yunqi from the Heavenly Divine Mountain. I wish to converse about the secret realm of Baiduan Mountain. Should you have the time for a detailed discussion? Very well. Let us converse after my arena match concludes today. After this exchange, Lin Shu's gaze returns to the projection in the void. Meanwhile, the ancient legacy clan's white tiger lineage has activated their protective formation. Honghu Saint, although you are a venerable expert of the divine fire realm, our clan's formation is a divine array. Once our ancestor emerges from seclusion and combines forces with the divine array, we shall surely subdue you. The Honghu Saint, observing the activated formation, remains unperturbed. In previous times, he would not have dared to act so recklessly against the ancient legacy clan's white tiger lineage. Yet this time is different. The ancient legacy clan, known for their disdain towards solitary cultivators lacking backing, would typically dismiss someone like him. Had he not possessed considerable strength, they would hardly regard him. Despite their outwardly respectful demeanor, he perceives the subtle disdain in their eyes. They do not genuinely revere him. They merely fear his power. If their strength surpassed his, the Honghu Saint would accept their condescension. However, when they are weaker yet still look down upon him, it incites his ire. In the past, he refrained from expressing this frustration, but now, the Honghu Saint has found the perfect opportunity. Since I dare to come today and tear the veil of civility, do you truly believe that I would arrive unprepared? The sovereign of the swans, who does not know that you are solitary, with but one disciple at the esteemed level, seemingly akin to a celestial swallow. The white tiger sovereign spoke. It has been heard that the sovereign of the celestial swallow has encountered misfortune while contending for treasures in the vast wilderness. Do you now have anyone by your side to assist you? As for your rumors, while others may be unaware, how could my clan remain ignorant? If you possess the capability, why not attempt to breach our divine formation? With the protection of the magical array, the white tiger's sovereign stood tall and resolute. Is that so? The sovereign of the swans would indeed relish the opportunity to test the array's defenses, but considering my mission, I cannot afford to linger. If I delay too long, it may displease Lin Shu, and that would be a regrettable outcome. Therefore, without a moment's hesitation, the sovereign of the swans produced a willow leaf. Subsequently, he held the willow leaf aloft with both hands, raising it above his head, and fervently called out, "O venerable willow deity, grant me strength that I may obliterate the white tiger clan." Lin Shu gazed upon this scene, momentarily taken aback. The spectacle had an almost farcical air about it. Perhaps the actions of the sovereign of the swans were indeed too ludicrous, as the white tiger sovereign could not help but laugh heartily. "Ha, a dignified sovereign of divine fire, yet you cast aside all semblance of dignity. Do you truly believe that a mere willow leaf could bestow upon you the power to annihilate my clan?" Around them, the formidable members of the white tiger clan, maintaining the array, erupted into boisterous laughter. The sovereign of the swans, however, remained unfazed. He was fully aware of the willow deity's might and understood the necessity of utmost reverence. If only these ignorant members of the white tiger clan knew, the sovereign of the swans was certain they would kneel in submission faster than he could. Just as the white tiger sovereign and the surrounding warriors believed the sovereign of the swans was merely jesting, the willow leaf suddenly erupted with astonishing energy, radiating an infinite verdant light. This verdant light, upon contact with the array, shattered it effortlessly, revealing no resistance whatsoever. The green brilliance continued to expand, sweeping over the White Tiger Clan's warriors who were operating the array. They were engulfed and vanished into the void. The White Tiger's sovereign stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished. A single willow leaf had the power to dismantle a divine formation. One leaf could easily slay those at the array formation level or even the esteemed rank. What on earth was this? In that moment, the White Tiger's sovereign turned to flee, utterly horrified, as this was far beyond the realm of his comprehension. However, his speed could not possibly match the swiftness of the verdant light emanating from the willow leaf. The White Tiger's sovereign fell, having never grasped the true nature of the willow leaf. Why had he met his demise so inexplicably? In the city of Duancombe, all present were rendered speechless. Chapter 23. Lin Shu's Arrogance. The shame of the celestial prodigies. Is the willow leaf truly that powerful? The divine formation was so easily breached. What level of artifact is this willow leaf? Is there truly something in this world that surpasses divine artifacts? The celestial prodigies and strong warriors of the 100 clans gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding in the void, lost in contemplation. Many turned their gaze towards Lin Shu. The sovereign of the swans, wielding a single willow leaf, had nearly obliterated the entire ancient lineage of the White Tiger clan, though not yet completely eradicated. Given the current trend, total annihilation seemed merely a matter of time. One willow leaf could devastate a clan shielded by divine formation, perhaps even one overseen by deity. Yet upon the arena, Lin Shu possessed not one, but 5 willow leaves. Additionally, there was a willow branch. If the leaves were so formidable, how terrifying would the branch be? Many gazed at Lin Shu, their eyes betraying deep-seated trepidation. Some who had initially planned to lurk in the shadows after Lin Shu's arena battle to orchestrate a killing spree for treasures began to reconsider their intentions. They had thought him an ignorant newcomer, unacquainted with the perils of possessing such treasures, easily manipulated. Little did they realize he was akin to a true dragon descending from the heavens. Many among the celestial prodigies were grateful they had refrained from striking first. Otherwise, the fate that befell the powerful ancient lineage of the White Tiger clan would have been theirs. Lin Shu, observing the scrutinizing gazes directed at him, spoke. I've stated, this willow leaf possesses the capability to slay deities. Now that you have witnessed it with your own eyes, you must believe. The crowd nodded in agreement. While the deity of the White Tiger clan had not yet appeared, the ease with which the willow leaf had breached the divine formation made it evident that slaying deities was not merely a hollow boast. After all, such divine formations could withstand even a deity's direct intervention. Looking at the crowd's nodding approval, Lin Shu continued, now that you have witnessed the potency of the willow leaf, I present 5 leaves here. Simply offer a treasure, and you may participate. Whether you choose to challenge me directly or succeed in defeating me, I shall personally bestow upon you the prize. The choice lies with you all. If you find this unacceptable, I can suppress my cultivation, engaging at the blood-moving, cave heaven, or spirit transformation levels. Should any of you manage to defeat me at any of these levels, I shall fulfill my promise. Upon hearing this, many celestial prodigies revealed expressions of excitement. The entry requirement for the 100 Break Mountain Secret Realm was to be below the spirit transformation level, meaning only those at the highest cave heaven level could enter. Thus, the participants in this secret realm were predominantly celestial prodigies of the cave heaven realm, with only a handful choosing to seal their cultivation. Lin Shu, being at the spirit transformation level, had previously disqualified them from challenging him. Now that he had relaxed the conditions, they finally had the opportunity to ascend the arena and challenge him. In an instant, a peak cave heaven celestial prodigy, who had opened 7 heavens, stepped onto the arena. I shall give it a try, he proclaimed, producing a treasure. Seeing him present the treasure, Lin Shu had no objections. He then sealed his cultivation to the cave heaven level. Given the disappointing performance of the 2 celestial prodigies he had faced earlier, Lin Shu speculated that the so-called prodigies of the 100 clans were not as formidable as he had envisioned. Consequently, Lin Shu decided to alter the rules. Instead of 10 moves, it would now be reduced to 3. If he remained on the arena after 3 moves, the treasure could be claimed without condition. If he remained after 10 moves, then the deity slaying willow leaf would be gifted to the challenger. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the celestial prodigies surrounding the arena turned ashen. Instead of feeling elated at the relaxed conditions, they were filled with indignation. Lin Shu's words, though seemingly lenient, implicitly suggested that the 100 clans had no true prodigies. How could they possibly accept such an affront? They were the pride of their clans, respected wherever they went, bearing the weight of their clan's hopes. How could they endure such humiliation? So arrogant. Indeed, I can no longer tolerate this. Does he truly believe that defeating a nine-headed lion and a diminutive ancient beast like the white tiger makes him invincible? The audacity to claim he could cast us off the arena in 3 moves is utterly outrageous. I have been honing my body since the age of 3, enduring various divine medicines and the baptism of beast blood. Now, at 17, I have reached the peak of the cave heaven realm and opened 8 heavens. My father once claimed I possess the qualities of a deity. I shall ascend the arena and topple Lin Shu, teaching him that arrogance has consequences. I too have opened 7 heavens, yet my blood-moving realm is nearly at its zenith. My physical strength surpasses 80,000 pounds, comparable to pure-blooded ferocious beasts. I shall challenge him to a contest of strength. The celestial prodigies seethed with righteous indignation, their spittle flying as they raged against Lin Shu. Meanwhile, on the arena, Lin Shu mused, "Indeed, I'm doing this intentionally. Otherwise, how could I possibly gather treasures from you if you are too timid to challenge me?" Previously, Lin Shu had not possessed a clear understanding of his own strength, although he was aware that his foundation was remarkably solid. Even surpassing that of the little stone from the original narrative, he had not engaged in many battles, thus limiting his experience to a mere 10 moves. After participating in 2 bouts, Lin Shu concluded that the so-called prodigies of the 100 clans were not nearly as formidable as he had imagined. In fact, they could be described as pathetically weak. Consequently, he decided to alter the rules to limit himself to 3 moves instead of 10. In truth, Lin Shu could have restricted himself to just 1 move, but considering that some individuals possessed mysterious artifacts that might withstand even a single strike, he preferred the 3-move limit. This would also allow him to reassess if he found himself unable to defeat an opponent with his initial attack. On the arena, the peak prodigy of the cave heaven realm who had unlocked the 7 caverns made his move. In the wasteland, being able to open 7 caverns and reach the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm indicated an extraordinary level of power, one that, while not invincible within the realm, was certainly rare and akin to a phoenix among chickens. Among the numerous prodigies present, he undoubtedly belonged to the upper echelon. The onlookers eagerly anticipated how Lin Shu would respond, unaware that Lin Shu was presently contemplating the extent of his own strength to be employed. Should he use 10%? Or perhaps 20%? Ultimately, he decided to start with 10% to gauge his opponent, reasoning that with 3 moves at his disposal, should he exert too much force and swiftly defeat a peak prodigy of the 7 caverns, it would likely deter others from challenging him. Lin Shu unleashed a seemingly unremarkable punch. Chapter 24. Has Lin Shu revealed his hidden cards? The arrival of the Rain clan. Could it be? Was he truly intending to resolve this confrontation with a single punch against a peak prodigy of the 7 caverns? One must admit, Lin Shu's arrogance was deeply ingrained. In terms of audacity, I cannot match Lin Shu. I believe myself to be sufficiently proud and brazen. Yet today, I find myself woefully outmatched. As many prodigies observed Lin Shu's brazen intent to confront an opponent with nothing more than a punch, without even employing a treasure technique. Some began to question whether Lin Shu had ever trained in such techniques or understood the nuances of battle at all. The unknown prodigy from the 7 caverns, who was set to clash with Lin Shu, felt deeply insulted by this display. Lin Shu, if you hold me in such contempt, then I shall impart upon you a lesson you will not soon forget. Initially, he had thought to exercise restraint, considering Lin Shu's formidable background. After all, the Saint of the Great Swan could annihilate an entire clan with a mere willow leaf. Now, witnessing Lin Shu's utter lack of respect, merely throwing a punch at him was an affront. As a prodigy, he was well aware that every opponent he faced approached combat with utmost caution. Spider Monarch Technique, Heavenly Net. In the next moment, a surge of energy erupted from the prodigy, and his treasure technique was swiftly unleashed. Although the Spider Monarch technique was not particularly powerful, it was a treasured inheritance he had mastered to perfection. The Heavenly Net instantly enveloped the entire arena. A colossal web ensnared Lin Shu, aiming to bind him and render him immobile. While ordinary webs were already quite resilient, the Heavenly Net, enhanced by the treasure technique, was beyond compare. Indeed, even common artifacts would struggle to rival it. However, Lin Shu's seemingly unremarkable punch struck the contracting Heavenly Net, causing it to disperse with astonishing ease. Could it be that this individual hailed from the Demon Spirit Lake? While there may be other places with similar treasure techniques, it was rare to cultivate such a young prodigy at the peak of the 7 caverns. The demon spirit lake was indeed a powerful force in the wasteland, boasting several esteemed elders. The Spider Monarch technique, while not classified among the strongest of techniques, should not have been so easily shattered. Lin Shu's strength was truly remarkable. No wonder he dared to be so audacious. Yet, this punch, having been diminished by the heavenly net, could not defeat the prodigy from the demon spirit lake with a single blow. As it turned out, Lin Shu's punch was ultimately absorbed by the demon spirit lake prodigy, who staggered back several steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet he managed to withstand it. I feel an exhilarating thrill. Indeed, I too am somewhat exhilarated. After all, this was merely the first move. Who could have imagined that the human race would produce such a prodigy? However, I wonder how much strength Lin Shu had exerted with that punch. If he'd gone all out, he might well have lost. Surely he could not have given his all right from the first move. While others might hesitate, Lin Shu, with his arrogant disposition, may very well have unleashed his full power from the onset. The demon spirit lake prodigy, still standing on the arena, laughed heartily. Lin Shu, that punch of yours must have used at least 80% of your strength. If this is all you can muster, then I shall gladly accept your treasures. With that, the prodigy manifested his true form. A massive demon spider, akin to a small mountain, appeared. The demon spider continuously spun webs to seal off Lin Shu's escape routes, while simultaneously releasing its venom to envelop the entire arena, making it impossible for Lin Shu to approach. Should he attempt to draw near, he would have to contend with the poisonous miasma. Why must you force me to employ a treasure technique? Lin Shu, having previously defeated 2 prodigies from the 100 clans with sheer physicality, began to grow fond of the visceral satisfaction that came with each punch. However, now that his opponent had resorted to poison, enveloping the arena and saturating the air, the situation became quite troublesome. The poison that permeated the arena was something Lin Shu could easily disregard. It posed no lethal threat to him. Yet the poison surrounding his body was a different matter altogether. If he fought in close quarters, he would inevitably become contaminated. Lin Shu had no desire to succumb to the venom of the demon spider, although he was not particularly concerned about being poisoned, for the goddess of willows was concealed in the depths of the void nearby. Ensuring his safety, he still preferred to avoid such a fate altogether. Howling Moon, Celestial Star. At that moment, a silvery wolf phantom materialized behind Lin Shu. The silver wolf, bearing the celestial decree in its mouth, as if capable of devouring the heavens and the earth, inhaled sharply. An immeasurable torrent of energy was drawn into its maw, and with a gentle exhale, a colossal celestial star coalesced, larger than the arena itself, hurtling towards the demon spider. As the celestial star passed, all traces of the heavenly net and the poison instantaneously dissipated. Lin Shu had finally employed a treasure technique. This was the celestial wolf technique. Rumored to have originated from the ancient lineage of wolves, the celestial wolf, which, in its prime, could swallow the moon and possessed immense power, though it had long since vanished into the mist of time. Lin Shu had managed to acquire such a formidable technique. It seemed that the earlier punch had indeed forced Lin Shu to exert nearly 80% of his strength. Otherwise, given his nature, he would not have resorted to using a treasure technique. Was this Lin Shu's hidden card? While it was undoubtedly powerful, I sensed I might still have a chance. The demon spider watched as the enormous celestial star descended upon it. Should this star strike, it would likely obliterate an entire mountain. The demon spider realized that while it might be able to endure the impact, it would suffer severe injuries. Entering the 100 Breaks Mountain secret realm in such a wounded state would not be a wise decision. After all, the secret realm was rife with opportunities. There is no need to force oneself to endure 3 moves merely to acquire Lin Shu's treasures at the cost of losing the ability to enter the secret realm. Considering all factors, the demon spider leapt off the arena, proclaiming, "I concede." Observing its voluntary withdrawal, Lin Shu retracted the celestial star, realizing that had he allowed it to crash down, the arena would likely require repairs once more. With the Saint of the Great Swan currently absent, Lin Shu lacked the energy to restore the arena. "I concede. The fact that you compelled me to employ a treasure technique is a source of pride enough." Lin Shu's words remained as audacious as ever, yet to many of the talented individuals present, they translated to, "You have forced me to reveal my trump card. You are indeed formidable." In an instant, several young prodigies yearned to step onto the stage and challenge him, believing they had discerned Lin Shu's true prowess. Just then, a voice resonated. "I have heard that a peerless genius has emerged from Duankong City, and, as a member of the Rain Clan, I also wish to witness this for myself, and see if the rumors of your strength hold true." Chapter 25. It was indeed the arrival of the dual-pupiled one. How could this young master not possess the qualifications to confront him? It turned out to be the Rain clan. It is said that this clan is blessed by a rain god of immense power, and those of the Rain clan are capable of invoking the rain god's decree, making them a formidable force among humanity, one few would dare to offend. The arrival of the Rain clan is a minor affair, yet their connection to a transcendent genius of the human race, a natural sovereign with innate dual pupils, is intricately woven. Indeed, it is precisely because of their association with that transcendent genius, the natural sovereign, that the Rain clan can traverse the entire wasteland with such audacity. The natural sovereign, the dual pupils. Upon hearing this, the numerous talented individuals and powerful beings from various clans fell into a profound silence. The dual-pupiled Shi is undoubtedly the mightiest and most invincible genius of the current wasteland. The invincibility of the dual pupils, the status of the natural sovereign. This is how everyone perceives this extraordinary talent. Moreover, there are rumors that the bearer of the dual pupils possesses a piece of sovereign bone. If the rumors are true, it becomes even more terrifying. In an instant, the talented individuals and powerful beings from myriad clans parted ways for the Rain clan's envoy. Though they did not fear the Rain clan, they were compelled to show respect for the dual-pupil genius. On the arena, Lin Shu gazed downward as the members of the Rain clan approached slowly from afar. Hearing their words, they too felt a sense of displeasure. For Lin Shu, if one spoke to him politely, he might afford them some respect and engage in amiable conversation. However, if one chose to speak disrespectfully, Lin Shu would undoubtedly respond with greater disdain. Observing the approaching members of the Rain clan, Lin Shu's expression remained neutral until he uttered a statement that left everyone astounded. This young master stands here to host the arena. Only those of the Rain clan possess the qualification to meet me. If I do not host this arena, not only would you of the Rain clan lack the qualification to see me, but even if the dual-pupiled one were to arrive, he would still not have the right to meet me. Even if the Rain god were present, should I wish for him to kneel and speak, he would not dare to raise his head. As soon as he finished speaking, the arena fell into an oppressive silence, the stillness palpable. The heavy breaths of the crowd were faintly audible. The talented individuals and powerful beings of the 100 clans, who believed themselves to be quite proud, suddenly recognized that their so-called pride was nothing in comparison to Lin Shu. Those few words were so audacious that no one in the entire wasteland would dare to voice them. Lin Shu not only spoke them, but did so with such tranquility, as if stating an undeniable fact. If I do not host the arena, even if the dual-pupiled one arrives, he would lack the qualification to meet me. Even if the Rain god were present, I could command him to kneel and speak, and he would not have the audacity to lift his gaze. They could not comprehend where Lin Shu found the courage to utter such words. The dual-pupiled one, a natural sovereign, the Rain god, a deity of the ages. These two figures are, in many respects, invincible within the wasteland. Yet, there was one person who found nothing amiss in Lin Shu's declaration, the concealed figure of the Willow God. Only the Willow God understood the true extent of Lin Shu's formidable strength. The Willow God realized that, even if Lin Shu did not rely on his own power, uttering such words was far from arrogance. It was merely stating a fact. After all, a physical body capable of 1,000,000 pounds of force was something he had never witnessed before. The ability to open 12 realms in the cave heaven, which then converge into one, was unprecedented in both ancient and modern times. As for the transformation of the spiritual realm, although he had yet to observe anything extraordinary, Lin Shu's cultivation techniques required even this immortal king to contemplate deeply, and he had already glimpsed a ray of dawn that could potentially lead to further advancement. While the dual-pupiled one is indeed renowned for invincibility, and the Rain god possesses significant strength in this wasteland, when compared to Lin Shu, they are hardly noteworthy. Lin Shu's words were not boastful in the slightest. In fact, the Willow God believed that with such profound depth, Lin Shu was entirely justified in his demeanor. After a prolonged silence, the members of the Rain clan were the first to react. Initially taken aback by Lin Shu's audacious words, they now pointed at him in outrage. Lin Shu, you may have a formidable protector, but within the wasteland, you possess little capability to dominate. Yet your words are nothing but delusions. Who do you think you are? The invincibility of the dual pupils is something you have no right to claim for yourself. And how dare you insult our esteemed Rain god? Lin Shu, however, did not engage in their arguments. He was instead contemplating whether to extract some treasures from the Rain clan. More specifically, he aimed to procure some artifacts from the dual-pupiled one. If Lin Shu recalled correctly, the dual-pupiled one possessed numerous immensely powerful treasures. Even if he could not decipher them immediately, investing in them would yield remarkable returns. Having invested in the mountain treasure, he had received the Taichu True Resolution in return. The treasures wielded by the dual-pupiled one, though perhaps slightly inferior to those in the mountain treasure, would surely provide extraordinary returns if invested wisely. With this in mind, Lin Shu boldly declared, "If you have the courage, let the dual-pupiled one come forth to battle me. If he can defeat me, then his name as the invincible dual-pupiled one shall be justified, and I shall bestow upon him all my treasures, including my willow leaves and branches. If he cannot prevail, then let him relinquish the title of invincibility. Of course, this is only valid within 3 days. Should he fail to appear within that time, he shall no longer possess the qualification to see me. Furthermore, if your so-called rain god can be summoned, feel free to bring him forth. If he arrives and does not kneel to speak, I will allow you to dispose of him as you wish." Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, the faces of the Rain clan members were ablaze with unrestrained fury. One among them, unable to contain himself, stepped forward. "Although our clan intends to have the dual-pupiled one challenge you, we came here intending to convey goodwill. Yet how ungrateful you are. Today, allow me to demonstrate my prowess and show you the might of the Rain clan." With that, he produced a treasure and ascended to the arena. However, the moment he stepped onto the platform, before he could even unleash his technique, Lin Shu delivered a single punch that obliterated his body. "Is this all?" Lin Shu gazed at the remnants of the Rain clan member, now a cloud of blood mist, and turned to the other Rain clan members with a look of disdain. The Rain clan members, confronted with the gruesome sight, dared not utter another word. Lin Shu was not merely boastful in speech. His actions matched his formidable strength. The recently fallen individual was a peak practitioner of the transformation of spirit realm, and yet he had been unable to withstand a single punch, his entire form annihilated. Though he had just stepped onto the arena, practitioners are always on guard. Even if the punch came unexpectedly, it was not a sneak attack. It merely illustrated that there was no defense to speak of, which was sufficient to demonstrate Lin Shu's power. Wait here. We shall return to summon the dual-pupiled one." The other members of the Rain clan dared not linger and hastily fled into the distance. "Did I permit you to leave?" Lin Shu remarked. "All of you shall remain. Others will relay this message." Chapter 26. Turmoil in the Four Directions. The young master of the bountiful Heaven Pavilion. Why do I feel that Lin Shu has grown even stronger? Indeed, just moments ago, he was forced to reveal his trump card against the one from the Demon Spirit Lake. How is it that he could obliterate a peak practitioner of the transformation of spirit realm with a single punch in battle against a member of the Rain clan? Initially, I believed I had witnessed the pinnacle of prowess, yet it appears I have merely scratched the surface. I am left to ponder the forthcoming confrontation between Lin Shu and the dual-eyed Stone E, a battle that promises to be nothing short of spectacular. Stone E is heralded as a natural supreme being, and despite my reluctance to concede, he undoubtedly stands as the foremost talent within the Desolate Realm at present. However, one must not overlook the emergence of a certain audacious youth not long ago, known as I Love Beast Milk. This individual has shattered several records within the Void Divine Realm, showing remarkable potential to rival the dual-eyed Stone E. In the arena, Lin Shu was suddenly struck by a familiar name amidst the murmurs below. I Love Beast Milk. Is that not the moniker of Little Stone? Owing to my intervention, the deity Lu had yet to escort Little Stone into the Void Divine Realm before I whisked him away from Stone Village. Little Stone's admission to the Void Divine Realm was likely facilitated by the Bution Pavilion, whose founding patriarch, Ghostmaster, is ever present by his side, rendering the pavilion akin to a private garden for Little Stone, should he wish to enter the Void Divine Realm. The Bution Pavilion would undoubtedly devise a means to assist him. To my astonishment, Little Stone continues to employ such a whimsical name even within the Void Divine Realm. It has been nearly a year since I departed from Stone Village with Lu, during which time Little Stone, who was merely 6 years old and already at the pinnacle of the blood transformation realm, has surely ascended to even greater heights. In my past life, I was quite familiar with the perfect world, and while I may not have known many others, I distinctly remember Little Stone. Originally, he had entered the blood transformation realm at 6, but due to my arrival and Lu's accelerated recovery, he advanced much faster, achieving the peak of that realm at such a tender age. Thus, I find myself unable to speculate on Little Stone's current level of cultivation. Nevertheless, it matters not. With the opening of the 100 Severing Mountains secret realm, Little Stone shall inevitably return. Although Ghostmaster has regained his strength, his embroidered sword still resides within the 100 Severing Mountains, and the Butian Pavilion requires the use of the Fountain of Eternal Youth for restoration. Perfectly timed. I will once again be able to make investments. While the system does not impose restrictions on whom I must invest in, I naturally lean towards those I hold in higher regard. I would certainly not invest in a stranger or an adversary without cause. In the city of Duankong, word soon spread that within the next 3 days, Lin Shu would engage in a duel with the current foremost talent of the human race in the Desolate Realm, the illustrious dual-eyed Stone. This news, originating from Duankong City, rapidly swept across the desolate expanse. Various human factions and myriad clans, including the formidable ancient Divine Mountain and the ancient Legacy clan, were quick to receive this information. While Lin Shu may have remained relatively obscure until now, Stone had already solidified his reputation as invincible. Who is Lin Shu, and what qualifications does he possess to challenge the likes of Stone, a mere nameless individual? How could he suddenly be entwined with the dual-eyed Stone? It is a rather mundane affair. Surely, this battle will culminate in a victory for Stone. In Duankong City, the details regarding Lin Shu had yet to fully disseminate, leaving many ignorant of his existence. As investigations progressed, people finally began to grasp who Lin Shu truly was. He possessed the invaluable willow leaf capable of dismantling divine formations, and he commanded unparalleled experts who had reached divine strength. Lin Shu single-handedly vanquished the nine-headed lion Jin Hong, the ancient legacy's white tiger, and even eliminated a peak-level Rain clan expert. As these revelations spread, they sent shockwaves through the hearts of those who had previously been unaware of his feats. A seemingly newly emerged human had accomplished such earth-shattering feats in less than a day, annihilating an ancient lineage. Even the ancient deities who had survived since the primordial era dared not reveal themselves to safeguard their clan. Some seasoned powerhouses, through the images relayed from Duankong City, recognized the identity of Lin Shu's formidable subjugator, the Honghu Saint. This title, unfamiliar to the younger generation of prodigies or those of modest strength, resonated profoundly with the true ancients. The Honghu Saint, even among divine beings, is no weakling, as he has taken the infamous sky-swallowing sparrow as his disciple. The ferocity of the sky-swallowing sparrow is well known throughout the Desolate Realm. Any venerable figure of sufficient might is aware of its reputation. To have such a fearsome beast as a disciple attests to the strength and confidence of the Honghu Saint. Yet, this old fellow has always been a solitary figure, never aligning with any faction. Why, then, would he heed the commands of a mere youth in the human race? What manner of identity does this young man possess that could compel the proud Honghu Saint to serve under him? A few of the ancient ones sensed a peculiar shift in the air. They were well acquainted with the Honghu Saint and understood his formidable prowess and haughty nature. In due course, numerous venerable figures emerged from their ancestral grounds, making their way toward Duankong City. The news from Duankong City swiftly reached the Stone Kingdom. Stone Yi's renown within the kingdom is monumental. Yet upon learning that an individual named Lin Shu intended to battle him, many were incensed. Particularly, when they heard of Lin Shu's audacity to claim that had he not set the stage, Stone Yi would not even qualify to meet him, their fury intensified. For the younger generation of cultivators in the Stone Kingdom, Stone Yi represents faith, the embodiment of invincibility, a natural supreme being, and cannot be desecrated by another. This news quickly found its way to the Butian Pavilion. Currently, Little Stone, Shi Hao, serves as the young master of the Butian Pavilion. Upon the arrival of this news, he immediately grasped the entirety of the unfolding events. It is, after all, Big Brother. Is his sudden challenge to Stone Yi perhaps due to me? Little Stone, Shi Hao, murmured to himself. Beside him stood the founding patriarch of the Butian Pavilion, Ghostmaster, along with Zhu Ke and Zhu Yin, who held him in high regard. Externally, Little Stone, Shi Hao, is acknowledged as the young master of the Butian Pavilion. Yet within the pavilion, he is regarded as the leader. Upon hearing Shi Hao's words, the pavilion master spoke up. Young master, according to the transmitted information, it was the Rain clan who instigated the provocation, leading to the subsequent events. The Rain clan continues to act with reckless abandon, but regrettably for them, they are about to encounter a formidable opponent. Big Brother is not someone they can offend. Ghostmaster, Zhu Ke, and Zhu Yin all nodded in agreement. Only they comprehended the true strength of the enigmatic Lu who stands beside Lin Shu. The pavilion master, however, remained oblivious, unable to fathom why Shi Hao held such disdain for the Rain clan. Young master, the Rain clan is no trifling matter. Their Rain god possesses formidable strength, unlike any ordinary divine being. Moreover, they share close ties with Stone Yi. Stone, he has even joined the Bution sect, reportedly invited by the sect's holy maiden. And the Bution sect has already extended its influence into the Desolate Realm. It is likely that they will not remain passive in this matter. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao turned his gaze toward Ghostmaster. Now aware of Ghostmaster's identity as a castaway from the Bution sect, he spoke, "Ghostmaster, would you be interested in accompanying me to Duankong City? You might witness the Bution sect's embarrassment, which I am certain you would relish." Ghostmaster nodded in agreement. Since you must travel to the 100 Severing Mountains secret realm, it is not too early to depart now. Thus, a multitude of prodigies, powerful beings, and ancient figures from across the desolate realm set forth toward the 100 Severing Mountains, eager to witness a battle for the title of the foremost prodigy in the desolate realm. At this moment, the high-ranking officials and young prodigies of the Rain clan gathered together. All those who had ventured to the city of Broken Sky were left behind by Lin Shu, with none surviving. For the Rain clan, the number of individuals sent to the city of Broken Sky was minimal. Even if they all perished, it would not significantly harm the clan. However, this act was a blatant provocation against the Rain clan. The Rain clan, a family blessed with the Rain God, had never faced such audacity from any force, especially since the rise of the formidable Stone of Heavy Pupil. It had been many years since any faction dared to treat the Rain clan in such a manner. This incident was a direct affront, trampling the dignity of the Rain clan into the ground. In the Rain clan's estate, the patriarch observed the righteous indignation of his kin as they discussed the matter, choosing not to interject for the moment. As the leader of the Rain clan, endowed with the decree of the Rain God, he held an absolute position within the clan. His summoning of the clan's high-ranking members and young talents was merely to symbolically seek their opinions. What should be done regarding the situation in the city of Broken Sky? The Rain King finally interrupted the heated discussions as he noted the lack of progress. The Rain King, Lin Shu, must die. Indeed, if Lin Shu lives, how can our Rain clan maintain its foothold in the Stone Kingdom and the Wild Domain? Soon, Shi will engage in combat with Lin Shu. He will undoubtedly be defeated by Shi. No one in the same realm can overcome the Heavy Pupil. We should seize that moment to act. That is unwise. I believe it would be more prudent to strike within the 100 Broken Mountain secret realm. Lin Shu is surrounded by the holy being of the swans, and if we attack him in the outside world, even with the decree of the Rain God, our Rain King's estate will suffer tremendous losses. Yes, within the 100 Broken Mountain secret realm, Lin Shu is alone, devoid of the holy being's protection. At that time, with many of us besieging him, he is bound to perish. As many high-ranking members and young prodigies of the Rain clan expressed their opinions, one young woman remained silent. This woman was Yu Zimo, one of the dual prodigies of the younger generation of the Rain clan. Yu Zimo possessed the rare talent of the One Life Scroll, capable of divination and glimpsing fragments of the future. During this period, she had utilized the One Life Scroll twice. The first time was to peer into Shi Hao's future. Shi Hao, the one from whom Stone of Heavy Pupil Shi had extracted his bones, was presumed dead, but it was recently revealed that he had become a deputy master of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, enjoying great favor. It seemed he posed a threat to Shi, prompting her to glimpse a fragment of Shi Hao's future. However, the outcome left her astounded. She beheld a future of chaos for Shi Hao, only to look back and see naught but void. It appeared as if Shi Hao did not exist within this ancient history. Upon realizing this, she initially intended to speak out, but the unwavering confidence of the Rain clan members in Shi stifled her voice. She understood that should she reveal her findings, she might find herself expelled from the Rain clan. After all, the future may be foreseen, yet it was not within her power to alter. Thus, whether she spoke or remained silent seemed inconsequential. Everything appeared to have been predetermined, rendering the risk of family ostracism for voicing such seemingly meaningless words unnecessary. Shortly before, upon receiving news from the city of Broken Sky, she once again employed the One Life Scroll. To her astonishment, while she could glimpse a fragment of the future concerning Shi Hao, she found nothing but a blank void in relation to Lin Shu. It was as though there were no trace of Lin Shu's existence in this world. Yet, Lin Shu undeniably existed. This revelation astonished her. A person stood before her. Yet within the One Life Scroll, Lin Shu was non-existent. What did this signify? Yu Zimo understood all too well, which is why she refrained from participating in the discussions concerning Lin Shu. She realized that the Rain clan had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Sighing inwardly, she lamented her own powerlessness. Despite knowing the future, her current lack of strength rendered her voice negligible, unable to effect any change. This was tormenting for her. In the Stone Kingdom, at the residence of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, The holy maiden, Yu Chan, also received the news from the city of Broken Sky. Lin Shu, with the divine fire realm beneath him, possesses the mysterious treasure of willow branches and leaves. How intriguing. If you can surpass the heavy pupil Shi, I would not hesitate to invite you to join the Heaven Mending Pavilion. As the holy maiden of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, Yu Chan had cultivated the path of the main and secondary body since childhood. While her main body was currently in the upper realm engaged in rigorous cultivation, her secondary body had been sent to the lower realm to traverse the mundane world and gain experience. The heavy pupil Shi was one of her invitations for the Heaven Mending Pavilion's disciples to join, imparting the techniques of the Heaven Mending. His formidable strength marked him as a rare prodigy, an owner of the heavy pupil. Should Lin Shu indeed surpass Shi, she would not mind extending an invitation for him to join the Heaven Mending Pavilion. As for Lin Shu's background, Yu Chan was indifferent. Could any power rival that of the Upper Realm's Heaven Mending Pavilion? Lin Shu had a powerful divine fire realm protector. The Heaven Mending Pavilion had plenty of such beings. Lin Shu possessed treasures that could dismantle divine formations, but the Heaven Mending Pavilion had its own share. Let us go, Shi Hao, and set off for the city of Broken Sky, Yu Chan declared, making arrangements. At the city of Broken Sky, as news of Lin Shu and Shi spread, the atmosphere was tenfold more bustling than before, with countless young prodigies and strong individuals from the wild domain traversing vast distances to arrive. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, having offended the Rain clan, found that all discerning eyes recognized the impending storm, leading no one to challenge him further. With no challengers left, Lin Shu grew weary of lingering on the arena. He gathered his treasures from this venture and accepted an invitation to depart. Yin Shi, observing Lin Shu's arrival, could not help but speak up. You've gotten yourself into trouble this time. Regardless of whether you can successfully surpass the heavy pupil Shi, this is not a favorable situation for you. If you lose, your reputation is ruined. If you win, it is likely not only the Rain clan, but also the Martial King's estate that will seek to eliminate you. Every being in the wild domain would dread the emergence of a prodigy more terrifying than the heavy pupil. Previously, I invited you to collaborate in entering the 100 Broken Mountains secret realm, but now it seems it would be best to avoid that place. If possible, return with me to the Heavenly God Mountain. We have a teleportation array leading to the upper realm. The wild domain can no longer sustain your presence. Only in the upper realm can you hope to evade all this trouble. Lin Shu chuckled softly. The upper realm? The celestial race? Do you truly believe that the fallen royal family of the celestial race can offer me sanctuary? Lin Shu was well aware of what Yin Shi referred to as the upper realm. The celestial race, once a royal lineage, had now fallen into decline. Apart from the elder celestials, the rest were merely a group of exceedingly weak individuals, at best at the level of the celestial god. As for the elder celestials, they were merely clinging to life. With such a force, Lin Shu need not rely on the Willow God, as his mount would suffice to level them. You actually know of my celestial race. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Yin Shi was momentarily taken aback before quickly understanding. You indeed hail from the upper realm. From which faction do you originate? In the upper realm, no faction holds the qualification to accommodate me. Lin Shu replied casually. Chapter 28, Frantic Lottery. Wutong Divine Wood and Destiny Stone. Lin Shu's audacity had already been witnessed by Yin Shi in the arena. However, hearing Lin Shu speak such brazen words face to face still rendered her momentarily speechless. The upper realm is vast. Even the mere 3,000 prefectures hold countless divine fire realm experts who may spend their entire lives without fully exploring them. She was uncertain whether Lin Shu referred to the 3,000 prefectures or the rumored boundless desolate regions. Yet, even if he only referred to the 3,000 prefectures, such sentiments were profoundly arrogant. Lin Shu, are you truly from the upper realm? Yin Shi questioned skeptically. If you were indeed from the upper realm, you should be aware of its might. Not at all. No wonder. Upon hearing that Lin Shu was not from the upper realm, Yin Shi finally comprehended the source of Lin Shu's arrogance. This must be what they call a frog in a well, believing that with a formidable protector by his side, he could reign supreme. Very well, I understand your thoughts. You need not concern yourself with my affairs. However, considering that you would think of sending me through your Tian Shan Mountains teleportation array to the upper realm at such a critical moment, though it would be of no use to me, I appreciate the sentiment. I hereby agree to ally with you when entering the 100 Broken Mountain secret realm. Furthermore, should you desire any treasures I possess, speak up, and I shall bestow them upon you. After all, with the mightiest investment system at my disposal, gifting to Yin Shi equates to investing in her. Although her aptitude may be relatively average, her heart is undeniably commendable. and thus, investing in her would be a fitting act of gratitude. She shook her head and replied, "You should keep these treasures for the troubles you are about to encounter. There are countless individuals waiting to see your downfall. Regardless of victory or defeat, danger awaits you." Ah, indeed, she is not greedy. Lin Shu silently appreciated Shi's words. Subsequently, he pondered how to invest in her. In this fantastical realm, where the strong dominate and the weak are preyed upon, possessing such kindness is exceedingly rare. Though to the majority of beings in the barren lands, this kindness may appear as weakness. Ding. The monthly lottery time has arrived. Would the host like to draw? Ding. As the host has not drawn for 3 years and 8 months, would you like to continue with the monthly draws? Or convert the 12 monthly draws into 1 annual draw? Ding. The host currently possesses 44 monthly draw opportunities and 3 annual draw opportunities. Should you choose to convert, you will have 6 annual draws and 8 monthly draws. Ding. The annual draw package rewards exceed those of the monthly draw. Please make your choice promptly. Upon hearing the system's incessant notifications, Lin Shu remembered that he had indeed forgotten about the lottery. It was understandable. 3 years were spent within the divine realm of the Willow God, during which Lin Shu was immersed in his cultivation, completing the 12 heavenly heavens, leaving no time for draws. After emerging from the divine realm, Lin Shu had experienced 3 years, and the lottery matter had slipped his mind until now, when the system reminded him. Nonetheless, he was curious as to why he had not been notified while traversing the wasteland with the Willow God. Could the system provide an explanation? The system remained silent, offering no explanation to Lin Shu. He chose not to inquire further and instead silently declared, "System, I wish to convert the monthly draws into annual draws." Ding! Congratulations, host, on the conversion. You now possess 6 annual draws and 8 monthly draws. Would you like to draw immediately? Yes, let us begin with a wave of monthly draws. Lin Shu answered internally. As soon as Lin Shu's words fell, the system fell into a brief silence. However, it was not long before a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on winning a sapling of the Phoenix Tree. The Phoenix Tree? Lin Shu couldn't help but recall the mythological tales from his previous life. It was said that the phoenix resided atop the Phoenix Tree. Coincidentally, he possessed a true phoenix steed. If this sapling were placed beside it, perhaps it could grow into a genuine phoenix tree. However, this was merely a legend from his former life, and Lin Shu needed to ascertain whether the same held true in this world. He proceeded to examine the description of the phoenix tree sapling. Upon reviewing the explanation, he found that indeed, the phoenix could dwell upon the phoenix tree, which filled Lin Shu with delight. Remarkable. The first monthly draw yielded such a magnificent prize. With this grand reward from his initial draw, Lin Shu felt an overwhelming confidence in his luck. System, I wish to continue drawing. Let me complete all 7 monthly draws at once. The system fell into another brief silence. Ding! Congratulations, host, on winning a divine spirit formation, the black tortoise water array disc. Ding! Congratulations, host, on winning 2 minor nirvana pills. Ding! Congratulations, host, on winning 3 fate stones. Ding! Congratulations, host, on winning a dawn blossom. The divine spirit formation disc was of little use to Lin Shu. He did not pay it much mind and set it aside within the system, intending to give it to his younger brother, the 9-headed lion. After all, he was still his subordinate, and providing him with a divine spirit formation for protection was reasonable. As for the minor nirvana pills, they were valuable for breaking through cultivation levels, and Lin Shu accepted them. If his cultivation progressed too slowly, he could utilize them. Otherwise, he believed it best to refrain from using them, and instead invest to gain other treasures. After all, while the minor nirvana pills could facilitate breakthroughs, such advancements would lack a solid foundation. Lin Shu aimed to solidify his foundation at every level, thus paving his path to invincibility. It was the Fate Stones and Dawn Blossom that piqued his interest. System, are you certain you haven't been slacking during the draws? Lin Shu was well aware of their significance. Merging with a Fate Stone could enhance one's talent. In the original narrative, Shi fused with a Fate Stone, elevating her previously lowly aptitude to one of the 6 elites of the celestial race. Although she was not considered top tier in the 9 heavens, she was exceedingly remarkable within the 3,000 Dao states. Now that he had drawn a Fate Stone, perhaps it was truly fate that favored Shi. With this thought, Lin Shu took out 1 Fate Stone and presented it to Shi. This is a Fate Stone. It can enhance your talent. Given your commendable heart, I bestow it upon you. Shi gazed at Lin Shu, momentarily stunned. She had initially thought he was merely jesting about giving gifts, never expecting him to actually present one. Not only that, but such a precious gift at that. Talent is innate, and to elevate it is an arduous challenge. Yet, This item could indeed enhance her talent. Its value was beyond imagination. There was none to be found on Tianshan Mountain. Perhaps the celestial race in the upper realm possessed them, but even if they did, as someone from the lower realm, how could she ever hope to utilize it? She desired it greatly, yet she still declined. This item is far too precious. I cannot accept it. This is not merely a gift. Consider it a reward for your assistance. Did you not mention that many would seek to harm me within the 100 Broken Mountains secret realm? During this time, do your utmost to merge with it, and when your talent has improved, you'll lend me a hand. Yes? You would not refuse to help me, would you? Since that is the case, I shall accept it. Yun Shi, seeing the sincerity in Lin Shu's demeanor, believed he truly had no other option and ultimately agreed to accept the Fate Stone. Rest assured, within the 100 Broken Mountains secret realm, as long as I am alive, I will not allow anyone to harm you. Yun Shi understood the immense value of the Fate Stone that could enhance talent. It would require risking her life to repay Lin Shu's kindness. Chapter 29, True Dragon Runes. Celestial King Body. Following this, Yun Shi prepared to take the Fate Stone and leave, intending to merge with it immediately. She was uncertain how long the merging process would take, but she knew the opening of the 100 Broken Mountains secret realm was imminent. Thus, she aimed to complete the merging as swiftly as possible without any delay. Lin Shu observed Yun Shi and said, "You may merge right here. I shall ensure your protection. In this barren realm, there is no place safer than here. Not even your Tianshan Mountain." Yun Shi pondered for a moment before finally nodding her head, proceeding to merge with the Destiny Stone. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in Lin Shu's mind. Ding! Host has invested in Yun Shi's Destiny Stone. Congratulations on obtaining the True Dragon Rune. The revelation of the True Dragon Rune took Lin Shu by surprise. The cultivation realms within the wilderness are categorized from low to high as follows: Blood Transport Realm, Cave Heaven Realm, Spirit Transformation Realm, Inscription Realm, Array Formation Realm, and the Sovereign Realm. The first realm, Blood Transport, focuses on enhancing the physical body strength, serving as one of the most crucial foundations for cultivation. In simpler terms, it is the process of physical training. However, the Blood Transport Realm is not merely about the physical refinement. It also requires the comprehension of bone scripts and the transformation of the essence of heaven and earth into divine light to nourish the flesh and blood. This process allows the amalgamation of flesh and runes to fortify the body more effectively. Upon entering the Blood Transport Realm, even at the initial stage, one can possess a destructive power of 8,000 pounds, increasing to 20,000 pounds at the mid-stage and 50,000 pounds at the late stage. In reality, this definition applies only to ordinary human cultivators in the wilderness. For the ancient ferocious beasts, even their young possess the raw physical strength to lift 100,000 pounds of divine iron, showcasing their formidable bodies. This explains why Lin Shu was able to compete with ferocious beasts today, not only succeeding, but also defeating them with a single punch, astounding the myriad races with the prowess of his physique. The essence of the Blood Transport Realm does not rely solely on harnessing runes to amplify the body's destructive and defensive capabilities. The paramount aspect of this stage is the physical body itself, which must be continuously honed to achieve a strength akin to that of a treasured artifact. With the guidance of the Willow deity, Little Stone has cultivated according to the standards of ancient breeds and pure-blooded ferocious beasts, accumulating and refining to perfection, ultimately attaining a strength of 100,000 pounds in the Blood Transport Realm, a true pinnacle of that stage. In contrast, aided by the system, Lin Shu has reached an astounding strength of 1 million pounds, surpassing the limits and thus termed as an exceeding limit body. With such a physique, Lin Shu was able to suppress and even slay opponents like the Nine-Headed Lion, the Little White Tiger, the Spider from the Demon Spirit Lake, and the Rain Clan as Strongman, all relying solely on his physical form, a testament to the advantages bestowed by the exceeding limit body. The second realm is the Cave Heaven Realm. This realm serves as the foundation of cultivation, whereby one establishes a unique domain within or outside their body to comprehend the order and laws of heaven and earth. Upon entering this realm, one can directly absorb external divine essence, ensuring a constant state of vitality. This realm possesses numerous wondrous applications, such as nurturing treasures and runes within the cave and fostering spiritual bodies. The number of caves one can establish varies among individuals. A historical benchmark has been 9 caves, which permits one to claim dominion. However, Lin Shu is aware that in this world, 10 caves represent the true zenith, the ultimate respect of the Cave Heaven Realm. In the original work of Shi Hao, 10 caves were opened, yet this was not the ultimate limit. It is not uncommon for true prodigies in the upper realms to possess 10 caves. Later, Shi Hao fused these 10 caves into one, achieving a transcendence over the ancient sages. Lin Shu is uncertain of how many caves Little Stone has opened, having not seen him for quite some time. However, it is likely not fewer than the number developed during the time window of the 100 Broken Mountains secret realm in the original text. Nevertheless, for Lin Shu, the completion of 12 caves in the Cave Heaven realm represents an exceeding limit within this world. Throughout this time, Lin Shu has not even utilized his caves in combat. He hopes that the so-called innate supreme being, the invincible dual-eyed Shi, possesses truly formidable strength that compels him to employ his caves. Lin Shu silently mused. The third realm is the spirit transformation realm. It is said that all things in the world possess spirit. The spirit transformation realm involves transforming spiritual essence to mold the true spirit and reconstruct the true self. This realm is no longer a foundation, but a steep incline on the path of cultivation, further divided into the stages of physical embodiment of spirit, the reconstitution of the true self, and the nurturing of spirit within the cave. The first stage, where the physical body becomes spiritual, is the most significant and challenging. Historically, few have reached the true pinnacle. Lin Shu, having practiced the primordial true solution, has achieved the pinnacle within this realm. And due to the uniqueness of the primordial true solution, Lin Shu is even stronger than those at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, which could be considered a transcendence beyond limits. Next, Lin Shu intends to break through to the fourth realm, the inscription realm. In the cultivation world of the wilderness, prior to the inscription realm, practitioners borrowed runes from ferocious beasts and powerful birds. Upon reaching the inscription realm, they inscribe runes within their bodies. In essence, the act of inscribing still mimics the bone scripts of other races. The true dragon rune that Lin Shu has acquired, if inscribed within his body, would undoubtedly make him a figure of unparalleled renown in the inscription realm. The true dragon is among the 10 ferocious races. However, Lin Shu is contemplating that while the true dragon rune is powerful, even in the upper realms across the 3,000 states, it would still be a remarkable presence. Yet, what Lin Shu seeks is not merely remarkable, but something unprecedented, an unrivaled existence across all past, present, and future. In the original text of Shi Hao, he inscribed the original true solution, which allows one to comprehend the fundamental essence of all laws. Lin Shu reflects that if there were no other options, he would never resort to using the true dragon rune. It can only serve as a backup means. However, within this world, there seems to be little that surpasses the power of the true dragon rune. In that moment, Lin Shu felt a wave of anxiety regarding his cultivation in the inscription realm. Let us continue the lottery and see if I can draw something different. Lin Shu's mood settled, and he internally murmured, "System, I wish to conduct an annual draw. Let us start with a trial run." Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a body of the Immortal King. Lin Shu could only exclaim in admiration. Truly, the annual draw is exceptional. The quality has skyrocketed. Previously, the monthly draws yielded only minor treasures like the small Nirvana pill, Destiny stones, and morning glow flowers. Now, the annual draw has directly granted him the body of an Immortal King. Suddenly, a plan sparked in Lin Shu's mind. Although the wilderness is small, in an extremely distant era, it was the resting place of formidable beings that could shake the 3,000 states, the 9 heavens, and 10 earths, and even the Immortal Domain. Lin Shu recalled certain entities. Previously, with the Willow deity's presence, he did not require their aid, as they had long perished, leaving only remnants. Now, with the body of an Immortal King and the support of the Willow deity, Lin Shu felt it might be time to strategize. Chapter 30. The idea of reviving the Immortal King. The Willow deity enters the temporal hall. With this thought, Lin Shu suddenly turned to the Willow deity and asked, "Willow deity, if there exists an Immortal King whose physical body has shattered and who has long since passed away, leaving only remnants or a small portion of their remains, could they be revived if given a body of the Immortal King?" Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, the Willow deity immediately grasped his intent. As a supreme figure among Immortal Kings, despite not having fully regained her powers, her combat prowess is still on par with the mightiest beings. Naturally, she can sense certain presences within the wilderness. Though she is not specifically probed, she can perceive that there are fallen Immortal Kings in the wilderness. Could it be that Lin Shu harbors intentions toward those fallen Immortal Kings? Realizing this, the Willow deity responded directly, "I understand your thoughts. You wish to merge the remnants or remains of deceased Immortal Kings with the Immortal King body to grant them new life, correct? Truly, I commend your insight, Willow deity. You immediately discern my intentions. That is indeed my thought. However, the Willow deity shook her head. Your method is theoretically feasible, as no one has attempted it throughout history. But I advise you not to harbor overly grand hopes. Moreover, the body of an immortal king is exceedingly rare. While I could slay an immortal king, there is no need to do so without cause. Lin Shu understood the Willow deity's implication. If I happen to possess a body of an immortal king, would you be willing to assist me? Naturally, I would. Without a trace of hesitation, the divine Lu declared, the existence of a celestial king represents the pinnacle of strength. Should I be afforded the opportunity to resurrect a celestial king, I would no longer feel solitary, as I would have a companion to engage in discourse. For me, this is an unparalleled fortune. Upon hearing Lu's response, Lin Shu felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. The celestial kings, even in their demise, often left behind remnants, be it a solitary eye or a hand. Yet, these remnants belong to a celestial king, entities far beyond Lin Shu's current reach. However, with Lu's presence, all obstacles would seem trivial. These fallen celestial kings, who were once inferior to Lu, would pose no challenge. Suppressing their remnants would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. At last, Lin Shu found a purpose for his journey, following the secrets of the 100-Dawn Mountain. With 5 annual draws remaining, he pondered whether he might procure the treasures he desired. Without a moment's pause, Lin Shu initiated his lottery draw. System, I wish to conduct the annual draw. Let us complete all 5 at once. The system fell silent for a brief moment. Soon after, the notifications chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a time-space palace. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won the rebirth technique of the primordial source. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won the body severing technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won the great radiance true scripture. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won the great wilderness sword cannon. As the cascade of notifications concluded, Lin Shu eagerly began to examine his acquisitions. The time-space palace, a sanctum concealed within the boundless continuum of time, comprising 9 layers, each endowed with the capabilities of accelerating, decelerating, or halting time altogether. With each ascent, the effects of time manipulation would amplify tenfold. Is this not an exquisite tool for cultivation? Lin Shu mused, having gained a foundational understanding from the description. Clearly, entering the time-space palace for cultivation, even at its first level, would grant him a tenfold increase in training time compared to the outside world. Each elevation would further enhance that effect. Initially, Lin Shu had contemplated that Lu, who had been tirelessly accompanying him, had little opportunity to recover her strength or comprehend the fragment of the primordial true solution he had entrusted to her. Now, with the advent of the time-space palace, this dilemma was adeptly resolved. During idle moments, Lin Shu could permit her to cultivate within, and when necessary, he could summon her forth. Thus, Lu would be able to replenish her strength and delve into the primordial true solution, ultimately progressing to become a true celestial king of radiance. With this thought in mind, Lin Shu promptly addressed Lu. Divine Lu, I possess a treasure. Would you care to enter and experience it? Lu, upon hearing this, shook her head. Few treasures in this world can withstand my presence. Should I enter and cause your treasure to collapse, it would be regrettable. Lin Shu chuckled. I am well aware of your prowess. If it were beyond your capacity, I would not dare to invite you in. Oh, a treasure that can endure my might piques my interest. Lu, without a shred of doubt regarding Lin Shu's words, recalled the treasures he had previously revealed. Even as a towering celestial king, she had never encountered such marvels in her long existence, including the 3 radiance divine water, of which she had never heard or seen. With Lu's interest piqued, Lin Shu wasted no time in extracting the time-space palace. In his grasp, the palace appeared no larger than the palm of his hand. Yet this was not its true scale. The palace's dimensions were malleable. Each layer encapsulated a world of its own, and with each ascent, not only would the speed of time shift, but the dimensions of the world would expand. The higher one ascended, the larger the world became, and the energy drawn would grow increasingly pure and substantial. Indeed, the time-space palace, hidden deep within the fabric of time, could continuously absorb energy from the main world, fueling its operation as well as the cultivation and enlightenment of beings within. It could accommodate beings of the quasi-celestial emperor level. For those above that threshold, time itself held no significance, rendering their entry inconsequential. Lu, as a celestial king, could access the 8th layer. Is this what you refer to as a treasure? Lu inquired curiously, observing the ancient, palm-sized palace in Lin Shu's hand. Lin Shu did not hesitate to elucidate its attributes. After his explanation, Lu expressed her astonishment. I never imagined such a mysterious time-space palace could exist. According to your account, at the 8th layer, time can be adjusted to accelerate or decelerate by millions of times. Does this imply that while a day passes outside, I could cultivate for over 200,000 years within? Indeed, this time-space palace is perfectly suited for me. How might I gain entry? Lin Shu replied with a smile. First, I must refine it, after which I can control the opening of the palace's portal. Very well, I shall await your refinement. Such a treasure should require considerable time to refine, I presume? Not long. Merely a few breaths will suffice. After all, this was a product of the system. Had it been an accidental acquisition, Lin Shu's strength would have rendered refinement improbable. Without further ado, Lin Shu let a drop of his blood fall onto the time-space palace. This was the simplest method of refinement. After a few breaths, he successfully refined the palace. Subsequently, Lin Shu opened the portal to the 8th layer for Lu. Divine Lu, you may enter now. Without hesitation, Lu stepped into the time-space palace. Chapter 31. The True Method of Reviving a Celestial King. The Art of Severing Past and Future. As Lu entered the palace, Lin Shu, now devoid of her protective presence, swiftly communicated with his mount, the Supreme Realm Phoenix, urging it to remain vigilant and safeguard his surroundings. After all, Lin Shu had indirectly drawn the ire of numerous individuals in the Desolate Domain, and he was justifiably concerned about potential treachery from behind the scenes. With Lu absent, he could only rely on his Supreme Realm mount for protection. In this lower realm, the Supreme Realm could be regarded as an invincible entity. Those even stronger were currently unable to emerge. Having arranged for the Supreme Realm Phoenix to protect him, Lin Shu began to examine the other 4 rewards from his lottery draw. Before long, he had scrutinized each one. The rebirth technique of the primordial source was intended for resurrection, which was not immediately pertinent to him. However, possessing a celestial king's physical form, coupled with this technique and Lu's assistance, he now held considerable confidence in the prospect of resurrecting a celestial king. In this realm, the concept of reincarnation was non-existent. Thus, once a being perished, they were lost forever with no opportunity for return, unless they were the Emperor of the Wastes. At the very least, celestial kings had no chance for rebirth after their fall, making resurrection a formidable challenge. Previously, Lin Shu had contemplated merging the remnants or remains of a celestial king with a celestial king's body to provide them a dwelling place. This could not be deemed resurrection, but it was certainly preferable to having mere remnants wandering the world. Now, with the rebirth technique of the primordial source, he could facilitate a perfect union between the remnants and the celestial king's body. Although this approach would yield only the power of the celestial king's body without other means, it would allow for a return to the source, gradually restoring the remnants over the eons. Once the remnants were fully restored, that would constitute true resurrection. Upon genuine rebirth, possessing a celestial king's body would enable the individual to begin anew, ascend to the pinnacle once more, and reclaim their status as a celestial king. Naturally, this would require an exceedingly protracted period to accomplish. Fortunately, with the time-space palace now at his disposal, time was the least of his concerns. Lin Shu silently contemplated as he carefully stored away the technique of resurrection, awaiting the moment he could locate the remnants of the fallen king of the wilderness, at which point he would summon the aid of the divine Lu. The method of severing one's own existence is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier severs the present self, requiring a minimum cultivation of the cave heaven realm. The second tier severs the past self, demanding a minimum cultivation of the celestial king realm. The third tier severs the future self, necessitating a minimum cultivation of the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm. As he perused the description of this technique, Lin Shu couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The first tier seemed manageable, requiring only the cave heaven realm for its application. However, the demands of the second and third tiers were daunting, placing them beyond the reach of many. Celestial kings and quasi-immortal emperors are among the pinnacle of existence in this world. While it is easy to comprehend the notion of severing the present self, the idea of severing the past self raises a profound question. If the past self has perished, what remains of me? Lin Shu found himself grappling with this concept. Perhaps it would only become clear once he truly steps into the realm of the celestial king. Nevertheless, this method, though seemingly powerful, appeared to lack immediate utility. Even if he could cultivate the first tier without an external avatar, he found himself at a loss. If he possessed an external avatar, he could practice the technique, severing the connection between himself and the avatar, or even directly eliminating the avatar itself. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck Lin Shu. The method's description indicated that successful cultivation would indeed allow for severance or elimination. If one were to cultivate this method with a clone, that clone could potentially sever the main body, achieving true independence. But what, then, is the purpose of this technique's existence? The latter two tiers elude my understanding at present. As for the first tier, if the main body were to sever the secondary self or clone, it seems unnecessary to employ this technique. Conversely, if the secondary self or clone were to sever the main body, what significance would that hold? Is it possible that the creator of this method merely sought to grant the secondary self or clone a path to independence? Lin Shu found the intricacies of this technique perplexing and chose to set it aside for the time being, intending to consult Lu Shen later or perhaps even impart the knowledge to her. After all, this is merely a technique. Unlike the three radiances, divine water, or the essence of the celestial king, which, once utilized, cannot be reclaimed. This method can be observed by many, meaning Lin Shu not only has the opportunity to attempt it himself, but can also invest in others' exploration of its potential. Perhaps someone will uncover its profound utility. As for the Great Radiant Scripture and the Great Wilderness Sword Cannon, one is a method and the other a divine power. The method embodies the principle of radiance. Once cultivated, one can transform into light, dispelling darkness. In this world, there is no doctrine against simultaneous cultivation. And since I do not possess a true method, my primordial truth is merely theoretical rather than a fixed practice, the Great Radiant Scripture seems worthy of exploration. Lin Shu's thoughts flowed freely, and an audacious idea quickly emerged in his mind. The Void Divine Realm, the Dark Prison. It is the perfect opportunity to cultivate within the Temporal Palace, while simultaneously practicing the Great Wilderness Sword Cannon. With a resolute decision made, Lin Shu reflected on his current state. Through insights gleaned from the primordial truth, his perceptiveness had significantly increased. He was no longer the naive newcomer who had just traversed into this realm, oblivious to everything. It was time to attempt self-cultivation. Reliance on the system alone would not suffice. After all, the rewards from the system are often capricious. Who knows when one might receive something that would directly enhance their capabilities? While Lin Shu would welcome system rewards, he understood the importance of his own cultivation as well. Given his current realm, he was ready to step into the second tier. With that thought in mind, Lin Shu left a message behind, instructing that if any matters arose, Yunxi or his supreme steed could alert him, and he would emerge when needed. After leaving the message, Lin Shu's figure merged directly into the Temporal Palace. As Lin Shu entered the palace, the once visible structure in his palm vanished, retreating into the depths of time and space. He arrived at the second layer of the temporal tower, which indeed resembled a world, appearing strikingly real. Observing this realm, Lin Shu noted that, apart from the absence of people and ferocious beasts, the flora was abundant and vibrant. With his keen eyesight, he realized the expanse seemed limitless. Without further contemplation, Lin Shu adjusted the time dilation to 100-fold and began immersing himself in his cultivation of the Great Radiant Scripture and the Great Wilderness Sword Cannon. Meanwhile, outside, the night swiftly passed. In the city of Duankong, a multitude of new faces emerged overnight, hailing from various regions of the wilderness. They had all come to witness the battle between Lin Shu and the formidable Shintong Shi, though whether they harbored ulterior motives remained uncertain. Simultaneously, the royal families of the Stone Kingdom, the Rain King's Mansion, the Martial King's Mansion, the Butian Pavilion, and the Butian sect had all arrived. The atmosphere in Duankong City became charged with tension as powerful forces converged, creating an eerie ambience. Chapter 32. Shi Hao slaughters the Rain Tribe. The great battle approaches. Upon arriving in Duankong City, the members of the Rain Tribe immediately began their search for Lin Shu. Where is Lin Shu? He has slain members of the Rain King's Mansion. Does he truly believe he can evade the consequences? However, instead of finding Lin Shu, they encountered another figure. The little stone, Shi Hao, now the young master of the Butian Pavilion, stood before the Rain Tribe. The animosity between Shi Hao and the Rain Tribe had originated from their previous encounter in the ancestral land of the Stone Kingdom, where the Rain Tribe had sought to eliminate him to prevent his return, intending instead to kill his substitute, Shi Qingfeng. However, Shi Hao had witnessed their intentions and swiftly dealt with the Rain Tribe members. From that moment on, a bitter enmity had blossomed between Shi Hao and the Rain Tribe. Since my elder brother is absent, allow me to confront you on behalf of the Rain King's Mansion. The Rain Tribe members, upon seeing Shi Hao, were consumed with rage. Shi Hao, how dare you show your face before us? Moreover, we have just heard that Lin Shu seems to be connected to you. Very well, since there is a connection, we shall deal with you first. The numerous powerful figures of the Rain King's Mansion encircled Shi Hao. unfazed by their presence. He observed them with a calm demeanor. "Huh, members of the Rain King's mansion. I have already slain several of your kind in the great wilderness and eliminated a number in the void divine realm. Now, you dare not face me alone, resorting to numbers to overpower me. But this wilderness is not solely populated by the Rain King's mansion. My Butian sect has its own champions." In an instant, several figures appeared beside Shi Hao, a little furry monkey, a small firebird, and an elderly man with a rusted sword protruding from his head. Upon witnessing Shi Hao's companions, the Rain tribe members could not help but burst into laughter. "Is this your backup, Shi Hao? A tiny monkey, a diminutive firebird, and this seemingly half-dead old man? Where did you find such oddities? Ha ha ha, this is too funny." The members of the Rain King's mansion were thoroughly amused. "We have heard you are the young master of the Butian Pavilion. Is it true that you cannot even find a decent ally? No wonder the Butian Pavilion seems to decline year by year. Perhaps it is time to relinquish the title of an ancient sect, especially one that claims divine origins." In Duankong City, the various forces from the wilderness and many powerful beings turned their attention to the confrontation between the Rain King's mansion and the Butian sect. Numerous beings were intrigued by the presence of Shi Hao from the Butian sect, especially considering his recent achievements. Shi Hao had shattered numerous records in the void divine realm, earning him the unspoken title of the foremost among the younger generation since the rise of Shi. Some even began to rank them as the twin stones, believing that these two would become the strongest individuals in the wilderness. Rumors circulated that the supreme bone possessed by Shi had originated from Shi Hao. Despite lacking the supreme bone, Shi Hao continued to rise with formidable strength, dominating the void divine realm and earning the moniker Little Stone, which had already spread throughout the wilderness. However, they failed to comprehend that even if the Pavilion of Heaven Repair were to be utterly decrepit and unable to dispatch a venerable being to safeguard Shi Hao, they ought to have summoned a few noble lords of the formation realm for protection. What could this monkey, this bird, and this old man possibly signify? Of course, this perspective was held by those feeble-minded individuals with limited vision. In stark contrast, the true ancient beings, the venerable powerhouses lurking in the shadows, beheld the trio around Shi Hao and their expressions transformed into a tapestry of astonishment. These three were, in essence, terrifyingly invincible entities. The little monkey, far from being an ordinary primate, was an ancient beast known as Zhu Yin, standing at the pinnacle of the venerable realm. The diminutive firebird was equally remarkable, also at the zenith of the venerable realm, its true form being the mythical vermilion bird. In this desolate domain, a being whose essence was that of the vermilion bird, possessing such formidable power, made their origins easily surmisable. As for the old man, even some powerful figures were momentarily unable to discern his lineage. Yet, the fact that even venerable beings could not see through him indicated he was far from ordinary. The Rain King's mansion had truly courted disaster this time. Many formidable figures secretly shook their heads, although smiles lingered on their lips. The Rain King's mansion, relying on its connection to the remarkable Shi, had been rampant in the desolate realm. There was little to be done, for Shi's talents were unparalleled, and behind him stood the Pavilion of Heaven Repair. Even the arrogant Rain clan did not wish to provoke him. Now, with the potential opportunity to witness the Rain King's mansion's humiliation, they could hardly contain their delight. Shi Hao, unfazed by the mocking words from the Rain King's entourage, turned to the little monkey and the firebird beside him, smiling as he said, "Furry ball, Little Red, haven't you both been boasting about how formidable you are? I see that they seem utterly unafraid." The firebird, with a fiery temperament, retorted, "I've told you countless times, do not call me Little Red. And as for this bunch of ants, they have clearly never witnessed my divine might." With that, the firebird's form shifted dramatically, transforming in an instant into an enormous vermilion bird that blotted out the sky. In the high heavens, as the vermilion bird flapped its wings, it covered over 1,000 miles. The people from the Rain King's mansion were momentarily stunned. This was a vermilion bird of the venerable realm. They could never have anticipated that this seemingly diminutive firebird was, in fact, the fabled vermilion bird. At that moment, it was too late for them to plead for mercy, as they were instantaneously reduced to ashes by the flames of the vermilion bird. Next time, don't summon me for such trivial matters. Dealing with these ants is a sheer waste of my time. The vermilion bird reverted back to its original form as a little firebird. Shi Hao chuckled, "You boast of your strength, yet you can only follow me around. Do you dare to leave?" The firebird immediately recalled the terrifying beings in the great wasteland. Just a single glance from beings as powerful as the devouring sparrow or the Tautai would render her to ashes. How could she dare to leave? Such entities were even more fearsome than gods. The mere thought of it would lead to her obliteration. All right, let's seek out Elder Brother. As Shi Hao departed, he left behind a bewildered assembly of myriad clans. They could not fathom why the vermilion bird would accompany Shi Hao. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days went by in the blink of an eye. During this brief interlude, Duankong City seemed to have settled into a fleeting calm. Perhaps it was the fear of sharing the same fate as those from the Rain King's mansion. Or perhaps the convergence of so many powerful figures had instilled a sense of caution. Nonetheless, everyone eagerly anticipated the arrival of 2 individuals, Lin Shu and Shi Hao. With less than a day remaining until their 3-day rendezvous, Lin Shu remained within the time and space hall. Within, he diligently contemplated the Great Radiance True Scripture and the Great Wasteland Sword Manual. Ultimately, his innate understanding was rather lacking. Even though he had grasped the primordial true solution, which had enhanced his comprehension, he still fell short when compared to the true geniuses of this realm. While merely 2 days had elapsed in the outside world, an entire 200 days had passed on the second level of the time and space hall. It took Lin Shu those 200 days to cultivate the Great Radiance True Scripture and the Great Wasteland Sword Manual to the threshold of entry. Even at this nascent stage, Lin Shu could sense a significant enhancement within himself. It was noteworthy that he had nearly reached the apex of every realm, and to experience any improvement now was indeed remarkable. Just as Lin Shu was poised to continue his cultivation, he suddenly sensed a transmission of information and promptly exited the time and space hall. Upon emerging, he encountered Yunqi. Young Master Lin, sure, he has arrived. In that case, let us proceed to send him on his way. After all, I have long coveted the treasures of techniques he possesses. There was another thought Lin Shu withheld, merely echoing it within his mind. An aura of sharpness, ancientness, and vastness emanated from Lin Shu, akin to the fleeting flash of a sword intent that had traversed countless epochs, and in the next moment, it was drawn back within him as he stepped out of the seclusion area. Shortly thereafter, Lin Shu arrived at the previously designated arena, where a great battle was on the cusp of unfolding. Who, indeed, would emerge as the foremost among the younger generation of the Desolate Realm? All were filled with anticipation for the momentous confrontation. Chapter 36, Shi Hao. The bet. In Duankong City, a young man walked with extraordinary grace along the streets, striding purposefully toward the arena. Lin Shu observed him closely. He was a young man possessing a rare dual pupil, each eye manifesting duality. He was strikingly handsome, tall and robust, with an exceptional aura, adorned in luxurious attire of red and white, embellished with golden patterns and matching accessories, his hair secured with a red gold ornament. This individual was none other than Shi Hao. As for his extraordinary gait, Lin Shu suspected it was the Qilin step. Though he appeared to walk leisurely, in mere moments, he had already arrived at the arena. He uttered no words, simply gazing intently at Lin Shu. Lin Shu shattered the oppressive silence, stating, Shi Hao, your dual pupils are indeed remarkable, but I wonder how many of my strikes you can withstand. How about this? Let's place a wager on who can endure the most strikes from the other. If you can withstand a single strike, we shall each present a valuable treasure or technique we possess. I trust you are familiar with the power of this willow leaf. It can effortlessly slay gods. If you manage to endure one of my strikes, I shall gift you a willow leaf, and for each additional strike you withstand, I will bestow upon you another. However, should you fail to withstand even a single strike, you will owe me a technique of equal value. Do you dare to accept? Lin Shu's words stirred a tempest in Duankong City. To utter such a challenge indicated that Lin Shu harbored no regard for Shi Hao in his heart. They could not fathom that this was a young prodigy with innate supremacy, a formidable opponent of the younger generation. What could Lin Shu possibly possess to so brazenly disregard Shi Hao, believing he could not overcome him, and even seeking to covet Shi Hao's techniques? Shi Hao was not comparable to anyone Lin Shu had previously vanquished. The likes of the nine-headed lion, the white tiger, the demon spider of the demon spirit lake, or even the Rain Clan's formidable warriors paled in comparison to Shi Hao. Surely, Lin Shu could not be under the delusion that Shi Hao was akin to those he had previously defeated. That seemed implausible. The renown of the dual pupils was known to every practitioner in the Desolate Realm. He ought not to entertain such thoughts. Yet, why did it seem from his tone that he had not considered Shi Hao a threat? It was unclear whether Lin Shu was genuinely confident or simply ignorant of the might of the dual pupils. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, a flicker of unusual brilliance danced within Shi Hao's dual pupils. He had always been exceptionally astute, and thus discerned the underlying implication in Lin Shu's words. Perhaps he doubted his ability to withstand even one of Lin Shu's strikes. Feeling belittled, Shi Yi's heart simmered with indignation. Very well, since you wish to bestow upon me a treasure, I shall gladly accept. Uncertain indeed, how does one determine whether to engage or not? Should you refuse to accept the challenge, yet stubbornly insist on doing so, what then? It is prudent to establish the rules beforehand. Otherwise, once the battle commences, the outcome could be dire. Clearly, Shi Yi exuded confidence, firmly believing he would not falter, nor could he be bested even by a single strike from Lin Shu. Lin Shu smiled gently. It is quite simple. Beneath our feet lies a stage for combat. After a single strike, if one of us is cast off the stage, that individual shall be deemed the loser of that exchange. If both remain upon the stage, it will be considered draw. Upon hearing this, Shi Yi nodded in agreement. In that case, let us commence. Both Lin Shu and Shi Yi stood at the pinnacle of the transformation spirit realm. Thus, no deliberate suppression of their levels was necessary. This could be regarded as a genuine battle of equals, where neither party needed to hold back. In the next moment, both combatants unleashed their formidable auras simultaneously. A torrent of unmatched energy cascading forth, sweeping across the arena like an unfathomable ocean. Such a terrifying presence enveloped the spectators nearby, leaving them with an indescribable sense of dread. It is worth noting that those who could observe the battle from such proximity were no ordinary individuals. They were formidable in their own right, at least of the inscription realm, and many had reached the array realm, with some having already stepped into the esteemed ranks. The sheer intensity of the auras emanating from the two warriors was enough to compel even these seasoned observers to regard them with newfound respect, attesting to the extraordinary prowess of both. For these two, transcending their boundaries in combat was undoubtedly a trivial task. Such overwhelming strength. Could it be that they had both attained the apex of their realm? The extreme level of the transformation spirit realm. It was no wonder such dread power was manifest. Until now, Lin Shu had refrained from revealing his prowess, relying solely on his fists in battle. It was indeed surprising to discover the depths of his concealed strength. The aura Lin Shu exuded was on par with that of Shi Yi, the wielder of the heavy eye, and perhaps even surpassed it, causing those who were once completely confident in Shi Yi's victory to waver. Simultaneously, the Rain Clan, the Shi Clan, and numerous formidable beings from locations such as the Magic Spirit Lake and the Bu Tian sect found their thoughts racing. Lin Shu's aura instilled a sense of threat within them. Regardless of the outcome of the battle between Lin Shu and Shi Yi, Lin Shu must perish. They could not allow him to survive in this world, for if he were to grow stronger, he would pose a catastrophic threat to them. Of course, the two combatants on the stage were oblivious to these machinations, their focus solely on one another. Lin Shu made his move, delivering yet another punch. However, in the presence of others, Lin Shu had previously exerted a mere 30% of his strength. Now, this punch was infused with 80% of his might. How formidable! The nine-headed lion, who had previously battled Lin Shu, sensed the overwhelming aura and was taken aback. Truly, he is my elder brother. Had he fought with such intensity back then, I surely would have perished instantly. Could it be that I possess some unique quality that caught my brother's attention, prompting him to hold back and merely test me as a subordinate? The nine-headed lion could discern the terrifying power contained within this punch, akin to an ancient divine mountain crashing down. The other powerful beings present could feel it as well. They were aware that Lin Shu had been concealing his strength, yet they had not anticipated that even a seemingly ordinary punch would conceal such depth. This punch, even if faced by an inscription realm expert, would likely reduce them to mere fragments. This realization intensified the desire among the Rain Clan, the Magic Spirit Lake, and the Bu Tian sect's Elder Hua to ensure Lin Shu's demise. As the punch surged toward him, Shi Yi's eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light. The intensity of his gaze escalated, a fearsome spectacle that evoked a sensation akin to confronting an ancient abyss, threatening to engulf their very souls. Shi, the wielder of the heavy eye, also made his move. In that moment, all around the arena, the powerful beings watching from afar straightened in anticipation. Who would emerge victorious in this clash of Lin Shu's unparalleled punch against Shi Yi's heavy eye pressure? They were eager to find out. Chapter 34, Lin Shu vs. Heavy Eye Shi Yi. An unexpected conclusion. Shi Yi's eyes flickered, radiating beams of light. Yet to the onlookers, it felt as though they faced two dark chasms, demanding a sacrifice of their very souls. As the heavy eye opened and closed, terrifying and profound runes shimmered. weaving through the fabric of reality as if a divine chain of order danced in the heavens. In that instant, the cosmos itself seemed transformed. The heavy eye appeared to alter the very rules of existence. In the depths of those eyes lay the annihilation of suns and moons, the rebirth of galaxies. A mere glance filled observers with despair, yet simultaneously hinted at vitality, compelling them to approach like moths to a flame, yearning to offer everything they had. Such eyes were terrifying. Even those of the Array realm felt their hearts race with trepidation upon witnessing them. Some of the esteemed beings sensed a significant pressure, realizing that in a contest of equals, they would likely be vanquished by this display. As for the weaker ones, many were caught off guard, coughing blood, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure emanating from those eyes. Truly, the heavy eye is a fearsome force, capable of effortlessly obliterating even the most powerful of foes. Lin Shu, however, remained largely unaffected by the heavy eye's pressure, though he was taken aback by its might. It is known that his physical strength is unparalleled, a rarity throughout the ages, one that may never be seen again. Nevertheless, even he felt a subtle weight beneath the heavy eye's gaze. If his physical form were lacking, this oppressive force might have subdued him entirely. Even the so-called pure-blood beasts with ultimate physiques would find no advantage here. With this in mind, Lin Shu resolved to unleash the full power of his fist, hoping that he could withstand it. He thought to himself, quietly mobilizing all his physical strength. An eightfold exertion might suffice to counter the heavy eye's pressure, yet to force Shi from the stage would likely prove challenging. The rules dictated that one must be knocked off the stage to claim a definitive victory. With one strike already launched, he could not change his technique, or it would not count as a single blow. Thus, he could only amplify his force. Shi, too, was unprepared for the realization that Lin Shu's earlier display of power was not yet his ultimate limit. He, too, intensified the heavy eye's pressure, aware that he could not surpass Lin Shu, for even his heavy eye pressure had failed to affect Lin Shu, who remained unfazed in his movements. He shifted his mindset, determined to at least avoid being bested outright. With the heavy eye's influence reaching its zenith, Shi thought, this time, my heavy eye pressure shall be sufficient to hold him. He gazed intently at Lin Shu, astonished to find that even at full force, his heavy eye pressure still had no impact on Lin Shu. Finally, Lin Shu's punch struck Shi. True to his word, Shi had engaged with only that single strike. Lin Shu's attack proved ineffective against him, yet he did not change his approach, perhaps embodying the steadfastness expected of a prodigy. In that instant, Shi was vanquished. Lin Shu's punch, delivered with full might, sent Shi hurtling off the stage. The surrounding spectators, witnessing this dramatic turn of events, fell into stunned silence. The first exchange culminated in such an extraordinary scene. Shi, who had been deemed invincible since his emergence, had been defeated. Remember, you owe me a debt for the treasures you possess. Lin Shu gazed at the fallen Shi on the arena and calmly inquired, do you still wish to compete? Naturally, Shi was eager to continue. Rising to his feet and regaining his composure, he ascended the stage once more. Upon stepping onto the platform, the manifestations of the 10 great paradises erupted forth from him. He was now fully earnest in his endeavor. The appearance of the 10 great paradises stirred an immediate sensation among the crowd. Although Shi had just lost a round, many were astonished, yet did not dwell on it excessively. For those who truly understood Shi recognized that none of his hidden cards had been played. Now, with the 10 great paradises revealed, the Rain Clan's warriors seemed to regain their dignity. Haha, my son possesses the wisdom of ancient sages. With the emergence of the 10 great paradises, who could possibly rival him? Many powerful figures heard the roar from the Rain Clan, and while some wished to retort, they found themselves utterly powerless to do so. The 10 great paradises represented the pinnacle of true realms. In the Wild Domain, opening 6 paradises marked one as a prodigy. 9 paradises elevated one to a peerless genius, heralded as a being with the potential to attain divinity in the future. Lin Shu observed Shi's 10 great paradises, his expression unchanged. He was well aware of Shi's circumstances, thus the emergence of the 10 great paradises did not surprise him. For ordinary prodigies, the 10 great paradises were a distant aspiration, yet for innate supreme beings or the earliest entities from the higher realms, they were not extraordinary. One could say that the 10 great paradises merely represented the threshold to the true echelon of prodigies. Slowly, Lin Shu too began to manifest his own paradise. Lin Shu is also exhibiting a paradise. Could it be that he possesses the 10 great paradises as well? Wait a moment. Why does he only have one paradise? Surely, A single paradise cannot elevate him from the paradise realm to the spirit transformation realm. Look closely. This paradise seems rather peculiar. As the crowd scrutinized, they discerned that within this immense paradise, 12 smaller paradises were subtly visible. Could it be that Lin Shu has cultivated 12 paradises? Unthinkable, for in this world, the 10 great paradises are the ultimate limit, and surpassing them is utterly impossible. These 12 paradises must be a unique manifestation of some extraordinary technique. Strong figures or prodigies from the higher realms suddenly wore expressions of grave concern. At the location of the Celestial Restoration sect, Yu Chan's expression was solemn. He has indeed cultivated 12 paradises and has merged them into one. This was the first time Yu Chan had felt pressure since descending to the lower realm. Though the dual-eyed Shi was formidable, Yu Chan was not intimidated. For it was clear that Shi had yet to fully unlock his potential. Currently, he was akin to the early beings of the higher realms, perhaps slightly stronger than the average, yet Yu Chan remained confident in her ability to triumph. However, in the face of Lin Shu's amalgamation of 12 paradises, she experienced an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In a certain part of the Void Break City, a sorceress observed this scene with an expression of intrigue. How fascinating! I did not expect my descent to the lower realms would lead to such an intriguing encounter. Lin Shu, with his 12 paradises unified. If he were to participate in the ancient competition of the 3,000 prefectures, it would surely astonish the entirety of the 3,000 prefectures. The sorceress realized that with the emergence of Lin Shu's 12 unified paradises, Shi had once again been defeated. The disparity between 10 and 12 unified paradises was as vast as that between the denizens of the wild domain and deities, an insurmountable chasm. You have lost again in this second move, and now you owe me 2 techniques. How theatrical! At this moment, all were rendered speechless. They had initially expected the dual-eyed Shi to showcase his prowess, but instead, the seemingly invincible prodigy of the wild domain was suppressed at every turn. Chapter 35. The dual eyes finally reveal their might. With an effortless gesture, Lin Shu inquired, "So, shall we continue?" The dual-eyed Shi, no longer embodying the calm demeanor he had upon his arrival in Void Break City, felt a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Since his birth, he had faced countless opponents, and in battles of equal standing, he had never known defeat. Yet now, facing Lin Shu, he had lost consecutively. His invincible spirit had begun to fracture. However, despite this crack, his confidence remained intact, for he had yet to truly unleash his full power. In the first round, he had faltered due to his physicality, which, as a dual-eyed practitioner, was his weakest aspect. Although Shi was surprised, it did not significantly dent his confidence. In the second round, he was astonished to lose due to the paradises. He had not anticipated that Lin Shu could cultivate his paradises to such a degree. The perfect unification of 12 paradises was an unprecedented feat, yet he vowed that he would not lose again. Silently resolving, the dual-eyed Shi adjusted his mindset and proclaimed from the arena, "Now, I shall exert my full strength. You will come to know my true capabilities." Lin Shu shook his head. "No, you have misunderstood my intention. Those 2 previous moves were merely tests for me. I fear that if I unleash my full power, I may inadvertently end your life. Therefore, as a precaution, you must first relinquish the stakes from the 2 rounds you lost." "What?" The dual-eyed Shi was taken aback. Lin Shu thought in such a manner. The onlookers surrounding the arena were equally astonished. Indeed, Lin Shu remained true to his character, persistently arrogant. Did he not realize that, although he had won 2 rounds against Shi, he had not inflicted any substantial damage? In such a duel, the ultimate victor was still uncertain. For Shi had yet to reveal any of his trump cards, including his techniques and the full extent of his dual eyes. The physical body was merely foundational. It was the techniques that determined the outcome. As for the dual eyes, they embodied the supreme physique that could turn the tide of battle. Lin Shu possessed no extraordinary physique. Winning 2 rounds meant little. Could he truly triumph over a genuine display of the dual eyes? Such arrogance. This Lin Shu truly believed himself invincible. Shi, do not hold back any longer. Unleash your most formidable techniques, lest he truly believe no one can contend with him. Clearly, the practitioners of the wild domain had an excessively narrow perspective. They could not fathom the significance of the perfect unification of 12 paradises. They stubbornly believed that the dual eyes were the true embodiment of invincibility. Shi, incensed by Lin Shu's words, retorted, "Fine, I shall grant you my techniques. But you must be cautious in the ensuing battle. Do not let me defeat you. Then bring them forth." Just ensure you do not present any worthless techniques. I am well aware of what techniques you have cultivated. Should you produce any subpar techniques, it would only serve to humiliate the renowned invincible prodigy of the dual eyes. I accept the wager, and since I dare to bet, I shall not go back on my word. Saying this, the dual-eyed he directly tossed 2 techniques to Lin Shu. Lin Shu accepted them and immediately examined them. Indeed, they were the 2 techniques he desired. One was the Qilin step, and the other was the chaotic heaven and earth. Shall we begin now? The dual-eyed urged Lin Shu to start as soon as he saw him reviewing the techniques. He believed that Lin Shu might possess exceptional comprehension and feared he would learn the Qilin step and the chaotic heaven and earth on the spot. In truth, Lin Shu's comprehension could be deemed quite low, had it not been for his understanding of the primordial truth, which had somewhat elevated his perception. His comprehension would have been nearly non-existent. After all, having traversed from Blue Star, he had never engaged in cultivation since childhood and was utterly ignorant of it. Where can any comprehension arise? Lin Shu, oblivious to Shi Hao's thoughts, merely recognized that the techniques he had received were indeed what he sought and stored them away. As Lin Shu stowed away his precious technique, Shi Hao seized the opportunity to strike without hesitation. No longer daring to underestimate Lin Shu, Shi Hao took immediate action to gain the upper hand. A low, resonant roar escaped his lips, and in the next instant, the dual pupils began to whirl. From his right eye, a beam of pitch-black light shot forth, and in that moment, the very air around the arena quivered endlessly, as if the heavens themselves were on the brink of eruption. The black light blazed forth, reminiscent of the infernal flames from the netherworld, radiating an overwhelming aura of destruction that warped the void around it, almost causing it to collapse. Subsequently, Shi Hao's left eye also began to emit a luminous glow, distinct from the right, causing the hearts of the spectators to race. That eye transformed into a silver orb, a stream of pure, white radiance cascading forth like water, enveloping him entirely and rendering him resplendent. Simultaneously, a powerful life force unfurled, reminiscent of the primeval era when all things flourished and creation began anew. In that instant, onlookers were astonished to witness that the minor injuries Shi Hao had sustained in his combat, with Lin Shu now radiated with a brilliant light, adorned with intricate runes. As they absorbed this life essence, in mere moments, the wounds he had suffered were entirely healed. Though the injuries were not grievous, the instantaneous recovery, fueled by the life-giving force of his dual pupils, left the crowd in awe. Destruction and vitality coexisted within him, establishing an almost invulnerable position. Perhaps spurred by the recent encounters that had unveiled Lin Shu's formidable prowess, Shi Hao was convinced that his current attack was insufficient, prompting him to amplify his power further. Chaos of the heavens, he murmured softly. The next moment, a mist began to swirl within his dual pupils, transforming the entire arena into a surreal spectacle. White fog enveloped the space, and his gaze deepened, resembling the source of existence itself, as chaos surged outward, veiling the surroundings in a haze of ambiguity. As the chaos intertwined and shifted, Lin Shu finally unleashed his own precious technique in response to the true might of Shi Hao's dual pupils. Howling Moon and Celestial Stars. Behind Lin Shu, the ethereal silhouette of the ancient beast, the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf, materialized. With a ferocious roar, the white chaos enveloping the arena began to dissipate. For the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf was capable of devouring countless stars. In the blink of an eye, a colossal celestial body appeared above the arena. It was Lin Shu's technique in full manifestation. At last, Lin Shu had once again invoked a precious technique, and this was surely his most formidable move. Those who had previously witnessed Lin Shu in battle were taken aback, realizing that the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf technique he was now wielding was exponentially more powerful than before, 100-fold at the very least. The once fearsome demon lord of the Demon Spirit Lake, who had battled Lin Shu previously, now felt a cold shiver of dread. Had Lin Shu unleashed such power then, he would undoubtedly have perished on the spot. Little did he know, Lin Shu had hardly exerted himself in that encounter, merely tapping into a fraction of his potential. In the realms of physical prowess, celestial realms, and spiritual transformation, Lin Shu had not fully engaged his capabilities. He had simply unleashed a casual display of power. This time, however, he had mobilized all his strength, albeit with some restraint, fearing that an all-out assault might obliterate Shi Hao, leaving him unable to seize the opportunity. Thus, even with this moderation, Lin Shu employed over 60% of his might. In his mind, this technique was a comparison to the likes of celestial beings and transcendent immortals. Perhaps Shi Hao might have had a chance to withstand it before, But now he had yet to undergo a complete transformation, making it impossible for him to endure. As Lin Shu had surmised, Shi, the dual-pupil powerhouse, faced defeat once more. Chapter 36, Chaos Unleashed versus the Great Wilderness Sword Cannon, Celestial Cataclysm versus the Primordial Spirit. The colossal celestial body crashed down, sending Shi hurtling away from the arena and embedding him deep in the ground, over 100 feet below. Shi had lost. Once again, he had been thoroughly overwhelmed. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, were engulfed in shock, their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. The invincible prodigy, the undefeated legend, Shi had been vanquished in quick succession. If the previous two attacks had been attributed to Shi's failure to fully unleash the might of his dual pupils, the current assault was undeniably his true power, and the force of the chaos was evident for all to see. Not even the realm of spiritual transformation, let alone those above, could withstand a single breath of this assault. Sure, he had not merely revealed his trump cards. He had expended every ounce of his strength, and yet he still fell short. The spectators turned their gaze to Lin Shu, their astonishment magnified. This Lin Shu possessed such terrifying strength. They never anticipated that the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf technique could be honed to such greatness. In ancient times, the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf was not considered a top-tier beast. If Lin Shu were to master techniques like the True Dragon or Qilin techniques, the terror he would unleash would be unfathomable. As many powerful beings regarded Lin Shu's figure, their perceptions shifted dramatically. Perhaps in the future, Shi would shine with unparalleled brilliance, fully harnessing the might of his dual pupils and becoming an unstoppable force. Yet today, a spectacle would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of history as the first individual to confront and defeat Shi directly. Lin Shu would be remembered alongside Shi for eternity. The factions of the Martial King's residence, the Rain King's palace, the Demon Spirit Lake, the Heaven-Mending sect, and numerous other clans now harbored intense animosity. In this desolate realm, Shi's ascent had nearly suppressed them into inaction, as no young contender could rival him. Given time, he would surely dominate the desolate realm. Now, however, Lin Shu appeared to surpass Shi, a reality they could not accept. They could not allow him to rise. Shi had the backing of the Heaven-Mending sect, the Rain God of the Rain King's palace, the Demon Spirit Lake, and the Martial King's residence. That was already formidable enough. But Lin Shu, with only a single saintly figure backing him, had to be eliminated. With him around, the next 1,000 years would likely belong to Lin Shu, a potential sovereign of the desolate realm. The myriad factions concealed their murderous intent, exchanging glances, readying themselves for action. At that moment, Shi burst forth from the depths of the 100-foot pit. I refuse to accept this. Again, Shi charged once more. And under the regenerative power of his left IS life force, he had remarkably healed a significant portion of his injuries, leaving many in awe. The dual pupils indeed lived up to their reputation for invincibility. His recovery capabilities surpassed all norms. It was worth noting that the location of the void-breaking city had once been part of an extraordinarily powerful ancient kingdom. Each inch of this territory bore incredible enhancements, making it nearly impossible for ordinary beings to cause destruction. The recent collision not only shattered the ground, but also excavated a massive pit exceeding 100 feet deep. The might of Lin Shu's technique was undeniably fearsome. Even in such a state, Shi still managed to rise and, remarkably, had healed significantly. At this moment, Shi was consumed by madness, abandoning his previous calm demeanor. Chaos unleashed. He bellowed as he leaped from the pit onto the arena, unleashing the unparalleled divine power of his dual pupils without reservation. Before him, an extraordinary sanctuary was carved out, a space of silence and tranquility with a radius of 10 feet, untouched by lightning or chaos, where only the brilliance of his eyes radiated fiercely. Meanwhile, the radiant light cascading from his left eye coalesced into crystalline blocks, enveloping his vulnerable body and forming an unparalleled battle attire, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. At that moment, Shi exuded an ethereal aura, his flowing black hair dancing as he donned this extraordinary armor, resembling a fearsome war deity emerging from the primeval wilderness. Undeterred by his previous failures, his gaze remained icy and resolute, and he boldly charged toward Lin Shu, his eyes glimmering with divine might. The darkness erupted from his right, while the brilliance swirled within his left, reverberating with thunderous echoes. One eye signified annihilation, while the other heralded creation and rebirth. The dual energies of yin and yang spiraled, manifesting a bizarre tide. The black and white radiance surged forth at lightning speed, entwining Lin Shu. At this moment, Lin Shu felt a profound sense of awe. This power was terrifying, embodying the primal laws of the universe, the essence of yin and yang, capable of reshaping the cosmos or obliterating the void. Had it been anyone else, they would have been instantly annihilated, reduced to nothingness. However, Lin Shu had reached the pinnacle of every realm, even transcending the extremes. Thus, while he did sustain minor injuries, they were merely superficial. In light of this, he resolved to test the newly mastered Great Wilderness sword cannon. In an instant, a sword materialized in Lin Shu's hand. With the sword in his grasp, he resembled a reincarnated sword immortal. The blade danced lightly in his hands, and at that moment, the entire world seemed to freeze. Time and space appeared to come to a standstill. This was the Great Wilderness sword cannon, its sword concealed within time and space, emerging from them. Only those who could master time and space could evade its grasp. It was the true sword of time, the sword of eternity. Under its full mastery, both time and eternity lay barren. Although Lin Shu had only just begun to grasp it, the trace of the wilderness sword intent was already beyond mortal comprehension, transcending all. With a single stroke, the formidable barrier surrounding Shi shattered into fragments. The wilderness sword intent instantly engulfed Shi. In that moment, Shi felt a chilling sense of impending doom from Lin Shu's strike. He hastily summoned a divine bell, enveloping his entire being within it. Lin Shu's sword ultimately struck the bell, and a fissure appeared upon the ancient artifact. Nevertheless, owing to its ancient provenance and formidable essence, the bell withstood Lin Shu's blow. Heavenly Calamity Light. Observing that Lin Shu's strike had been thwarted, Shi seized the opportunity to unleash his second trump card, an infinite killing technique bestowed by his supreme lineage, the Heavenly Calamity Light, renowned as the most terrifying punishment in existence. This technique was ineffable, a divine light from the heavens capable of annihilating all and slaying even the mightiest beings. Simultaneously, from one direction of the Broken Sky City, Lin Shu sensed an overwhelming threat approaching. Someone was attempting to ambush him while he was engaged in battle with Shi. Lin Shu turned his gaze in that direction. It was the domain of the Bountiful Heavens sect. That individual was the old witch, Shi Hao. On one side was the Heavenly Calamity Light unleashed by Shi, a technique of unparalleled terror. On the other was the underhanded scheme of the old witch, a strategy devised by a revered master. Had the arena remained intact, it would have effectively prevented external interference, especially given that it was established by a supreme being such as the Saint of the Swans. Naturally, the old witch's cunning would have been rendered impotent. However, with the arena now in tatters due to Lin Shu and Shi's fierce clash, the old witch's machinations could strike at any moment. It seemed that the existence of the Bountiful Heavens sect in the lower realms was no longer necessary. Lin Shu's expression darkened, and he promptly communicated with his steed, summoning the true phoenix of the supreme realm. With the true phoenix's intervention, the threat posed by the old witch was rendered negligible. Only then did Lin Shu feel reassured enough to confront Shi's final strike, the Heavenly Calamity Light, the primordial spirit. This was a divine ability Lin Shu comprehended from the primordial truth. The primordial spirit emerged from his brow, and upon manifesting, it directly inhaled the Heavenly Calamity Light. The annihilating force of the Heavenly Calamity Light transformed into nothingness, consumed by the primordial spirit. Shi, witnessing his strike being so effortlessly neutralized, felt utterly deflated. All his trump cards had been exhausted, yet he still could not defeat Lin Shu. I refuse to accept this. Shi succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 37 ends. Investment in Shi Hao again. Within Broken Sky City, all the talented individuals and powerful beings observing the battle were incredulous at the outcome. The formidable Shi had been defeated. Moreover, the defeat was utterly decisive. The might of the double-pupiled Shi had reached its zenith, even employing the divine techniques of the Supreme Bone. Nonetheless, he still fell short, while Lin Shu had sustained nothing more than superficial wounds, a complete rout. Lin Shu was astonishingly powerful. For so long, it was assumed that Lin Shu was merely physically formidable, which was why he relied on his fists in battle. Little did they know, his divine techniques were equally awe-inspiring. Indeed, it became apparent that in previous challenges, Lin Shu had been holding back, never unleashing even a fraction of his true strength. The celestial star technique, seemingly capable of freezing time, the unparalleled sword technique that could sever the passage of time, and the subsequent technique that could devour even the Heavenly Calamity Light. These were no ordinary abilities. How had Lin Shu come to master such techniques? Some individuals, upon reminiscing about Lin Shu's recently displayed abilities, wore expressions tinged with caution. Revered beings found themselves in a complex emotional state. They recognized that although Lin Shu was merely at the pinnacle of the spirit transformation stage, his techniques could subtly threaten them. Even if they were to confront his attacks head-on, they might not withstand them. It should be noted that they, as revered beings, were 3 realms above the spirit transformation, inscription, formation, and revered. Lin Shu's combat prowess genuinely astonished them. Shi, unable to achieve what the double-pupiled had been bested by Lin Shu, an individual without any extraordinary physique, leaving them utterly astounded. Lin Shu glanced at the unconscious Shi, procured a willow branch, and waved it toward him. In an instant, pure emerald vitality surged into Shi's body. This was not out of a desire to heal Shi, but rather due to the fact that Shi still owed him for his divine techniques. Should he remain unconscious, unaware of when he might awaken, and be taken away by the double-pupiled, Lin Shu would have no means of reclaiming his techniques. In any case, with the presence of the Willow Deity's branch, healing Shi was a mere matter of convenience, sparing Lin Shu the need to waste his precious healing elixirs. What was Lin Shu attempting to do? Wait a moment. This seems to be healing? No way. With such grievous injuries, even the life-giving essence of Shi's double-pupiled left, I could not mend him. Could Lin Shu truly accomplish this? Why then, would Lin Shu choose to heal his opponent? All present observed Lin Shu's actions with perplexity. They silently watched as the emerald vitality flowed into Shi's body. The once grievously wounded figure slowly began to recover. Before long, Shi awakened from a state of unconsciousness, looking bewilderedly at Lin Shu, who was healing him. Did Lin Shu not wish to finish the fight and intended to restore him only to torment him once more? Upon this realization, Shi immediately declared, "I will not fight you again." Shi's sudden proclamation left the onlookers dumbfounded, though many quickly came to understand. This is indeed a situation where Lin Shu has struck fear into the heart of Shi, rendering him hesitant to engage in battle. While it cannot be said that he has been psychologically scarred or that his resolve has crumbled, Shi's words undeniably reflect his trepidation. The once indomitable Shi, known for his dual pupils, now finds himself gripped by fear. Perhaps he is the first in history to have been reduced to such a state by a wielder of dual pupils. However, one must ponder Lin Shu's true intentions. I cannot bring myself to believe that Lin Shu is genuinely benevolent enough to offer healing to his opponent. In the next moment, Lin Shu's voice rang out. "Rest assured, I had no intention of battling you in the first place. It was merely the arrival of a member of the Rain Clan that reminded me of the many treasures you possess, which prompted this course of action. My concern for your well-being stems solely from my desire to ensure that I can still obtain the treasures you wagered should you lose the bet. Now that you have awakened, it is time for you to hand over those treasures to me, lest I have no qualms about ensuring your total demise." Upon hearing this, Shi did not hesitate to relinquish the treasures he had under his control to Lin Shu. What does it matter if I hand them over to you? Many of these treasures require the activation of the supreme bone or the dual pupils. Even those that do not are hardly comparable in might to the treasures you previously wielded. Suddenly, Lin Shu broke into a smile. "You say that since you can transplant Little Stone's supreme bone, might I also extract your dual pupils along with the supreme bone?" Shi, gazing upon Lin Shu's smile, felt his expression stiffen in an instant. He had no doubt that Lin Shu possessed the ability to execute such a feat. The mere thought of losing both his supreme bone and dual pupils sent a shiver down his spine. "Fear not. Your dual pupils and supreme bone hold no value to me. They are as insignificant as refuse in my eyes. I would not deign to acquire such trash. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. If you wish to ascend to the pinnacle, both the supreme bone and dual pupils are merely aids. Otherwise, your potential will forever remain limited, with the path of immortality being your utmost ceiling." With that, Lin Shu turned to Little Stone, who promptly appeared before him. "Big brother, you are truly formidable. It is nothing, merely a dual pupil wielder. Should you wish to crush him, it is only a matter of time." Lin Shu chuckled. "By the way, this is your nemesis who excavated your bone. I not only spared his life, but also treated him. Will you hold this against me?" "How could I? I thought you were going to take his life with Lu Shun's willow branch, and I was prepared to urge you to spare him. Leaving the matter for me to resolve in the future, then you must put in the effort. After battling me, Shi may gain some insight and undoubtedly grow stronger. Moreover, there exists another, even more powerful wielder of dual pupils in the wilderness, While not comparable to Lin Shu, she has nonetheless entered the realm of immortality. Should she witness the dual pupil wielder being so thoroughly crushed by me, she may very well choose to guide Shi, making it all the more challenging for you to defeat him. Regardless of the difficulty, I will prevail. Good. Such determination is commendable. As he spoke, Lin Shu bestowed upon Shi Hao all the treasures and techniques he had acquired during these past days. After all, these were intended for investment. Even the treasures belonging to Shi were included in this gesture. Upon receiving Shi's techniques, Qilin Steps, Chaos of Heaven and Earth, Dual Pupil Opening of Heaven, and Celestial Calamity Light, Lin Shu carefully noted them down. After all, techniques are not limited to a single practitioner, and thus he also passed them on to Shi Hao. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. To so readily gift away the hard-earned treasures and techniques, Lin Shu was being exceedingly generous towards Shi Hao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for investing in Shi Hao. Ding! The host has invested in Shi Hao's Qilin Steps. Congratulations, the host has acquired the step of ascending to immortality. Ding! The host has invested in Shi Hao's Dual Pupil Opening of Heaven. Congratulations, the host has acquired the Chaos Opening of Heaven. Ding! The host has invested in Shi Hao's Chaos of Heaven and Earth. Congratulations, the host has acquired the Primordial Chaos. Ding! The host has invested in Shi Hao's Celestial Calamity Light. Congratulations, the host has acquired the Primordial Beginning Light. A series of system notifications resonated. Following Lin Shu's investment in Shi Hao, he obtained numerous precious treasures and techniques. The step of ascending to immortality. With a single step, one can ascend to immortality. After 9 steps, no path of immortality remains before you. This technique intriguingly pertains to the realm of time and space, capable of shattering ancient timelines. Even in the presence of an immortal emperor, one could obliterate countless incarnations across time. Alas, it cannot be learned at present. Only upon reaching the pinnacle of humanity can it be unlocked, at which point one could challenge true immortals. Lin Shu reflected upon the step of ascending to immortality that had been imprinted in his mind through divine insight, feeling a surge of emotion. Although this technique resides within his mind, its seal will only be lifted upon reaching the pinnacle of humanity, allowing for its true application. Lin Shu paid it little mind, for he currently possessed a sufficient arsenal to contend with adversaries. Among the standard techniques were the Howl of the Moon and Stars, with a deeper layer involving the Great Desolation Sword Cannon, while the trump card was the Primordial Beginning. With these 3 techniques, he could adequately confront any foe. The Chaos Opening of Heaven, Primordial Chaos, and Primordial Beginning Light all demanded exceedingly high requirements for their execution. The Chaos Opening of Heaven necessitated the prowess of a celestial king to carve out a domain within chaos. The Primordial Chaos and Primordial Beginning Light required a certain level of comprehension of the primordial true understanding, attainable only upon reaching a substantial understanding of it. As for my current comprehension of the primordial true understanding, it barely scratches the surface. Lin Shu shook his head inwardly, choosing not to dwell further on the techniques and treasures acquired. At that moment, an untimely voice broke the silence. Lin Shu, how dare you violate the terms of the wager? Lin Shu turned in the direction of the voice, which emanated from the Rain Clan and the Magic Spirit Lake. Initially, Lin Shu had intended to settle the matter after this affair concluded, but he had not anticipated that this group would dare to confront him. Given that he had just bottled up some anger due to the old witch's ambush, it seemed fitting to resolve all matters in one go. Rain Clan, Magic Spirit Lake, the flower-admiring old witch's celestial repair sect, and any other forces that harbor grievances against me, step forward. I wish to see who dares to oppose me. Lin Shu recognized that his strength would undoubtedly incite fear among various factions and powerful individuals. Some would undoubtedly wish to eliminate him. It was only fitting to let them reveal themselves, so he could deal with them all at once. Sure enough, as Lin Shu's words fell, a multitude of forces emerged simultaneously. I support the Rain Clan. We have no objections to the victory in the duel. But your transfer of Shi's techniques to Shi Hao violates the terms of the wager. Indeed, the wager did not stipulate that these techniques were to be given to Shi Hao. To so blatantly disregard the wager is a violation of the rules of the wilderness. Today, unless you retract the technique from Shi Hao, we shall undoubtedly have a reckoning with you. Lin Shu scoffed. Is it merely because you see my strength and fear the threat I pose to your dominance? Fearing that I might become the sovereign of the wilderness and hold you accountable? Why bother with such lofty rhetoric? If you wish to kill me, just say so. Perhaps I might regard you with a bit more respect. This only serves to deepen my disdain for you. A swarm of ants, limited in their perspective, unwilling to elevate themselves, only seeking to obstruct others' paths. You shall never ascend to divinity. You are but pigs kept in a pen, failing to resist those who treat you as livestock, yet only desiring to squabble amongst yourselves. It is truly laughable. Many among them could not comprehend Lin Shu's words, interpreting them merely as insults. Those who understood the context could only seethe in impotent rage. Lin Shu, you seek your own demise. How dare you insult us as pigs? Today, regardless of who intervenes, you shall not escape unscathed. Even if the Holy One of the Honghu were present, your life would be forfeit. Lin Shu chuckled lightly. The Honghu sage? Merely a servant I casually acquired during my cultivation in the great wilderness. The true extent of my capabilities is beyond your comprehension. In the next moment, Lin Shu silently commanded, System, I wish to summon all 10 of the Celestial Realm Guardians. Ding, summoning in progress. Ding, 10 Celestial Realm Guardians summoned successfully. As the system's notifications echoed, 10 figures abruptly manifested beside Lin Shu. Their appearance was startlingly sudden. No one could fathom how they had come to be there. Only that they stood resolutely at Lin Shu's side. Their aura swept through the arena like a tempest, causing the very fabric of the broken sky city to tremble and fracture. Clearly, this realm struggled to accommodate the presence of such formidable celestial realm beings, as the heavens themselves seemed to reject them, attempting to expel them back to the higher realms. Reign in your auras, Lin Shu advised, observing the chaos. Upon hearing his words, the 10 Celestial Realm Guardians immediately suppressed their energy. At that moment, the onlookers in Broken Sky City were left aghast, their faces paling at the mere diffusion of their presence, which threatened to shatter the very void. What kind of power was this? Even the deities they were familiar with could not achieve such a feat. Lin Shu, unfazed by their astonishment, commanded, Go forth and eliminate all beings harboring malice toward me. Yes. In the next instant, the 10 Celestial Realm Guardians unleashed their might. Celestial Realm beings, even within the 3,000 Dao states, were considered apex powers. In this desolate domain, unless they encountered forbidden creatures, they were utterly invincible. The 10 Celestial Realm Guardians acted with the ease of slicing through vegetables. The strong of the wilderness fell like ants. Even those as formidable as the revered, who summoned divine artifacts and formations, posed no threat to the Celestial Realm Guardians. The disparity between the revered, the divine fire, the true one, the sacred sacrifice, and the celestial realm was not merely a matter of 4 or 5 levels. It encompassed a transformation in the essence of life itself, the igniting of divine fire, and profound insights into the Tao and law. Each aspect represented a monumental chasm in capability. Before long, those who bore ill intent towards Lin Shu were all unearthed and eliminated by the 10 Celestial Realm Guardians. No matter how well they concealed their murderous intent, it was as transparent as glass to the eyes of the celestial realm. To hope to conceal one's malice before such beings was akin to dreaming. Next, it is your turn. Rain Clan, Demon Spirit Lake, and the Celestial Repair Sect. Chapter 39, The Sorceress. The Celestial Repair Sect's Saintess surrenders. At this moment, all those who had not participated watched from afar, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief at the merciless slaughter unfolding before them. There were at least a dozen or so major factions present, each with their own revered beings, deep-rooted histories, and formidable legacies. Yet, such powerful entities were rendered utterly powerless at the hands of Lin Shu's 10 unknown champions. What kind of beings were these? Could they all be gods? They appear to be even stronger than gods. The Honghu sage's annihilation of the ancient Baihu clan was a spectacle I witnessed just days ago, yet it paled in comparison to the might of these 10. If they were not gods, then what kind of beings were they? Could there be existence even more formidable than deities? The sorceress, observing and listening to the murmurs around her, could not help but interject, Indeed, these individuals are divine beings, albeit there are distinctions among them. Oh, dear fairy, you seem to know? The crowd immediately inquired, eager for her insights. Fairy? Huh, this is the first time anyone has called me that. Since you have addressed me so, I shall reluctantly provide you with an explanation. With that, the sorceress turned her gaze toward Yuchan, her mood notably buoyant. She understood that today's events would not resolve easily. Even though Yuchan was the saintess of the Celestial Repair Sect, her foundation in the lower realm was precarious, rendering her incapable of contending with 10 Celestial Realm Guardians. As long as Yuchan faltered, the sorceress would revel in delight. Today, she was quite pleased, which prompted her willingness to elucidate to the bystanders. The gods spoken of by the beings of the wilderness are merely at the divine fire stage. When a revered reaches perfection, They plant the Tao seed within themselves, igniting the divine fire, thus attaining the divine fire stage. In the eyes of the wilderness creatures, this stage is considered divine. In truth, they are merely pseudo-deities, a foundational stage in forging a divine path. Beyond the divine fire stage, one must break through to the true one stage. Only upon achieving this stage does one become a true god. Following this is the sacred sacrifice stage, an intermediary phase that most individuals do not traverse, though those aspiring to become true powerhouses often do. Above the sacred sacrifice stage lies the realm of those 10, known as the celestial realm. Cultivators of the celestial realm are akin to rebirth through nirvana. They can reconstruct their bodies, regrow severed limbs, and possess immense strength. Even in the higher realms, they are formidable experts. Such beings should not be encountered in the lower realms. Lin Shu's identity is indeed exceptional. After hearing the sorceress's words, the crowd gained a relatively clearer understanding of these 10 formidable guardians. While their comprehension was still not entirely specific, they grasped the vast chasm between the revered and the celestial realm. When compared, it could be likened to the realms of cave heaven or transformation spirit against the revered stage. No wonder they could exert such overwhelming dominance. Even divine artifacts and formations proved futile against them. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, oblivious to the sorceress's discourse, focused intently on the Rain Clan, Demon Spirit Lake, and the Celestial Repair Sect, the 3 principal instigators of chaos. Technically, the Celestial Repair Sect was not the chief culprit, but the withered hag from the sect had ambushed him during his battle with Shi. Lin Shu temporarily disregarded the Rain Clan and Demon Spirit Lake. To him, they were far too weak, akin to insects. While the Celestial Repair Sect was also relatively insignificant, it held a modicum of strength, ranking as a considerable sect within the 3,000 Tao states above. To address the matter, he would naturally prioritize the Celestial Repair Sect. Lin Shu directed his attention towards the Celestial Repair Sect, declaring, "The old hag's ambush on me cannot go unpunished. If there is anyone here who can speak on behalf of the sect, step forward. If no one can, I shan't hesitate to uproot the Celestial Repair Sect as foundation in this realm." Lin Shu's motivation for this was primarily due to the sight of a familiar figure within the Celestial Repair Sect. Yu-chan, or rather, her next incarnation, stood forth. She was indeed the saintess of the Celestial Repair Sect, adorned with numerous precious techniques. Lin Shu envisioned seizing some of these techniques from her, especially now that he had already invested the Fate Stone into Yunxi. Having committed, he decided to see it through to the end. Securing the saintess's techniques would allow him to invest further in Yunxi, yielding substantial returns. As for why Lin Shu did not simply annihilate the Celestial Repair Sect to acquire their resources, it was clear that the meager spoils of the sect could not compare to the treasures held by Yu-chan, the saintess of the higher realm. Yu-chan, as Lin Shu anticipated, stepped forward and stated, "Lin Shu, the old hag's ambush against you was indeed a transgression on our part, but she is now under your control. What more do you wish to say?" "Nothing much. The old hag's ambush has startled me, and thus, it cannot simply be overlooked. You do not think that merely slaying the old hag will suffice to make amends, do you? Her status cannot compare to mine," Lin Shu asserted. "I shall not make it difficult for you. I only require you to agree to 2 conditions, and this matter will be laid to rest." A flicker of indignation crossed Yu-chan's exquisitely beautiful, icy visage. As the true saintess of the Celestial Repair Sect from the higher realm, no one had dared to address her in such a manner. Yet this individual before her showed not the slightest regard for her status. Were it not for her current state of vulnerability, being unable to contend with the 10 formidable beings of the celestial realm, she would have eagerly engaged Lin Shu in combat. Presently, although she existed merely as a secondary manifestation, she had still attained the rank of a ray formation, surpassing Lin Shu by 2 realms. Utilizing the art of sky repair, she was confident that, despite Lin Shu's recently displayed prowess, she could maintain a slight edge. However, given the presence of the 10 celestial realm experts, she was compelled to restrain herself and allow Lin Shu to articulate his demands. The first condition, surrender the treasured arts under your control. The second condition, disband the Sky Repair Sect in the lower realm. Lin Shu articulated his conditions with striking clarity. Upon hearing this, Yu-chan immediately shook her head, declaring, "Impossible." Lin Shu did not engage in any bargaining. With a casual wave of his hand, he instructed the 10 celestial realm guards to proceed towards the Sky Repair Sect. "If you refuse to comply, then we shall eliminate them all. And as for the treasured arts, we can always extract them through soul searching." The figure before them, Yu-chan, was merely a secondary manifestation of the saintess of the Sky Repair sect. Even if the true Yuchan were present, and she possessed a true immortal's rebirth body, it would be exceedingly difficult for ordinary experts to extract her soul. Yet Lin Shu had Lu Shun at his disposal. Could a true immortal's rebirth body withstand Lu Shun's might? As the 10 celestial realm experts advanced, Qing Qi interjected. You possess 10 celestial realm guards and an extraordinary backing. Yet the Sky Repair sect is a powerful lineage in the upper realm. Are you certain you wish to sever ties? What do you mean by severing ties? It was the Sky Repair sect that instigated this matter. I am merely returning the favor. Lin Shu pointed at the Supreme Realm True Phoenix that was controlling the old hag, Shi Hao. As for the so-called Sky Repair sect in the upper realm, should I desire it, I can bring about its destruction at any moment. This is my mount. Can you guess its realm? Even if the sect leader were present, it would require little effort to subdue or even eliminate them. The leader of the Sky Repair sect is merely at the escape realm, at most reaching the Supreme Realm. Even among those of the Supreme Realm, there are disparities in strength. My mount is a true phoenix, more than capable of suppressing the so-called leader of the Sky Repair sect. Yuchan glanced in the direction Lin Shu indicated, and, concurrently, the Supreme Realm True Phoenix cast her gaze upon her inadvertently. In that instant, Qing Qi felt as though her very soul was being stripped away. So formidable, it was far beyond the celestial realm, likely rivaling the leader. In that moment, Yuchan was compelled to concede. Very well, I agree. But once I relinquish the treasured arts to you, whether you can safeguard them is beyond my concern. Upon your ascension to the upper realm, the Sky Repair sect will undoubtedly make every effort to reclaim them. They need not trouble you. Lin Shu remained indifferent. The Sky Repair sect of the upper realm was but a trifling matter, let alone the 3,000 Dao provinces, even in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Excluding the forbidden zones, Lin Shu harbored no fear. After all, he was not merely accompanied by Supreme Realm True Phoenix Mount, but also a Supreme Realm Chaotic Demon Ape. It was only that Lin Shu found riding the Chaotic Demon Ape somewhat peculiar, hence he refrained from summoning it. With 2 Supreme Realm mounts, traversing the 9 heavens and 10 earths posed no challenge. It could be said that Lin Shu, even without Lu Shun, already possessed a commendable foundation. Chapter 40. Silence falls upon the Desolate Domain. The Witch's Confrontation. If you wish to make a move against the saintess of the Sky Repair sect, have you consulted with the Everlasting Mountain? And will my Western sect? As the words fell, a surge of energy rippled through the void. Numerous figures materialized within the city of Duancone. The Everlasting Mountain and the Western sect, 2 formidable forces, had also made their appearance. Seeing the emergence of the Everlasting Mountain and the Western sect, Lin Shu's brow furrowed slightly. The Western sect did not concern him. Not to mention the lower realm's Western sect, even the upper realms held little significance in Lin Shu's eyes. However, the Everlasting Mountain warranted his attention. He then turned his gaze to Shi Hao. Little Stone, come here for a moment. Upon hearing Lin Shu's call, Shi Hao approached. Big brother, what do you need from me? Lin Shu gestured towards the direction of the Everlasting Mountain. Are you aware of the Everlasting Mountain? Shi Hao nodded in affirmation. In the Sky Repair Pavilion, he had become acquainted with various forces. The most powerful factions in the lower realm included the Ancient Legacy Clan, the Ancient Divine Mountain, and so forth. Among them, the Everlasting Mountain, the Sky Repair sect, the Western sect, and the Intercept sect were reputed to possess lineages in the upper realm. The Everlasting Mountain was one such entity. Within the Everlasting Mountain, the most powerful beings were the Qin clan, and your mother bears the surname Qin. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing this, Shi Hao immediately understood that his mother hailed from the Qin clan of the Everlasting Mountain. The Qin clan of the Everlasting Mountain is your mother's family. Originally, I should have dealt with their interference, but since they belong to your mother's lineage, I shall leave them to you. Shi Hao grasped Lin Shu's intent. He recognized that should Lin Shu wish for the demise of these individuals from the Everlasting Mountain, it would pose no difficulty. Entrusting the matter to him would likely lead to the discovery of his mother's whereabouts. Thank you, big brother. Shi Hao expressed his gratitude with delight. Subsequently, Lin Shu commanded the 10 Celestial Realm Guards to take action. The Everlasting Mountain and the Western sect, whether they truly believed that having a lineage in the upper realm granted them free reign or simply disregarded the world, dared to show themselves at this moment. They had indeed gone to great lengths to cross realms. Under the assault of the 10 Celestial Realm Guards, the so-called experts of the Everlasting Mountain were all stripped of their cultivation and cast aside beside Shi Hao. Little Stone, the individuals from the Everlasting Mountain have been sealed. Feel free to inquire as you wish. Lin Shu then turned his attention back to Qing Qi. quickly surrender the treasured arts. Otherwise, my patience is limited. Yuchan witnessed Lin Shu's swift and decisive actions in eliminating the disciples of the Western sect and sealing the individuals from the Everlasting Mountain. She understood that Lin Shu harbored no fear of the so-called upper realm lineage. With no other choice, she relinquished all the treasured arts under her control. As Lin Shu observed the treasured arts presented by Yuchan, he found them to be nearly identical to those he recalled her mastering, and he felt quite satisfied. Very well, you may now proceed to disband the Sky Repair sect in the lower realm. I would strongly advise them against harboring thoughts of revenge. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to eradicate them all. Yuchan recognized the futility of resistance, and before Lin Shu, declared the disbandment of the Sky Repair sect. As the saintess of the upper realm, although the Sky Repair sect was reluctant, they had no choice but to comply. Moreover, there was another factor. The 10 formidable individuals beside Lin Shu were truly terrifying. Those of the Supreme Realm could be considered the pinnacle of strength in the lower realm, yet they were no match for Lin Shu's powerful entourage. For the sake of their lives, they dared not defy him, regardless of their reluctance. Now that I have complied with all your demands, may I take my leave? Wait. Lin Shu shook his head. Upon hearing Lin Shu call to her, Yuchan immediately grew cautious. You need not be so apprehensive. If I truly wish for you, no amount of caution would suffice to refuse me. Furthermore, I have no desire to force you. Saying this, Lin Shu directly produced a copy of the slaughtering body technique he had previously drawn and handed it to Yuchan. Within lies a gift from me, which I believe will prove immensely beneficial to you. After all, you wouldn't want everything you have painstakingly cultivated to be merged with your true self, would you? Yuchan was perplexed, yet eager to leave. She accepted the gift Lin Shu had presented. Ding! The host has invested in Yuchan's slaughtering body technique. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 1 Qi transforming into 3 clears technique. 1 Qi transforming into 3 clears in the minor accomplishment stage. The practitioner can manifest 3 avatars identical in strength to themselves. At the major accomplishment stage, they can manifest 3 bodies representing the present, past, and future simultaneously. Upon reaching perfection, the present, past, and future converge into one. After perusing this description, Lin Shu felt quite content. Although it was not the 1 Qi transforming into 3 clears technique he was familiar with from the primordial era, its efficacy was nonetheless commendable. In merely the minor accomplishment stage, one could manifest 3 avatars of equal strength. If it were a confrontation, it would undoubtedly be a straightforward 4-on-1. Lin Shu, a singular force within his realm, could be deemed invincible among equals. One could easily imagine the utter despair of any adversary facing such odds. Yuchan had departed, and Lin Shu made no effort to stop her. After all, he had already avenged his grievances against the Butian sect, acquired the coveted techniques he sought, and now possessed a remarkably formidable skill known as the Qi transformation into 3 purities. Lin Shu's gaze shifted towards the Rain Clan, while he completely disregarded the magic spirit lake. Rain Clan, reveal your trump card, the so-called Rain God's decree. Do not say that this noble son does not grant you an opportunity. Lin Shu was aware of the Rain God, who seemingly served as a gatekeeper in some heavenly domain, possessing a modicum of strength. Should the Rain God project his essence here, it would provide the perfect opportunity for the true phoenix of the supreme realm to strike, locating the projection and extinguishing its true form. If the Rain God failed to project, then so be it. Upon hearing Lin Shu's challenge, the members of the Rain Clan promptly presented the Rain God's decree. However, much to Lin Shu's disappointment, there was ultimately no projection of the Rain God descending to the lower realms. Feeling somewhat disinterested, Lin Shu swiftly annihilated the Rain Clan, and naturally, he obliterated the magic spirit lake as well. In Duankong City, where the throngs of people had once surged, an eerie silence now prevailed. The Rain Clan, the magic spirit lake, the Butian sect, the Western Church, the Everlasting Mountain, and numerous other factions, each a formidable force that dominated vast territories and even exerted pressure across the wasteland and 8 realms, had all fallen effortlessly to Lin Shu's might, without the slightest resistance. From this day forth, Lin Shu would reign supreme in the wasteland. A singular thought emerged in the hearts of all present. A voice of laughter rang out. Lin Shu, you are the first to make Yuchan falter. I find you quite appealing. Lin Shu turned his gaze to see a woman with a stunning visage, enchanting allure, and an unparalleled grace standing not far away. Her smile bore a hint of cunning, intertwined with a touch of seduction. With such characteristics, and seemingly at odds with Yuchan, Lin Shu quickly deduced her identity. The Demoness, or rather, the ethereal form of the Demoness, the celestial fox princess, akin to how Yuchan had only manifested her secondary self moments ago. In mere strides, she approached Lin Shu. Noble son, you wouldn't refuse an additional friend, would you? Despite Lin Shu's recent merciless bloodbath, prompting all to regard him with trepidation. The celestial fox princess dared to approach, a testament to her distinctly audacious nature. If the Demoness of the Jietion sect wishes to befriend this noble son, I would be more than pleased. Lin Shu replied. You are quite the bore, revealing my identity so swiftly. The celestial fox princess pouted, appearing unfazed by Lin Shu's recognition of her. After all, Lin Shu's demeanor suggested a background of considerable significance, making his knowledge of her identity entirely reasonable. Not feeling embarrassed by her identity being unveiled, she swiftly attempted to regain control of the conversation. How about you capture Yu Chan's secondary self? With her temperament, she would certainly warm your bed. This plump sister seems to be suggesting that you wish for me to warm my elder brother's bed. Stonehao interjected, having approached Lin Shu unnoticed. Plump sister, the celestial fox princess retorted. Where am I plump? Indeed, some areas are slender, while others are rather ample. Lin Shu couldn't help but chuckle, well aware of the plump areas Stonehao referred to. The celestial fox princess appeared to realize this as well, but seemed unconcerned. Then tell me, do you wish for a plump sister-in-law like me? In our stone clan, unless you let my elder brother carry you back, you cannot claim to be my sister-in-law. Lin Shu observed the two as they exchanged barbs, choosing not to engage. One spoke bluntly, yet possessed great wisdom, while the other was exceedingly crafty. Lin Shu had no desire to involve himself in their discourse, despite the fact that they spoke of him. At that moment, a sudden tremor shook Duankong City. The Baiduan Mountain secret realm was finally opening. Huh? Wasn't it supposed to open in another month? Why is it opening so soon? Lin Shu marveled at the imminent unveiling of the Baiduan Mountain secret realm. Could it be that the presence of a celestial realm expert had inadvertently caused its early activation? Or was there another reason? Shaking his head, Lin Shu chose not to dwell on it. After all, it was opening regardless. Pondering such matters held little significance. Even if an unexpected situation arose, with Lu Shun present, he felt assured. In this realm, nothing could threaten Lu Shun. Even if there were remnants of the foreign domain's Pu Demon King within the Baiduan Mountain secret realm, they would merely be remnants. In his current state, Lu Shun could effortlessly handle even the Pu Demon King himself. As Lin Shu prepared to enter the Baiduan Mountain secret realm, Saint Honghu returned. Noble son, please punish me. That ancient white tiger from the ancient clan escaped. I pursued it for 3 days and nights without success. It is of no consequence. The fact that you could pursue it indicates its lack of prowess. At most, it is of the divine fire realm. If it escapes, so be it. It poses no threat. Lin Shu reassured Saint Honghu. As a fellow divine fire realm being, it was indeed not easy to catch an escaping ancient white tiger. After all, Lucian's willow leaves were not meant for tracking. All right, I am about to enter the Baiduan Mountain secret realm now. Henceforth, I present you with 2 choices. First, I shall grant you a technique far surpassing your current cultivation, after which we shall part ways, and you may freely roam the wasteland. Before Lin Shu could finish, Saint Honghu immediately responded, I choose the second. I have yet to finish speaking. Unless it entails death, I shall accept the second option. Saint Honghu declared, I wish to accompany you, noble son. Only thus may I hope to advance further. I have witnessed Lu Shun's magnificence, and this so-called freedom in the wasteland is but that of a frog in a well. In that case, remain by Little Stone's side for the time being. Your current strength is somewhat diminished alongside me. Little Stone has not yet matured. If you dedicate yourself to him, I believe you shall achieve significant accomplishments in the future. As Lin Shu concluded, the system notification chimed. Ding. The host has invested in a Divine Fire Realm Guardian for Stonehao. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 Celestial Realm Guardians. What a delightful surprise. 10 Celestial Realm Guardians. Such a force was exceedingly formidable within the 3,000 states of the Upper Realm. After all, aside from a few particularly powerful sects, the founders of the general forces in the 3,000 states were typically of the Celestial Realm. Even the Celestial Clan, which stood behind Yunshi and claimed royal lineage, possessed relatively few Celestial Realm beings, likely fewer than 20. This meant that merely these 20 Celestial Realm experts, if they ventured to the Upper Realm, would hold considerable standing among the 3,000 states. Lin Shu, I shall accompany you inside. You wouldn't refuse, would you? The Celestial Fox Princess interjected. Lin Shu replied nonchalantly, Suit yourself, but do not expect to trail behind me with covetous intentions towards my treasures. There are certain items I must secure within the Baiduan Mountain secret realm. Lin Shu was well aware that this individual had previously deceived even Shi Hao in the original narrative. Thus, he felt it necessary to issue a warning. Should you seek to dispute any treasures that catch my eye, I would not hesitate to confine you and barter with the GS Sect's leader for some artifacts. I am so hurt. I never imagined you would perceive me as such a treasure-hungry individual. Are you not? Lin Shu retorted. The celestial fox maiden burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, you are truly amusing. All of a sudden, I find myself yearning to remain by your side indefinitely. I have a fondness for the intriguing." Lin Shu chose not to respond verbally. Instead, he communicated telepathically with Lu Shun, who was present in the temporal palace. Upon receiving Lin Shu's message, Lu Shun promptly materialized before him. The sudden appearance of Lu Shun did not surprise those nearby who were acquainted with her, but it startled Yun Shi and the celestial fox maiden. Lu Shun's arrival was exceedingly abrupt, particularly when they gazed upon her. They could perceive only a hazy silhouette. Despite her proximity, this phenomenon left them astounded. To stand so near, yet see so little. What formidable power could she possess? Once Lu Shun appeared, she inquired directly, "What troubles have you encountered?" While there were no immediate troubles, the impending venture into the 100 Broken Mountain secret realm might pose challenges, thus necessitating your assistance. Lu Shun, I am at your service. Lin Shu then relayed certain matters concerning the secret realm of the 100 Broken Mountains. Naturally, he omitted the trivial details, focusing instead on the contingency left by the king of POMC, specifically the POMC tree. Upon hearing this, Lu Shun sensed the situation and remarked, "I had not anticipated that the tactics of the foreign realm would extend even to this place. Should we engage in battle with the foreign realm in the future, the sudden emergence of a POMC tree at our rear could pose an insidious threat to countless lives, potentially even devouring enough to ascend to the path of immortality. What are your intentions? Shall we eliminate it directly?" Those present were utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the references to the foreign realm, the POMC tree, and the path of immortality. Even the celestial fox maiden, with her origins in the upper realm, could not grasp the implications. After all, matters pertaining to the foreign realm were likely beyond the understanding of even the most formidable beings in the upper realm, such as the leader of Jiejiao. Lin Shu, however, remained unfazed by the perplexed expressions around him and simply shook his head, stating, "No, I require you, Lu Shun, to subdue it. If you can tame and cultivate it, its potential for growth will undoubtedly serve as a significant asset." Lu Shun responded candidly. The contingency left by the king of POMC is not so easily subdued. The king of POMC is one of the titans of the foreign realm, immensely powerful. Had he not recklessly sought challenges from formidable opponents during the Immortal Ancient War, he would not have met such a fate. Lin Shu smiled, and then transmitted the Great Light Scripture to Lu Shun, saying, "Lu Shun, do you believe this method can help you shed the darkness that envelopes it?" Lu Shun immediately began to examine the scripture, her astonishment growing as she realized its formidable power to purify dark energies, even capable of redeeming countless beings. With this scripture, the POMC tree should pose no issue. Lin Shu nodded. "In that case, I entrust this matter to you, Lu Shun. My cultivation is still insufficient. Even if I were to train now, I could not purify the darkness surrounding the POMC tree. Only someone as powerful as you can achieve this. However, this is merely the first step. If the opportunity arises, we might even purify a host of true immortals and even immortal kings who are imprisoned in darkness." Lin Shu had not forgotten the enigmatic dark prison within the void divine realm. If they could cleanse the darkness from those beings, they would gain an immensely powerful entourage, all of whom had the potential to ascend to the path of immortality. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Lu Shun appeared contemplative, evidently grasping the underlying significance of his statement. "Very well. I shall commence my training immediately." Lu Shun prepared to re-enter the temporal palace, but Lin Shu halted her. "Wait, there is one more matter I must convey to you, Lu Shun." Chapter 42. The precaution of Lin Shu regarding the Sea of Realms. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Lu Shun did not hastily rush into the temporal palace to practice the Great Light Scripture. Instead, she turned her attention to Lin Shu, eager to discern if he had any other matters to discuss. At that moment, Lin Shu's expression shifted to one of caution and gravity, surprising Lu Shun. It was known that Lin Shu had always been outspoken, unreserved in discussing the path of immortality and the foreign realm, without a hint of reticence. Yet now, his demeanor was so solemn as if he were reluctant to voice something crucial. Lin Shu, what is the matter? Lin Shu cautiously began. Lu Shun, I'm entrusting this divine ability to you. Do not inquire further. This matter pertains to a taboo, and speaking of it may invite misfortune. Lu Shun needed only to understand that if she wished to tread that path safely, this method was of utmost importance to her. With that, Lin Shu handed her the technique of transforming one into 3 pure ones. Within the temporal palace, a single day equated to over 200,000 years. Lu Shun's rate of advancement might not be as swift as Shi Hao's ascent to becoming the Emperor of the Desolate. But with the fragments of the primordial true solution she now possessed, achieving the realm of a quasi-immortal emperor was merely a matter of time. After all, Lu Shun had already glimpsed the radiance of the quasi-immortal emperor many days prior. Now, as she trained within the temporal palace, while 3 days passed in the outside world, over 800,000 years had elapsed within. Even without reaching the level of an immortal king, Lu Shun would be exceedingly close. Progressing to the quasi-immortal emperor stage would undoubtedly be within her grasp. However, once she truly attained this realm, she would likely confront those terrifying entities within the Sea of Realms. No matter how powerful Lu Shun became, she would still be vulnerable. The technique of transforming one into 3 pure ones would prove invaluable to her. If successfully cultivated, it would allow her to manifest 3 avatars, each possessing her full strength, thereby leveling the playing field in terms of numbers, enabling her to engage in battle. Should she achieve complete mastery, merging her past, present, and future selves into one, her power among quasi-immortal emperors would be unparalleled. At that point, even if Lu Shun were to break through to the quasi-immortal emperor realm, the successful cultivation of this technique would suffice to address the impending crisis of the Sea of Realms. The reason for withholding this information was simply due to the overwhelming dread associated with the quasi-immortal emperor. This was the first time Lu Shun had witnessed Lin Shu appear so grave. It was known that Lin Shu spoke of immortal kings with ease. The fact that something could evoke such seriousness from him indicated that it likely involved matters even she could scarcely contend with. Lu Shun's intuition sparked, as if she had grasped a fleeting thought. Could it be related to that? She refrained from dwelling on it further. If true, merely speaking of it could lead to detection. Lu Shun swiftly severed her thoughts and took the technique from Lin Shu, examining it with great care. Transforming one into 3 pure ones? As she scrutinized it, Lu Shun could not help but marvel at the might of this divine ability. Avatars were familiar to practitioners. However, manifesting avatars equal to one's own strength was exceedingly rare. She had scarcely encountered it. Yet this technique, transforming one into 3 pure ones, allowed its practitioner to create 3 avatars of equal strength, regardless of their cultivation level. This was indeed her first exposure to such a concept. With this technique, if she were to cultivate it successfully, could I not manifest 3 avatars with the power of an immortal king? With such strength, should I venture into the foreign realm, I could traverse its depths unscathed. At this moment, Lu Shun had yet to comprehend Lin Shu's true intentions behind bestowing this divine ability upon her. After all, even she was unaware of the genuine peril lurking deep within the Sea of Realms. Lu Shun, you must succeed in cultivating this technique. Lin Shu reiterated earnestly. You need not worry. The power of this technique is unlike anything I have ever seen, and I fully understand its significance. I shall devote myself to it. In that case, the divine Lu can return to the temporal hall to cultivate. And when the time comes to seek the Poo Demon Tree within the 100 Mountains secret realm, I will send you a message. The divine Lu gently nodded, and in an instant, her figure vanished. Observing the disappearance of the divine Lu, the celestial fox maiden finally dared to speak. In the presence of the divine Lu, she felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, one that surpassed even the terror of encountering the leader of the Djiao. Lin Shu, who is that senior? The divine Lu told you. Yet you could not possibly comprehend. Lin Shu did not attempt to conceal anything. Naturally, the celestial fox maiden was unaware of the existence of the divine Lu. The divine Lu? A deity? Could it be a powerful divine spirit? Nevertheless, no matter how hard the celestial fox maiden racked her brain, she could not fathom what realm of divinity could exude such terror. Right before her eyes, yet she could not discern the figure's appearance. Everything was shrouded in ambiguity, as if the figure were not present at all. All right, let us proceed. With Lin Shu's words, he, Shi Hao, Yin Shi, and the celestial fox maiden moved toward the entrance of the 100 Dawn Mountains secret realm. At this moment, numerous prodigies from various factions had already entered the secret realm. Although Lin Shu had slain many beings from these factions, the vastness of the Wang'er meant that his deeds amounted to less than 1,000th of the total. Just as Lin Shu's party arrived at the entrance of the 100 Mountain secret realm, they suddenly spotted a flaming chariot racing toward them from the depths of the sky. This chariot undoubtedly belonged to the Fire Nation. Given such a spectacle, it was likely the royal carriage of the Fire Emperor. Speaking of the Fire Emperor, Lin Shu couldn't help but think of someone, Hua Ling'er. In the original text, Little Stone had encountered Hua Ling'er deep within the Wangye. He wondered if his appearance had altered the course of events between Little Stone and Hua Ling'er. Soon, Lin Shu would validate his thoughts. From the chariot emerged a maiden clad in red, yet Little Stone remained unmoved. His demeanor clearly indicated unfamiliarity, until the red-clad maiden, accompanied by a cadre of Fire Nation elites, ascended a flying carpet and entered the 100 Mountains secret realm. Neither party exchanged a word. It seemed that, due to my arrival, certain events had indeed changed. Lin Shu pondered, casting his gaze into the depths of the void. Logically, the future Gontendi should be observing this scene, and he would not simply allow things to unfold in this manner. Unless, Lin Shu suddenly conceived a hypothesis that resonated within him. Perhaps his future had already reached the height of the Wangtendi. If that were the case, the occurrence of such events would have branched into a new timeline. After all, in a certain sense, Shi Hao was merely a fragment of blood from the Wangtendi, giving rise to a segment of time. Lin Shu did not dwell on this further and stepped into the 100 Mountains secret realm. Concurrently, a notification from the system echoed in Lin Shu's mind. Ding! The host has invested in the Divine Lu's Great Light Sutra. Congratulations, the host has acquired Chapter 43, The Witch's Choice. The 100 Mountain scheme for the Celestial Spring Eye. Ding! The host has invested in the Divine Lu's Great Light Sutra. Congratulations, the host has acquired the Dark Ancestral Eye. This time, Lin Shu gifted the Divine Lu two treasures. One was the Great Light Sutra, while the other was the One Qi transforming 3 purities, which Lin Shu had acquired through investing in the Moonchan's slashing body technique. However, since the system did not permit secondary investments, gifting the One Qi transforming 3 purities would not yield any investment rewards. Thus, only the Great Light Sutra could be counted as an investment. The Great Light Sutra, being of considerable caliber, piqued Lin Shu's curiosity regarding the Dark Ancestral Eye he had obtained through investment. He immediately began to investigate, and, as he did, he grew increasingly familiar with the Dark Ancestral Eye. This was a technique, or one might say a form of eye art. Cultivating this eye art required the absorption and devouring of dark power. The more one absorbed, the more formidable the Dark Ancestral Eye became. At its zenith, one could, with a mere blink or incantation, strip others of their emotions, rendering them mere husks. However, practicing this eye art necessitated a singular condition. One must not cultivate alongside other techniques. Moreover, to cultivate this eye art, one had to possess the courage to face a situation of near certain death, for to absorb and devour dark power, one must first confront the darkness. The potency of darkness in this realm could be described as exceedingly terrifying. Even beings as powerful as those in the celestial Tao domain would fall into depravity upon contact with darkness. Without the bravery to face a situation of certain death and the conviction to rise from the ashes, how could one awaken amidst darkness, seize a glimmer of life, and thereby gain entry into the Dark Ancestral Eye? This technique was exceedingly tyrannical, yet it was not suitable for Lin Shu. The primordial true solution that Lin Shu cultivated was far more aligned with his essence. There was no need to abandon the primordial true solution he had previously cultivated for this technique. Lin Shu's mind was flooded with names, pondering who might be most capable of mastering this art. The individuals around him, aside from the Divine Lu and Shi Hao, were Yun Shi and the Celestial Fox Maiden, the Witch Ling Shun. The Divine Lu had her own techniques and was already a titan among celestial kings, not far from becoming the Emperor Guan. Therefore, it was implausible for her to abandon her cultivated methods to pursue the Dark Ancestral Eye. As for Shi Hao, he had his own path, his technique being the primal true solution, which was equally unsuitable for the Dark Ancestral Eye. Thus, it seemed that the only candidates left were Yun Shi and the Celestial Fox Maiden. The earlier one began to cultivate this technique, the better, as they would soon have the opportunity to confront darkness. If they could cultivate it beforehand, absorbing the dark power would lead to a significant enhancement in strength. Without further hesitation, Lin Shu turned to Yun Shi and the Celestial Fox Maiden, the Witch Ling Shun, and spoke directly. Yun Shi, Witch, I possess a technique that is exceedingly tyrannical. Once mastered, it could be the most terrifying force in the world, allowing one to stand apart even when facing the greatest reckoning of this realm. However, to cultivate it, one must forsake other techniques and possess the ability to confront a situation of certain death to seize a sliver of life. As Lin Shu's words fell, both Yun Shi and the witch Ling Shun, the celestial fox maiden, fell into silence. After a long moment, the witch Ling Shun finally spoke slowly. If this technique is truly as powerful as you say, then I am willing to give it a try. The technique I practice is the Jie Tansu. Subsequently, the witch Ling Shun elaborated to Lin Shu about the capabilities attained upon mastering the Jie Tansu. The Jie Tansu is a method of seizing the essence of heaven and earth, extracting divine soil from a realm and gathering it upon a singular ancestral vein. By harnessing the luck of heaven and earth, the celestial light shimmers and the chaos surges, is the most miraculous art in existence. To seize a thread of life. It is said that the great Tao has 50 and the heavens yield 49. One must elude one, which is the thread of life to be seized. In circumstances of certain death, the execution of this art can bring a sliver of life to the practitioner. Lin Shu was well aware of the Jie Tansu that the witch Ling Shun practiced. However, while he did not know much, hearing her speak of it now made him realize that she was indeed suitable for cultivating the dark ancestral eye. After all, mastering the Jie Tansu also required confronting situations of certain death. This bore an intriguing similarity to the cultivation method of the dark ancestral eye. Theoretically, she indeed had the opportunity to succeed in her cultivation. Yet the Jie Tansu was also a formidable technique, and she had already made headway as a disciple of the Jie Tanjiao. Thus, are you truly willing to abandon the Jie Tansu to pursue this technique? The witch spirit, the celestial fox maiden, remarked, I have a peculiar illusion. The formidable Jie Tian sect seems to be of little consequence to you. This notion is corroborated by the enigmatic elder, Lu Shun. One stands before me, yet I cannot discern their visage or form, leading me to ponder the true extent of their power. The elder Lu Shun appears to regard you without the airs of superiority typical of someone of her stature, even going so far as to practice the techniques you bestowed upon her, which speaks volumes of your extraordinary capabilities. Consider this my bold gamble. Even should I lose, it would only amount to the loss of a single spirit form. Upon hearing the celestial fox maiden's words, Lin Shu deemed it unnecessary to elaborate further. He subsequently entrusted her with the Dark Ancestor's Eye, hoping for her successful cultivation. Should she excel, she would inevitably comprehend the immense strength required to confront the impending reckoning, which far surpasses the power of the Jie Tian technique. The witch, as Lin Shu recalled, had ultimately fallen during the Dark Reckoning, a testament to the inadequacy of the Jie Tian technique in facing such an event. Perhaps, cultivating the Dark Ancestors' Eye represents a lifeline for her. Let this be an investment, albeit one that currently yields no return. Yet, Lin Shu firmly believed that, should she succeed, the fruits of this investment would materialize in due time. To expedite the celestial fox maiden's cultivation and enable her to absorb the dark energy that would emerge from the impending purification of the Pumo tree, Lin Shu directly guided her into the time-space hall for her training. Take this willow leaf. With its protection, even if your cultivation falters, your life will remain secure. The celestial fox maiden accepted the willow leaf and prepared to enter the time-space hall. Just before her entry, she suddenly exclaimed, If I succeed in my cultivation, Lin Shu, you must agree to one condition. With a mischievous smile gracing her lips, she stepped into the hall. Lin Shu nodded in acquiescence. Though he was unaware of the nature of her condition, he saw no harm in agreeing. Thus, the group of four transformed into a trio, continuing their journey deeper into the 100 Broken Mountain secret realm. At this juncture, Yun Shi interjected, My purpose in coming to the 100 Broken Mountains is, in fact, to seek the Fountain of Youth. If you, young Master Lin Shu, currently lack a specific goal, might we first acquire the Fountain of Youth? Naturally, this was agreeable. The Fountain of Youth was also one of Lin Shu's objectives, being one of the most precious treasures within the 100 Broken Mountain secret realm. Furthermore, he recalled that the Fountain of Youth was no ordinary entity. It seemed to contain a celestial spring eye. In the original tale, when the little stone first ventured into the 100 Broken Mountain secret realm, he was unaware of this detail, only discovering the celestial spring eye upon his return after considerable growth. However, by then, the celestial spring eye had vanished. Perhaps it still exists today. If it does, Lu Shun could assist in its acquisition, as possessing this celestial spring eye would undeniably benefit one's cultivation. Chapter 44, The Divine Stone. The Genesis of Creation. Yun Shi swiftly retrieved a map, which revealed the direction of the Fountain of Youth. Subsequently, Lin Shu, Shi Hao, and Yun Shi hastened towards its location. Along the way, Shi Hao remarked, Big brother, my primary reasons for entering the 100 Broken Mountains are twofold. 1. To locate the Fountain of Youth for the supplementing Heaven Pavilion's sacrificial spirit to restore its vitality, correct? And the second, to retrieve the sword for the Ghost Lord? Lin Shu chuckled. It seems you have articulated your intentions quite openly. The Ghost Lord and his companions arrived in the Broken Sky City, yet they apparently had no contact with you. Shi Hao was momentarily taken aback by Lin Shu's casual revelation of his purpose. Big brother, how do you know everything? The Ghost Lord and his companions haven't even approached you. Lin Shu smiled enigmatically, choosing not to respond to Shi Hao's inquiry. Instead, he shifted the conversation, stating, when we acquire the Fountain of Youth, I shall take charge of the collection. Rest assured, I hold no personal interest in it. Whatever is obtained will be divided among the two of you. Shi Hao and Yun Shi nodded in agreement. They understood that Lin Shu possessed numerous treasures. Even a mere fraction would be deemed invaluable, making it implausible for him to covet the Fountain of Youth. Moreover, if Lin Shu truly desired it, their combined strength would be insufficient to contest him. Although the 100 Broken Mountains secret realm suppressed everyone's cultivation to the same realm, Yun Shi remained unconvinced of her ability to rival Lin Shu, even with her enhanced strength derived from merging with the Destiny Stone. Having witnessed Lin Shu's battle against the formidable Shi, she recognized that even her newfound abilities could not compare to Lin Shu's overwhelming prowess. As for Shi Hao, despite his indomitable spirit, he understood his youth and relative inexperience, lacking profound insights into Lu Xun's techniques and the primal truths. He acknowledged that he was not yet Lin Shu's match, let alone against his fellow clansman, Shi. Thus, the trio swiftly arrived at Medicinal Garden. Although these herbs were precious, Lin Shu regarded them with indifference. Similarly, Yun Shi, hailing from the ancient Divine Mountain, saw no value in them either. However, Shi Hao, noticing Lin Shu and Yun Shi's disinterest, eagerly harvested every precious herb he laid eyes upon, exclaiming, mine, all mine. Lin Shu chuckled. No one is competing with you. Hurry and gather them. Once you're finished, we must venture deeper into the garden. We entered late, and it's likely that others have already arrived. We cannot allow the Fountain of Youth to be claimed. I cannot care less. The Fountain of Youth holds little significance for me. Lin Shu had come in pursuit of the Fountain of Youth, but it was not his ultimate goal. Rather, it was the Celestial Spring Eye. They could claim the Fountain of Youth, but the Celestial Spring Eye would remain unattainable, perhaps even undetectable. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao continued his frenzied collection, soon urging, let us proceed inside. We can return here later to gather more. The Medicinal Garden's treasures were indeed valuable, but compared to the Fountain of Youth, their worth paled in comparison. Shi Hao recognized that acquiring the Fountain of Youth was paramount. All else was secondary. Thus, the trio advanced deeper into the Medicinal Garden. Suddenly, Lin Shu halted in his tracks, sensing something extraordinarily hard beneath his foot. The object that could elicit such a response from Lin Shu was clearly no ordinary stone. He swiftly withdrew his foot, revealing a stone lying beneath, which began to bounce around, cursing, ouch. Who stepped on me? Was it you? What manner of monster are you, that your flesh feels harder than mine? Even a pure-blooded ferocious beast could not rival my corporeal strength. Intrigued, Lin Shu regarded the stone with newfound interest. Such a hard stone within the 100 Broken Mountains secret realm prompted a realization. Could it be the legendary Divine Stone, a descendant of one of the 10 Fiends? Lin Shu examined the Divine Stone with keen interest. This was indeed a fortuitous discovery. Divine Stone? Yun Shi and Shi Hao both questioned, perplexed. Is this stone truly formidable? How can it bear such a name? Lin Shu chuckled, responding, a single speck of dust can fill the ocean, a single blade of grass can sever the sun, moon, and stars. In the distant era of the celestial ancients, there existed 10 fiends, each a peerless powerhouse. To them, mere deities were but ants, easily crushed by a glance or a whisper of pressure. Among them was the Divine Stone, known for its ability to fill the seas with a single grain of dust. Its might transcends your current comprehension. Although this is merely a descendant of the Divine Stone, it is still quite remarkable. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, the God-slaying stone was taken aback. Within its inherited memories, there were indeed some scattered records, but they were incomplete. It only knew that its race was quite powerful. Yet the specifics of that strength remained vague. Thus, upon hearing Lin Shu's assertion, it was astonished to realize the extent of its prowess. In an instant, the God-slaying stone became quite haughty. Now that you recognize my might, why not quickly present the celestial gold and divine stone, so I may indulge myself? Once I am satisfied, I shall protect you henceforth. Without hesitation, Lin Shu grasped the stone firmly, declaring, I speak of one of the 10 fiends, whereas you, my friend, have yet to reach maturity. Do not presume to challenge me. I could easily obliterate you with a mere flick of my wrist. As he tightened his grip, The god-slaying stone immediately felt a tremendous pressure and cried out for mercy. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I concede. Please do not crush me further. I might shatter. Should you wish to avoid my grasp, it is simple. Follow me. I am willing to follow you. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu casually tossed the god-slaying stone to Shi Hao. Very well. This god-slaying stone shall accompany you from now on. I lack the time to nurture it. It is still too weak, making your company quite suitable. The god-slaying stone was taken aback, having just been praised by Lin Shu for its impressive abilities, only to be handed off so readily. As Lin Shu transferred the stone to Shi Hao, a system notification chimed. Ding. Host invests god-slaying stone into Shi Hao. Congratulations. Host has obtained the Creation Stone. Creation Stone. It contains the power of the 5 elements, possessing the ability to bring forth life and create an entire world, nurturing endless beings. The capabilities of the Creation Stone surpassed even the colorful stones used by Nuwa to mend the heavens in the primordial era. Lin Shu marveled at this revelation, realizing the potential to nurture a world was not surprising. In this realm, it was commonplace for celestial kings to forge worlds. Yet the creation of infinite life was beyond their reach. Truly a remarkable treasure. Lin Shu felt a deep satisfaction, having invested in a yet-to-mature god-slaying stone, only to acquire the Creation Stone. Indeed, a profitable venture. In the ancient ruins, the 10 crown kings leveraged the world tree to dominate all directions, and in some respects, the Creation Stone was even more formidable than the world tree. It might even cultivate a prodigy more terrifying than the 10 crown kings. Lin Shu's mind began to churn with possibilities. Chapter 45. The Immortal Divine Medicine. Cultivating a Green Emperor? As Lin Shu pondered, the voice of the god-slaying stone broke through his thoughts. Hey, wasn't it agreed that I would follow you? Why am I being sent to this kid? What use is there in following a mere child? The god-slaying stone could clearly see that Shi Hao was young and lacked experience. In comparison, Lin Shu's physical form was immensely powerful, even outshining the god-slaying stone itself. Clearly, following Lin Shu would be far more advantageous than accompanying Shi Hao. Lin Shu snapped back to reality, regarding the god-slaying stone with a smile. You should be secretly laughing at your fortune in following him. In my estimation, his future achievements will far surpass those of your 10 fiendish ancestors. Now, if you do not wish to follow, you may find that in the future, he might not even deem you worthy of his company. The god-slaying stone was filled with skepticism at Lin Shu's words. While he could believe that Lin Shu might reach the heights of his ancestors, he found it hard to imagine that Shi Hao would ever attain such heights. Shi Hao, feeling slighted by the god-slaying stone's disdain, felt the urge to reclaim his pride. Though he acknowledged his current inferiority to Lin Shu, it was intolerable to be belittled by a mere stone. He boldly proposed, So, god-slaying stone, since you seem reluctant to follow me, how about we wager? Wager on what? The god-slaying stone asked curiously. Let's bet on whether I can open 10 caverns in the realm of the cave heaven. Upon hearing this, the god-slaying stone immediately agreed. Very well. If you can indeed open 10 caverns, I shall do whatever you command, never opposing you, and even acknowledge you as my elder brother or master. However, if you fail to open 10 caverns, then I shall be the elder brother, and you'll follow my lead. But we must set a time limit. Otherwise, you may remain at the cave heaven realm indefinitely without fulfilling your end of the bargain. You can determine the time frame, given your confidence in this wager. I trust it will not be prolonged. The god-slaying stone cleverly employed reverse psychology, showcasing a masterful use of provocation. Young ones are particularly susceptible to such tactics. Shi Hao, without hesitation, declared, I shall definitely open 10 caverns within a year. Then, let us set the limit to 1 year. The god-slaying stone turned to Lin Shu. Since he is the one challenging me, and you have entrusted me to him, I trust you won't interfere in our wager? Lin Shu shook his head. I shall not intervene. However, I can assure you, your defeat is inevitable. With that, Lin Shu resumed his journey deeper into the medicinal garden, leaving the god-slaying stone pondering the situation. It was perplexing why Lin Shu placed such importance on Shi Hao. Though opening 10 caverns was merely a hallmark of a top-tier prodigy, achieving it was no simple feat nonetheless for the god-slaying stone. The stakes were favorable. If it won, it would gain a subordinate. If it lost, it would have a prodigious elder brother who had opened 10 caverns. Either way, it was a win-win scenario. At this moment, none paid heed to the god-slaying stone's musings, for the group had arrived at the depths of the medicinal garden. Indeed, as Lin Shu had anticipated, numerous beings were engaged in fierce combat. Observing the chaotic scene, Lin Shu approached without hesitation. Initially, the myriad beings, embroiled in combat, ceased their struggles upon spotting Lin Shu. Is it the esteemed Lin Shu who has come to contend for the Fountain of Youth? One audacious creature inquired. Lin Shu nodded in affirmation. Upon witnessing this, the remaining beings, numbering over a dozen, promptly retreated without hesitation. Since ancient times, treasures belong to the capable. Lin Shu's strength is formidable. We shall withdraw. We wish you the best of luck in securing the Fountain of Youth. Farewell. In an instant, the group of beings hastily departed, their figures vanishing swiftly. This scene left the god-slaying stone utterly bewildered. What has happened? Why are they fleeing? All of them are confined to the cave heaven realm. How can they simply abandon the fight? Do they truly fear me so? Lin Shu chuckled lightly. In the next moment, the realm of cave heaven manifested behind him, revealing a massive cavern. Within this grand cavern, 12 smaller caverns intermingled. Perhaps they are afraid of this complete integration of my 12 caverns. What? The god-slaying stone's voice elevated in astonishment as it gazed at the cavern behind Lin Shu. How could you accomplish this? 10 caverns are said to be the utmost limit for those within the cave heaven realm. How did you open 12 and achieve such harmonious unity? No wonder they fear you. With this cavern, even 100 cave heaven beings would be insufficient to contend with you. Upon witnessing Lin Shu's cavern, the god-slaying stone finally comprehended the situation. It could not help but reassess Shi Hao. Lin Shu had just bestowed high praise upon Shi Hao. Had Lin Shu been a mere prodigy or an average powerhouse, he would not have spoken so highly. Yet, with the manifestation of this cavern, the god-slaying stone was compelled to reconsider Lin Shu's words. Could it be that Shi Hao possessed some extraordinary potential? However, after scrutinizing Shi Hao, the god-slaying stone noted that his physical form was indeed impressive, rivaling that of a pure-blooded fierce beast. For a human to achieve such a feat was commendable, yet it hardly warranted Lin Shu's level of admiration. Lin Shu retracted the manifestation of the cavern and approached the battleground. The area appeared as a barren expanse, resembling a desiccated fountain of youth. However, Lin Shu knew this was merely a treasure's self-concealment. Heavenly treasures possess the ability to hide themselves. Otherwise, if they were easily found, they would lose their status as rare and precious artifacts. Lin Shu did not hesitate. He extended his hand and swept away the sand and stones of the area. As the debris was removed, the fountain of immortality appeared before his eyes. Realizing it had been exposed, the fountain attempted to flee into the distance. But escaping from Lin Shu's grasp was nothing short of a dream. With a swift motion, Lin Shu ensnared the fountain, as if it were under a mysterious compulsion, and subsequently contained it. He divided the essence into 2 portions, one for Yunxi and the other for Shi Hao. Ding! The system announced. Host has invested in Yunxi's Fountain of Immortality. Congratulations, Host has acquired the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. Ding! Host has invested in Shi Hao's Fountain of Immortality. Congratulations, Host has acquired the Chaos Blue Lotus. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Lin Shu felt a surge of astonishment. The ancient tea tree of enlightenment and the Chaos Blue Lotus were both extraordinary elixirs of immortality. The Fountain of Immortality was known for its healing properties, and Lin Shu understood that his investments would likely yield treasures for restoration. To his surprise, they were indeed elixirs of immortality, particularly these 2. The ancient tea tree of enlightenment possessed the miraculous ability to assist others in achieving enlightenment, an invaluable asset for Lin Shu. Having traversed this realm, Lin Shu's innate qualities and comprehension were hardly comparable to the prodigies of this world. Although the Taichu True Solution continuously refined his aptitude and understanding, he was merely at the threshold. With the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, he could delve deeper into the Taichu True Solution, establishing a virtuous cycle. As for the Chaos Blue Lotus, this elixir of immortality was equally astonishing. Unlike other elixirs that could not take form, the Chaos Blue Lotus had the potential to manifest. Should it succeed in taking form, it could give rise to a celestial emperor. Chapter 46. Acquiring the Fountain of Immortality. Cultivating the Chaos Blue Lotus. The celestial emperor was a being of immense renown among the illustrious emperors of this realm, representing the pinnacle of supremacy, the ultimate domain of existence. The celestial emperor sought to manifest a celestial domain through sheer will. Lin Shu believed that with proper nurturing, he could cultivate a sage of the mortal realm. With the assistance of the time-space palace, even if he did not reach the threshold of a quasi-celestial emperor before the impending reckoning, ascending to the level of an Emperor of Radiance would be undoubtedly attainable. Of course, Lin Shu's ultimate goal was to elevate him to the status of a quasi-celestial emperor. This was a formidable challenge, yet not an impossible opportunity. Thus, the acquisition of this fountain of immortality was now of paramount importance. The growth and manifestation of the Chaos Blue Lotus required immense energy, which the fountain of immortality could provide. However, Lin Shu's current strength prevented him from locating the fountain's exact position. Even if he could discern its location, it was beyond his capacity to claim it present. With this in mind, Lin Shu sent a message to the Willow Goddess. Upon receiving his message, she emerged from the time-space palace and immediately inquired, "Have you arrived at the location of the Pumo tree?" Lin Shu shook his head and then produced the Chaos Blue Lotus. Upon seeing the lotus in Lin Shu's hand, the Willow Goddess scrutinized it closely, expressing her awe. "You truly possess an extraordinary array of treasures, even this rare elixir of immortality, the Chaos Blue Lotus. The only one among such elixirs capable of taking form." Lin Shu was taken aback that the Willow Goddess was aware of the Chaos Blue Lotus, as it had not been mentioned in the original text, and only emerged in later generations. He surmised that perhaps only the Emperor of Desolation, Shi Hao, had encountered it. However, he did not dwell on this. The Willow Goddess was a primordial spirit, her essence rooted in the willow tree. While the Chaos Blue Lotus was not derived from the same lineage, there was a semblance of connection. In Lin Shu's pre-transmigration words, they were all plants. Thus, the Willow Goddess's knowledge was not entirely unexpected. Thinking of elixirs of immortality, Lin Shu recalled that there seemed to be another one within the current Desolate Domain, reputed to be the first spiritual root of the lower realms. This was an exceedingly rare longevity elixir that required extensive time to mature. The effects of the first spiritual root were remarkably wondrous, capable of enhancing one's talent and comprehension. In some respects, it might even be more suitable for Lin Shu than the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. He resolved that if an opportunity arose, he must seek it out. Without further contemplation, Lin Shu articulated the reason for summoning the Willow Goddess. Willow Goddess, the Chaos Blue Lotus requires immense energy for growth and manifestation. I have just discovered the fountain of immortality here. Please investigate further if there are any other sources, such as the fountain of celestial essence. If we can locate the fountain of celestial essence and plant the Chaos Blue Lotus upon it, then place it within the time-space palace, where time accelerates. It may soon take form and emerge into the world. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, the Willow Goddess immediately comprehended and began her meticulous search. Indeed, the fountain of celestial essence was present. After a brief examination, she responded and swiftly acted. Step back a bit. The fountain of celestial essence emanates a faint trace of celestial power. Though minimal, even a mere hint of celestial power can prove exceedingly lethal for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu promptly led Shi Hao, Yun Shi, and the Divine Stone of Striking back from the medicinal garden. The Divine Stone of Striking, unable to contain his curiosity, spoke up. "Who is this esteemed elder? Why can I not discern her visage? When I attempted to glimpse her, I felt as if my very flesh might shatter." Lin Shu replied with a hint of indifference. "Have you ever heard the saying that mere mortals should not gaze directly upon the divine? The existence of the Willow Goddess surpasses even your ancestor ranked among the 10 fiends. With your current strength, wishing to see her true form is akin to chasing an illusion." Lin Shu's words astonished both the Divine Stone of Striking and Yun Shi. They understood that the Willow Goddess was formidable, yet they had not anticipated her to be of such overwhelming power. Lin Shu had previously described the might of the 10 fiends. A single gaze, a mere whisper of pressure, was sufficient to crush countless souls. Yet the Willow Goddess was even more powerful than the 10 fiends. Yun Shi recalled how, during her first meeting with Lin Shu, she had invited him to the Celestial Mountain for refuge among the celestial race, and she found herself chuckling at the absurdity of it. With the Willow Goddess present, what crisis could not be surmounted? The so-called celestial race was likely nothing more than ants in her eyes. As Yun Shi and the Divine Stone of Striking marveled at the Willow Goddess's strength, she took action. The secret realm of Baiduan Mountain suppressed the cultivation of its entrance to the Cave Heaven realm. For Lin Shu and his companions, this posed a limitation. But the laws of this secret realm could not bind the Willow Goddess. To prevent the entire Baiduan Mountain secret realm from collapsing, she deliberately restrained her aura. Otherwise, even a hint of her immense power would shatter the realm. The Willow Goddess, having suppressed most of her strength, was still more than capable of claiming the fountain of celestial essence. A slender willow branch extended from her form, and in the next moment, it sank into the earth. As the branch took root, the entire medicinal garden, including the fountain of celestial essence, was lifted by the tender green branch. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Shu did not hesitate and promptly opened the portal to the time-space palace. As the portal swung open, the Willow Goddess understood and prepared to place the lifted garden, including the fountain of celestial essence within. To which level should I place it? Lin Shu pondered the chaos blue lotus. Although it had not yet taken form, its aura was formidable, slightly inferior to his own, yet surpassing both Yun Shi and Shi Hao, reaching the level of spiritual transformation. After some contemplation, Lin Shu declared, with its aura, it qualifies for the second level. Let us place it in the second level of the time-space palace for now. As it gradually matures, we can then move it to a higher tier. Upon hearing this, the Willow Goddess placed the entire medicinal garden into the second level. Lin Shu's figure vanished in an instant, entering the second layer of the temporal hall. Upon arriving, he beheld the medicinal garden before him. Without hesitation, he planted the chaos blue lotus atop the spring of immortality. Simultaneously, he activated a 100-fold time acceleration. Once everything was completed, Lin Shu exited the temporal hall, leaving the chaos blue lotus to grow at its own pace. Outside, he spotted the goddess Lu and inquired about her progress with the Great Radiant Sutra and the One Chi transforming 3 clearings technique. The Great Radiant Sutra had already achieved minor success. As for the One Chi transforming 3 clearings, its formidable nature made mastery a challenging endeavor. After all, even the initial stages required the cultivation of 3 avatars with strength comparable to his own, a task of considerable difficulty. Lin Shu nodded in understanding. If it were so facile to cultivate, the One Chi transforming 3 clearings would not possess such immense power. After pondering, Lin Shu retrieved several leaves from the ancient tea tree of enlightenment and handed 5 to the goddess Lu, while also giving 1 each to Shi Hao, Yin Shi, and the witch Ling Shun, the celestial fox, who had abandoned the celestial severing technique to cultivate the Dark Ancestor's eye. These leaves were known to enhance comprehension, and their use in cultivation would yield remarkable benefits for the arts and techniques. Goddess Lu, I am uncertain of their efficacy for you. Please use them at your discretion. For Shi Hao, Yin Shi, and the witch Ling Shun, they will undoubtedly prove beneficial. However, regarding you, Goddess Lu, I cannot say, given your extraordinary prowess, having attained the might of an unparalleled immortal king. The goddess Lu examined the leaves and remarked, these are indeed quite admirable, though their impact on me is minimal. You may keep the rest. I shall take just 1 for further study. She did not take all 5 leaves, opting for just 1 before resuming her cultivation in the 8th layer of the temporal hall. Chapter 47. The Trace of the Peacock Sovereign. A farewell. With the affairs of the medicinal garden concluded, the entire garden was relocated to retrieve the spring of immortality, an unprecedented occurrence since the inception of the 100 Broken Mountain secret realm. After all, the 100 Broken Mountains were no trifling matter. The very earth within had been imbued with the unique rules of the entire realm. Although one entered the 100 Broken Mountains with their cultivation suppressed to the cave heaven stage, even that level could easily obliterate a mountain in the outside world. Here, however, achieving the same level of destructive power in the cave heaven stage was nearly impossible. Naturally, they lacked the capability to relocate such a vast territory, which was why an extraordinary entity like the goddess Lu could accomplish it. As Lin Shu and his companions departed the medicinal garden, he suddenly heard a distant voice calling, "Big brother, big brother." He glanced over to see a 9-headed lion being pursued, appearing quite beleaguered, with several ferocious beasts in hot pursuit. Upon spotting Lin Shu, the 9-headed lion seemed exhilarated and dashed toward him, exclaiming, "Big brother, please save me. They're overpowering me with their numbers. How can you, my elder brother, stand idly by?" Hearing this, Lin Shu recalled that during the arena event in the Broken Sky City, he had whimsically declared the 9-headed lion his younger brother. It had been a mere offhand comment, one he had not taken seriously, and as subsequent events unfolded, he had forgotten about it entirely. Presumably, the 9-headed lion had deemed himself unworthy of being Lin Shu's younger brother after witnessing Lin Shu's overwhelming power in defeating the formidable stone, and subsequently commanding his celestial guards to annihilate countless strong foes. Now, encountering Lin Shu again while being hunted, it had turned to him for help. While Lin Shu had not regarded this matter with particular weight, since he had made that statement, the 9-headed lion indeed counted as his younger brother. With his younger brother in peril, Lin Shu could not simply turn a blind eye. The ferocious beasts posed no more threat to him than mere insects. "Jin Hong, with your strength, it is rather disappointing to have you as my younger brother being chased by a mere handful of beasts," Lin Shu remarked. The 9-headed lion, Jin Hong, retorted, "Big brother, you truly are my elder brother. Do you think everyone is as monstrous as you? While these beasts may not be pure-blooded, they possess ancient bloodlines. I can handle 2, but there are 5 of them. Lin Shu glanced at Shi Hao and said, Little Stone, it has been a while since I have seen you in action. I have no interest in these beasts. Why don't you deal with them? It will also help establish your credibility with your future younger brother. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Shi Hao nodded. Rest assured, Big Brother, as his second brother, I will show him that becoming our younger brother requires strength. The 9-headed lion was taken aback. Hadn't he just been made Lin Shu's younger brother? When did he acquire a second brother, especially one who appeared so youthful? Could this little child truly contend with 5 ferocious beasts? Was this a jest? However, the next moment, the expression of the 9-headed lion Jin Hong changed dramatically. He witnessed Shi Hao clash fist against a ferocious beast, remaining unperturbed while the beast, endowed with ancient bloodline, was sent flying. Could it be that he was a pure-blooded beast in human form? When had humanity produced such a formidable physique, capable of going toe-to-toe with ferocious beasts and even gaining the upper hand? Lin Shu's prowess was one thing, but Shi Hao appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old, not yet 10, and possessed such incredible strength. Truly, prodigies surrounded by prodigies. Jin Shu had traversed to this realm when Shi Hao was about 3. Thereafter, he spent 3 years cultivating in the goddess Lu's divine kingdom, achieving the completion of 12 cave heavens, followed by another year in the great wilderness, observing Shi Hao's display of strength as he opened 8 cave heavens and knocked a ferocious beast with a single punch. The 9-headed lion Jin Hong found himself engulfed in existential doubt. Jin Hong, although I previously stated you could be my younger brother, your current strength is simply too feeble. For now, you lack the qualification to accompany me. You may follow him for training instead. As a 9-headed lion, your physique pales in comparison to that of humans. Do you not feel any shame? The 9-headed lion Jin Hong was about to protest. How can I be compared to such anomalies? However, upon meeting Lin Shu's gaze, he fell silent and merely nodded in acquiescence. Ding! The host has invested in Shi Hao, a 9-headed lion of the transformation realm. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Thunder Lion mount of the celestial realm. Thunder Lion, innately knowledgeable in the arts of thunder, inheriting the treasures of the Thunder Path. Its offensive prowess is unrivaled in its realm. Hearing the system's prompt and reviewing its details, Lin Shu felt no overwhelming excitement. A Thunder Lion mount of the celestial realm was nothing remarkable to him. After all, he possessed mounts at the supreme realm level and had acquired a total of 20 celestial realm guardians. Thus, this one celestial realm mount did not elicit much astonishment from Lin Shu. However, the system's description of it being invincible within its realm suggested it was no weakling. Lin Shu surmised that even if it could not rival the likes of the formidable stone it would certainly surpass the so-called first generations of the upper realm with ease. With proper nurturing, it might even aspire to the path of immortality in the future. The battle between Shi Hao and the 5 ferocious beasts was nearing its conclusion. Lin Shu turned to the 9-headed lion Jin Hong and inquired, Why were those 5 ferocious beasts pursuing you? Big brother, after entering the 100 Broken Mountain secret realm, I befriended a companion, a fire cloud sparrow. We hit it off immediately and decided to seek fortunes together. We inadvertently stumbled upon a golden cocoon, but as soon as we discovered it, those 5 ferocious beasts appeared and attacked us. We fought them off, but in the end, the fire cloud sparrow could fly, so they pursued only me. A golden cocoon? Lin Shu, however, displayed little interest in the other tribulations of the 9-headed lion, Jin Hong. Yet, a thought seemed to dawn upon him. In the original narrative, Shi Hao had discovered a golden cocoon within the secret realm of Baiduan Mountain, from which emerged the Peacock Sovereign, who was recuperating and healing. Shi Hao had affectionately named him Heir 2Z. If his conjecture was correct, this golden cocoon must indeed be the very one that housed the Peacock Sovereign, whom Shi Hao had named. Lin Shu turned his gaze towards Yun Shi, remarking, It appears that you have made yet another acquisition upon entering the Baiduan mountain range. Yun Shi was initially perplexed by Lin Shu's words, prompting him to elucidate further. Upon grasping the implications of Lin Shu's statement, Yun Shi's understanding crystallized. It's him. I never anticipated his presence here. My grandfather did advise me to be vigilant within the Baiduan mountain secret realm, and it seems I have indeed made a discovery. Since I have found him, I shall escort him back to Tian Shun Mountain. Certain matters require the Peacock Sovereign's own intervention. Lin Shu nodded in agreement. Very well. Then you shall accompany Shi Hao and follow the 9-headed lion in search of him. My interest in locating the Peacock Sovereign is minimal, for I have more pressing matters to attend to. We shall reconvene in Duankong City. With that, Lin Shu turned and departed. In the secret realm, as long as Shi Hao and Yun Shi did not encounter the formidable divine Monkey King of the Array realm, they would remain invincible. There is no need to elaborate on Shi Hao's prowess, as he possessed immense treasures and was a master of the 8 celestial heavens. After assimilating the celestial fate stone, Lin Shu was even stronger than some ordinary early-stage beings from the upper realm. Naturally, they could handle their contemporaries from the lower realm with ease. Lin Shu, meanwhile, was now free to seek the Pumo tree. Subsequently, Lin Shu bid them farewell and embarked on his solitary quest. Shopter fortiota, incontering fide spirit ar. Investing in Willow God. After parting ways with Shi Hao, Yun Shi, and the 9-headed lion, Jin Hong, Lin Shu forsook his usual pace, instead traversing the Baiduan Mountain's secret realm with astonishing speed in pursuit of the Pumo tree's whereabouts. Though the Baiduan Mountain's secret realm was merely a diminutive world, it was vast beyond measure. After 2 days of fervent exploration, Lin Shu had yet to catch a glimpse of the Pumo tree. However, despite this absence, he did stumble upon another treasure, the true water of Tai. While it was of little consequence to Lin Shu, it was still a valuable artifact, which he opted to keep, considering that it could potentially serve as an investment if it proved useless to him. In addition to acquiring the true water of Tai, Lin Shu encountered numerous other beings seeking fortune during his 2 days in the secret realm. Each of these beings, upon spotting Lin Shu, promptly turned to flee. Fearing to confront him, Lin Shu, harboring no interest in them, refrained from pursuit. Thus, word swiftly spread throughout the Baiduan Mountain's secret realm. Lin Shu was on a quest for unparalleled opportunities. The rumor proliferated, reaching every corner of the realm. What could possibly drive Lin Shu to travel with such urgency? Was he truly in search of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? It was unclear, yet many had observed his fervent search, noting his astonishing speed upon failure to locate whatever he sought. With the plethora of treasures Lin Shu possessed, one could only wonder what sort of opportunity he was after. Forget it, this human is not to be trifled with. Should we provoke his ire, it is not only we who would perish, but our entire clans may face annihilation. Indeed, even if such an unparalleled opportunity exists, how could we contend against Lin Shu, whose strength easily overwhelms that of the dual-eyed Shi? We ought to seek more ordinary chances. While some were wise enough to recognize the gravity of the situation, others remained oblivious. After all, this was an opportunity that even Lin Shu himself sought. Perhaps attaining it would pave the way to becoming a deity, a prospect too tempting to relinquish. Thus, many beings conspired together. Though Lin Shu's strength could indeed crush Shi, it was clear that he was but one individual amidst the vastness of the Baiduan Mountain's secret realm, where all were suppressed within the confines of the celestial heaven realm. Despite his might, could he truly face 100 adversaries at once? Hailing from various powerful factions, they could easily gather hundreds of allies. In such a scenario, even Lin Shu, no matter how formidable, would eventually find himself fatigued under their collective assault. On another front within the Baiduan Mountain's secret realm, Shi Hao, Yun Shi, and the 9-headed lion, Jin Hong, had discovered the fire cloud sparrow. They confirmed that within this egg lay a sovereign. Shi Hao, having been preoccupied with battling several ferocious beasts, had not initially heard Lin Shu's words and only later learned of them. However, he found himself skeptical. A sovereign was a being of the highest caliber, even in the wilderness. How could such an entity be contained within a mere egg? The peacock sovereign must have a true form resembling that of a peacock. Shi Hao recalled that even the most common ferocious beasts in the depths of the great wilderness were as large as small mountains. Particularly, those vying for treasures were colossal, often spanning thousands of miles. 2 such formidable beings, Zhu Yin and Zhu Ke, had accompanied him. They were indeed sovereigns, although they could not compare to Lu Shan. Shi Hao had felt their overwhelming power firsthand. This egg, aside from its appearance suggesting it might be delectable, seems rather unremarkable. Perhaps my elder brother has erred. There is no way this egg could contain a sovereign. Shall we roast it and eat it? Shi Hao declared, promptly producing a set of cooking utensils. With Lin Shu present, he had previously restrained his gluttonous tendencies, but now, freed from Lin Shu's watchful gaze, his true nature as a foodie was laid bare. During Lin Shu's absence, Shi Hao had already indulged in cooking numerous ferocious beasts, yet he had never tasted an egg before. Just as he prepared to take action, a voice emerged from within the golden cocoon. "Little brat, dare you? Ah, the egg can talk. A speaking egg must be extraordinarily nourishing." Yun Shi, observing from the sidelines, could only shake her head and sigh. She could not fathom why Lin Shu would have such a gluttonous little brother. Lin Shu was exceptional, powerful, decisive, with a formidable background and an extraordinary presence. He was undeniably captivating and intriguing. As for Shi Hao, he was but a pure gourmand. Had it not been for Lin Shu, Yin Shu would have no desire to linger with such a childish glutton, fearing she might catch his insatiable appetite. Wait, what was I just thinking? She suddenly realized that her thoughts were awry. Upon reflection, she had unwittingly praised Lin Shu in her heart, even feeling a slight warmth in her cheeks. Surely, I am not. She instinctively touched her earring. For the Tianren clan, the earring served as a token of affection. She contemplated how to present the earring to Lin Shu in a manner that was not overly conspicuous while still conveying her feelings. As Yin Shi's mind wandered, perhaps fearing that Shi Hao would indeed devour him, the peacock sovereign broke free from the golden cocoon. However, instead of receiving the reverence he anticipated, he was met with raucous laughter. Haha, is this the peacock? I could die laughing. It's merely a featherless bird. Having expected the peacock to be majestic and formidable, he was instead confronted with a creature that appeared less impressive than himself. Shi Hao, the nine-headed lion Jin Hong, and the fire cloud sparrow, Da Hong, exchanged banter, pulling Yin Shi from a reverie. Upon regaining her composure, Yin Shi beheld the much-talked-about peacock sovereign and nearly burst into laughter. Nevertheless, she managed to contain herself and remarked on several points. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, after 2 days of searching, had not found the Pumo tree, prompting him to slow his pace. Earlier, Lin Shu had refrained from calling upon Lu Shun, not wishing to disturb his cultivation. Now, 2 days have elapsed, and the god of Willow has been cultivating in the Hall of Time and Space for approximately 400 to 500,000 years. Lin Shu pondered that this duration was sufficient for the god of Willow to master the Great Radiance true scripture, and perhaps even to grasp the essence of transforming into the three purities. Contemplating this, Lin Shu prepared to summon the god of Willow. At that moment, he noticed a commotion in the distance. It was her. Lin Shu recognized a young girl clad in red. It was none other than Fire Linger, seemingly embroiled in a struggle for an egg, now besieged by numerous assailants, with many of the powerful beings around her suffering casualties. Could it be that the revered peacock had fallen into Fire Linger's hands? Lin Shu deemed this possibility not entirely implausible. Given the association with the revered peacock, he felt compelled to intervene. After all, Yun Shi was in fact his friend, and the revered peacock had ties to the celestial race. Thus, it was imperative to seize it. With this thought, Lin Shu decisively took action. With his intervention, all creatures engaged in battle with Fire Linger and the strong for the Fire Nation were swiftly dealt with. Subsequently, Lin Shu directly snatched the egg from Fire Linger's grasp. Hey, why are you stealing my things? Although you aided me, you cannot simply take my possession. I can offer you other compensations. Return the egg to me. However, before she could finish her protest, Lin Shu had already shattered the egg. Upon the egg's destruction, a small wolf with wings emerged from a shell. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shu realized his oversight. How could I have forgotten this detail? The little wolf god was indeed contained within the egg, all the while fixated on the revered peacock, and I overlooked him. Nevertheless, since it was not the revered peacock, Lin Shu found the creature of little use to him. After all, although the little wolf god was said to possess the bloodline of a wolf deity, it was merely divine blood, offering little utility to Lin Shu. He promptly captured the little wolf god and presented it to Fire Linger, saying here, "Take it as a gift." As Lin Shu's words fell, the system notification chimed. Ding. Host has invested in Fire Linger and the little wolf god. Congratulations. Host has acquired Chapter 49, News of Fire Linger, Alliance of the Celestial Prodigies. Ding. Host has invested in Fire Linger and the little wolf god. Congratulations. Host has obtained a celestial realm mount, the Howling Moon Wolf. Sighing inwardly upon hearing the system notification, Lin Shu felt the investment reward seemed somewhat meager. If anyone were to learn of Lin Shu's thoughts, they would undoubtedly drown him in a deluge of scorn. A mount of the celestial realm, and yet, as a being of the spirit transformation stage, he dared to express dissatisfaction. Did he not realize that a mere glance from a celestial realm being could obliterate one at the spirit transformation level? Lin Shu chose not to dwell on it further, for it was merely an unexpected encounter. Possessing a celestial mount was still a modest gain. Since the revered peacock was not involved, there was no need for him to linger. After handing the little wolf god to Fire Linger, Lin Shu turned to leave. At that moment, Fire Linger remained utterly bewildered. She gazed at Lin Shu, unable to comprehend his intentions. This stranger had suddenly appeared, effortlessly defeated her enemies, and then callously seized the little wolf god, only to return it to her as if discarding refuse. One must understand, this was the little wolf god, bearing the ancient bloodline of the wolf deity, a lineage capable of achieving divinity, an exceedingly rare bloodline in this lower realm. To so casually cast it aside, one might wonder if Lin Shu was entirely unaware of its value. This series of actions left her utterly perplexed. However, upon seeing Lin Shu depart, she promptly followed in his wake. Though I do not understand your motives, you have aided me in vanquishing formidable foes and returned the little wolf god to me. To show my gratitude, once we exit, I shall persuade my father to bestow upon you some treasures as thanks. Lin Shu regarded Fire Ling. It seems you are entirely oblivious to the happenings in the city of Broken Void. The city of Broken Void? Fire Linger inquired. Are you referring to the city beyond the 100 Broken Mountains? Has something occurred there? Your tone suggests a significant event has transpired. Since you are unaware, it is of no consequence, Lin Shu mused, realizing why Firelinger had made such a statement about offering treasures. Had she been aware of the events in the city of Broken Void, she would not have uttered such words. Do you not desire treasures? If not, I can offer you alternative rewards. My Fire Nation is one of the 2 great empires of the Wild Domain. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu recalled something. While he had no interest in the treasures of the Fire Nation, there was a place that piqued his curiosity. Within the Fire Nation lies a sacred Emperor Palace, which presents an opportunity for him to witness its black paper ships and the wall of gods and demons. The black paper ship was crafted by a remarkable empress of the future. Even if he left empty-handed, merely catching a glimpse would not be in vain. Since you were so eager to express gratitude, allow me the opportunity to visit the sacred Emperor Palace in the future. The sacred Emperor Palace? Firelinger's demeanor immediately turned serious. I can make decisions regarding other treasures, but for the sacred Emperor Palace, I may lack the authority. Once we exit, I shall inquire with my father. Very well, let us discuss it further once we are outside. Lin Shu replied, turning to leave, with Firelinger following closely. I have completed my task of entering the secret realm of the 100 Broken Mountains, and now I shall accompany you. Why are you following me? With your level of strength, wouldn't it be more of a hindrance? I have matters to attend to. What are you planning to do? Perhaps I might have knowledge of it. My Fire Nation has had many ancestors venture into the 100 Broken Mountains, so I possess some understanding. The Tree of Demonic Spirits. Are you familiar with it? Firelinger shook her head. The Tree of Demonic Spirits? I have not heard of it, but I once saw a tree from a distance that devoured living beings. I did not dare to approach. Oh, from Firelinger's description, Lin Shu surmised it must indeed be the Tree of Demonic Spirits. Very well, where's that tree? Lead me to it. It was in that direction, but I saw it a day ago. I cannot say if it remains there now. Lead the way. Firelinger instructed the strong beings of the Fire Nation to find a place to recuperate and to exit on their own once the secret realm of the 100 Broken Mountains concluded. But your highness, your safety. Fear not, this is Lin Shu. I believe you have heard of him. Your princess is far safer by his side than with you. Lin Shu had no desire for many followers. Had Firelinger not known the location of the Tree of Demonic Spirits, he would not have brought her along. As for the injured warriors, their presence would only delay him. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, the injured warriors of the Fire Nation were taken aback. So is young Master Lin Shu. If it is young Master Lin Shu, then indeed, the princess is safer with you. Young Master Lin Shu, please take care of the princess's safety, they said, before departing to find a place to heal. Firelinger was momentarily stunned by the scene. These warriors were the elite of the Fire Nation, and prior to entering, her father had given strict orders that even if they perished, they must not allow her to come to harm. Yet, they had so easily departed. Was Lin Shu's name truly so formidable? You are Lin Shu. Who exactly are you? Why do the warriors of my Fire Nation place such trust in you? Perhaps it is because I casually crushed the formidable stone, and effortlessly eradicated dozens of factions. Lin Shu replied nonchalantly. Firelinger was struck by a thunderous revelation upon hearing his words. You crushed stone, with ease? How can that be? He is the so-called invincible young supreme of the Wild Domain. And as for extinguishing dozens of factions, that is even more astonishing. Dozens of factions, even the most ordinary ones, must surely have formidable rulers of the Array realm presiding over them, correct? Dozens, which implies at least several Array realm monarchs, and perhaps even venerable ones. How could one possibly extinguish such power with ease? Even a Fire Nation would have to weigh the consequences of such actions. Yet, the expression on Lin Shu's face bore no hint of deception. The disdain evident in his gaze seemed to emanate from the depths of his being. If all of this were true, it would wholly account for why the strong from the Fire Nation departed without hesitation upon hearing the news. Recognizing Lin Shu's formidable prowess, Firelinger wasted no time and led him decisively in a particular direction. Simultaneously, within the secret realm of Baiduan Mountain, numerous young prodigies had gathered. Their purpose was clear, to uncover what extraordinary opportunity Lin Shu had been pursuing in recent days. They dispatched individuals to investigate Lin Shu's whereabouts. Soon their scouts dispersed. successfully tracing Lin Shu's movements. Consequently, hundreds of young prodigies, upon receiving this intelligence, hurried toward his location. At the same time, Shi Hao and Yun Shi also became aware of this development. Yun Shi spoke up just now. I received word from a disciple of the Celestial Mountain that hundreds of young prodigies have united to act against young Master Lin Shu. We must hasten to his aid. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Humph! How dare they lay hands on my elder brother? What does it matter if there are hundreds of them? If they dare to strike, I shall roast them all." As he spoke, Shi Hao waved the cauldron in his hand, eliciting resigned smiles from those present. After all, those were hundreds of prodigies from the various clans of the wilderness, and only Shi Hao, with his carefree nature, would dare to speak so boldly. Others would have been terrified beyond measure. Chapter 50. Single-handedly battling 500 foes, pushing through by Duan Mountain with palms aligned. At this moment, Lin Shu and Firelinger were advancing in a specific direction. They were merely 300 miles away from their destination. As Firelinger guided the way, she spoke. However, Lin Shu shook his head, for he sensed numerous auras approaching, drawing ever closer, threatening to encircle him. It appeared that the newcomers harbored ill intentions. In recent days, most young prodigies Lin Shu had encountered in the Baiduan Mountain secret realm had fled upon seeing him. Only a few, emboldened, dared to exchange a few words. The timid ones, in stark contrast, had abandoned their treasures from the secret realm without a second thought, fleeing in fear of being slain by him. In truth, Lin Shu held no interest in them. The treasures they possessed were beneath his notice. He had assumed that such fear would deter them from seeking trouble. Yet he was taken aback by their audacity to unite against him. After a cursory assessment, he estimated there were at least several hundred individuals, all of whom were young prodigies of the Cave Heaven realm. However, Lin Shu, having entered the Baiduan Mountain secret realm, was also constrained at the Cave Heaven realm. Yet, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lin Shu's eyes. Did they truly believe that their numerical advantage could pose a threat to him? That would be a grave miscalculation. These individuals thought Lin Shu had exerted his full strength against the heavy-eyed Shi, but in truth, while he had employed nearly all his means, he had merely reacted to their attacks without truly unleashing his power. The Great Wilderness Sword Classic and the Primordial Spirit were two of his trump cards that he had yet to fully deploy. Even the 12 complete Cave Heavens, which he had previously showcased, had not been wielded to their full might. Otherwise, Shi, who had yet to master his heavy eyes, would have surely perished under Lin Shu's full assault. There was no other possibility. Without a shred of modesty, Lin Shu was confident that he could easily overwhelm Shi, Tianzi, and Jixian, even if they joined forces against him, given his current capabilities. He had transcended the limits of the blood realm with the strength of 1,000,000 pounds, and he had reached an unprecedented level in the Cave Heaven realm with the complete integration of the 12 Cave Heavens. He had also surpassed the limits in the spirit transformation realm through the cultivation of the primordial true solution. Lin Shu had refined each realm to a level unparalleled in history. Now it was the perfect opportunity to test the full extent of his power. With that thought, Lin Shu summoned his two mounts, the Howling Moonsky Wolf and the Thunder Lion. Though they were of the celestial realm, their strengths were still suppressed to the Cave Heaven level within this secret realm. However, being celestial beings, even in their constrained state, their physical prowess and techniques far surpassed those of ordinary cultivators. With their presence, Firelinger would be safeguarded, allowing Lin Shu to fight without concern for her safety. Protect Firelinger and withdraw 10 miles. Yes, master. The two mounts responded respectfully, then retreated 10 miles while forming a protective barrier around Firelinger within the Cave Heaven. Observing this scene, Firelinger could not help but speak up. This princess does not require your protection. I have my father's hidden cards that will prevent them from posing a lethal threat. These mounts appeared quite formidable with their assistance. Lin Shu's chances against the adversaries would surely be bolstered. Lin Shu was somewhat surprised that Firelinger could express such thoughts in such a critical moment. She truly was a kind-hearted individual. A gentle smile graced Lin Shu's lips. Did you not know who I am beforehand? Today, I shall let you see clearly. In the next instant, a colossal cave heaven manifested behind Lin Shu, within which 12 distinct cave heavens subtly floated. He began to stride towards the hundreds of onlookers. Though I do not know what emboldened you to encircle me, since you have chosen this path, you shall leave no survivors. Not only would they perish, but the forces backing them would also face annihilation once he emerged from this place. Lin Shu had no need to uncover the origins of these factions. It was unnecessary to waste time on inquiries. Should he wish to know, he could simply call upon the goddess Lu to derive the answers directly. He could resolve matters from the root. With the goddess Lu's intervention, it would be a complete erasure, obliterating them from the threads of causality, leaving no trace behind. All along, Lin Shu had refrained from requesting the goddess Lu's true combat prowess. Today, he would do so, having invested so much in her. He believed she would not refuse. As for the causal repercussions, they were likely insignificant to her. The factions of the wilderness, even if traced to their origins, would merely lead to a deity who ascended to the higher realms. What significance did that causality hold? With Lin Shu's words hanging in the air, he launched his assault. As a fellow practitioner of the Cave Heaven realm, Lin Shu's 12 complete Cave Heavens required no ostentatious techniques. He merely needed to unleash his full physical strength, and no individual present could withstand it. First kill, second kill, third kill. Within mere breaths, Lin Shu had already claimed 10 lives. From afar, Firelinger watched in astonishment. She had never witnessed such a terrifying individual. Within the same realm, he dispatched one foe after another without hesitation or delay. Was this truly the Cave Heaven realm? She could believe he was a monarch of the Array realm. It seemed as though there were 12 Cave Heavens within him. How could such an extraordinary Cave Heaven exist in this world? Firelinger was bewildered, unable to comprehend the nature of this phenomenon. In the brief moment of her astonishment, she noticed that several corpses lay around Lin Shu. Just then, Shi Hao, Yun Shi, and the others arrived at the outskirts of the battlefield. Beside the two of them, the nine-headed lion Jin Hong, the fiery lark De Hong, the stone of God, and the peacock sage heir Tuzi Kong Qiujia also witnessed the unfolding scene on the battlefield. For a moment, they were all left in a state of shock. Even heir Tuzi, who once held the status of a sage, found his mouth agape in astonishment. This young man has defied the heavens. After a long pause, he could only utter a single phrase. In contrast, Shi Hao and Yun Shi were not overly taken aback. After all, they had witnessed Lin Shu's earlier domination over the dual-eyed stone. Upon their arrival, they aimed to dive directly into the fray. No need for intervention. Just as they were about to step on a battlefield, Lin Shu's voice rang out. You may observe from the periphery, ready to prevent any fleeing individuals. Upon hearing Lin Shu's command, Shi Hao and Yun Shi refrained from intervening. Yun Shi remained ever vigilant, prepared to thwart any escapees, while Shi Hao brought forth his cauldron. He noticed that among these beings, the majority were not humanoid, which implied that they were suitable for steaming, barbecuing, or, in a word, consuming. Chapter 51. Lin Shu's Frenzied Massacre. Is someone stealing Shi Hao's food? After Lin Shu had dispatched dozens of young prodigies, the remaining talents were engulfed by terror. They never anticipated that Lin Shu would prove to be so formidable. While it was one thing for a single individual to overpower the dual-eyed stone, that was merely one person. Yet, there were hundreds present. Although most were at the Cave Heaven realm, many prodigies had already transcended to the spirit transformation realm, rendering their powers several times stronger than ordinary Cave Heaven practitioners. Not to mention, some had powerful family members who had entered alongside them, most of whom were formidable Inscription Realm warriors, now suppressed to the Cave Heaven realm. It could be said that those at the Cave Heaven level could easily deal with ordinary Cave Heaven foes in just a few moves. Yet against Lin Shu, they found themselves utterly powerless. If Lin Shu were a divine being constrained to the Cave Heaven realm, they might have accepted it. The crux of the matter was that Lin Shu was merely at the spirit transformation level. They simply could not fathom how he managed to suppress his realm while facing dozens, even hundreds of adversaries at the same suppressed level. Observing Lin Shu's effortless demeanor, it was evident that he had not yet reached his limit. Fear gripped them. Should they choose not to flee, it was highly probable that they would all perish here. Consequently, many young prodigies and even some powerful beings at the suppressed level began to scatter in all directions. At that moment, they could hardly concern themselves with the extraordinary opportunities Lin Shu sought. Their lives were at stake. As long as they survived, there would be ample time to pursue fortunes in the future. However, how could they escape? Lin Shu had instructed Shi Hao and Yun Shi to monitor the perimeter. In terms of the same realm, Shi Hao was certainly not comparable to these individuals. As for Yun Shi, after absorbing the Destiny Stone, she was nearly on par with the original beings of the Upper Realm. While the original beings of the Upper Realm had no advantage over some truly extraordinary prodigies, such as the so-called crown kings from the ancient remains, they could easily dispatch lesser talents from the lower realm with a single strike. With Shi Hao and Yun Shi in action, these individuals had no chance of escape. Realizing their predicament, some could no longer restrain themselves and beg for mercy. Lin Shu, I was wrong. We are willing to compensate. Compensation? Lin Shu cared not for such offers. Indeed, He had been either in pursuit of treasures or on the path to find them. However, that was contingent on him not being enraged. Once roused to anger, treasures mattered not to him. The absence of a few trifles would not affect him. But if he were to bottle up his wrath, it could easily disturb his composure. Those treasures would belong to me once you are dead, Lin Shu declared, continuing his assault. When Lin Shu showed no inclination to listen, someone promptly interjected. Lin Shu, do you truly wish to be so ruthless and unfeeling? Many within the 100 Broken Mountains' secret realm are aware of our presence. If we all perish, the news will undoubtedly spread. In time, you will face the entire wasteland, while you may extinguish 2 or 3 dozen powers. Do you truly believe you can annihilate 2 or 300? Moreover, some of our factions have ties to the upper realm. You have already made enemies of the Repairing Heaven sect, the Western sect, and the Ageless Mountain. Should you slay us, you will irreparably offend our backing forces, and they will report your actions to the upper realm. Although our influence may not match that of the Repairing Heaven sect or the Ageless Mountain, united, they could pose a significant threat. Unless you intend to remain below, you will find no refuge in the upper realm. A threat? A cold smile flickered across Lin Shu's lips. From the moment you all conspired against me, not only have you been marked for extermination, but so too have your backing forces and any potential allies from the upper realm. Rest assured, they will join you. Lin Shu's words resonated in the ears of all present, shaking their very spirits. What audacity it took to utter such proclamations. They were aware of Lin Shu's arrogance in Duankong City, but that was merely against a handful of peers and a select few factions. Now, he seemed to be opposing the entire wasteland, even the upper realm. This was no longer arrogance, it was madness. If he were not mad, he would never dare to speak thus. After all, it was the upper realm, a place where deities roamed. How dare he? However, they would not witness it. What awaited them was Lin Shu's relentless barrage of fists. Ultimately, Lin Shu felt the pace was somewhat sluggish. A pure physical strike, devoid of any treasures, could only fell one individual per blow. He would not know how long it would take to dispatch these hundreds. Thus, Lin Shu opted to employ a treasure technique, the celestial star technique. He conjured a massive celestial star, descending like a fallen star, instantly enveloping several miles. Within that span, all prodigies and strong beings met their demise. Of course, this was due to Lin Shu not holding back, as he unleashed 80% of his power. Consequently, as the celestial star fell, a vast, deep pit formed within those several miles. This marked the first time in the countless openings of the 100 Broken Mountain's secret realm that a being at the Cave Heaven realm had marred the territory. Tuzi, the peacock sage, observed this spectacle and could not help but murmur. This individual is terrifying. Such might is far beyond that of the Cave Heaven realm. How could such an awe-inspiring prodigy exist in this world? They truly brought this upon themselves by provoking him. Yet, does he not fear the wrath of the entire wasteland in response to such wholesale slaughter? Nearby, Shi Hao, hearing Tuzi's words, spoke up. Tuzi, fret not. If my elder brother dares to act so boldly, he must have devised a plan. Did you not hear him say, just now? Their backing forces, even those from the upper realm, will also be eradicated. Tuzi expressed skepticism. If that were truly the case, why would he remain in the lower realm? Who says the lower realm is inferior? Is the upper realm always better? Need I even state the obvious? Any sensible person knows that the upper realm is superior. If that is the case, how about a wager? If I win, you'll heed my words. If I lose, you may set the terms. Are you certain? What if I demand you as my servant? Because I am bound to win. Shi Hao confidently replied. It was no jest. He was well aware of Lu Shan's strength from what he had learned from Gue Yi, Mao Qiu, and Xiao Hong. Very well, then, let us wager. If Lin Shu truly overcomes this trial, you will have one. If he fails, you need not become a servant, and you can join me in the Peacock clan. Your talent is commendable, even surpassing my own at your age. You will surely achieve greatness. While they were engaged in their wager, the once formidable talents besieging Lin Shu have now mostly perished, leaving behind a mere handful. This has certainly kept Shi Hao exceedingly busy. These are not mere beings. They are beyond human, and he finds himself unable to consume them all. Thus, he decides to gather them for later indulgence. After all, these are the elites of the myriad races, a veritable treasure trove of nourishment. However, at this moment, Shi Hao discovers that the fallen bodies on the battlefield are mysteriously vanishing. Who dares to pilfer my sustenance? Chapter 52. The Emergence of the Pumo Tree. The Birth of the Dark Ancestors I. Amidst the fray, Lin Shu is startled by Shi Hao's words. Although Shi Hao's prowess is inferior to his own, He undoubtedly ranks among the very best present. The ability to elude Shi Hao's scrutiny is no ordinary skill. In an instant, Lin Shu declares, "Little Stone, Yin Shi, handle these remaining foes. I must ascertain what is transpiring." Upon hearing this, Shi Hao and Yin Shi rush to Lin Shu's side, taking over the fight, while Lin Shu gracefully withdraws to investigate who is clandestinely absconding with the corpses on the battlefield. The primordial possesses spirit. In the next moment, Lin Shu invokes the esoteric techniques he has gleaned from the primordial true resolution. A spiritual form gradually emerges from his brow, scouring the entirety of the battlefield. The primordial spirit is Lin Shu's ultimate trump card, a versatile technique capable of offense, defense, and reconnaissance. For defense, Lin Shu had previously absorbed the cataclysmic light of the supreme bone treasure technique wielded by the heavy-eyed Shi. That annihilating radiance was formidable enough to obliterate all, underscoring the strength of his defenses. Now, he employs this technique for exploration. In an instant, Lin Shu's spiritual form sweeps across the battlefield, swiftly uncovering the source of the missing corpses. Found you. In the southeastern corner, Lin Shu quickly identifies the location. A small hill obstructs the view, and the individual lurking there seems remarkably adept at concealment. Ordinary scrutiny would fail to detect them. This figure is stealthily harvesting corpses, and were it not for Shi Hao's keen eyes, a true glutton, and his fierce protectiveness over his food, a typical observer would hardly notice the disappearance of a few bodies amidst such carnage. Without hesitation, Lin Shu flashes toward the small hill with blinding speed, and to his astonishment, he discovers it is none other than the Pumo tree. Indeed, the Pumo tree has been surreptitiously devouring the corpses, feasting upon their flesh and blood. After all this time, Lin Shu had failed to locate the Pumo tree, only to find it manifesting before him in such a manner. However, he does not intervene. The Pumo tree, noticing Lin Shu's lack of opposition, continues its consumption. It has witnessed Lin Shu's formidable strength in battle and knows that in its current juvenile state, it stands no chance against him. Yet, if it can consume enough, it is confident that it will surpass Lin Shu. Should it devour them all, Lin Shu would be utterly powerless before it. Devour, devour. After all, they are merely corpses, and he is perplexed about how to dispose of them. He cannot simply offer them all to Shi Hao as food. Allowing it to consume them will enhance its strength, thus enabling the application of the great radiance true scripture to purify its dark power, ultimately leading to its conversion and subjugation, which would also yield considerable combat prowess. Lin Shu observes with keen interest as the Pumo tree feasts. Subsequently, he discreetly contacts the Lucian. In the 8th level of the temporal hall, Lucian receives Lin Shu's message and concludes his seclusion. In the next moment, Lucian appears before Lin Shu. Simultaneously, the celestial fox fairy, who has been in seclusion on the 3rd level, also manifests before Lin Shu. The celestial fox fairy has successfully mastered the Dark Ancestor's eye and, after 2 or 3 days of progression from the 1st to the 3rd level, has spent over 2 years within the temporal hall. In this span, she has advanced from nothing to reach the inscription realm. It must be said, as a disciple of the celestial cult, her rate of cultivation is truly astonishing. Though it is a rebirth, returning to the inscription realm in just over 2 years is indeed remarkable. Upon her emergence, she joyfully exclaims, "Lin Shu, this Dark Ancestor's eye, as expected from your gift, feels exponentially more potent than before. Even when employing the celestial technique, I doubt it could rival my current strength by even 1/10. In fact, I feel stronger than my original self. Returning to my true form now poses no issue." Lin Shu nods in agreement. "Naturally, I would not present you with anything ordinary. Now that you have mastered this technique, you are assured a place among the pinnacle of this world. Are you suggesting I could ascend to the fabled supreme level?" She inquires, surprised. "You are aware of the supremes?" Lin Shu responds, intrigued. "Of course, as a disciple of the celestial cult, I cannot be ignorant of the supremes. They're the true paragons of strength, the pinnacle sought by all sect leaders across the 3,000 states. I never imagined I would have the opportunity to reach such heights." Lin Shu shakes his head. "Do you doubt my capability? That cannot be. I previously exhibited potential to glimpse the supreme realm while practicing the celestial technique. With this technique being even more formidable, how could it be impossible?" Lin Shu chuckles. "Your ambitions are too modest. We're the supremes, really. Your aim should be to transcend even that." "Transcend the supremes?" The celestial fox fairy gasps, recalling a legend. In the upper realms of the 3,000 states exists a power known as the Celestial Palace. It is said that within the celestial palace resides an everlasting being, hence the name. This is a true force that exerts dominion over the 3,000 states. An invincible and immortal existence. Lin Shu pays little heed to the celestial fox fairy's thoughts at this moment, instead directing his gaze toward Lucian. Lucian, allow the Pumo tree to consume these corpses before purifying its dark power. All as you wish. Lucian, naturally unconcerned with such trivial matters, does not inquire about the origins of the corpses. For Lucian, this is merely a minor skirmish. In the realm of true warriors, worlds are born and obliterated in an instant. In the seas of realms, a single splash signifies an entire world. The battles of celestial kings result in the annihilation of countless clans and the shattering of existence. The death of a few hundred beings is hardly noteworthy in Lioshan's eyes. At this moment, the Pumo tree is filled with elation. As it continues to consume more corpses, it feels its strength steadily augmenting. Moreover, having emerged from the 100 Breaks Mountain's secret realm, it is unbound by rules, thus transcending mere cave-dwelling realms. Its power has already eclipsed the cave realm, even surpassing the transformation realm, now reaching the inscription realm. Furthermore, with at least 60% of the corpses remaining, should it absorb all of them, it would be close to attaining the status of a revered being. Whether it can consume them all is a concern it currently dismisses from the Pumo tree's mind. Lin Shu can no longer impede its ascent. The time has come, and it has already grown formidable. Meanwhile, Shi Hao and Yun have dispatched their opponents and made their way to Lin Shu. Upon seeing the Pumo tree, Shi Hao instinctively moves to intervene. But Lin Shu halts him. Little stone, do not act. Let it consume. Shi Hao then refrains from his advance. Thus, the group observes the Pumo tree as it devours its bounty. In the blink of an eye, nearly a day has passed. The Pumo tree has finally completed its feast. Its strength has now reached the late stage of the array realm. Little Pumo tree, at last, I have awaited your completion of this feast. The Pumo tree is taken aback. Shouldn't such words come from itself? Chapter 53. The Pumo tree is collected. The celestial king's small tower emerges. Are you courting death? The Pumo tree questions Lin Shu, unable to contain its astonishment. In an ordinary circumstance, he would have undoubtedly refrained from idle chatter and instead acted decisively. However, this time, having indulged in a sumptuous feast, he felt an inner contentment and a pleasant mood that allowed him the leisure to exchange a few words with Lin Shu. If you seek your own demise, I might grant you a complete corpse, considering you did not disturb my meal. Lin Shu's expression remained unchanged. He merely smiled slightly. Little Pooh Demon Tree, have you ever pondered why I permit you to so audaciously consume the essence of these living beings? Upon hearing this, the little Pooh Demon Tree was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded, I do not know, nor do I need to. Perhaps I was no match for you before, but now, to devour you is no different than consuming those corpses. You should not have foolishly granted me time. My rate of growth is beyond your imagination. In the next instant, the once modestly tall Pooh Demon Tree surged upward with astonishing speed. In a single breath, it reached a height of 100 zhong. With another breath, it soared to 1,000 zhong. In mere moments, the Pooh Demon Tree had transformed into a colossal entity, obscuring the sky, potentially stretching to dozens or even hundreds of thousands of zhong. Now, this is my true form. I wonder what confidence you possess to face me now. The voice of the Pooh Demon Tree resonated like the tolling of bells, shaking the very heavens and earth, causing tremors throughout the realm. Those weaker beings standing beside Lin Shu found themselves unsteady merely from the sound. The likes of Jin Hong, the nine-headed lion, and the cloud sparrow, despite their moderate strength, were thrown to the ground. The peacock elder, Tuzi, gazed at this scene in disbelief, murmuring, this is troublesome. That aura has already reached the level of a duke in the array realm. In this 100 Break Mountain secret realm, all external beings were suppressed to the cave heaven realm, and none could rival it. Why had it been allowed to consume so freely? Now that it had grown strong, it seemed we might not be able to escape this place. Shi Hao chuckled, addressing Tuzi, you, who continue to boast of your peak strength, are now reduced to this before a duke in the array realm. Pray tell, besides you and Hong, who else here shares your fear? The peacock elder looked around, and as Shi Hao had indicated, Lin Shu, Yun Shi, and the two companions by Lin Shu's side, even the nine-headed lion, showed no signs of trepidation. How can this be? That is a duke in the array realm. Such a realm could consume 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 beings of the cave heaven realm without a second thought. No one paid heed to the expression of the peacock elder. Lin Shu turned to the side, addressing the Willow deity and the celestial fox fairy. Willow deity, the Poo demon tree is yours to handle. You need only purify the darkness within it and guide it to transformation. As for the purified darkness, I leave that to you. For your dark ancestral, I should suffice to absorb it. With the current strength of the Poo demon tree, absorbing its darkness might even elevate you to the Duke realm, or perhaps even to the status of an elder. The celestial fox fairy nodded eagerly. All right, I am prepared. In the next moment, the Willow deity made her move. Without a flicker of movement, a divine realm emerged behind her. Within this realm, countless divine phantoms materialized. However, these were merely illusory figures. As these divine apparitions stepped forth, melodious sounds of sacred chants filled the air. Witnessing this, the Poo demon tree uttered in disbelief, impossible. This secret realm absolutely forbids the presence of divine beings. How can you disregard its rules? Although the Poo demon tree was unaware of the specific origins of this secret realm, it had taken root in the 100 Break Mountain for countless years. It had witnessed divine beings attempting to challenge the rules of the realm, all of whom met with certain death. Now, a powerful entity was exhibiting divine might within the 100 Break Mountain, and the realm's rules showed no sign of enforcement. Yet, no one answered the Poo demon tree's query. As the sacred chants reverberated, the dark power enveloping the Poo demon tree was continuously purified and stripped away. Simultaneously, the celestial fox fairy did not hesitate to employ her dark ancestral eye, beginning to consume the dark energy. Tuzi, the peacock elder, looked at the Willow deity in astonishment, as if witnessing something utterly incomprehensible, leaving him speechless. At that moment, he understood why everyone appeared so unconcerned. With such a terrifying presence here, it was no wonder they feared not the mere Duke in the Array realm. The Willow deity, having fully mastered the great radiant scripture, found it effortless to purify the dark energies of the mere Duke in the Array realm. In just a few breaths, the darkness surrounding the Poo demon tree was completely cleansed, and the tree was wholly transformed. The Poo demon tree shrank down to a few zhang in height, shedding its previous arrogance, and respectfully proclaimed, "I pay my respects to my master." The Willow deity glanced at Lin Shu and remarked, "He is your master." Clearly, the Willow deity held no interest in the trivial Poo demon tree, showing no inclination to claim it as her own. Thus, Lin Shu became the master of the Poo demon tree. At this moment, Lin Shu contemplated gifting the Poo demon tree to Shi Hao as an investment. However, upon reflection, he decided to hold off for the time being. The investment system rewarded higher returns for greater values invested. Currently, the Poo demon tree was merely at the Duke realm, and investing it would yield only moderate returns. Lin Shu estimated that it might reach the level of a celestial god at best, but even then, it wouldn't soar too high. It seemed wiser to wait until they dealt with the powers behind the young prodigies besieging him, allowing the Poo demon tree to consume to its heart's content, thereby enhancing its strength before presenting it as an investment to Shi Hao. At that time, the returns would undoubtedly surpass those of the current investment. Lin Shu glanced at the celestial fox fairy. The dark energy within the Poo demon tree, while not excessive, was certainly substantial, far beyond what the celestial fox fairy could absorb in a short time. Thus, Lin Shu instructed everyone to rest while they awaited the celestial fox fairy to finish her consumption. After all, their tasks within the 100 Break Mountain secret realm had been completed, and there was nothing left to do but wait for the realm to reopen and then depart. Suddenly, the Willow deity's gaze shifted to a certain area of the 100 Break Mountain secret realm. I did not expect him to appear here. She turned to Lin Shu and inquired, "What say you? Are you interested in accompanying me for a visit?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shu was indeed intrigued. To catch the attention of the Willow deity surely indicated an extraordinary origin. In the next moment, the Willow deity led Lin Shu away, vanishing from the sight of the others. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a mysterious valley. Within the valley, radiant hues danced, hinting at the presence of astonishing treasures hidden within. As Lin Shu ventured deeper into the valley, he soon beheld the so-called astonishing treasure, a pure white bone tower, floating in midair and radiating a celestial glow. Is it truly you? Upon this sight, memories flooded Lin Shu's mind. The Little Tower. Chapter 54. Investment in the Little Tower. Lin Shu's innate Taichu Tower. You recognize it? Noticing Lin Shu's astonishment and reflective demeanor, the Willow deity expressed her own surprise. Lin Shu replied, "I know a bit, but not the specifics." This was no falsehood. In the original tale, the Little Tower accompanied Shi Hao during his time in the lower realms, later following the Willow deity through that portal, only to emerge at last. However, its true origins remained unspecified. Whether it was the weapon of a supreme being at the level of an immortal king or an entity in its own right, Lin Shu was uncertain. Yet, he was confident that at its peak, the little tower was undoubtedly at the immortal king level, perhaps even comparable to a powerful immortal king, though possibly slightly weaker than the Willow deity. As for further specifics, Lin Shu could not say. For Lin Shu, in the present day, it is indeed fitting that the origins of the little tower are remarkable. Knowing a bit about it is already quite commendable. The divine Lu, however, did not elucidate its specific origin, perhaps because she herself was unaware. She directly accepted the little tower and handed it over to Lin Shu, stating, "This tower has an extraordinary lineage. It may prove useful to you. As for me, unless it regains its former glory, it holds little value." As Lin Shu gazed at the little tower being presented to him by the divine Lu, he was already contemplating its potential investment. Having read the original text, Lin Shu was well aware that this was an object even Shi Hao had derided as a mere pitfall. Lin Shu had no time to seek out treasures for it to devour. He would rather invest it in Shi Hao and let him grapple with it instead. This little tower, with its remarkable heritage, might yield astonishing treasures if invested wisely. The divine Lu seemed to perceive Lin Shu's thoughts and inquired, "It appears you are not particularly keen on it?" Lin Shu did not conceal his sentiments. "Indeed, this tower is currently incomplete. While it could assist me, it requires a significant amount of rare materials for restoration, and its body is scattered elsewhere. Ultimately, I could give it to little Shi Hao. This would not only aid him, but also prompt him to search for its body." "Very well, then it shall be as you wish. With me by your side, this tower offers you little advantage, but for Shi Hao, it presents a splendid opportunity." Lin Shu stored the little tower and then returned with the divine Lu to the location where Shi Hao and Yun Shi were situated. Shi Hao immediately exclaimed, "Big brother. Divine Lu, what have you been up to? Did you encounter something intriguing? If there's something so fascinating, why was I not included? Trapped in this 100-fragment mountain's secret realm, suppressed to the cave heaven realm, I promise I won't hold you back." Lin Shu chuckled, "Little Shi Hao, do you not notice that you lack a treasure? That sword of yours must be returned to Ghost Lord. The divine Lu has taken me to procure a treasure for you." "A treasure?" At this, Shi Hao's interest was piqued. "What kind of treasure? What is its rank?" "A divine artifact?" Lin Shu shook his head. "Is it a revered artifact?" Lin Shu smiled. "Little Shi Hao, do you believe a mere revered artifact could capture the interest of the divine Lu, prompting her to personally retrieve it?" Upon hearing this, Shi Hao instantly understood that this treasure was of an exceptionally high caliber, far surpassing that of a revered artifact, and even a divine artifact would surely pale in comparison. Lin Shu continued, "It is a chaos artifact, and, at its peak, it may only be slightly inferior to the divine Lu. Today, I bestow it upon you. Although its power is far from its zenith, as long as you diligently restore it and seek out its body to complete it, in the future, it could very well become one of the most formidable artifacts in existence." The latter statement was naturally a casual remark from Lin Shu. The title of the most powerful artifact in existence would not belong to the little tower. However, should Shi Hao ascend to the status of the great emperor of the wilderness and put forth the effort, he indeed had the opportunity to make the little tower one of the mightiest artifacts in the world. As he spoke, Lin Shu produced the little tower. Shi Hao looked at it and asked, "How do we restore it? If this tower is fated to be with you, it will reveal its secrets in due time. Is it alive? You will find out in due course." Lin Shu did not intend to elaborate further, as his own understanding of the little tower was limited. Speaking too much could lead to missteps, and silence was more prudent. Shi Hao gratefully accepted the little tower, saying, "Thank you, big brother. You are so kind to me. Ever since I left Stone Village, you have gifted me so many treasures. I am at a loss as to how to repay you. Your only task is to grow stronger. As long as you cultivate diligently, there will come a time when you can repay me. Yes, I will train hard. After this, I will enter seclusion and will not emerge until I have opened 10 cave heavens." Lin Shu shook his head. "That is unnecessary. Your path to cultivation does not solely rely on seclusion. Venturing out into the world will lead you to great opportunities. Sometimes, a single moment of chance can outweigh decades of arduous training. Then, I shall heed your advice. Control your own pace. You are not training for my sake, so there is no need to follow my every word." Lin Shu did not wish for Shi Hao to become someone who only adhered to his own thoughts. He offered a final reminder. Subsequently, Shi Hao stored the little tower, weaving it into his hair alongside the stone of divine punishment. Meanwhile, a notification chimed. "Ding! The host has gifted Shi Hao the nameless little tower. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the primordial tower. Primordial tower. at the dawn of creation, a treasure formed from the endless essence of primordial energy, rich in primordial energy within, capable of both offense and defense. Lin Shu gazed at the information with satisfaction. The primordial energy contained within could enhance his comprehension and cultivation of the primordial true understanding. As for the primordial tower itself, it was indeed dual purpose. With Lin Shu currently at the spirit transformation realm, the primordial tower could not be harmed by even revered beings, and it could emit a faint primordial offensive energy, capable of inflicting damage on revered beings, even potentially vanquishing them. As Lin Shu's cultivation progressed, its offensive and defensive capabilities would only grow stronger. This is splendid. It perfectly compensates for my lack of weaponry. Lin Shu felt a surge of joy regarding this investment's returns. Now, he only lacked a sword. Lin Shu's trump cards were the Great Wilderness Sword Classic and the Primordial Spirit. The Primordial Spirit, however, should not be utilized casually. Thus, the Great Wilderness Sword Classic took precedence. In this regard, he was merely missing a sword. Although true sword masters could wield anything as a sword, Lin Shu had not yet reached that echelon. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Shu. Should he first acquire the sword belonging to Ghost Lord that Shi Hao had discovered, then return it to Ghost Lord through his own hands? This could potentially yield a fine sword as a return on investment. After pondering, Lin Shu deemed this a feasible strategy. However, he needed a rationale. Little Shi Hao, I have recently comprehended a sword technique and require a sword. May I borrow the one you retrieved for Ghost Lord? I will return it to him upon my departure. Without hesitation, Shi Hao replied. Big brother can use it as you wish. Just ensure you return it to Ghost Lord. Lin Shu accepted the sword and stated, since there is still some time before the 100 Fragment Mountain's secret realm reopens, why don't we all practice in my time in Space Hall for a while? The time flow within each layer of my hall has a uniquely beneficial effect on cultivation. Upon hearing this, everyone readily agreed. Soon, Lin Shu led them into the time and space hall for their training. Chapter 55, A Frantic Breakthrough. The Divine Lu becomes the Emperor of Light. With less than a day until the conclusion of the 100 Fragment Mountain secret realm, Lin Shu finally emerged from seclusion on the 3rd level of the time and space hall. System. Check my information panel. It is worth mentioning that this was only the 2nd time Lin Shu had examined the system panel since acquiring it. The first time was right after binding to the system. As Lin Shu's words fell, a transparent virtual panel materialized before him. Strongest investment system. Host. Lin Shu age. 2270 years. Realm. Peak of the inscription realm cultivation method. Primordial true understanding divine arts and techniques. Howling moon and star technique. Great wilderness sword classic. Primordial spirit. Primordial chaos. Primordial light investments made. Willow God. Shi Hao. Yin Shi. Demoness celestial fox fairy. Fire spirit investment rewards. All receive possessions. 20 heavenly god realm guardians. 2 supreme realm mounts. True phoenix and chaos demon ape. 2 heavenly god realm mounts. Thunder lion and howling moon wolf. Time and space hall. Primordial tower. True dragon rune. Destiny stone x2. True water of Tai. Immortal king physical body. Steps of ascension. Chaos creation, etc. Having reached the peak of the inscription realm, Lin Shu nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the outcome of his seclusion. Although the initial phase of this retreat commenced within the 2nd level of the temporal hall, where I cultivated at a speed 100 times faster than normal. Ultimately breaking through to the inscription realm, I then ascended to the 3rd level, where I trained at a velocity 1,000 times greater, reaching the pinnacle of the inscription realm. When accounting for the time spent in the temporal hall, decades have passed. According to the system panel, my age reflects 2 figures, 22 and 70. It is evident that the 22 years represents my age in the outside world, while 70 encompasses the additional time spent in the temporal hall, indicating that I have indeed cultivated for a full 48 years. For the top prodigies in this realm, advancing through an entire major realm in 48 years might seem mediocre. Yet, Lin Shu is acutely aware that his current talents are rather ordinary. To achieve a breakthrough through self-cultivation alone fills him with immense satisfaction. What lies ahead is the aspiration to thoroughly refine the inscription realm to its utmost limits, and even transcend them. The so-called inscriptions are symbols etched within one's body. However, merely inscribing these symbols signifies the attainment of the peak of this realm, and does not equate to reaching the ultimate state. Nonetheless, Lin Shu possesses the true dragon runes, and if he could inscribe these within himself, he would undoubtedly reach that ultimate state. Yet, this is not the path Lin Shu desires. While the true dragon runes could indeed elevate him to the pinnacle, he perceives the potential of the true dragon as merely that, to forge a path that extends further. it would be prudent to refrain from relying on the true dragon runes, unless absolutely necessary. It seems the answers must be sought within the primordial truths of the Taichu Jinjia. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Lin Shu turned his attention directly to the lottery section. At present, it was time for the monthly draw. Moreover, Lin Shu noted that the lottery timing was calculated based on the external world. Otherwise, having cultivated for 48 years in the temple hall would have resulted in 48 monthly draws. Yet, Lin Shu paid little mind to this. System, I wish to draw. Ding. The system detected that the host possesses one opportunity for a monthly draw. Would you like to proceed? Yes. As Lin Shu's words fell, the system fell into a momentary silence. Before long, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Extermination Sword Array. Extermination Sword Array, an unparalleled killing formation, composed of 4 swords inscribed into a formation. The power of the formation is contingent upon the strength of the inscriber as well as the quality of the 4 swords utilized. The stronger the inscriber or the higher the grade of the 4 swords, the greater the might of the formation. It is an unparalleled array that surpasses the foremost killing formations in this realm. Lin Shu naturally recognized that this realm harbors numerous killing formations. For instance, Chao Yuxing, a close associate of Shi Hao, possesses within him an exceptionally formidable killing formation, known as the Third Killing Array. Thus, a clear plan for the next stage of cultivation has emerged. The array realm entails inscribing various killing formations within oneself. Initially, Lin Shu pondered over the breakthrough to the next realm and how to achieve its zenith thereafter. He had not anticipated that he would draw the supreme killing formation at this precise moment. The inscription realm allows one to comprehend the primordial truths of the Taichu Jinjia, from which runes can be derived. The array realm enables the inscribing of the extermination sword array within oneself. However, to imprint it within, for swords capable of being housed within the body are necessary. It appears that this shall become the primary objective moving forward. Lin Shu temporarily set aside the method for inscribing the extermination sword array and then exited the temporal hall. Upon emerging, Lin Shu summoned the other cultivators who had also been training within the temporal hall. Naturally, he did not call upon Lu Shun, who was currently engrossed in comprehending the one qi transforming 3 purities, striving for early mastery. Indeed, Lu Shun had entered the initial stages of this practice, capable of manifesting 3 avatars that mirrored his own strength. During this nearly month-long period, he had cultivated for millions of years within the temporal hall, reaching the level of Emperor Light Celestial King. It could be stated that Lu Shun, below the threshold of the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm, was truly invincible. Even the Butcher and the Grave Lord could not compare to him. After all, Lu Shun's one qi transforming 3 purities equated to 4 Emperor Light Celestial Kings. Who could rival such power? Now, Lu Shun finally possessed the capital to embark on the path to break through to the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm. However, that journey is exceedingly arduous, and the duration required for a breakthrough remains uncertain. Of course, should Lu Shun achieve greater mastery of the one qi transforming 3 purities, he might find an opportunity for a breakthrough. Having spent millions of years merely reaching the initial stage, the time required for mastery will certainly be much longer. Yet, Lin Shu was not anxious. With the temporal hall at his disposal, he found himself with ample time for the moment. Aside from Lu Shun, the other individuals who had entered the temporal hall have now emerged. Shi Hao has opened up 10 cave heavens and has now broken through to the cave heaven realm, arriving at the pinnacle of the revered realm. Yunxi, after merging with the Destiny's Stone, now possesses a talent comparable to some weaker first-generation beings, and Lin Shu had gifted her the Creation Stone. Over the years, she devoted herself to merging with the Creation Stone, which consumed considerable time. After the fusion, Yunxi's innate abilities have subtly surpassed those of the 10 crowned kings possessing world trees, thus achieving the revered realm as well. The Heavenly Fox Princess, the Demoness Ling, practicing the Dark Ancestral Eye, has also reached the revered realm after devouring the immense dark power from the Pumo tree over the past decades. The Breaking God Stone, endowed with the bloodline of 10 fiends, possesses formidable talent. However, it cannot compare to Shi Hao or the Heavenly Fox Princess, who have merged with the Creation Stone and practiced the Dark Ancestral Eye, yet it too has attained the Array realm. Hua Linger, of ordinary talent, has spent decades cultivating within the temporal hall, barely breaking through from the cave heaven realm to the inscription realm. The 9-headed lion, Jin Hong, and the fire cloud sparrow, De Hong, share similar ordinary talents, having only just achieved the inscription realm. The The final individual is the Peacock Revered One, Heir Tuzi. He has now restored his strength to the Array realm and only requires another opportunity to return to the Supreme Revered realm. Observing them, Lin Shu felt a deep sense of reflection. Ah, truly, exceptional talent allows one to do as they please. All of them have trained within the second level and subsequently entered the third level, with training durations being roughly equivalent. Yet among them, the least gifted, Nine-Headed Lion and Fire-Cloud Sparrow, have already breached the inscription realm. He himself has only just reached it. One can only conclude that the disparity in talent is indeed vast, especially considering he has consumed the Enlightenment tea. Lin Shu shook his head, choosing not to dwell on such sorrowful matters. After all, he had long prepared himself mentally. While the talents of the Nine-Headed Lion and Fire-Cloud Sparrow may pale in comparison to Shi Hao or the Heavenly Fox Princess, they are still prodigies, undeniably surpassing the innate gifts of Lin Shu, the Transmigrator. Lin Shu's gaze turned toward Shi Hao. Little Stone, your rapid breakthroughs within the temporal hall necessitate that you consolidate your realms during this period. Should the opportunity arise, you may revisit each realm in the future, as you have only swiftly ascended without achieving the ultimate state in each. Big brother, I understand. Shi Hao nodded. Even without your reminder, I'd already contemplated this. In fact, I am preparing for the merging of the 10 cave heavens, but I must first exit the 100 Broken Mountains secret realm. Upon hearing Shi Hao's words, Lin Shu felt reassured. He did not wish for Shi Hao's rapid cultivation within the temporal hall to result in him failing to attain the ultimate state in each realm. This would render his good intentions counterproductive. A day later, the 100 Broken Mountains secret realm reopened. Lin Shu and his companions, without hesitation, exited the 100 Broken Mountains secret realm. Chapter 56. Today, you shall vanish from the wild domain. The 100 Broken Mountains secret realm has finally concluded. One wonders which prodigies will seize the opportunities within this secret realm this time. Before the secret realm's opening, Lin Shu had extinguished a dozen or so factions, significantly reducing competition. It is believed that these prodigies will encounter a wealth of opportunities upon their entry. The powerful figures of various factions stood in the void at the entrance of the 100 Broken Mountain secret realm, communicating through their divine consciousness. However, the more they observed, the more they perceived something amiss. In the depths of the 100 Dawn Mountains secret realm, only Lin Shu and a handful of other prodigies emerged, with no further exceptional talents making their appearance. Moreover, the secret realm itself was gradually sealing shut. Such circumstances could only stem from one reason. Those prodigies were ensnared, leaving them no time to exit. Another possibility was that they had all perished, thus unable to return. Contemplating this, a powerful figure immediately seized a prodigy who had just exited the realm and inquired, "Young one, do you possess any knowledge of the events that transpired within the 100 Mountains secret realm? Why have our clan's prodigies, along with those from other 100 clans, failed to reappear?" The captured prodigy fell silent. He was acutely aware of the cause behind the demise of those 100 clans prodigies, yet he dared not speak of it. Within the secret realm, they had witnessed from a distance Lin Shu, who appeared as a harbinger of death, effortlessly vanquishing hundreds of prodigies of the same realm without encountering any resistance. Furthermore, he had cultivated a tree of unimaginable terror, one that blotted out the sun and emanated an aura so formidable that it rivaled that of a revered being, causing even the likes of the divine Monkey King to retreat. Such a powerful existence was subdued by Lin Shu and his companions within the secret realm, indicating that they possessed a formidable strength unbound by the realm's rules. This conveyed a deeply unsettling message. Lin Shu had a terrifyingly powerful ally concealed at his side, one even more formidable than the 10 divine beings that had appeared in Duankong City. Given this predicament, any hint of Lin Shu's prowess could lead to dire repercussions for both the individual and their backing forces, likely resulting in a swift purge by Lin Shu. Esteemed elder, I have been diligently seeking opportunities within the 100 Mountain and have not traveled alongside others. I truly know nothing of what transpired, the young prodigy stated. The powerful figure retorted sharply, "Are you genuinely unaware, or merely feigning ignorance? If you disclose the truth, I shall not hold you accountable for your previous deception. Should you remain silent, however, I can easily probe your soul, and you shall have no choice in the matter." At that moment, a voice interjected, "So, you intend to coerce him into confession?" The speaker was none other than Lin Shu, with a clear sense of justice. Lin Shu felt compelled to avenge those who bore him animosity, yet he bore no grudge against the captured prodigy. Thus, he could not allow him to suffer for not revealing Lin Shu's identity. After all, Lin Shu had already intended to cleanse the powers behind those prodigies who had perished in the secret realm. Coincidentally, The Poo Demon tree needed to grow swiftly, and such an investment could yield yet another formidable ally. Consequently, when he ventured to the upper realms 3,000 prefectures, he would possess an additional source of strength. After all, it was not feasible to rely solely on the efforts of the divine Lu to deal with mere minions. The interrogating figure turned towards the source of the voice, initially poised to unleash a torrent of curses for interrupting his questioning. However, upon recognizing Lin Shu, his expression morphed into one of obsequiousness. "Ah, it is young Master Lin Shu. I am unaware of your reasons for intervening in our matters." He surveyed Lin Shu and his companions, and in the next moment, a tempest of astonishment surged within him. He realized that Lin Shu and those by his side had all ascended in cultivation. Some had even transcended multiple realms. He recognized Shi Hao, who had entered as merely a cave heaven realm cultivator, yet had now attained the status of a revered being. The aura he emitted was so overwhelmingly powerful that even this esteemed figure felt an immense pressure, akin to standing before a deity rather than another reverend. This profound sense of dread was not limited to Shi Hao alone. The two women accompanying Lin Shu evoked similar feelings. He recalled one of them as the woman who had explained Lin Shu's entourage of 10 celestial beings in Duankong City, whose background appeared remarkably distinguished. Back then, she had seemed to barely grasp the inscription realm, on the cusp of breaking into the array realm, yet now she had reached the revered status. The other woman, presumably from the Celestial Mountain, had similarly attained the revered rank. Such rapid ascension in strength was nothing short of astonishing. The Hundred-Dawn Mountain's secret realm was known for suppressing cultivation levels, making breakthroughs within its confines nearly impossible. Why then had Lin Shu and his companions experienced such remarkable growth? At that moment, his demeanor grew increasingly respectful. "Young Master Lin Shu, if my interrogation has disturbed your enjoyment, I can take my leave at once." "No need." Lin Shu waved his hand dismissively. "Did you not wish to know why your clan's prodigies have not emerged? If so, allow me to enlighten you." Upon hearing this, the powerful figure was instantly gripped by a foreboding sense. Though Lin Shu's words were light, he seemed to perceive an undercurrent of unfathomable rage, an impending storm of bloodshed. Instinctively, he yearned to flee, yet he found himself ensnared by the auras of Shi Hao, Yun Shi, and the celestial fox princess, rendering him immobile. He could only muster the courage to respond. "Please enlighten us, young Master Lin Shu. We are eager to hear the details. It is of little consequence. Your clan's prodigies banded together to seek my fortune, and in the end, they all met their demise at my hands," Lin Shu stated nonchalantly. "I cannot ascertain the exact number, but I believe it to be around several hundred, though the precise figure eludes me." "What?" Upon the utterance of these words, the expressions of those in Duankong City who were observing this scene shifted dramatically. Thus, the absence of their prodigies was not due to their entrapment, but rather their annihilation at the hands of Lin Shu. It was no wonder the Hundred Mountains' secret realm had sealed, allowing only a few to escape. It turned out they had all been slain by Lin Shu. "Lin Shu, how dare you commit such an egregious act? Do you not regard the lives of the denizens of the wasteland?" A voice rose amidst the turmoil. "If you do not provide us with an explanation, our backing forces will not rest until justice is served. Indeed, we, over 100 factions, shall demand retribution for the fallen prodigies." As one voice spoke, another followed, then a third, until dozens clamored to question Lin Shu. In response, Lin Shu remained unfazed, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I did not wish to incite excessive bloodshed. Had you merely offered me an apology or dismissed the matter entirely, claiming it to be an act of individuals unconnected to your clans, I would have let it go. However, you sought to leverage the masses against me. I am afraid I do not subscribe to such tactics. From this day forth, you shall vanish from the wasteland." As his words echoed, Lin Shu made his move. Chapter 57. The Sorrow of Duankong City. The Poo Demon Tree becomes divine. The peak strength of the inscription realm was fully unveiled in that moment. This time, Lin Shu did not summon his celestial guardians. Primarily, this group lacked sufficient strength. Falling far below the levels of the Rain King's mansion, the Repair Heaven sect, the Ageless Mountain, the Western sect, and the Magic Spirit Lake. The vast majority were merely at the inscription and array realms, with only a handful attaining the revered status. To Lin Shu, such levels were not insurmountable. Moreover, he had just undergone a breakthrough in the time and space hall, necessitating a battle to solidify his newfound power. It was also an opportune moment to test the progress of his current De Huang Wu sword cannon. During his time in the time and space hall, Lin Shu had not only advanced his cultivation, but had also cultivated the De Huang Wu sword cannon, which had now reached a level of minor success. Indeed, The terrifying swordsmanship was exceedingly difficult for Lin Shu to comprehend on his own. However, after imbibing the Enlightenment tea, his perceptiveness underwent a significant enhancement, allowing him to achieve a small degree of mastery. With the broken sword of the Ghost Lord in hand, Lin Shu immediately unleashed the Great Desolate Sword Cannon. As he struck, a formidable noble of the Array realm, engaged in direct combat with him, seemed to enter a temporal domain. Enveloped by the sword's radiance, he began to age rapidly. Truly, the Great Desolate Sword Cannon is remarkable. Even at a nascent stage, it possesses the ability to sever the flow of time. Thus, under Lin Shu's blade, the noble of the Array realm fell before he even grasped the situation. Upon witnessing Lin Shu's prowess, his companions, Shi Hao, Yin Shi, the Celestial Fox Maiden, Huoling, the Nine-Headed Lion Jin Hong, the Fire Lark De Hong, the Battle Godstone, and even the Peacock's Sovereign Heir too, joined the fray. As for the Puemo tree, it remained passive. Lin Shu had instructed it to merely consume the essence of the fallen beings shortly thereafter. Although the Puemo tree had shed its dark powers, its devouring attribute remained intact. The trio of venerables, Shi Hao, Yin Shi, and the Celestial Fox Maiden, engaged in battle. And they were no ordinary venerables. At present, they were capable of slaying deities. Their involvement in the conflict resulted in a veritable massacre, with hardly anyone able to withstand a single strike. Occasionally, a venerable would attempt to intervene, only to be obliterated by Shi Hao's astonishing might, annihilated by Yin Shi's enigmatic powers, or extinguished by the dark energies unleashed from the Celestial Fox Maiden's gaze. Huoling, Jin Hong, and De Hong, while unable to dominate their peers, also exerted considerable pressure on those weaker than themselves. As for the Battle Godstone and Heir too, while they were not as formidable as Shi Hao, Yin Shi, or the Celestial Fox Maiden, they were still exceptional, charging through the ranks with few challengers. In the city of Broken Sky, all present were rendered speechless by the unfolding spectacle. They could not fathom what had transpired with Lin Shu and his companions, nor what extraordinary fortune had befallen them, allowing them to grow to such a degree that they could contend with, or even overpower, the elder generation of powerhouses. However, from their recent discourse, it was evident that Lin Shu and his entourage had indeed acquired an incredible opportunity, compelling the once proud prodigies to conspire against him after witnessing the battle between Lin Shu and Shi Yi. One could only surmise that this opportunity was so formidable that it drove them to take such risks. At this moment, many were secretly contemplating whether to strike at Lin Shu in hopes of seizing that extraordinary fortune. With Lin Shu reaching the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm and entering the marking realm, and Shi Hao, Yin Shi, and the Celestial Fox Maiden advancing to the venerable stage, the prospect of attaining divinity seemed tantalizingly within reach. In an instant, some powerful individuals, unable to resist the allure of divinity, now so close at hand, advanced toward Lin Shu. Lin Shu, your merciless slaughter of the beings of the Desolate Domain shall not go unchallenged. I shall stand with them to seek justice. Lin Shu disdainfully retorted, if you desire fortune, simply state so. There is no need for such grandiloquent rhetoric. It only serves to render you more hypocritical and repugnant. Just then, a fiery figure, exuding an imperial aura, stepped forth. Young Master Lin Shu speaks wisely. When did hypocrisy come to represent the beings of the Desolate Domain? I am quite eager to learn. The speaker was none other than the Fire Emperor. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, but seeing his daughter Huoling engage, he could not remain idle. The Fire Emperor recognized that his daughter, who had entered at the Celestial Realm, had now transcended to the Marking Realm, achieving two significant breakthroughs. If a genuine opportunity existed, his daughter must have partaken in it. As a father, he felt compelled to ensure her safety after acquiring such fortune. Furthermore, intervening now might earn Lin Shu's goodwill, an opportunity not to be missed. Regarding the beings of the Desolate Domain, the Fire Emperor believed that Lin Shu would not act so recklessly without the strength to suppress them. The events of that day in the city of Broken Sky were still vividly etched in his memory. I did not expect you to take action, Fire Emperor. Another voice, equally suffused with imperial presence, echoed. The speaker was the Stone Emperor. Shi Hao is of my Stone Nation. To oppose him is to oppose my imperial lineage. Such was the advantage of strength. In the original narrative, Shi Hao faced numerous formidable foes with little assistance. Yet now, upon reaching the Venerable Realm, even the Stone Emperor felt compelled to act. As the Stone Emperor joined the fray, so too did the formidable forces of the Supplementation Pavilion. Ghost Lord, Zhu Yan, and Zhu Ke were among the first to engage. Thus, amidst the myriad factions present, while their numbers were substantial, the disparity in high-level combat strength was stark. After all, the Ghost Lord, Stone Emperor, and Fire Emperor were embodiments of divine fire. Shi Hao, Lin Shu, and the Celestial Fox Maiden possessed the power to slay deities, while Zhu Yan and Zhu Ke held peak venerable strength. Coupled with Lin Shu's mastery of the great Desolate Sword Cannon, which could sever time itself, few could stand against them. In a brief span of less than an hour, the multitude of forces within the City of Broken Sky was decimated. This day would be forever memorialized as the true tragedy of the City of Broken Sky. The marking and array realm venerables lay scattered across the ground, blood flowing like rivers, as the city itself teetered on the brink of destruction amidst the chaos. The PMO tree reveled in the carnage, voraciously consuming the essence of the fallen. With each intake, its own realm began to ascend. Having reached the latter stages of the array realm in the 100 Break Mountain secret realm, it soon transcended into the venerable realm and continued striving toward its zenith. The number of fallen foes was vast and formidable. Even after breaking into the pinnacle of the venerable realm, the PMO tree showed no signs of stagnation. Within its core, a flicker of divine fire began to manifest. The PMO tree was on the verge of igniting divine fire. 3 days later, having consumed the essence of all the fallen, the PMO tree, under the witness of numerous beings in the City of Broken Sky, finally ignited its divine fire, stepping into the realm of divine flames. Chapter 58. Astonishing Returns on Investment. The emergence of the Demon Tree King. In the City of Broken Sky, silence reigned. Those who had not participated in the events hid in the shadows, eager to discern the outcome of Lin Shu's confrontation with the myriad forces of the Desolate Domain. To their astonishment, they witnessed the emergence of several of the Desolate Domain's most elite powerhouses. Although Lin Shu had previously summoned 10 exceedingly formidable beings in the City of Broken Sky, their renown in the Desolate Domain was minimal, rendering today a spectacle far more impactful. Today, the Fire Emperor, Stone Emperor, and Ghost Lord all acted in concert, aligning themselves with Lin Shu. This signified that the 3 premier factions of the human race in the Desolate Domain had chosen to stand by his side. Their united front warrants deep contemplation. Was it purely to assist Lin Shu, or did these 3 factions intend to collaborate in unifying the Desolate Domain, thereby establishing a realm ruled by humanity? However, this information had yet to be fully comprehended when they bore witness to the birth of a deity. It was undoubtedly a sight they would never forget. A tree, with its branches and canopy stretching across vast expanses, seemed to encompass the entirety of heaven and earth. Many strong individuals in the Desolate Domain turned their gazes toward the City of Broken Sky, their eyes brimming with awe. The Desolate Domain had not seen the birth of a deity in countless years. Since ancient times, it could be said that few had attained divinity. The only 2 who had achieved this were those who relied on immense imperial fortune rather than their own merits. The 2 individuals before us are none other than the sovereigns of the 2 most formidable human empires in this desolate realm, the Stone Emperor and the Fire Emperor. At this moment, numerous powerful beings, gazing towards the direction of the Void City, bowed and proclaimed, "We extend our heartfelt congratulations to our esteemed senior on achieving divinity." Their voices resonated from all directions, echoing within the confines of the Void City, a harmonious chorus. The PMO tree, however, paid little heed to these accolades. It retracted its overwhelming aura, and subsequently, the colossal form of the PMO tree rapidly diminished, transforming into a humanoid figure. Approaching Lin Shu, it respectfully stated, "Thank you, my master, for your grace." This scene left those covertly congratulating onlookers in stunned disbelief. A deity, the sole individual since ancient times to attain divinity through personal merit, was addressing Lin Shu as his master. Such words implied that this newly ascended elder had achieved godhood solely due to Lin Shu's influence. Whispers of incredulity spread among the strong. After all, a god in the Desolate Realm is an exalted entity, wielding the power to govern the fates of countless beings. Yet Lin Shu seemed to command this power with effortless ease. However, the subsequent spectacle was even more astonishing. Lin Shu regarded the PMO tree and casually remarked, "Your ascension to divinity is a testament to your own bloodline. Now that you have achieved this status, there is no need for you to accompany me any longer." Upon finishing his words, Lin Shu gestured, and Stone Hao immediately flashed to his side. Lin Shu addressed Stone Hao, "Little Stone, he shall now follow you. His bloodline is exceptionally remarkable. His ancestors were nearly as formidable as the Willow God during their peak. Cultivate him well, and he shall become a significant ally in your future endeavors." Stone Hao, upon hearing this, eagerly nodded. "Understood, Big brother, I will nurture him diligently. He then turned to the Pumo tree and declared, from now on, you shall be known as Sanpu. Lin Shu couldn't help but internally scoff at this name choice. Little Stone's ability to name is still as uniquely unconventional as ever. Nevertheless, Lin Shu refrained from correcting him. For the Pumo tree had already pledged its allegiance to Shi Hao, and whatever name he chose was inconsequential. The involved parties, Lin Shu, Shi Hao, and the Pumo tree, remained indifferent to the name. Yet, those who had been covertly observing the Void City were utterly flabbergasted. A deity, an entity of such elevated stature, was being so casually given away by Lin Shu. Moreover, the deity seemed to show no objection, even accepting the rather trivial name of Sanpu without a hint of dissent. Was this a dream? No, even in dreams, one would not dare to conceive of such a blasphemous scenario involving a god. What audacity Lin Shu exhibited, so easily bestowing a deity upon another. Initially, I had contemplated joining forces with the various factions that had sent their elites to the Void City following Lin Shu's annihilation of their powers. However, it now seemed prudent to reassess my strategy. The indifference with which Lin Shu regarded the divine indicates that, to him, deities are trivial, and he may possess even more formidable, terrifying entities in his grasp. Should I truly engage with these factions, calamity might surely ensue. Unfazed by the prying eyes, Lin Shu awaited the notification from the system. After all, the investment in the Pumo tree was anything but ordinary. It was the remnant of the Pumo king. Even his direct bloodline. In terms of value, it surpassed even the 10 fiend treasures, for it held the potential to become an immortal king. The 10 fiend treasures, despite being wielded by the 10 fiends, have never reached the true level of an immortal king. This Pumo tree undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 of Lin Shu's numerous investments. Amidst his anticipation, the system's notification soon chimed. Ding. The host has invested in the Stonehouse Divine Fire Realm Pumo tree. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the corporeal form of the Pumo king. What? Lin Shu's heart leaped at the system's announcement. The return was astonishingly impressive. He was acutely aware of who the Pumo king was, one of the supreme figures from another realm, an invincible sovereign of the ancient immortal war. He had slain countless formidable opponents, leaving mountains of corpses in his wake, instilling dread in the hearts of cultivators across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Although, during his prime, he could not rival the peak Willow God, nor could he compare to the now transcendent Willow God who had reached the level of an Emperor-light immortal king. He was nonetheless a titan stronger than the Scarlet King, who wielded the laws of time. He was also notoriously stubborn, indifferent to life and death. Famously known as the Immortal King Flat Top, always seeking out the fiercest opponents. In the ancient immortal era, he first battled the 10 fiend true dragons, then clashed with the immortal king of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and ultimately, in a fit of rage, sought to confront the eternal immortal king, only to be slain in the end. Yet, this only attests to the immense power of the Pumo king. To think that my reward would be the Pumo king. Although it is merely his corporeal form, it is of no consequence. Reviving him is still a possibility. At worst, I could ask the Willow God to journey to another realm in search of a supreme, ancient elixir, even if resurrection proves impossible. This remains the corporeal form of an unmatched immortal king. Relying solely on its physical prowess would be sufficient to crush numerous immortal Dao experts. Indeed, my fervent foray into the 100 Break Mountain's secret realm to seek the Pumo tree has not been in vain. A sense of satisfaction blossomed within Lin Shu as he reflected on his fruitful expedition to the 100 Break Mountain secret realm. He couldn't help but wonder how the powerful beings from other realms would react upon witnessing the sudden and mysterious disappearance of the Pumo King's corporeal form. Chapter 59. Moon Chan slays, Ching Yi appears. Big brother. After these beings are slain, the forces behind them will undoubtedly not let this go unpunished. Should we not eradicate those forces to prevent them from uniting and escalating the cost of their demise? Shi Hao inquired. Upon hearing his words, both the Fire Emperor and the Stone Emperor nodded in agreement, expressing that the Stone Nation and the Fire Nation were also willing to take action. Lin Shu shook his head. Eradication is indeed necessary, but there is no need for you to intervene. The forces are too scattered. Targeting them one by one would consume too much time, and it is unnecessary to squander our efforts on this matter. Moreover, we are still unaware of which specific factions are involved. Although over 100 factions may have participated, the forces in the Desolate Realm are far beyond that number. We cannot possibly inspect them one by one. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao couldn't help but ask, Then we can't simply do nothing, can we? Lin Shu smiled. Of course not. For such matters, we do not require many individuals. Just one will suffice. Realizing Lin Shu's intention, Shi Hao quickly understood that he was preparing for the Willow God to take action. With the Willow God involved, everything would be manageable. Consequently, Shi Hao refrained from saying more and led the members of the Celestial Repair Pavilion back. Big brother, I have matters to attend to at the Celestial Repair Pavilion regarding the ritual spirits. If time permits, I will also need to refine my cultivation in each realm to strive for perfection. Lin Shu nodded. Very well, go ahead. Aim to complete your training within the next 10 years. After a decade, in the upper realm's 3,000 Dao provinces, there exists a secret realm known as the Ancient Immortal Ruins, which will greatly benefit your ascension to the Divine Fire Realm. During this time, it is best not to rush into the Divine Fire Realm. Beside him, the Celestial Fox Maiden understood upon hearing the words. The ancient ruins of the immortal world, the greatest place of opportunity in the 3,000 states of the upper realm, were rumored to give rise to numerous monstrous prodigies in this era. Some of these beings had experienced several lifetimes within the ancient ruins, emerging victorious across epochs. Among the sect of Heavenly Severance, such extraordinary beings existed. Had she relied solely on the severance technique in the past, she might have found herself at a disadvantage against these ancient monsters, for they had accumulated countless experiences over several epochs. Their physical bodies and magical arts had reached the pinnacle of the esteemed realm, all for the purpose of making the ultimate leap into the ancient ruins and entering the realm of divine fire. However, now with the Dark Ancestor's eye at her disposal, she felt confident in confronting these ancient aberrations, believing she had a significant chance of victory. As for the so-called first generation of the upper realm, they were hardly worth mentioning. At this moment, she could not help but mourn for those ancient prodigies in the 3,000 states of the upper realm. Lin Shu was to enter the ancient ruins, and it seemed unlikely that these ancient monsters, making their final appearance in this life, would achieve their ultimate leap. They might even find their Dao hearts shattered by Lin Shu's overwhelming prowess. A faint smile graced her lips as she appeared to eagerly anticipate such a spectacle. Hearing Lin Shu's instructions to Shi Hao, both the Stone Emperor and the Fire Emperor began to speculate about Lin Shu's identity. The rumors concerning Lin Shu's origins in the wasteland were varied, yet it was evident that his background was extraordinary and linked to the upper realm. Now, after hearing these words, it seemed confirmed. If he were not from the upper realm, how could he possibly be privy to its matters? After speaking, Lin Shu produced a broken sword. Old ghost, this is your broken sword. Now return to you. The old ghost beside Shi Hao joyfully accepted the broken sword, immediately expressing his gratitude. Thank you, young Master Lin, for retrieving this sword for me. Do not mention it. This was not my finding, but rather that of Little Stone. I borrowed it for the purpose of cultivating a sword technique, and I hope you do not mind. How could I mind? For this broken sword to be used by young Master Lin is a blessing for both the sword and me. Once you become a supreme powerhouse, I will have something to boast about when I take this broken sword out. Lin Shu smiled and refrained from further response. Ding! The host has invested in Old Ghost's broken sword. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Sword Forging Spiritual Method. Sword Forging Spiritual Method. One for forging swords, and the other for spiritual communication. It allows for the sword to be imbued with spiritual intelligence during the forging process. A delightful surprise. Lin Shu was somewhat taken aback by this reward. He had expected, at most, to receive a divine sword. After all, the Old Ghost's broken sword was merely an ordinary divine weapon, unremarkable in the grand scheme, yet a rare treasure in the wasteland. For Lin Shu, however, it seemed rather mundane. Now, having obtained the sword forging spiritual method, it meant that Lin Shu could gather materials to forge swords himself and imbue them with spirit, thus transforming them into spiritual swords. Just in time, as Lin Shu was approaching the formation realm, which required the inscription of formations within his body. Shi Hao, the Old Ghost, and the members of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion departed. Meanwhile, the Stone Emperor and the powerful figures of the Stone Nation also took their leave. The Fire Emperor remained, primarily because Fireling seemed to have more to discuss. Lin Shu glanced at Fireling, who immediately spoke. Lin Shu, did you not say you were going to my Fire Nation's Sacred Royal Palace? My father is here. You should speak to him now, and he will certainly agree. The Fire Emperor, hearing his daughter's words, was momentarily taken aback. Although it appeared that his daughter was addressing Lin Shu, the Fire Emperor discerned that she was, in fact, speaking to him, urging him to comply. considering Lin Shu's unmatched power in the wasteland and the substantial assistance he had provided to his daughter in the 100 Broken Mountains secret realm. The Fire Emperor nodded. Young Master Lin, the sacred royal palace is always open to you. Very well, once I finish my current matters, I shall certainly visit the sacred royal palace. Then I shall await your good news. Subsequently, the Fire Emperor took Fire Ling and the entourage of the Fire Nation and departed. At that moment, Lin Shu's gaze turned towards a distant figure. Having watched for so long, it is time for you to emerge. I senti it. As Lin Shu's voice fell, an exquisite figure stepped forth from the shadows. It was none other than the Saintess of the Heaven-Mending Sect, Yuchan. The Saintess of the Heaven-Mending Sect directly stated, this descent has resulted in significant losses for the Heaven-Mending Sect's influence below. It has also affected the Unaging Mountain and the Western Sect, major powers of the upper realm. My main body has been persistently urging me to return. I recognize that my actions have been inadequate, and upon my return, while I shall not face death, I may be prematurely assimilated. Because you gifted me the body-severing technique, I have resolved not to be assimilated, thus severing my connection with my main body. Upon hearing Yuchan's words, the Celestial Fox Maiden immediately laughed. You did the right thing. What good is it to merge with your cold main body? It is far better to stay by the young Master's side and serve him together with me. Lin Shu was taken aback and turned to the Celestial Fox Maiden. When have you served me? The Celestial Fox Maiden smiled gently. Before I began to cultivate the Dark Ancestor SI, I had made you promise me a condition, which is to remain by your side. You would not go back on your word, would you? Of course not. Then it is settled. As long as I stay by your side, there will be countless opportunities to serve you in the future, she said, casting a flirtatious glance at Lin Shu. Lin Shu chose not to focus on the Celestial Fox Maiden any longer and instead turned to Yuchan. Since you have severed ties with your main body, what is your purpose in coming here? To seek refuge with you. The severed Yuchan's second body spoke. I will inevitably return to the upper realm. And now that I have severed my connection, my main body will undoubtedly be extremely furious, and so will the Heaven-Mending Sect. Once I return to the upper realm, I will surely be hunted down. You possess the strength to defy the Heaven-Mending Sect. I believe the only way for me to avoid danger upon my return to the upper realm is to seek refuge with you. Lin Shu inquired. What can I gain from this? As long as you do not hinder my ascent to the pinnacle of cultivation, I can agree to any other matters. If that is the case, then remain by my side for the time being. Lin Shu thought of the master of the Forbidden Zone. He had a disciple named Qing Weizhenxian, and he would seek her out soon. Perhaps he could find a legacy for her as an investment. From now on, you shall no longer be Yuchan. You shall be called Qing Yi. Chapter 60. Entering the Forbidden Zone. Finally meeting the master of the Forbidden Zone. Young master, I must return to the Heavenly God Mountain for a while. At this moment, Yin, she said, the Peacock Sovereign has connections with an elder of my Heavenly God Mountain, and I need to take the Peacock Sovereign back to resolve some old matters. Once I have settled the affairs of the Heavenly God Mountain, to repay you for the gifts of the Destiny Stone and the Creation Stone, I will return to your side to pave the way for you and eliminate great enemies. I believe I now possess the capability to resolve some of your foes. Lin Shu nodded. The reason for gifting Yun Shi the Creation Stone was that he had already contemplated nurturing her. With the integration of the Creation Stone, Yun Shi's potential had surpassed that of the 10-crowned king. Such an extraordinary talent, Lin Shu certainly would not allow her to be cultivated only to serve others. As Yun Shi departed, Lin Shu could not help but remind her, Yun Shi, your strength is already formidable in the wasteland. Remember not to revert to your previous timid nature. Yun Shi's gentle disposition was a fatal weakness for someone aspiring to ascend to the pinnacle. A person can be compassionate, but they cannot be weak. Weak individuals cannot reach the summit. Lin Shu did not wish for the exceptional talent he had painstakingly nurtured to be ruined by a timid nature. Yun, she responded from a distance. But Lin Shu was uncertain whether she truly absorbed his words. With Yun Shi's departure, few remained by Lin Shu's side. Only the Celestial Fox Maiden and the newly joined Qing Yi were present. Observing the two women, Lin Shu contemplated the path ahead. Let us proceed to seek the master of the Forbidden Zone. Other matters can be temporarily set aside. The sooner we locate the master, the sooner we can facilitate their return, allowing us to soon be graced by the presence of an immortal king. At that time, I shall bestow upon them insights from the primordial truths, the transformation of Qi into the three pure ones, and the great light scripture. This not only has the potential to assist me in redeeming more dark beings, but may also present the opportunity to manifest yet another Emperor of Light among us. Lin Shu harbored no concerns regarding the Master's innate talent. After all, This was an individual brave enough to traverse the Sea of Realms and ultimately return to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, though they met their demise in the end. Their feat was nothing short of astounding. The perils of the Sea of Realms are such that most immortal kings dare not even set foot within. Even those intrepid enough to venture forth rarely find their way back, unable to ascertain the coordinates for their return. The fact that the master of the Forbidden Zone managed to return signifies that they did not become lost in the Sea of Realms and successfully located their coordinates for returning, leaving only remnants to be interred in the Forbidden Zone. Lin Shu speculated that the master of the Forbidden Zone, while perhaps not surpassing the pinnacle of the Willow deity, must still be an extraordinary immortal king, at the very least, not weaker than Elan in their prime. With this thought, Lin Shu promptly contacted the Willow deity, who was currently in seclusion within the temporal palace. The Willow deity soon appeared before Lin Shu, and upon her arrival, Lin Shu directly stated, "Willow deity, I wish for you to guide me to a certain place. Given my current strength, I am utterly unable to locate it, and even if I could, I would not be able to enter. It is a forbidden zone created by an immortal king, though this king has perished, leaving behind only vestiges. Even those remnants sustaining the operation of the Forbidden Zone are far beyond my reach." Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, the Willow deity immediately understood. Previously, Lin Shu had mentioned a desire to resurrect an immortal king, and it seemed that now he was preparing to take concrete action. Coincidentally, she had recently attained the level of Emperor of Light and was unlikely to make a breakthrough in the short term. Achieving that next step could not solely rely on seclusion. If it were as simple as that, the myriad powerful beings across the 9 heavens, 10 earths, and other realms would have emerged long ago after such extensive periods of meditation. In truth, she had never even encountered anyone at the level of an Emperor of Light. Very well, I shall conduct a thorough investigation. The Willow deity then began to deduce and explore. With her current status as an Emperor of Light, she swiftly identified the location of the Forbidden Zone. No wonder there's been no news of the Forbidden Zone in the Wasteland for all these years. It turns out this Forbidden Zone is not within the Wasteland, but rather nestled within the temporal crevice between the Upper Realm and the Wasteland. Without extraordinary fortune or formidable strength, it is utterly impossible to enter. Perhaps one day, should someone from the lower realms traverse that passage back, they may have a chance to step into that Forbidden Zone. The Willow deity, having discerned the location of the Forbidden Zone, then took Lin Shu, the celestial fox maiden, and Qing Yi with her as they stepped forward. With this step, time and space seemed to reverse and stagnate. The three found themselves gazing upon a universe, all converging into a small pond. Within this pond, immense stars floated and danced. Lin Shu had anticipated such a scene, hence he was not surprised. However, Qing Yi and the celestial fox maiden were unaware, both revealing expressions of astonishment at this display. The act of refining an entire universe into a small lake, with each droplet embodying a massive star, was nothing short of astonishing and unfathomable. Even a being as powerful as the Lord of the Upper Realm would not possess such capabilities. This suggested that the location harbored a terrifying entity far more powerful than the Lord of the Upper Realm. What kind of formidable being could achieve such a feat? Yet, as they scrutinized closely, they discovered that this place had already met its demise. How could this be? A realm governed by such a potent existence lay in utter ruin. Their confusion lingered, but in a fleeting moment, the scene of decay vanished. The world transformed dramatically, shedding its dilapidation. Upon closer inspection, a vast expanse of medicinal fields emerged, stretching endlessly beyond sight. The fragrant aroma of ancient herbs wafted through the air, illuminating the surroundings with radiant light, while divine herbs leapt and danced within the fields. This entire expanse was composed solely of divine herbs, any single one of which would incite fierce conflict amongst countless powerful beings in the upper realm. The sight before them was overwhelming, each detail surpassing their previous comprehension. They observed a tree, even in death, radiating an astonishing aura, fashioned into an archway. The essence of that tree surpassed even that of the Lord of the Upper Realm. Such a divine entity, reduced to a mere bridge, was a profound shock to their very souls, destabilizing their resolve. If such strength could be slain and repurposed, what value remained in cultivation? Sensing the turmoil within the two, Lin Shu immediately commanded, "Do not dwell on it. Focus your breath and center your minds. This world is vast, and you are still too weak to comprehend it. When you grow stronger in the future, you shall realize that the exalted beings you perceive now are not so extraordinary after all. Imagine yourselves as mere mortals. That tree, transformed into a bridge, is akin to a deity slain by a celestial warrior. Just then, the entire Forbidden Zone shifted once more. A figure clad in white sat before a thatched cottage, their true visage obscured. A voice emerged. I did not expect that a mere inscription-level being could regard this matter with such tranquility. You have taken a fine disciple, my friend. The figure addressed the Willow deity, their tone laced with commendation yet devoid of fervor, clearly unimpressed by Lin Shu, as if they had encountered countless prodigies before. The Willow deity responded calmly. He is not my disciple, nor do I hold the qualifications to be his master. Upon hearing this, the master of the Forbidden Zone fell silent, either stunned or incredulous at the Willow deity's words. In any case, none present, aside from the Willow deity, could discern the features of this enigmatic being. Chapter 61. The Body of the Demon King? The master of the Forbidden Zone was astounded. My friend, with your strength, how could you lack the qualifications to be his master? The master of the Forbidden Zone's voice echoed again. The Willow deity replied with composure. With your strength, how could you fail to perceive his uniqueness? The master of the Forbidden Zone turned his gaze back to Lin Shu, seemingly in deep thought. After a prolonged silence, he sighed. I never imagined such an extraordinary individual existed in this world. I once deduced that many years hence, no one from the wasteland, no one belonging to this ancient realm, would step foot here. I believe that individual's fate was the most exceptional in this world, yet you surpass them in peculiarity, as if you do not belong to this realm at all. How strange. After a lengthy contemplation, the master of the Forbidden Zone finally addressed the Willow deity again. My friend, may I inquire the purpose of your visit? With your strength surpassing even my peak, I presume that even if there's a matter at hand, you could resolve it yourself. If you cannot resolve it, then what could I, with merely a severed head and remnants, possibly offer to assist you? The Willow deity replied. I did not wish to come here. I merely brought him along. At this juncture, Lin Shu interjected, Elder, you are a colossal figure among immortal kings. One who dared to traverse the sea of realms in your prime. Could you truly resign yourself to perish in this place? The master of the Forbidden Zone appeared somewhat taken aback, surprised that Lin Shu possessed knowledge of the Sea of Realms. Logically, even with the Willow deity by his side, she would not divulge such matters to someone as seemingly insignificant as Lin Shu. However, he chose not to pursue the issue further. Though it may be said that the Lord of the Willow might not speak, it does not imply that he is incapable of doing so. He did not inquire into Lin Shu's knowledge of the existence of the Sea of Realms. Rather, he remarked, what you perceive is merely the remnants of my lingering thoughts. A vision of a once forbidden zone, which you must have just witnessed. I am no longer at my zenith. If you have come to invite me to venture forth, it would be of little assistance to you. Moreover, with the presence of your companion, the Lord of Willow, whose strength has surpassed mine in the past and appears even more inscrutable now, do you truly require anyone else? Lin Shu smiled and replied, Senior, since I have managed to arrive here, it is evident that I am aware of your predicament. Moreover, I possess the means to resolve the challenges you face. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone shook his head, saying, my physical form has long been destroyed, leaving only a shattered skull. My celestial soul has been scattered, with merely a trace of lingering thought remaining. How can this situation be remedied? Lin Shu proposed. In that case, why not wager with me, Senior, on your potential recovery? If you are able to restore yourself, you may follow me henceforth, free to act as you wish, and, on occasion, lend your hand when necessary. If you are unable to recover, I shall leave your fate in your own hands. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone sighed. You are quite the strategist. Should you fail to fulfill your promise in my current state, what could I possibly do to you? I suspect even the Lord of Willow would not permit me to act against you, as it is evident how highly he regards you. Nevertheless, I am inclined to accept this wager, for it bears no loss to me. Should I regain my strength, it would be an immense opportunity. If I cannot, I shall merely maintain my present condition. In any case, I shall incur no loss. Upon hearing the words of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, Lin Shu did not hesitate and turned his gaze to the Lord of Willow. Willow, I require you to shroud this place, preventing any aura from leaking out. The Lord of Willow nodded in acknowledgement. With that assurance, Lin Shu directly probed into the system space, retrieving the bodies of the Celestial King and the Demon King of Pu. As these two formidable bodies were extracted, an overwhelming aura of terror surged forth. The Lord of Willow acted swiftly, suppressing the dreadful might emanating from them to prevent its release. Had she not intervened, the overwhelming presence of the two Celestial King bodies would have swept across the entire Forbidden Zone, leading to its utter annihilation. The power radiating from the Celestial Kings could even extend to the 8 regions below and the 3,000 Dao states above. resulting in countless beings being reduced to ashes beneath such overwhelming force. The celestial kings, even in mere physical form, possessed an unparalleled might that no ordinary being could withstand. The heavenly fox princess, Qing Yi, observed this scene, her heart shaken. The mere presence of two corpses instilled in her a sense of impending doom. Had the Lord of Willow not acted, she believed she would have perished under that terrifying aura. What kind of formidable being could exude such power? Even from mere remnants of their physical form? It seemed that even the teachings of the upper realm could not withstand the lingering essence of such a terrifying powerhouse. At this moment, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone's expression shifted. These are indeed the remains of the Celestial King. No, this particular body seems far from ordinary. Wait, I sense an oddly familiar aura, one that belongs to another realm. Lin Shu smiled and replied, to answer your query, this body belongs to the Demon King of Pu. What? The Lord of the Forbidden Zone, upon hearing this, nearly lost composure after countless years of cultivation, almost exclaiming in astonishment. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself. Otherwise, to lose his composure before Junior would be profoundly disgraceful. Nonetheless, the shock of the Demon King's body was still overwhelming. The Demon King of Pu was one of the titans of another realm, a being who could battle against the 10 fiends and the 6 paths of reincarnation celestial kings during his prime. Truly an unparalleled powerhouse. In terms of strength, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone humbly acknowledged that he might not stand a chance against the likes of the Demon King. The body of such a transcendent being should not have fallen into the Desolate Realm. It ought to remain in its original domain. Could it be that? The Lord of the Forbidden Zone glanced at the Lord of Willow, implying that she remained as audacious as ever, having dared to traverse the other realm multiple times. And now, even bringing forth the body of the Demon King. Seeing the Lord of the Forbidden Zones gaze upon her, the Lord of Willow understood his thoughts and shook her head. You have misjudged. The body of the Demon King was not seized by me during my foray into the other realm. Frankly speaking, I was equally astounded upon encountering the body of the Demon King. Taken aback, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone realized that at the level of the Lord of Willow, she would not stoop to deceit. Therefore, it was clear that the body of the Demon King was not plundered by her. If that were the case, how could Lin Shu, with his limited strength, have acquired the body of the Demon King? The Lord of the Forbidden Zone took a moment to calm the tumultuous emotions that had stirred within him after millions of years of tranquility before inquiring, may I ask, what is your purpose in extracting these 2 bodies? Lin Shu responded with a smile. Naturally, it is for the purpose of your revival. Do you not desire it, Senior? Revival? The Lord of the Forbidden Zone shook his head. Even with the body of a celestial king, resurrection is surely impossible. Lin Shu chuckled, in conventional terms. That is indeed the case, but what if I possess a means to do so? He then produced the technique of resurrection. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone cast a glance at it, and a flicker of barely perceptible excitement flashed in his eyes. If this were genuine, then resurrection might indeed not be a mere fantasy. Young friend, I never anticipated that you would not only possess the body of a celestial king, but also such a divine method. If I am revived, I shall follow you henceforth. Should you require assistance, simply command me, and I shall spare no effort to aid you. I only seek a chance to return to the Sea of Realms once I have regained my peak strength. Nothing more. Young friend, Lin Shu could not help but internally scoff at the sudden shift in address. Having initially looked down upon him, the Lord now called him young friend. What a rapid change of face. Nevertheless, Lin Shu paid it no mind, acknowledging that his limited strength had indeed warranted such disdain at first. He then stated, if you are restored and wish to venture to the Sea of Realms, I shall certainly not obstruct you. However, the Sea of Realms is fraught with peril. It is not merely a matter of regaining your peak strength or even advancing further. Entering the Sea of Realms may not guarantee your safe return. The Lord of Willow has now reached the level of the Emperor Light Celestial King, and even with her strength, facing 3 or 4 opponents of equal caliber would be a daunting challenge. Yet, I have refrained from allowing her to enter the Sea of Realms. Do you know why? The Lord of the Forbidden Zone shook his head. He had indeed been to the Sea of Realms, albeit without delving deeply. Otherwise, even with coordinates, returning would be impossible, having not ventured far into the Sea of Realms. He was unaware of its true nature or the threats it held for the Lord of Willow. She is the Emperor Light Celestial King, standing at the pinnacle of celestial kings, an advancement beyond the unparalleled titans, truly invincible among celestial kings. There are certain existences I cannot disclose at this moment, nor should you dwell upon them. I will only say this. There are beings far more terrifying than you can imagine. Even if you were to regain your peak and encounter them, A single glance from such entities would suffice to obliterate you. The same holds true for the Lord of Willow. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone ceased to inquire further, nor did he dwell on the matter. If what Lin Shu said were indeed true, then such existences were the very essence of taboo, unspeakable, unthinkable, and unimaginable. Once one begins to ponder, it is entirely possible for the other party to perceive such thoughts. Yet, the master of the Forbidden Zone harbors a certain curiosity. How did Lin Shu, who has knowledge of a taboo existence that even a being like the divine Lu cannot approach, come to learn of it? He glanced at the divine Lu, hoping to extract an answer from him. However, the divine Lu merely shook his head, clearly indicating his own ignorance. Lin Shu observed the exchange of glances between the master of the Forbidden Zone and the divine Lu, discerning the thoughts that occupied their minds. He could not help but declare, should we ever delve deeply into the realm of the seas, unafraid of any threats, there are matters I shall surely disclose to you. With that, Lin Shu prompted the master of the Forbidden Zone to make a choice. Senior, there are two corporeal forms before you. One is an ordinary Immortal King body, while the other is that of the Poo Demon King. Which do you wish to choose? Regardless of your decision, I shall ensure that the divine Lu assists you. The master of the Forbidden Zone chuckled. Young friend, with your insight surpassing even my own, there is no need to address me as senior. Henceforth, simply call me by E. You refer to the divine Lu as a fellow, yet you address me as senior. Does this not elevate my standing above that of the divine Lu? Such an honor is beyond my capacity to bear. Lin Shu, unfazed, replied, in that case, I shall henceforth call you Big Brother Bai. Big Brother Bai? Haha, splendid. I shall shamelessly accept the title of your big brother from now on. Once I recover, should you desire anything, just let me know, and your big brother will surely accommodate you. Within reason, of course. The master of the Forbidden Zone appeared quite pleased. At this juncture, he had discerned that Lin Shu's origins were extraordinary. To possess knowledge of taboos suggests that he himself may embody one. Yet, the nature of that taboo remains elusive. The existence of such a taboo implies that his future achievements will undoubtedly rival those of the taboos within the realm of the seas. Thus, the master of the Forbidden Zone was more than willing to befriend Lin Shu. Young friend, I must confess that upon your arrival, I regarded you with some disdain. I apologize for my previous ignorance. There is no need for such formality, Big Brother Bai. After all, my strength is indeed lacking. Whereas you were once a titan among immortal kings. Lin Shu waved his hand dismissively. Big Brother Bai, please choose a corporeal form. The master of the Forbidden Zone nodded, then pointed to the ordinary Immortal King body. I choose that one. Though the Poo Demon King's body is formidable, I lack fondness for the foreign realms. If I were to traverse the world in such a body, it would create an inner conflict. Should I encounter old friends, they might mistakenly believe I have defected to the foreign domain. Upon making his choice, Lin Shu stored away the Poo Demon King body. Although the master of the Forbidden Zone selection of the ordinary Immortal King body surprised Lin Shu, given that the Poo Demon King body was far superior. This was the master of the Forbidden Zone's own decision, and Lin Shu would not question it. As he had articulated, walking the world in the guise of a foreign immortal king would indeed invite misconceptions of betrayal. After securing the Poo Demon King body, Lin Shu imparted the resurrection technique to the divine Lu. He then addressed the master of the Forbidden Zone, Big Brother Bai. I am aware that you have taken on several remarkably gifted disciples. Coincidentally, one of your disciples has connections with someone close to me. Might I request that you pass on their legacy to me? Upon hearing this, the master of the Forbidden Zone smiled broadly. Young friend, speak freely. It is merely a legacy. Qingwei, true immortal. I did not expect you to be so familiar with my affairs. As he spoke, the master of the Forbidden Zone directly bestowed the legacy of the Qingwei true immortal upon Lin Shu. If anyone wishes to cultivate this technique, they must first locate the Qingwei flame. Otherwise, the technique will be difficult to master. Understood. Lin Shu then turned to hand the legacy of the Qingwei true immortal to Qingyi. Qingyi, your main body, Yuechan, has a close connection with the Qingwei true immortal. Though you have severed ties with your main body, having once served as a secondary form, you should have absorbed some essence of the Qingwei true immortal. Take this legacy and contemplate it carefully. See if you can cultivate it. Qingwei true immortal? Qingyi was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated possessing such a lineage. A true immortal. In the 3,000 states, she had never heard of a true immortal's existence. The legacy of a true immortal must undoubtedly be exceedingly precious. That Lin Shu would so readily pass it to her left her feeling that severing her ties with her main body and following Lin Shu had been the wisest decision of her life. Had she not accompanied Lin Shu, how could she have encountered such an opportunity? Thank you, young Master Lin. Qingyi quickly expressed her gratitude. Alas, I currently possess nothing to repay you. Lin Shu smiled gently. All you need do is cultivate diligently, so that you may contribute in the future conflicts. That will be the greatest repayment. Meanwhile, a notification chimed in Lin Shu's mind. Ding. Host has invested in Qingyi's Qinghua True Immortal Legacy. Congratulations. Host has acquired Chapter 63. Primordial Runes. Yunqi's Marriage. Ding. Host has invested in Qingyi's Qinghua True Immortal Legacy. Congratulations. Host has acquired the Qinghua Flame. Huh. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback. The Qinghua Flame. Wasn't that the celestial flame perfectly aligned with the legacy of the Qinghua True Immortal? To his surprise, it had been directly acquired through the system as an investment. This was fortuitous, as it meant Qingyi would no longer need to seek out the Qinghua Flame. With this thought, Lin Shu produced the Qinghua Flame and handed it to Qingyi. Qingyi, this is the Qinghua Flame, which aligns perfectly with the legacy of the Qinghua True Immortal you have received. I bestow it upon you. The Qinghua Flame was enveloped in a mysterious aura, and without this protective shroud, it would be a celestial flame that Lin Shu could not directly handle or retrieve from the system space. The power of a celestial flame was formidable enough to incinerate the lower realms completely, and even the 3,000 states above might struggle to withstand its fiery onslaught. The master of the Forbidden Zone gazed at the Qinghua Flame in Lin Shu's hands, astonished. He found himself utterly perplexed by Lin Shu. Just a moment ago, Lin Shu had inquired about the legacy of the Qinghua True Immortal, and now he was producing the Qinghua Flame. Had he long since acquired the Qinghua Flame, and thus questioned me about the legacy? It seemed improbable that one could obtain the Qinghua Flame in such a brief time after acquiring the legacy of the Qinghua True Immortal. The master of the Forbidden Zone leaned toward the former supposition. If it were the latter, it would be too astounding. With the entire Forbidden Zone under his control, if Lin Shu could so easily access the realm beyond his sight, it would be a most fearsome prospect. Young friend, I did not anticipate you possessing such fortune, remarked the master of the Forbidden Zone. It is merely luck, Lin Shu retorted internally, thinking how suddenly he had become the embodiment of serendipity. Very well, big brother Bai. Focus on integrating this immortal king body, and then please request the divine Lu to perform the resurrection technique to restore you. As he spoke, Lin Shu retrieved the Hall of Time and Space. This will take a considerable amount of time. It is best to retreat into the Hall of Time and Space. The Hall of Time and Space? The master of the Forbidden Zone inquired. Could it be that the Hall of Time and Space possesses some unique qualities? With time in its name, does the flow of time within differ from that of the outside world? Lin Shu nodded, indeed. The Hall of Time and Space consists of 9 levels. With each ascent, the flow of time can be accelerated or decelerated by tenfold. Upon hearing this, the master of the Forbidden Zone appeared somewhat astonished. The concept of time and space was shrouded in mystery throughout the world. Only upon stepping into the realm of the immortal path could one begin to comprehend the intricacies of time and space. To reach the level of an immortal king was the bare minimum to traverse the currents of time. It was astonishing that Lin Shu possessed such an extraordinary treasure. With such a treasure, did it not imply that, provided one's talent and resources were sufficient, one could reach a nearly invincible state simply by secluding oneself within the Hall of Time and Space? This was undoubtedly the most terrifying treasure he had encountered in countless years. The Celestial King's treasure paled in comparison to the current Temporal Palace. The master of the Forbidden Zone expressed his sentiments and then entered the Temporal Palace. The goddess Lu followed closely behind, carrying the Celestial King's physical form, shielding Lin Shu from the oppressive forces of this forbidden realm, before also stepping into the Temporal Palace. As Lu entered the Temporal Palace to facilitate the revival of the master of the Forbidden Zone, Lin Shu turned his gaze towards Qingyi. The Celestial Fox Princess, let us also seek to cultivate within the Temporal Palace. Lu will undoubtedly require some time to revive Brother Bai. After all, beyond mere revival, Brother Bai must regain his peak strength. Without restoring his pinnacle, such revival would be rendered meaningless. Of course, there was an unspoken truth. If he did not regain his peak, that meager strength would be of no assistance to him, rendering any emergence futile. Such thoughts, Lin Shu naturally refrained from voicing. After speaking, he led Qingyi and the Celestial Fox Princess into the 3rd layer of the Temporal Palace. Upon entering the 3rd layer, Lin Shu immediately adjusted the flow of time, accelerating it 1,000-fold. He then took out several leaves of enlightenment tea and began to comprehend the true understanding of primordial beginnings. At present, Lin Shu's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the marking realm, yet he had not yet inscribed any runes. The true dragon rune served as a substitute. But Lin Shu sought not merely the extreme of realms, but rather to transcend that very limit. Thus, he prepared to delve into the true understanding of primordial beginnings, hoping to glean the primordial runes from it. As Lin Shu immersed himself in contemplation, Qingyi and the Celestial Fox Princess similarly entered a state of closed-door cultivation. Meanwhile, in the Desolate Domain, Yunshi and the Peacock Elder, heir to Ozi, returned to the Celestial Mountain. Upon his return, the Peacock Elder was immediately met with difficulties from the Celestial Mountain. However, after a period of cultivation within the Temporal Palace, the Peacock Elder's strength had already been restored. As a master, he faced the challenges from the Celestial Mountain without any trepidation, addressing each adversary one by one. After resolving the challenges, the Peacock Elder finally laid eyes upon an old acquaintance, or rather, a Tao partner. Meanwhile, Yunshi returned to the Celestial Clan. Upon her return, the Peng clan descended upon the Celestial Clan. The old clan leader of the Peng clan, uninvited, declared, "I hope I am not intruding." The leader of the Celestial Clan paid no heed. As fellow denizens of the Celestial Mountain, the Peng clan leader need not be so courteous. "May I inquire what brings the Peng clan leader here?" The Peng clan leader then got straight to the point. "Old clan leader Yun, I have come for your granddaughter." Indicating one of his juniors, he continued, "This is my son, the most gifted among the younger generation of the Peng clan. I have heard that your granddaughter is still without a Tao partner, so I brought my son to seek a marriage proposal. I wonder if you would grant this request." Just as the old clan leader, Yun, was about to speak, Yunshi interjected, "I do not consent. If the Peng clan leader has come solely for this matter, then I suggest you return whence you came. The Celestial Clan does not welcome you." Faced with Yunshi's somewhat impolite words, the Peng clan leader retorted, "Elders speak, and juniors should not interrupt. I am conversing with your grandfather, and it is not your place to interject. Matters of marriage are decided by the elders." "Do you mean to say that old clan leader Yun cannot even decide his own granddaughter's marriage? I thought more highly of him." The old clan leader regarded the Peng clan leader with some suspicion, wondering if the Peng clan leader had lost his senses. Had he not heard of the recent uproar surrounding the ruined Sky City? Did he not realize that his granddaughter, Yunshi, stood beside Lin Shu, and now he dared to propose marriage? While he wished to assert his granddaughter's interests, he also had to consider Lin Shu's perspective. Who could know what Lin Shu thought? If Lin Shu had feelings for his granddaughter, how could he marry her off to the Peng clan? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. The Peng clan possessed some strength, but when compared to Lin Shu, they were utterly incomparable. As for the so-called top talent of the younger generation of the Peng clan, they paled in comparison to the wielder of dual pupils, and Lin Shu had utterly dominated the dual pupil wielder. In every aspect, be it influence or individual prowess, the gap was as vast as a chasm. "May I ask, Peng clan leader, have you just emerged from seclusion?" The Peng clan leader was taken aback, unsure why such a question was posed. Did his seclusion and cultivation pose an issue? He scrutinized himself closely and found nothing amiss. His cultivation was stable. "If you have just emerged from seclusion, I advise you to return and investigate thoroughly before coming back. Do not bring calamity upon the Peng clan." Upon hearing this, the Peng clan leader was instantly incensed. "Old clan leader Yun, while your Celestial Clan may have deeper roots than our Peng clan, do you intend to threaten us? Are you seeking war with the Peng clan?" The Peng clan leader immediately questioned, feeling that the old clan leader of the Celestial Clan was acting rather peculiarly today. In the past, he had never harbored such animosity towards the Peng clan. Both clans, as part of the Celestial Mountain, had always shared a common enemy and formed a commendable alliance. However, before the Peng clan leader could ponder the reason behind this, Yunshi spoke up. "It seems, as grandfather said, you have indeed just emerged from seclusion. Otherwise, you would not dare to so heedlessly present yourself and invite humiliation." Following this, Yunshi explained the events that transpired in the ruined Sky City. Upon hearing her words, the Peng clan leader burst into laughter. "What did you say? You are currently following a human named Lin Shu, and a human possesses such immense power that even deities must bow before him? Yunshi, it seems your visit to the secret realm of Baiduanshan in the ruined Sky City has muddled your mind. Do you understand how powerful deities truly are? They are exalted beings capable of determining the fates of countless lives across the Desolate Domain. While I can believe that Lin Shu is powerful, the notion of deities serving him is utterly preposterous and laughable. In my view, it seems you harbor feelings for Lin Shu and are fabricating a tale to dissuade my Peng clan. As a great clan of the Celestial Mountain, how could the Peng clan be frightened by mere words? Since you claim that Lin Shu is so formidable, Why not have him come to the Celestial Mountain and witness how my Peng clan suppresses him? After all, humans are merely the lowest of the low in the Desolate Domain. Hearing the words of the Peng clan leader, Yunshi was instantly enraged. While she could overlook disparagement directed at other humans, insults aimed at Lin Shu struck a nerve. In her heart, she believed that all her accomplishments were owed to Lin Shu. Without the Destiny Stone, how could her talents have been enhanced? Without the Creation Stone, how could she possess the strength to slay deities in her current realm? This incident made her realize that had she not encountered Lin Shu today, he would merely be at the spirit transformation realm, and she would have had no say in the marriage to the Peng clan, simply following her grandfather's orders to marry into them. Without Lin Shu, she would have had no opportunity to dictate her own fate. Now that she possessed strength, her destiny lay firmly in her hands. By the way, the words spoken by the young master before he departed encouraged me not to be so feeble. Could it be that he anticipated such an event? Yunshi was uncertain, but she was certain that the young master was watching over her from somewhere. Perhaps this was a test. If she could not even pass such a trial, how could she hope to follow the young master and repay his kindness in bestowing her the Destiny Stone and the Creation Stone? She understood the might of the Creation Stone. It was a supreme treasure capable of creating worlds and nurturing all things. Such a treasure must never be tarnished in her hands. Upon reaching this juncture, Yunshi spoke forth, "Chief of the Peng clan, should you offer an apology to my lord right now and sever an arm, relinquishing half of your clan's resources as recompense, I shall consider this matter as though it never transpired. Otherwise, I fear that the Peng clan shall become a mere footnote in history." A blatant threat. The chief of the Peng clan was taken aback, astonished that a mere junior from the Tianren clan dared to threaten his esteemed self and the entire Peng clan. "Old Chief Yun, does your granddaughter's sentiment reflect your own?" The elder of the Tianren clan, Yunshi's grandfather, understood he must now take a stand as the Peng clan chief directed his gaze towards him. Contemplating the actions of his granddaughter in Duankong City, the elder resolved, "Indeed, her words echo my thoughts. Very well, if that is the case, let us commence battle." With that, the Peng clan chief intended to depart with his son. "You think to leave without an apology? Do you take my words lightly?" In the next instant, Yunshi struck. As she did so, the innate ability of the Creation Stone to conceal one's aura activated, and her presence, which now radiated the energy of a venerable being, unfurled completely. No, it was more accurate to say her aura surpassed that of a mere venerable being. The chief of the Peng clan was startled by the strength he sensed emanating from Yunshi. "When did you ascend to the venerable realm? Apologize or perish." Yunshi remained cold and unyielding in her demeanor. "Humph. Even if you have reached the venerable realm at such a young age, it must be through some underhanded means. I have ascended step by step through rigorous training. Today, I shall show you the true might of the venerable realm, one untainted by forbidden methods." However, before he could finish, Yunshi's figure flickered, and without warning, she unleashed her strike. Her god-slaying prowess manifested instantly, and in one fell swoop, the chief of the Peng clan, a formidable venerable being, was slain on the spot. Such an ant-like power dared to boast and speak ill of my lord. In that moment, the members of the Tianren clan were left aghast at the scene before them. They were well aware of the events in Duankong City, and thus, the elder had spared no effort in supporting Yunshi, standing resolutely by her side, prepared for war against the Peng clan. Little did they anticipate that Yunshi possessed such formidable strength, as the venerable chief of the Peng clan was vanquished in an instant. Though he was merely at the onset of the venerable realm, he was indeed a genuine venerable being. Yunshi paid no heed to the astonished gazes of her kin and continued to eliminate the remaining members of the Peng clan who had arrived. Subsequently, she vanished into the distance, declaring, "Grandfather, wait a moment. I shall eradicate the Peng clan." As her words echoed, she disappeared from the sight of the onlookers. Witnessing this, Yunshi's grandfather swiftly issued a command. "Quickly, everyone, join me in going to the Peng clan. Bring the divine artifacts. The Peng clan possesses divine artifacts and formations. Though Sierra is powerful, she may suffer alone." With the elder's command, the Tianren clan sprang into action. This endeavor could potentially herald the rise of the Tianren clan, and given Yunshi's connection with Lin Shu, they could not afford for her to falter. Failure would undoubtedly bring forth Lin Shu's wrath upon the Tianren clan. Not long after departing the Tianren clan, Yunshi arrived at the territory of the Peng clan. Without a moment's hesitation, she engaged with ferocity. No one from the Peng clan could impede her advance. Those at the realm of the inscription or array were obliterated before they could even approach her. Yunshi pressed on, reaching the ancestral grounds of the Peng clan. At last, the ancestral grounds illuminated with radiant brilliance. A deadly formation unfolded. Within the ancestral grounds, a single feather drifted forth, exuding an astonishing divine aura. Clearly, this was a feather of the Peng clan's divine ancestor, forged into a divine artifact. Faced with this spectacle, Yunshi did not retreat. Let me witness the true depths of the Peng clan's heritage. With that, Yunshi gestured, summoning a stone infused with chaotic energy, embodying the life force of creation, which emerged from within her. This was the creation stone that Yunshi had fused with. The creation stone possesses the power to forge worlds, create all things, and nurture myriad spirits. Though Yunshi was not yet capable of such feats, even the mere essence of the creation stone was beyond what any divine formation or artifact could withstand. The Peng clan's divine formation enveloped the entire expanse, extending for thousands of miles, with the air fracturing and the heavens reversing within its grasp, a swirling aura of destruction. This was an illusion, yet also a reality. If it could be unraveled, then it was but a mirage. If not, it was indeed tangible. From the center of the formation, a golden feather floated forth. This was the most pure, sacred, and exalted bloodline of the Peng clan, the feather of the golden-winged Great Peng, infused with boundless divine power, capable of rending the heavens and earth. Yunshi's expression remained tranquil as she clasped the creation stone in her palm, and in an instant, its life force enveloped her. Shielded by the essence of creation, she advanced toward the ancestral grounds of the Peng clan, impervious to the might of the divine formation or the power of the golden-winged Great Peng's feather. How can this be? How can you disregard our divine formation? How can you ignore our divine feather? An ancient voice resonated from the Peng clan's ancestral grounds, filled with disbelief. The Peng clan had survived countless crises since ancient times, thanks to the protection of their divine formation and the golden-winged Great Peng's feather, repeatedly escaping peril and rising to prominence. Yet now, faced with such a youthful, venerable being, they found themselves unable to suppress her. Even the power of their divine formation could not lend her strength. The elder stepped forward, gazing at Yunshi in perplexity. Can you enlighten me as to how you have achieved this? You are not worthy to know. Yunshi's countenance was as cold as frost. Prepare yourself. Do not allow the other members of your clan to escape. In the next moment, Yunshi elevated the creation stone, and a miniature world materialized. This was a small world derived from the creation stone. Though it was not vast, Yunshi had concentrated the full force of this small world, transforming it into a colossal continent that descended upon the Elder. The Elder, a perfected venerable being, stood on the precipice of igniting divine fire to ascend to the realm of unparalleled divinity. Yet, as he beheld the vast continent crashing down, he found himself devoid of any means of resistance. The venerable realm could shatter lands spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. However, this continent exceeded that by far. Moreover, being derived from the creation stone, its hardness surpassed that of ordinary divine artifacts. As the Elder perished, the Peng clan was consigned to history, obliterated in the annals of time. Meanwhile, the Tianren clan finally arrived at the Peng clan's domain. Upon their arrival, they were met with shock. They beheld Yunshi, holding a continent aloft, striking down upon the entirety of the Peng clan, reducing their vast territory to ruins and leaving a chasm stretching thousands of miles. Goodness! Has Yunshi grown this powerful? Is she still merely a venerable being? The Peng clan's divine formation and artifacts had proven utterly ineffective against her. The prowess of the venerable realm, possessing god-slaying strength, was unprecedented. Even the ancient sages could not match such might. The members of the Tianren clan gazed upon this scene, their eyes filled with profound astonishment. They were relieved that they had not coerced Yunshi. They were also grateful that they had long been aware of the connection between Yunshi and Lin Shu. Otherwise, the Peng clan's intention to ally through marriage would have received their enthusiastic support, even vigorous matchmaking efforts. The mere thought of such a scenario sent a chill down their spines. Fortunately, it was a close call. A powerful being from the celestial tribe, unrelated to Yunshi, noticed that his junior had inexplicably become drenched, and he felt an overwhelming sense of survival. They understood that from this moment forth, Yunshi would no longer be the Yunshi they once knew. The former Yunshi, young and beautiful, was unmatched in her beauty among the celestial tribe. However, in terms of talent and strength, she was rather ordinary. Her destiny had been to enter into a marriage alliance, strengthening the ties between the celestial tribe and other powerful clans. Now, however, Yunshi had single-handedly annihilated a clan, her power rivaling that of ancient great families. Her fate was now firmly in her own hands. Watching this scene, Yunqi's grandfather could not help but break into a smile. For who would not wish to see their granddaughter become formidable? He declared, from this moment forth, Yunqi shall be the new leader of our celestial tribe. As his words echoed, the powerful members of the celestial tribe respectfully voiced, we pay our respects to the leader. Yunqi, intending to decline, heard her grandfather's voice resonate in her mind. Sire, Grandpa knows that you now look down upon the celestial tribe. Your future lies in the higher realms. Yet, you have yet to depart. If you wish to remain by Lin Shu's side and deepen his impression of you, you will need sufficient capital. The celestial tribe is one of your assets. Rest assured, Grandpa will not confine you within the clan. You will merely hold a nominal title. While I manage the tribe for you, should you ever require assistance, a single word will summon the entire celestial tribe to your aid. Lin Shu has offended many powers. If they seek revenge in the future, having the celestial tribe will better assist him. The future of our celestial tribe lies with you, as well as with Lin Shu. Upon receiving her grandfather's transmission, Yunqi eventually nodded in silence, then addressed the assembly. Since you all honor me as the leader, I ask for your unwavering cooperation henceforth. Should anyone act in defiance while feigning compliance, I shall not hesitate to purge the ranks. Let the Peng clan serve as a warning. Yunqi's aura enveloped everyone, silencing any dissent, as they all nodded in agreement, pledging their unwavering loyalty to their leader. Time passed swiftly. Half a month later, in the Desolate region, it had already been 40 years within the third level of the time-space hall. Qingyi, during her time in the hall, had been diligently practicing the Qingyue true immortal legacy and merging it with the Qingyue flame for 40 years. Initially, the Qingyue flame was not something she could blend with, given her current realm. However, due to the accelerated passage of time in the time-space hall, she quickly advanced to the revered realm and reached its peak shortly after commencing the Qingyue true immortal legacy. Thus, Qingyi finally acquired the ability to merge with the Qingyue flame. On a certain day, Lin Shu had just concluded his seclusion and intended to check if Qingyi had successfully integrated the Qingyue flame. However, when he arrived at her seclusion location, he was immediately taken aback. Qingyi was wholly engrossed in merging with the Qingyue flame, her body enveloped in azure flames. The heat so intense that it incinerated the precious garments she wore. Before Lin Shu's eyes lay a breathtaking, flawless form, rendering him momentarily spellbound. Chapter 66. Young Master. Young Master, have you emerged from your seclusion? A voice echoed from afar. It was the voice of the Heavenly Fox Fairy. In the time-space hall, they had been in separate seclusions to avoid disrupting each other's cultivation, yet they were aware of each other's locations. The Heavenly Fox Fairy had surely sought Lin Shu's seclusion spot and found it empty. For a moment, Lin Shu felt somewhat flustered, as the present scene was ripe for misinterpretation. He quickly replied, wait a moment, I will be there shortly. Lin Shu hoped that by saying this, the Heavenly Fox Fairy would not approach. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to explain himself and would undoubtedly bear the stigma of being a voyeur. However, before Lin Shu could finish his words, a dark figure appeared before him. It was none other than the Heavenly Fox Fairy. Young Master, she began, suddenly sensing something amiss, and her gaze shifted towards the direction of Qingyi's seclusion. A cunning glint appeared in her eyes as she continued, Young Master, do not worry. I shall never speak of this. With that, she shot Lin Shu a flirtatious glance, adding, if you wish to see, I can oblige. What Qingyi possesses, I possess as well. Lin Shu understood that the Heavenly Fox Fairy, as a demoness, inherited the bold and unconventional traits of her kind. He had not anticipated her words to be so audaciously suggestive. Lin Shu quickly shook his head, you misunderstand. I merely came to see if she successfully merged with the Qingyue flame. Who would have known her clothes would burn? This is truly unexpected. The Heavenly Fox Fairy gave him an understanding look. The Qingyue flame is a seed of celestial fire, far superior to the divine fire seed, and naturally, Qingyi's attire could not withstand it. Surely you understand this. Lin Shu conceded that he could not clarify the situation. Given the circumstances, he decided not to explain. When dealing with someone as bold as the Heavenly Fox Fairy, it was best to match her audacity with even greater boldness. Only then would she be deterred. With this in mind, Lin Shu spoke, what you just mentioned about what Qingyi has, you claim to possess as well. I would like to learn more about it. Why don't we go elsewhere, and I can inquire at my leisure. Saying this, Lin Shu moved toward the Heavenly Fox Fairy. He expected her to step aside. But to his surprise, she stood her ground, seemingly anticipating his approach, a smile dancing in her eyes, as if mocking Lin Shu's hesitation. Resolute, Lin Shu thought, am I to be looked down upon? Today, I shall show you my courage. Just as Lin Shu prepared to take the Heavenly Fox Fairy's hand and leave, Qingyi seemed to have successfully merged, awakening from her seclusion with a soft cough. Hearing that delicate sound, Lin Shu immediately halted and turned to her. "You have finished." Qingyi's expression was cool as she replied, "Had I not concluded, who knows what might have transpired next? Well, I truly did not intend for this to happen. It matters little. Regardless of intent, you have witnessed it." Lin Shu did not refute her. After all, the reality was indeed as she stated. Qingyi naturally retrieved a set of garments and donned them, then remarked, "In truth, I do not mind. The legacy of the Qingyue True Immortal and the Qingyue Flame are crucial to me. In comparison, being seen by you is of little consequence. I have two major aspirations in life. The first, to ascend to the pinnacle of cultivation. The second, if I must have a partner, I hope that partner is someone who will not interfere with my pursuit of the summit and possesses strength that surpasses my contemporaries." Pausing briefly, Qingyi continued, "In Duankong City, you spoke to Shi Hao about the ancient immortal relics. You must have considerable knowledge about them." Lin Shu nodded. "Indeed, I possess some understanding. They are the battleground for the geniuses of the 3,000 Dao states, where numerous ancient prodigies from this era and the past 3,000 years compete. Given this, let me express my thoughts. If you truly desire me, you must at least place among the top 3 in the ancient immortal relics of the 3,000 Dao states." Qingyi stated, then seemed to worry that she was being too presumptuous and added, "Of course, if I do not meet your standards, you may disregard what I have said. I shall forever remember your immense kindness and merit, and I will repay it in the future, never letting down the grace you have bestowed upon me today." The celestial fox fairy interjected, "Humph, dear sister, you remain as aloof as ever, as if every gentleman must cherish you as I do. I consider myself your equal, and I do not have such lofty demands." With that, the celestial fox fairy turned her gaze towards Lin Shu. "Young master, Qingyi has nowhere else to turn but to you. Yet she maintains this haughty demeanor. In my opinion, it is time to enforce the family rules to uphold the decorum of your household. If you cannot bring yourself to do it, I am more than capable of assisting you, ensuring she submits completely." Upon hearing this, Lin Shu found some merit in her words. Indeed, Qingyi had chosen to seek refuge with him of her own volition, yet now she exhibited such arrogance towards him. This attitude must not be tolerated. Contemplating this, Lin Shu addressed Qingyi. "I find your sister's suggestion reasonable, but considering that I was the one who first laid eyes upon you, I bear some responsibility. Therefore, I shall refrain from punishing you this time, but I will not condone your haughtiness. Here is what we shall do. You have now merged with the Azure Moon Flame, and your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the venerable realm, on par with the celestial fox fairy. You shall duel her if you emerge victorious. We shall overlook your prideful behavior, and I shall grant you a reward. However, should you fail, remember to properly acknowledge your place henceforth. Of course, you may also forego this challenge, in which case I shall have brother by strip you of your Azure Moon, true immortal inheritance, and the Azure Moon Flame. As for your physical form, you may propose other conditions, and I shall compensate accordingly." Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Qingyi fell into deep contemplation. As the holy maiden of the Heavenly Restoration sect, she had always maintained a lofty demeanor. Although she had severed her ties with the sect, her character remained unchanged, and she found it difficult to alter her ways. In truth, Lin Shu's unhesitating bestowal of the Azure Moon true immortal inheritance and the Azure Moon Flame had already endeared him to her. She believed the conditions he laid out posed no challenge for him. Given his strength, ranking among the top 3 in the ancient immortal ruins, victory would be effortless. If she had not harbored feelings for him, she could have easily dismissed his conditions. "I concede," Qingyi declared. Lin Shu was taken aback. Qingyi was not one to surrender lightly, especially now that she had acquired the Azure Moon true immortal inheritance and merged with the Azure Moon Flame, granting her considerable power. Yet she chose to concede. The celestial fox fairy, however, saw through her. "Sister, I knew you harbored such thoughts." She then turned to Lin Shu, conveying telepathically, "Young master, Qingyi has feelings for you. Since you have already taken an interest in her, can we consider this matter settled? If your anger has yet to dissipate, I am willing to shoulder the burden. We must not allow any rift to form between us as we traverse the world together." Qingyi is rather shy and stubborn. Unlike me, I believe upon hearing her conditions, you could deduce her feelings. Having witnessed you befriending the likes of the sovereign of the Forbidden Zone, she is well aware of your strength. Hence her cautiousness in mentioning only the top 3 in the ancient immortal ruins. Understanding the celestial fox fairy's telepathic message, Lin Shu decided to heed her counsel and let the matter go. After all, it was ultimately a consequence of his own intrusion into the situation. Since he had erred, he would accept it. Qing, he had apologized for her pride. Having regarded her, he should also offer compensation. Subsequently, Lin Shu presented her with the true dragon rune he had long kept. Qing, this is the true dragon rune. A token of my apology for having looked upon you. After 40 years of introspection, I have comprehended and inscribed the primordial rune within my being. My cultivation has reached the array realm, rendering the true dragon rune, in comparison to the primordial rune, somewhat inferior. It serves little purpose for me now. My friends, Shi Hao, Yin Shi, and the Celestial Fox Fairy, each have their own paths and do not require the true dragon rune. It will be wasted on me, so I bestow it upon you as an investment. As Qing accepted Lin Shu's gift, she was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Lin Shu would overlook her previous actions and instead present her with such a precious token. In the realm of cultivators, strength is paramount, while the physical form is merely an external vessel. Qing understood that, in terms of value, being regarded by Lin Shu far outweighed the worth of the true dragon rune. In that moment, her heart stirred with emotion. Since childhood, she had walked the world as the holy maiden of the heavenly restoration sect, never having received genuine care or attention. People had feared her status rather than valuing her as an individual. With Lin Shu, she felt for the first time what it was to be cherished, to be cared for, and to be valued. "Thank you, young master," she exclaimed, feeling an urge to embrace him gently, as though she had found a pillar of support. "Sister, you are being quite unfair, taking both the gift and the affection." The Celestial Fox Fairy chuckled. "If you wish to embrace, one must follow the order of arrival. I have been by the young master's side for so long without receiving such a gesture, so why the haste?" Qing Yi's cheeks flushed. "Young master, I shall now delve into the true dragon rune." As she departed, the Celestial Fox Fairy laughed. "Young master, all is settled." Lin Shu was bewildered by the Celestial Fox Fairy's series of actions, uncertain of her true self. However, he had no time to ponder, for the system notification chimed. Ding. Host invests in Qing Yi's true dragon rune. Congratulations on the acquisition. Ding. Host invests in the Sovereign of the Forbidden Zone by Xian Wang's physical body. Congratulations on the acquisition. Upon hearing the two notifications, Lin Shu's heart swelled with joy. Chapter 67. Transformation. Primordial Chaotic Body. Ding. Host invests in Qing Yi's true dragon rune. Congratulations on obtaining the 10 Fiend true dragon bone. Ding. Host invests in the Sovereign of the Forbidden Zone by Xian Wang's physical body. Congratulations on obtaining the primordial chaotic body. Lin Shu was elated upon seeing the rewards. The true dragon is the foremost among the 10 fiends, and the true dragon clan is known as the true lineage of immortal kings. Each true dragon that matures reaches the pinnacle of immortal kings. Many dragon clans can evolve towards the true dragon, but often only one among many prevails to claim the singular true name. Lin Shu recalled that during the ancient era, 2 dragons vied for the true name of the dragon. The second, though slightly inferior, was still of the immortal king caliber, now lost to time within the void divine realm, unaware of its own identity. The only dragon deemed the 10 Fiend true dragon was undoubtedly the one that claimed the singular true name, the supreme true dragon, surpassing even the second in the world. The true dragon bone's value is astounding. 10 Fiend true dragon bone. Function 1 serves for comprehension, allowing one to grasp the complete true dragon divine art. Function 2 may be used in crafting artifacts, enabling the forging of immortal king weapons. Function 3 facilitates fusion. The true dragon clan's fusion is optimal, enhancing the true dragon's origin. When fused with other races, it births the true dragon's soul, augmenting physical strength and mastery over the true dragon divine art. What a treasure! With just a single bone, there are multiple applications. I must take the time to thoroughly comprehend it and see if I can grasp the true dragon divine art. Should I succeed, I would gain a formidable technique to wield against foes. Although I have perfected the celestial star divine art, it ultimately pales in comparison to the 10 fiend arts. And the great desolation sword cannon and primordial sentience are both taxing by comparison. With the true dragon divine art, I could unleash it upon any adversary with ease, ensuring their suppression or even annihilation. However, in comparison, while the true dragon bone is remarkable, the other investment return is truly astonishing. The primordial chaotic body. The chaos body, a physique of unparalleled strength and formidable defensive capabilities, possesses the remarkable ability to render itself immune to various forms of attack, while simultaneously boasting potent offensive power. It is also a unique constitution that can seamlessly merge with the essence of nature, exhibiting an extraordinarily rapid cultivation speed and comprehension ability. For Lin Shu, however, having traversed into this realm with a corporeal form devoid of any innate qualities, talents, or enlightenment, he found himself at a considerable disadvantage. Relying on the primordial truth, Lin Shu managed to marginally enhance his innate abilities and comprehension, yet he remained far behind the true geniuses of this world. In the past, during the same period of seclusion, figures like Shi Hao, the Celestial Fox Princess, and Qing Yi had all managed to break through to the realm of the Venerable. In contrast, Lin Shu struggled to achieve even a semblance of enlightenment without the aid of the ancient tea leaves of comprehension. Now that he had acquired the primordial chaos body, a physique even more powerful than the chaos body itself, infused with the essence of the primordial, he recognized that merging with it would undoubtedly smooth the path of his cultivation. He would no longer need to ponder over various arcane techniques or rely on the ancient tea tree for enlightenment. With this thought firmly in his mind, Lin Shu hesitated not a moment longer and inwardly declared, "System, I wish to merge with the primordial chaos body." Although Lin Shu understood that the mortal body was the strongest, possessing great potential for transformation, he deemed such considerations as matters for the future. If the significance of the primordial chaos body diminished over time, he could simply sever his connection to it later. As Lin Shu's voice echoed, the fusion with the primordial chaos body commenced. He promptly informed the Celestial Fox Princess and Qing Yi of his intent to enter seclusion once more, allowing them to attend to their own affairs. With that, Lin Shu seated himself in a meditative posture, commencing the fusion process. The Celestial Fox Princess and Qing Yi respected his decision, departing without further disturbances. Not long after their exit, streams of chaos essence and primordial essence surged into Lin Shu's body. As these essences permeated him, his physique underwent a profound metamorphosis, evolving in an astonishing direction. Simultaneously, Lin Shu's comprehension soared, allowing him to perceive the world with newfound clarity, as if he had merged with the very fabric of existence itself. Time drifted slowly by. Within the temple hall, 2 years elapsed. During this interval, Qing Yi and the Celestial Fox Princess visited Lin Shu numerous times, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from him and wisely refraining from interruption. On this particular day, Lin Shu finally opened his eyes. After 2.5 years, he had flawlessly integrated the primordial essence into his being. No longer was Lin Shu the threefold individual lacking in physique, talent, and enlightenment that he had been upon his arrival. With the merger of the primordial chaos body, Lin Shu experienced a surge of new insights into the primordial truth. His understanding of the great Desolation sword cannon, which had stagnated for quite some time, also advanced. He sensed that with a bit more seclusion, he could further refine his mastery of it. Seizing this moment of inspiration, Lin Shu chose not to emerge from seclusion just yet. He began to delve deeper into the primordial truth and the great Desolation sword cannon, while also contemplating the true dragon techniques contained within the bones of the 10 fiendish true dragons, hoping to glean further understanding. Once again, Qing Yi and the Celestial Fox Princess arrived at Lin Shu's seclusion chamber. They had sensed his awakening and hurried over, only to find that he had not yet emerged. Exchanging glances, they silently withdrew. Both had already attained the pinnacle of the venerable realm, but had chosen to suppress their desire for immediate breakthroughs in light of the ancient ruins of the immortal. During Lin Shu's extended period of seclusion, the bond between the two women deepened significantly. Previously, encounters between them had been rife with contention, but now they could engage in amicable discussions and even sit together to explore the path of cultivation. Time continued its relentless march. Within the temple hall, another 3 years passed. In the first year, Lin Shu advanced his understanding of the primordial truth. In the second year, he furthered his grasp of the great Desolation sword cannon. And in the third year, he fully comprehended the true dragon techniques from the 10 fiendish true dragon bones. After 3 years and 5 months, Lin Shu finally awakened once more. System, Lin Shu called out, prompting it to display his information panel. Ultimate investment system. Host, Lin Shu age, 22, 116 years. Realm, perfected array realm cultivation method. Primordial truth divine techniques. Howling moon celestial star technique. Great Desolation sword cannon. Primordial spirit. Primordial chaos. Primordial first light. True dragon technique investments made. Lu Shun, Shi Hao, Yin Shi, the Enchantress Celestial Fox Princess, Huolinger, Qing Yi investment rewards. All claimed assets, 20 Heavenly God Realm Guardians, 2 Supreme Realm Mounts, True Phoenix and Chaos Demon Ape. 2 Heavenly God Realm Mounts, Thunder Lion and Howling Moon Celestial Wolf. Temple Hall, Primordial Tower, Destiny Stone X2, True Water of Tai, 10 Fiendish True Dragon Bones. Ancient Tea Tree of Comprehension, Chaos Green Lotus, etc. Lin Shu was thoroughly pleased, realizing the true power of the primordial chaos body. Over the course of more than 3 years since the merger, he had not only deepened his understanding of the primordial truth, the great desolation sword cannon, and the true dragon techniques, but had also ascended to a new realm of cultivation. From this moment forth, in terms of talent and physique, he could confidently declare himself a genuine prodigy. Chapter 68. The Gift of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, the head of the Celestial King. Young Master, young Master. Two voices interrupted Lin Shu's contemplation. It was the Celestial Fox Princess and Qing Yi, arm in arm. Lin Shu paused, surprised by their closeness. He couldn't help but reflect on how rare it was for them to develop such a bond. However, he was pleased to see their friendship flourish, as he preferred not to witness their frequent bickering. Upon realizing that Lin Shu had indeed emerged from seclusion, the Celestial Fox Princess quickly broke away from Qing Yi, trotting over to him with an alluring gaze. Young Master, you have finally come out. We have been so lonely and bored waiting for you. Is it not you two who arrived together so intimately? Lin Shu replied with a hint of playfulness. Is this merely a facade of sisterly affection? Yet, he chose not to dwell on their banter, stating instead, since there seems to be no pressing matters at hand, I shall contact Lu Shun and then we can proceed. With that, Lin Shu sent a message to Lu Shun. On the other side, upon receiving Lin Shu's message, Lu Shun exited the temple hall, accompanied by the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, who, with Lu Shun's aid in the resurrection technique, had now merged with the Celestial King's corporeal form, regaining his peak strength under the accelerated passage of time within the 8th level of the temporal hall. Thus, Lin Shu, the Celestial Fox Princess, Qing Yi, Lu Shun, and the Lord of the Forbidden Zone all appeared together in the Forbidden Zone. As they materialized, both Lu Shun and the Lord of the Forbidden Zone turned their gazes toward Lin Shu simultaneously. What a formidable physique, they exclaimed in unison. One was a Celestial King powerhouse, and the other an Imperial Light Celestial King. They could instantly detect the transformation Lin Shu had undergone. He now bore a physique that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the cosmos, embodying the harmony of heaven and earth. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone cast a glance, then spoke. Young friend, your physique is indeed remarkable, but to ascend to the pinnacle of cultivation, it is not merely a singular physique that will suffice. Do not overly rely on your physical attributes. They may not be as advantageous to your cultivation as you imagine. Lin Shu nodded in response. Rest assured, Brother Bai, I only intend to utilize the primordial chaos body to its fullest. Without it, my innate talent and comprehension are quite lacking, making my progress in cultivation exceedingly slow. If the primordial chaos body becomes a burden, I shall sever it without hesitation. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone, upon hearing Lin Shu's words, revealed a faint smile. As long as you are aware, that is sufficient. I would not wish to see a promising individual capable of reaching the heights of cultivation stagnate due to an over-reliance on their physique. It appears I have spoken out of turn. Your insights do not require my reminders. Pausing momentarily, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone shifted his tone. Young friend, my revival and ascendance to the peak owe everything to your divine King's physical body, the resurrection technique, and that astonishingly time-accelerating time-space hall. Thank you, he continued. I currently possess no treasures, techniques, or methods. You have yet to cultivate the methods and treasures of the Willow deity, so I presume you have no need of them. Thus, I shall bestow upon you the methods and treasures I have cultivated, along with my severed divine king's head. This is the most precious thing I possess at present. The Forbidden Zone holds some value as well, but alas, it has long since lost its Tao rhythm in the river of time, eroded away by the passage of ages, and cannot be gifted to you. Upon hearing that the Lord of the Forbidden Zone intended to offer him his divine king's head as well as his techniques and treasures in gratitude, Lin Shu naturally did not hesitate and accepted with pleasure. After all, this was indeed a treasure. The divine king's head might serve to forge a sword. As for the Lord of the Forbidden Zone's techniques, Lin Shu lacked nothing in methods, but the treasures, with the primordial chaos body, could certainly provide some insights. In any case, they were far from useless. Contemplating this, Lin Shu inquired, Brother Bai, I intend to forge 4 swords. Now that you possess a new physical form and have already gifted me your shattered head, I assume I have the right to utilize it for sword forging? Indeed, you may. I have been reborn. That fractured head holds no value for me now, and I have bestowed it upon you. How you choose to use it is of no concern to me. If you can make use of it, it signifies that my gratitude is not without merit. Otherwise, having received such great assistance from you, I would feel utterly ashamed. Hearing the Lord of the Forbidden Zone's words, Lin Shu felt reassured. Although he was not intimidated by the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, especially with the protection of the Willow deity and the immense debt of gratitude owed to him, it was still courteous to acknowledge the use of his head for forging. Now that the Lord of the Forbidden Zone had no objections, he could proceed as he wished. Let's venture forth. With Lin Shu's words, the group returned to the Desolate Realm. Lin Shu planned to rest for a few days before continuing his journey. However, the rest he spoke of was not genuine respite. He intended to resolve another matter first. This concerned the factions behind those who had previously attacked him in the secret realms of Baiduanshan and Duankong City. Conveniently, as he was about to forge swords, he needed ample materials. Instead of exhausting himself to gather materials, it would be more efficient to eliminate those factions and seize their treasures. Lin Shu, the Celestial Fox Maiden, and Qing Yi walked through the streets. As for the Willow deity and the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, both were cultivation fanatics and had returned to the Time-Space Hall for further training. Perhaps they found little amusement in worldly affairs, having lived for so long. To them, pleasure lay beyond the boundary of realms. To reach that distant shore, relentless cultivation was their only path. Lin Shu was more than willing. The stronger they grew, the better for him. Just as Lin Shu and his companions prepared to dine at an inn in the city, they overheard some passing voices. Yanxi had single-handedly annihilated the Peng clan, becoming the leader of the Celestial clan and unified Tianshan Mountain, which now revered her. The Celestial clan from the upper realm sought to summon Yanxi, but she had declined their invitation. This was the first significant piece of news. The second was regarding the Bu Tian sect, the Eternal Mountain, and the Western sect. Numerous esteemed figures from these factions had descended to the lower realm. Lin Shu could easily surmise the reason. They were undoubtedly there for Qing Yi. Young master, I shall handle the matter regarding the Bu Tian sect without delay, so as not to impede your important affairs. Lin Shu smiled. Very well, go ahead. He held great confidence in Qing Yi's current strength. After all, having inherited the legacy of the true immortal of the Azure Moon and received the true dragon runes from Lin Shu, her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the esteemed realm. It was exceedingly difficult for the upper realm to send gods to the lower realm. At most, they could dispatch a group of esteemed figures. For Qing Yi, these esteemed beings posed no threat. Let her resolve it herself. However, as Lin Shu finished speaking, he sensed something and turned his gaze to a certain direction. It seems it is no longer necessary. They have arrived. Chapter 69. Qing Yi versus Divine Fire. The celestial artifact emerges. In an instant, numerous figures had surrounded Qing Yi, as well as Lin Shu and the Celestial Fox Maiden. Lin Shu focused his gaze and counted a total of 25 individuals. Among them, 5 were in the Esteemed Realm, 8 in the Array Realm, and the rest were in the Inscription Realm. It must be said, the Bu Tian sect truly lived up to its reputation as a celestial orthodoxy. Their strength was indeed extraordinary. In the Desolate Realm, having even one esteemed figure would rank a faction among the very top. Yet the Bu Tian sect had presented 5 esteemed figures at once, one of whom was on the verge of igniting divine fire, reaching near invincibility within the Esteemed Realm, only vulnerable to the prodigies and monsters of the world. Of course, the most formidable presence was not merely the 25 before them. Lin Shu sensed that there was likely an even stronger individual lurking in the shadows, a being of divine fire. It remained unclear whether this powerful figure had been sent down from the upper realm by the Bu Tian sect or had been summoned from the lower realm. Such strength could undoubtedly obliterate a top-tier orthodoxy of the Desolate Realm, and even pose a threat to human empires like the Stone Nation and the Fire Nation, which are protected by divine fire. Yet, they had come solely to capture Qing Yi, illustrating the wrath of the Bu Tian sect in the upper realm at her severance from her main body. Prior to this, Qing Yi was merely at the Inscription Realm. Every individual present surpassed her previous level. Saintess, please accompany us without resistance. We hope you refrain from forcing our hand. The middle-aged man at the pinnacle of the Esteemed Realm, looking at Qing Yi, spoke directly. The sect leader and Her Highness the Saintess are both infuriated. If you return with us, you may avoid suffering. Should you refuse, you must understand the consequences. Gazing at the 25 individuals before her, then her eyes shifted to a certain void. Since you have come, why not show yourselves? Hiding in the shadows is beneath the dignity of one who has ignited divine fire, having received the legacy of the true immortal of the Azure Moon. Qing Yi was aware that although the true immortal had perished after achieving the true immortal stage, this legacy was not merely of the true immortal lineage, but a divine king's inheritance. She sensed the presence of a hidden divine fire realm being. In the shadows, the elder of the divine fire realm, realizing his exposure, decided to emerge without further concealment. Truly, you are the holy maiden of the Celestial Restoration sect. Such keen insight is unmatched in the wasteland, save for those of my caliber. Qing Yi cast a glance at the elder, her expression betraying no sign of trepidation. Although he was a formidable figure in the divine fire realm, she felt no fear. Had this encounter occurred previously, she would have undoubtedly prepared her escape strategy in secret upon seeing a divine fire elder before her. However, since acquiring the legacy of the celestial moon true immortal, merging with the celestial moon flame, and inscribing the true dragon runes within her body, she was confident that this elder posed no threat to her. Should it come to battle, she believed she could slay a god with her perfected status as a venerable being. You do not seem to belong to the Celestial Restoration sect, for I have never laid eyes upon you before. There is no need to involve yourself in this chaotic affair. Retreat now, and you may enjoy your twilight years in peace. Otherwise, blood may very well be spilled here today. The elder, unfazed by her words, calmly stated a fact. I have pledged to several envoys of the Celestial Restoration sect that should I assist them in capturing you, they will usher me into their ranks once I ascend to the upper realm. Upon hearing this, Qing Yi understood that the elder had no intention of retreating. For the beings of the wasteland, the upper realm represented a dream, and the chance to join a prestigious lineage, such as the Celestial Restoration sect, was a coveted aspiration. With this opportunity laid before him, despite his calm demeanor, his heart undoubtedly brimmed with yearning, and he would not squander such a chance, prepared to exert his utmost effort. Since that is the case, before she could finish her sentence, Qing Yi made her move. A radiant brilliance emanated from her brow, revealing a terrifying power, as a celestial form materialized between her brows. Simultaneously, the celestial moon flame erupted from her being, intertwining with the celestial form. In an instant, the might of the celestial form, enveloped in azure flames, surged forth towards the multitude of Celestial Restoration sect cultivators. Saint Maiden, you have actually attained perfection in the venerable realm. The expression of the venerable cultivator from the Celestial Restoration sect shifted dramatically. They were well aware of the Holy Maiden's strength, especially since she had been in seclusion within the depths of the sect without igniting her divine fire. This meant that the current Holy Maiden's ethereal body had surpassed her original form in cultivation. No wonder she could sever the connection with her true self. As the venerable cultivator's countenance changed, he promptly urged the divine fire elder to act. Elder, the Holy Maiden has reached perfection in the venerable realm. We beseech you to assist us. Clearly, this venerable cultivator understood the gravity of the Holy Maiden's power. In the same realm, he recognized he was no match for her. Grateful for the presence of the divine fire elder from the lower realm, he felt more assured. Otherwise, the Holy Maiden might have eluded them today. Even with numerous strong allies by his side, he lacked the confidence to capture the Holy Maiden. Observing the divine fire elder's readiness to engage, the celestial fox fairy chimed in with a smile. Qing, would you like me to lend a hand? No need. Qing Yi's cold voice resounded. Rejecting the celestial fox fairy's kind offer, Lin Shu also interjected, let us observe for now. It will be interesting to see just how powerful Qing Yi has become with all the treasures I have bestowed upon her. If she requires our assistance in such a situation, I shall be quite disappointed. Indeed, young master. The celestial fox fairy recognized Lin Shu's intent to cultivate Qing Yi, and this was a perfect opportunity to gauge her strength. Subsequently, the two withdrew from the battlefield to watch from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Qing Yi was engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Celestial Restoration sect's experts and the Divine Fire Elder. Xingyi, you are the reincarnation of the most extraordinary disciple of the Forbidden Zone, the Celestial Moon True Immortal. Now that you have inherited her legacy, wielding the Celestial Moon Flame and inscribing the true dragon runes within you, your foundation surpasses even that of Shi Hao when facing the seven gods. Let us witness how far you can go. Lin Shu mused quietly from the sidelines. The battle was extensive, involving the combined might of the Divine Fire Elder, 5 venerable cultivators, and an additional 20 experts against a perfected venerable. The conflict quickly expanded over tens of thousands of miles. Had Lin Shu and the Celestial Fox Fairy not been present, the devastation would have reduced everything within 100,000 miles to ashes in an instant. The clash in the void drew the attention of numerous powerful beings. Upon realizing that it was the Holy Maiden of the Celestial Restoration sect taking action, they were filled with curiosity. The Holy Maiden, has she not just vanished for a time? How has her strength become so formidable that she can stand her ground against so many experts? Wait, that seems to be Lin Shu. Now makes sense. The inhabitants of the wasteland were well aware that anyone who followed Lin Shu would experience a significant enhancement in their strength. Although such an increase was astonishing and beyond their comprehension, they were gradually coming to accept it. Yet, they pondered how the Holy Maiden of the Celestial Restoration sect had allied with Lin Shu, especially after their recent conflicts. Is it possible that the Holy Maiden has defected? How intriguing. At that moment, Qing Yi was locked in an intense battle with many elite opponents and a divine fire elder. Although she could not inflict harm upon them at present, they were equally unable to overcome her. The sheer ferocity of her flames rendered them incapable of approaching. Even their attacks would disintegrate before reaching her. What fortune has the Holy Maiden encountered to possess such divine flames? Such power is rarely found even in the upper realm. The venerable cultivator from the Celestial Restoration sect, now lacking patience, resolved to act. Bowing, he declared, "I summon the divine artifact." The divine artifact, crafted and held by a celestial being, contained unfathomable power. In the upper realm's 3,000 states, a celestial being is considered a formidable master, capable of founding sections. Such an entity could regenerate limbs, and even a single drop of their blood could collapse mountains, exerting pressure over all lower realm cultivators. As the venerable cultivator's words fell, an ancient steel slowly manifested. With its appearance, the entire expanse of heaven and earth within 100,000 miles seemed to be sealed. En overwhelming aura surgit forte. Where once Qing Yi stood invulnerable, the emergence of the ancient steel crushed her defenses in a mere breath. The aura of the celestial being was overwhelmingly terrifying. Even the slightest release from a perfected venerable cultivator was beyond Qing Yi's capacity to withstand. If she were to ascend to godhood, she might have had a chance to resist a shred of that divine pressure. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shu realized he could no longer remain a bystander. After all, Qing Yi was someone he greatly valued, and he had invested much in her. He could not bear to watch her be captured or perish in this place. Resolving himself, Lin Shu summoned his steed in an instant, a true phoenix of the supreme realm. Having traversed the forbidden zone with the guidance of the Willow deity, he had kept her within the temporal palace, as the dangers of the forbidden zone were too great. There was no need for her to accompany him into such peril. Upon the emergence of the supreme realm true phoenix, Lin Shu promptly issued a command. Seize that celestial realm artifact, and, while you're at it, dispose of those insignificant pests. The true phoenix, upon hearing Lin Shu's directive, cast a glance towards the distant battlefield, appearing quite displeased, as if to express that its meditation had been abruptly interrupted for the trivial task of dealing with mere ants. Do you not have celestial realm guardians? Why not let them take action? Lin Shu, being her master, instantly comprehended her sentiment. After all, it is a celestial realm artifact. I fear these individuals might retaliate in their final moments, potentially utilizing blood sacrifices to self-detonate the celestial realm artifact, and then it would be too late. Furthermore, considering their affiliation with the Tian sect, who knows what other unknown trump cards they might possess. Even if we cannot be killed, sustaining injuries would still be tremendously unwise. The true phoenix's eyes gleamed with a human-like expression, and she pouted, seemingly remarking on the excessive caution. But there are 10 celestial realm beings. No matter how many tricks these ants have up their sleeves, they can't possibly inflict harm, can they? Nevertheless, despite her thoughts, the supreme realm true phoenix acted without hesitation. With a mere feigned grasp of her claws, she effortlessly seized the celestial realm artifact, which exuded divine pressure in an instant. The esteemed master of the Tian sect, upon witnessing his formerly controlled celestial realm artifact being snatched away by a mere bird, was left utterly astonished. Such a celestial realm artifact, even if not unleashing its full might, would require a formidable strength to capture so casually. One must be of celestial caliber to achieve such a feat. In the lower realms, how could there possibly exist a celestial being? Messenger, that person appears to be Lin Shu. At that moment, a formidable figure beside him, a master of the inscription realm, spoke up. Lin Shu. The celestial realm master was momentarily taken aback. The name Lin Shu was all too familiar to him. However, he recalled that the prevailing gossip suggested the saintess had offended Lin Shu, who had used his overwhelming power to compel her to disband the Tian sect in the lower realms. How could Lin Shu be in the company of the saintess? Moreover, why would he act on her behalf? This left him utterly perplexed. Collaborating with the enemy, aiding them. Was there any logic in that? Yet, he recognized that this was not the time for such musings and immediately addressed Lin Shu. Young Master Lin, the saintess has grievances with you. We have come to retrieve her for punishment, which would ultimately be to your benefit. I implore you not to interfere. He continued, rest assured, I will report this matter to the sect leader, and perhaps you may be pardoned for your association with the Tian sect. Pardon? Lin Shu's gaze turned sharp. Is this what the Tian sect has become? In a position to be at the mercy of others, and yet you dare to speak so arrogantly? The Celestial Realm Master, perceiving the intensity in Lin Shu's eyes, immediately understood he had misspoken. The previous statement had been an instinctive reaction in the upper realms. The Tian sect had always held a position of superiority and would speak thus to others. However, they were presently in the lower realms, where the sect leader could not descend. If he provoked Lin Shu, he would likely not even realize how he perished. He quickly retracted his words. Forgive me, I misspoke. If the young master refrains from involving himself in this matter, the Tian sect will coexist peacefully with you. Unnecessary. Lin Shu shook his head. The likes of the Tian sect are not worthy to negotiate with me. As soon as Lin Shu's words fell, a flicker of flame ignited from a void. It was the Phoenix Fire. Although it was merely the size of a palm, it was incomparable to the vast expanse of flames previously unleashed by Qing Yi. Yet, this small flame instantaneously divided and infiltrated the bodies of the Tian sect's cultivators and the elder of the divine fire realm. Within a breath, not a single soul remained. Everything was reduced to ashes. Lin Shu's side contained such a powerful being. This was no ordinary bird, but likely a phoenix from an era long past. This flame, though diminutive, could effortlessly incinerate even the most formidable cultivator of the divine fire realm to ash. I can think of no other than the true Phoenix Fire. Truly terrifying. Lin Shu's hidden strengths are indeed boundless. Thankfully, we have not offended Lin Shu otherwise. At this moment, some factions that had previously escaped Lin Shu's reckoning were plunged into despair. They had thought Lin Shu would not strike against them, fearing becoming the target of collective ire. Yet it seemed Lin Shu had merely been biding his time. We must make amends and seek Lin Shu's forgiveness. Inform the envoy to tell the Anti-Lin Alliance's leader that we will not be joining the alliance anymore. Hurry, quickly gather the most precious treasures from our vault and deliver them to Lin Shu. A day later, having resolved the issues with the Tian sect yesterday and taken a day of rest, Lin Shu was preparing to head to his next destination, the True Dragon Nest. After all, possessing the True Dragon's bone and knowing that a descendant of the True Dragon King resided there, he might just secure a true dragon. Just then, as Lin Shu, Qing Yi, and the Celestial Fox Fairy prepared to embark on the True Phoenix, a multitude of figures surged into the city, bowing deeply to Lin Shu. Young Master Lin, we have come to apologize. Apologize? Lin Shu quickly grasped the situation. It was likely a result of the Supreme Realm True Phoenix having shown a modicum of restraint yesterday, leaving these factions in a state of shock, prompting them to come and seek forgiveness now. There is no need for apologies, Lin Shu declared. I have never been one to spare my enemies. Initially, Lin Shu had intended to resolve matters later. However, since these individuals had appeared before him, he decided to deal with them now, especially since they had come to present themselves. Lu Shun, with a message sent, Lu Shun soon materialized before Lin Shu. Lu Shun, I beseech you to take action and revert time to the moment I was besieged in the 100 Broken Mountains. Eradicate all those factions involved in the assault. Chapter 71. The terrifying power of Lu Shun. The suffering of the wasteland. Lin Shu, how can you do this? We have already come to apologize. And yet you treat us this way. Do you truly wish to bring ruin upon the beings of the wasteland? Should you truly slay us, you will face the vehement condemnation of the entire wasteland. Witnessing Lin Shu show no inclination to grant them the opportunity for apologies or reparations, these individuals, who had initially approached him with humility, swiftly transformed their demeanor and began to hurl insults. They resorted to invoking the entire wasteland against Lin Shu. However, to Lin Shu, none of this mattered. The suffering of the wasteland's beings? What concern is that of mine? Annihilating these factions that had previously struck against me would not even begin to equate to the devastation of the entire wasteland. Even if it were to occur, they would have brought it upon themselves. Lin Shu is Lin Shu, not Shi Hao. Shi Hao might have been swayed by so-called righteousness, but Lin Shu would not be. Had these individuals been of merit in the fight against foreign realms or possessed the capability to resist such incursions, Lu Shun might have said a word or two on their behalf, preserving their strength to combat foreign threats. Yet these individuals were clearly not qualified. Lu Shun did not even cast a glance their way and promptly began to reverse time, observing the factions behind the young prodigies who had assaulted Lin Shu in the 100 Broken Mountains. In this realm, time and space could be regarded as a taboo domain. Once involved, it was easy to attract karmic repercussions. Generally, only a celestial king could traverse time and space, stepping into the river of time, and even then, they could not alter anything unless they could bear the weight of immense karma. However, what Lin Shu was doing now did not quite qualify as traversing time. He was merely reverting events that had transpired less than a month ago. As the deity of Will unleashed her power, a vivid scene materialized in the void. Within the secret realm of Baiduan Mountain, hundreds of youthful prodigies, along with formidable warriors who had deliberately lowered their realms to enter, besieged Lin Shu. Yet Lin Shu, relying solely on his own strength, single-handedly resolved the onslaught from numerous elites and powerful foes. He battled 500 adversaries with unmatched valor, pushing back against the entirety of Baiduan Mountain. Observers, hidden in the shadows, were struck by a profound realization. Their previous understanding of Lin Shu's prowess had been woefully inadequate. With but a single force, he had shattered the spirits of hundreds. The notion of one man vanquishing 500 foes was not entirely astonishing, for any practitioner of the arts had likely taken more than a few lives. However, to withstand the assault of so many at the same cultivation level and emerge victorious was something they had never heard of before. What transpired within Baiduan Mountain remained a mystery to them until now, and they finally comprehended the gravity of Lin Shu's refusal to forgive. With so many forces acting against him, any other individual would have been reduced to ashes, yet Lin Shu stood resolute. Even the once-renowned Shuang Tong, Shi, a youth of the Wasteland's elite, could not have escaped such a siege unscathed. Subsequently, the deity of Will began to trace the origins of these individuals, gradually unraveling the powers that lurked behind them. This task posed little challenge for her. Although these forces were scattered across the wasteland, and some even held prestige in the upper realms, they paled in comparison to the might of the Celestial Restoration sect. In total, the deity unearthed 113 factions. Once revealed, she took decisive action. Across the wasteland, factions were left in confusion, unaware of the calamity that had befallen them. All they witnessed was a single willow branch extending from the depths of the infinite void. With a sweeping motion, consciousness faded from them, and they fell to the ground lifeless. The 8th Spider Gate, a moderately influential force in the wasteland, was manned by formidable kings and lords. Although it was relatively average in the grand scope of the wasteland, within a radius of 50,000 miles, it was undoubtedly a titan. On this day, the 8th Spider Gate had opened its gates, preparing to recruit disciples. As all their young prodigies who had entered the Baiduan Mountain secret realm had perished alongside their leading elders during the assault on Lin Shu, they were in dire need of fresh blood. However, just as the gates opened and youths from miles around gathered to consider joining, a verdant willow branch emerged from the depths of the void. With a swift sweep, the evaluators of the 8th Spider Gate were instantly reduced to ash. The disciples tasked with maintaining order met the same fate, all annihilated in that moment. The bold youths who had dared to approach the 8th Spider Gate discovered it utterly deserted. Not a soul remained alive. Such scenes were not confined to the 8th Spider Gate, but unfolded across various locales within the wasteland. Strong individuals, witnessing this spectacle, revealed expressions of sheer astonishment. They turned their gaze towards Lin Shu, noting the enigmatic figure beside him, shrouded in an impenetrable mist, evoking profound trepidation. The power of this mysterious entity was terrifyingly formidable. With but a single maneuver, they had encompassed the wasteland, obliterating numerous factions in an instant. This surpassed their comprehension. To them, deities were exalted beings. Yet the notion that a deity could easily extinguish a single force in the wasteland seemed plausible, but annihilating so many at once was beyond reckoning. What manner of being was this? Surely, the ancient sages of old could not achieve such feats. The existence of such a powerful entity in this world was astounding. If this mysterious being could accomplish such devastation, it stood to reason that with a mere gesture, the entire wasteland could be erased. In that moment, hidden powers within the wasteland felt a profound sense of despair. They finally understood the meaning of beyond heaven. There are heavens. Beyond man, there are men. When true masters choose to act, the weak remain oblivious to the unfolding events. Lin Shu had already resolved everything. If there were no further matters at hand, he would take his leave to the temporal hall for contemplation. Lin Shu nodded, acknowledging, I request the deity to mark all the factions you have just annihilated, preventing others from encroaching. With so many forces, there are undoubtedly numerous treasures that must not be squandered. That is no issue. I shall seal the core regions of these factions. A century of sealing should suffice. Yes? That will do. In the next moment, with a flick of her hand, the deity summoned a flurry of willow leaves that vanished into the void, subsequently descending upon each faction. As the willow leaves landed, the central areas of the recently obliterated factions were instantaneously sealed, transforming into forbidden zones that none could tread. This action was, of course, to prevent others from seizing their treasures. Naturally, such a display left many powerful beings in the wasteland utterly dumbfounded. To annihilate so many factions in a single stroke and then seal them in another was truly remarkable. My apologies for my tardiness. Just then, from afar, Yunshi arrived with numerous powerful figures from the Divine Mountain. Upon learning of your appearance, I gathered the might of the Divine Mountain at once, hoping to assist you, only to find you had resolved everything so effortlessly, and I could offer no aid. Lin Shu smiled upon seeing Yunshi and the Divine Mountain's elite. You may yet be of assistance. I currently lack the time to gather the treasures from the recently vanquished factions. Would you and the Divine Mountain as power help me with that? Hearing Lin Shu's words, Yunshi beamed with joy. She promptly instructed the powerful individuals behind her. Did you hear the words of our master? If so, let's set forth. These obliterated factions are scattered throughout the wasteland, and you must collect all the treasures from within them. Remember, all must be submitted uniformly. Should anyone be found to indulge in personal gain, you know the consequences. The Divine Mountain's warriors nodded in agreement. They would dare not act in self-interest in the presence of such an enigmatic and powerful figure standing before them. In an instant, the many strong from the Divine Mountain began to disperse. Lin Shu observed Yunshi's demeanor and nodded to himself, recognizing that she had heeded his previous counsel about not being weak in action. Witnessing her command the Divine Mountain's warriors with such authority affirmed that she must have employed a firm hand. Otherwise, how could so many strong figures obey her commands? Indeed, she had not wasted the investment of my mentorship. Chapter 72. Yunshi's Earrings. Entering the True Dragon's Nest. Little Sister Qingyi. It appears that in the eyes of our master, Yunshi holds greater significance. The Heavenly Fox Fairy remarked to Qingyi, noting Lin Shu's admiring gaze upon Yunshi. Qingyi, maintaining her usual icy demeanor, replied, If you wish to compete for his affection, then by all means, do so. I have no interest in such matters. The Heavenly Fox Fairy was momentarily speechless by Qingyi's words, ultimately opting for silence. Her intention was never to vie for affection, but rather to tease Qingyi. Having followed Lin Shu longer than Qingyi, she was acutely aware that Yunshi held a unique position in Lin Shu's heart. Yunshi approached Lin Shu, saying, Master, let them handle those matters. I wish to remain by your side. Very well. Lin Shu nodded. I am about to head to a certain location. Your company would be welcome. Then Lin Shu turned to the deity of will. Deity, can they access the seal factions? I have already left a mark on them, allowing them to disregard the seal. Upon hearing that Lin Shu had resolved the matter, he chose not to dwell on it further. Instead, he shifted the conversation, inquiring, Lu Shun, shall you accompany me to the True Dragon's lair? Lu Shun pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, as I currently have no means for advancement. A stroll would not be amiss. Subsequently, the group set forth towards the location of the True Dragon's lair. This time, there was no need for Lu Shun to scout the area, for Lin Shu's mount, the Supreme True Phoenix, was capable of detecting it. Being of the Supreme Realm and a True Phoenix, it was of the same caliber as the True Dragon. Although its power paled in comparison to that of the Dragon King, exploring the True Dragon's nest posed no difficulty. Upon the Supreme Phoenix, Yunshi had seemingly summoned a sword. Master, within the 100 Broken Mountain secret realm, I witnessed you borrowing a sword, leading me to surmise that you might be without one. This sword, forged from various materials of the Heavenly God Mountain, though only of the revered rank, is a token of my heartfelt intentions. I implore you to accept it. Lin Shu regarded the obsidian sword in Yunshi's hands, feeling the overwhelming essence it contained, and did not refuse, accepting it with a nod. Indeed, I accept this kind gesture. Master, you should refine it first. I shall head to the Celestial Fox Fairy. Lin Shu observed that Yunshi's cheeks had suddenly flushed, leaving him somewhat perplexed. What had caused her sudden blush? Could it be that the sword held some secret? However, after a thorough inspection, Lin Shu found nothing amiss with it. The weight of the sword was substantial, and in his current peak formation realm, it felt remarkably solid in his grasp. Indeed, it was a fine weapon. Although it might not be suitable for inscribing the extermination sword array, it would serve admirably for swordplay. Coincidentally, the Great Wilderness sword cannon lacked a suitable sword, so Lin Shu began the refinement process. As he refined it, Lin Shu discovered an extraordinary inner realm within the sword, a small world akin to a Shumi. Delving into it with his divine consciousness, he soon beheld an object. Was that not Yunshi's earring? An earring? Suddenly, Lin Shu seemed to recall something. Yunshi's earring was a significant token of affection among celestial beings. By placing it within the sword's space, she evidently intended it as a gift for him. Such a gift was reserved only for a beloved. In that moment, Lin Shu comprehended everything. No wonder Yunshi had blushed when presenting the sword. She had not merely offered him a weapon. Lin Shu carefully stowed the earring away, accepting Yunshi's sentiment. Not far behind them, Yunshi, the celestial fox fairy, and Qingyi were engaged in hushed whispers. Yunshi occasionally stole glances in Lin Shu's direction, appearing somewhat distracted during their conversation. This scene did not escape the notice of the celestial fox fairy and Qingyi. The celestial fox fairy chuckled. Yunshi, I dare say this sword is more than just a mere sword. Yunshi immediately denied it. No, it is simply a sword. Is that so? Then why the blush? The celestial fox fairy teased. Faced with the gazes of the celestial fox fairy and Qingyi, Yunshi softly retorted, it truly is just an ordinary sword. The two, respecting Yunshi's insistence, refrained from pressing further, shifting the topic away from it. Yet, the ensuing conversation felt somewhat stilted, revealing that all three appeared to harbor unspoken thoughts. Their minds elsewhere. The supreme, true phoenix soared through the skies towards the great wilderness. It was worth noting that the true phoenix did not rely solely on flight. However, with Lu Shun, Lin Shu, Yunshi, the celestial fox fairy, and Qingyi aboard, it was prudent to maintain a moderate pace. Lu Shun was unfazed, but Lin Shu, Yunshi, the celestial fox fairy, and Qingyi, being of lower realms, would surely struggle to withstand the methods of the supreme realm, regardless of their strength. In the face of supreme beings, they were ultimately akin to ants. If the true phoenix employed its supreme methods for travel, they would likely be torn asunder. The supreme true phoenix traversed nearly 10,000 miles, eventually entering a colossal mountain range. Without pause, it plunged into the depths of the mountains, swiftly locating a cavern. Inside the cavern lay numerous ancient tunnels, intricately interwoven, extending into the unknown. Should Lin Shu attempt to navigate it, he would easily become disoriented. The chaos within was tumultuous. However, with the supreme, true phoenix and Lu Shun present, the tumultuous energies could not encroach upon them. Guided by the supreme, true phoenix, the group selected one of the ancient tunnels and ventured forth. At the tunnel's end, they discovered a small world shrouded in chaotic energy. Yet this realm appeared sealed, utterly inaccessible. The supreme, true phoenix turned to Lin Shu, seemingly conveying that this place bore a seal and that the entity responsible for it wielded immense power, beyond her capacity to breach. Lin Shu understood that this was undoubtedly the seal left behind by the Dragon King before his demise. The Dragon King, a formidable figure among the 10 great fiends, was a true sovereign of the celestial realm. Even the seal he left in his wounded state was not something that could be undone by those of the supreme realm. However, the seal appeared to be significantly cracked, suggesting that it would not be long before it could be completely broken, allowing free passage. Yet, Lin Shu could not afford to wait that long, and thus sought Lu Shun's assistance. To his surprise, he found that Lu Shun had perished here. Lu Shun gazed at the seal, seemingly nostalgic. The Dragon King, a celestial titan, traversed the heavens with few adversaries. Lu Shun appeared to reminisce before taking action, unbinding the seal. As the seal crumbled, the group stepped into the small world. Upon entry, they were met with a breathtaking sight. The celestial fox fairy exclaimed in astonishment. It truly is a dragon's lair. The once vanished true dragon of the upper realm existed here in this desolate domain. A dragon's nest. It was unfathomable. Should this location be revealed, it would surely incite the ancient ones from the upper realm to descend at any cost. This was indeed a true dragon's lair, where the true dragons in ages long past were the most fearsome beings in existence. The celestial fox fairy's excitement was palpable as they turned their gaze to the point she indicated. Within this small world lay a chaotic rift from which mist billowed, the chaotic essence thickening into a corporeal form. There, they beheld a massive cliffside, upon which rested a celestial nest, constructed from the finest divine wood. It was unmistakably the true dragon's celestial nest. Lin Shu's eyes fell upon a sight he had longed to witness. 3 enormous eggs, each nearly half a meter in size. Their shells adorned with shimmering, mystical runes, the dragon patterns. Lin Shu recognized these from the true dragon runes he had encountered before, acquired from a system and subsequently bestowed upon Qingyi, as they held no use for him. The dragon patterns on these 3 eggs mirrored the true dragon runes perfectly, albeit the latter exuded a more formidable aura. Of the 3 eggs, only one emitted a remarkable essence, while the other 2 appeared dim and lackluster, suggesting they were likely lifeless and incapable of hatching a true dragon. True dragon eggs. This place was not merely a true dragon's lair. It even housed true dragon eggs. If nurtured properly, they might yet yield a true dragon. And to possess 3 true dragon eggs at once was an unprecedented fortune. The celestial fox fairy had evidently discerned the chaotic rift, a true dragon's celestial nest forged atop an unparalleled divine tree. At this moment, the celestial fox fairy was devoid of her usual allure, and her countenance bore a look of astonishment. This place was truly a land of extraordinary fortune. Initially, she believed it to be merely a temporary resting place where the true dragon had once lingered, but to her surprise, it was indeed a true dragon's lair, replete with the remnants of true dragon offspring, though as yet unhatched, merely true dragon eggs. The more elusive the true dragon egg, the greater its value. A true dragon, once it emerges, will be beyond the reach of ordinary formidable beings, let alone be tamed. Such ancient beasts, steeped in legend, possess a bloodline of unparalleled might, truly astounding. For common young cultivators, not to mention subduing a true dragon, even possessing the remnants of true dragon techniques would suffice to dominate their peers and stand unparalleled in the world. Furthermore, even incomplete fragments hold great significance. As of now, the celestial fox fairy had never heard of anyone attaining the complete true dragon techniques. At the very least, among the 3,000 states of the upper realm, those renowned young prodigies, the initial generations of each state, and even some ancient aberrations she learned of through the celestial teaching, none had been reported to have mastered the complete true dragon techniques. There were, however, those who had grasped the incomplete true dragon techniques. Yet even so, that individual was already regarded as one of the most formidable beings among the initial generation of the upper realm. She had once heard of an exceedingly terrifying ancient aberration who might have obtained the complete true dragon techniques. Its name was unknown, but it was known to have emerged in 10 different epochs, each time voluntarily severing its existence and sealing itself away. Nevertheless, during each of its 10 appearances, it dominated the world, utterly invincible, earning the title of the 10-crowned king. This individual was rumored to possess mastery over the complete true dragon techniques. Now, the celestial fox fairy was astounded to find a true dragon egg in this place. Perhaps, for her, nurtured through Lin Shu, the true dragon techniques were no longer invincible. Yet, the power of the true dragon techniques remained undeniable. My lord, do you wish to collect these 3 true dragon eggs? If you nurture them well, in the future, you could cultivate 3 true dragons, which would certainly be astonishing. Lin Shu nodded. Since we have encountered them, we must nurture them. We cannot allow them to gather dust here. However, he noted that among the 3 true dragon eggs, 2 were already lifeless, unable to give rise to true dragons. Only one remained viable, albeit with a significant portion of its essence already depleted. They would need to devise a way to restore its essence. Otherwise, it would not even know the true dragon techniques. The celestial fox fairy, however, remained undeterred. One is still commendable, even if its essence is lacking. It is ultimately a true dragon. Once nurtured, it will surely roam the heavens and the earth. As she spoke, the celestial fox fairy was about to enter the nest. But Lin Shu halted her. Do not act recklessly. This is a dragon's den, a tiger's lair. Do you think there are no dangers near a true dragoness lair? Although you may be formidable within the same realm, this is not merely a contest of equal strength. A single misstep could lead to your demise. Upon hearing this, the celestial fox fairy immediately withdrew her foot, no longer daring to act impulsively. Trusting Lin Shu's judgment, she then asked, by the way, how come you seem to know everything? It appears you are aware of the dangers here. Yet when you arrived, you seemed oblivious to your surroundings. This is quite peculiar. Lin Shu chuckled. Perhaps your cultivation of the dark ancestors has inflated your senses. Surely, anyone would know that a true dragon's lair is fraught with peril. Just look at Qing, Yi, and Yun Shi. They're closely following the Willow God, while you, in your impetuousness, sought to rush directly to the true dragon eggs. What recklessness! Do you think your life is so easily expendable? I sent it because I knew the Willow God was here. Otherwise, I would never have dared to approach so boldly, replied the celestial fox fairy. Just then, an astonishingly sharp beam of light surged forth. The speed of this light was astounding. Although Lin Shu was confident that the Willow God would respond in time, his instincts compelled him to summon the primordial tower in an instant. The blinding beam of light was about to strike Lin Shu's primordial tower when, unbeknownst to him, the Willow God had already intervened, arriving before Lin Shu and effortlessly dispersing the formidable light with a mere pinch of her fingers. At that moment, everyone's gaze shifted towards the source of the radiant light. Their horn lay broken, dripping with blood. Yet, Even the shattered horn was capable of unleashing such a staggering attack. Clearly, this was no ordinary horn. In this true dragon-S lair, its significance was unmistakable. It was a true dragon-S horn. Each person immediately deduced that this horn belonged to a true dragon. The Willow God reached out, and the true dragon-S horn attempted to tear through the fabric of space to escape. However, before the Willow God, such an escape was evidently impossible. Not even a true dragon-S horn, let alone the true Dragon King, could slip away from the Willow God, who had now attained the stature of the Emperor of Radiance. She seized the true dragon-S horn, sealing its power, and then tossed it to Lin Shu. Naturally, Lin Shu did not refuse. He accepted it, storing it within the system space. This true dragon-S horn was indeed a valuable asset. It could serve as a weapon. Anyone pierced by true dragon-S horn would meet their end. It could also be utilized in forging artifacts. Furthermore, it could be an investment, yielding astonishing returns. At that moment, an extraordinarily terrifying scene materialized in the void. Chapter 74. The Past Battle of the Celestial Kings. The Willow God appeared as fearsome as ever. Yin Shi, Qing Yi, and the Celestial Fox Fairy gazed at the sudden apparition, their eyes involuntarily drawn to it. Just a fleeting glance left them stunned. They beheld a battle of unfathomable terror. A colossal true dragon loomed, its pupils larger than the stars. Between its claws lay an expanse of countless stars. It seemed that with a mere pinch, billions of stars could be reduced to dust in an instant. Yet, the massive true dragon appeared unconcerned with the surrounding stars. It merely thrust its horn forward, instantaneously tearing a rift in the vast cosmos. The entire universe, with its immeasurable multitude of stars, erupted in a cataclysmic explosion as the cosmos itself was rent asunder. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the true dragon was charging toward an exceedingly formidable being. What sort of power was this? Merely the thrust of a true dragon-S horn shattered the entire universe. This level of might would render even the so-called leaders powerless to resist. The ancient master of the Forbidden Zone seemed to have refined the universe into a mere lake. Could it be that this was a being of the same caliber as that venerable master? Lin Shu smiled, explaining to the awestruck Celestial Fox Fairy, "This is a Celestial King." Upon hearing this, the Celestial Fox Fairy was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming aura that seemed to transcend time itself. Merely uttering those words conjured such a breathtaking spectacle. It appeared that even the mere mention of this title was sufficient to subdue almighty beings. Celestial King? What manner of existence is that? That even the mere mention of its rank inspires in me a desire to kneel and pay homage? Since the topic arose, Lin Shu elaborated. The cultivation realms are classified from low to high, which you are all familiar with, so I shall not dwell on that. Starting from the Divine Fire realm. Divine Fire, True One, Sacred Right, Celestial God, Void Path, Slash Me, Escape One, and Supreme. The Divine Fire realm ignites the Divine Fire, transcending the mortal coil and allowing one to plant the seed of the path within. However, this realm of Divine Fire is unstable. If one cannot progress further, there exists the peril of the Divine Fire extinguishing in one's later years. The realm of True Unity, also known as the True Divine Realm, is a state characterized by transcendence over worldly powers, an existence that has genuinely ignited the divine flame. Unlike the false gods of the Divine Flame realm, whose divine fires may extinguish in their twilight years, the true divine fire of the True Divine Realm remains eternal, extinguishing only upon the fall of the true deity. And even then, only after death. The Sacred Right realm is an extraordinarily unique transitional phase. Upon its initial attainment, one may experience fluctuations in magical power, oscillating between the Divine Flame realm and the Celestial Deity realm, ultimately stabilizing in later stages. Naturally, since this is a transitional realm, it is possible to bypass it altogether without practice. However, I would advise against skipping this realm in your future endeavors. The benefits of it will become apparent as you progress in your cultivation. Next is the Celestial Deity realm, a level where one can regenerate severed limbs. And a single drop of blood is potent enough to crumble mountains. Its might can overshadow all lower realms. As you observed in the recent vision, the stars encircling the true dragon are sufficient to obliterate it, signifying the authority of a formidable being. The Void Path realm is a state where one merges with the Tao, requiring a perfect seed as a medium to touch upon the great Tao, thus comprehending the sublime principles of the universe. This initial encounter with the Tao is akin to embodying the very essence of the heavens and earth, reaching out to the source of the Tao. At this juncture, Lin Shu paused momentarily, In the upper realms, 3,000 Dao provinces. One can rightfully be referred to as a leader, a true powerhouse among these provinces. However, in this realm, there is no necessity to adhere strictly to ancient methods of cultivation, such as using the seeds of this world as a medium. I shall elaborate on this later. For now, discussing it would be futile, as it involves ancient celestial laws and the laws of this era. Lin Shu intended to convey the notion of embodying the seed, but hesitated, sensing that such revelations might be too burdensome for them to bear at present, and thus refrained from articulating it. "My lord, is there anything else?" Lucian inquired, somewhat astonished. "I did not expect that the method you wish to reveal involved such profound consequences." Upon hearing Lu Shan's acknowledgement of the immense ramifications, the celestial fox maiden refrained from further questioning. Next comes the realm of severing the self, formerly known as the realm of severing the self and enlightening the path, wherein one discards their own self to gain insight into their own Tao and laws. The realm of evasion governs a faction of practitioners, standing at the pinnacle of humanity. Each individual possesses terrifying strength, each one a titan of the upper realm. However, when I refer to the upper realm, I do not mean the one you perceive. Rather, I speak of the true 9 heavens and 10 earths. The upper realms, 3,000 Dao provinces, though vast compared to the lower realms, are merely one land among the 10 earths. In the 3,000 Dao provinces, there are powerful beings who venture into the depths of uninhabited territories, where pathways to the true 9 heavens and 10 earths can be found, or one can be guided there. This was the first time the celestial fox maiden had heard about the secrets of the upper realms' 3,000 Dao provinces. It was astonishing to realize that each province was more expansive than the 8 territories of the lower realm. Yet the entirety of the 3,000 Dao provinces was merely a fragment of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It is unfathomable to conceive the vastness of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Shu paid no heed to the astonishment reflected in their eyes. His purpose in sharing this knowledge was to broaden their horizons, preventing them from being unduly startled by every new revelation. A heightened perspective would facilitate a smoother journey ahead. For other beings, understanding the vastness of the universe might engender a loss of confidence. However, for Qing Yi, the celestial fox maiden, and Yun Shi, who had already ascended to the pinnacle of excellence through Lin Shu's investment and guidance, expanding their horizons would foster their growth, allowing them to discern their path and set higher aspirations. They should not merely contemplate the strength of the upper realms leaders. By aspiring to such leaders, they might find themselves disillusioned upon realizing the truth, potentially leading to complacency. It is crucial they comprehend the vastness of the universe, that there are realms beyond their own, in order to cultivate effectively. Next is the supreme realm, the pinnacle of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, often referred to as the unconquerable. A single supreme being is comparable to an entire universe, with power that is unparalleled throughout the ages, gazing down upon all challengers with disdain. The unconquerable. Although Lin Shu offered only a few brief words regarding the supreme realm, Qing Yi, the celestial fox maiden, and Yun Shi felt an indescribable aura emanating from it. To be labeled as unconquerable indicates a strength of unimaginable proportions. Such an existence requires no elaborate explanation. The mere title of unconquerable suffices to convey everything. "My lord, what of the celestial king? Why have we not heard of the celestial king?" Lin Shu gestured for her to remain patient. "What I have just described pertains to the human domain. Above the human domain lies the celestial domain. The first realm of the celestial domain is the true celestial realm. This existence embodies immortality in an indestructible physical form. As long as one is not slain or tainted by taboos, they can exist eternally. Even if slain, retaining but a single drop of blood can endure for countless epochs. This realm is known as the Eternal One, the Undying. The Celestial King is the sovereign among celestials, transcending the true celestial realm. Upon reaching this level, as you have seen, every gesture and breath is sufficient to reduce an entire universe to dust. When 2 celestial kings engage in battle, the universe is rendered as fragile as leaves in the wind. Such beings can sense even a mention of their true names, regardless of the distance or the vastness of the cosmos. As Lin Shu spoke, he pointed to the figures in the vision, engaged in combat with the true dragon. For instance, this one is the celestial king Anlin. If you were to venture beyond Lu Shun's protective boundary, you would instantly attract his attention, inviting disaster. If they are undeterred by consequences, they might even traverse the river of time to eliminate you in your moment of weakness. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, They finally grasped the sheer magnitude of the Celestial King's strength. Is this still a practitioner? Merely uttering a name can invoke their awareness. Traversing through the river of time, their mere presence is enough to obliterate entire universes. Even though Lin Shu spoke casually, they still felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Celestial Kings. This realm can be deemed invincible. My lord, then what of Lu Shun? What kind of formidable being is she? Surely, she is not inferior to the Celestial Kings? Yin Shi, Qing Yi, and the Celestial Fox Maiden gazed at Lin Shu with anticipation. Lin Shu smiled gently. Do you see those Celestial Kings in the vision? If Lu Shun so wished, a single strike would suffice to vanquish them all effortlessly, just as simple as it would be for a Celestial King to eliminate you. At Lin Shu's words, the three were momentarily stunned. Lu Shun is indeed so fearsome. Chapter 75. A conversation with the True Dragon King. The True Dragon Egg in hand. Then does it follow that Lu Shun is truly invincible in this world? The Celestial Fox Maiden, regaining her composure, asked in astonishment, witnessing the battles of ancient Celestial Kings. Even in mere moments, countless universes have been shattered. If the Celestial Kings are this powerful, and Lu Shun can effortlessly defeat them, does that not make her the embodiment of true invincibility? Lin Shu shook his head. Beyond the heavens, there are greater heavens. Beyond humanity, there are greater beings. If a Celestial King can sense merely the mention of their name, then above the Celestial Kings lie entities whose names cannot even be uttered, lest they provoke taboos. It is perhaps for the best that you remain unaware of such existences. Even if I were to speak of them, I could not do so comprehensively. To utter their names would invite the descent of their will, which would undoubtedly spell catastrophe for the world. Clearly, Lin Shu was reluctant to delve further into that realm, swiftly redirecting the conversation. The Celestial Fox Maiden and the others recognized Lin Shu's wariness regarding those beings. Previously, he had spoken at length about various realms, yet here, he refrained from uttering another word. The phrase catastrophe for the world made them acutely aware of the terror associated with those existences. Their gazes returned to the imprinted images of past battles, where the True Dragon King was locked in a fierce confrontation with several Celestial Kings from other realms. The True Dragon King, despite possessing unparalleled strength and an indomitable physique, wielded the terrifying powers of the True Dragon's techniques with devastating prowess. Each movement he made could reduce the grand cosmos to mere dust in the wake of their battle. Yet, ultimately, he faced the might of multiple Celestial Kings, culminating in the emergence of an unparalleled titan. The Celestial Fox Princess, Yunxi, and Qingyi were taken aback by the arrival of yet another formidable presence. It was the Pumo Tree. Was there any connection to the Pumo Tree found in the Hundred Break Mountain? The Pumo Tree there had thrived through the trials of both Hundred Break Mountain and the City of Broken Sky, eventually attaining divinity, its branches stretching for tens of thousands of miles. In stark contrast, the Pumo Tree observed in the current battle was of an entirely different caliber. Indeed, this Pumo Tree was not only colossal, dwarfing the entirety of the grand cosmos, but even the world cradled by a single leaf of this tree surpassed the one in Hundred Break Mountain. At this moment, Lin Shu gazed upon the unfolding combat scene and began to comprehend why the True Dragon King had fallen. Although the foreign Celestial Kings, Anlin and Yutao, possessed formidable strength, they still fell short when compared to the True Dragon King. Even with the Crimson King's furnace in his possession, he could not replicate the true might of the Crimson King himself. Now, with the emergence of the Pumo King, a genuine titan from the foreign realm, the True Dragon King found himself at a distinct disadvantage. The battle came to a halt at this juncture. Lin Shu could surmise the events that followed. After the Pumo King intervened, the True Dragon King was beset by insurmountable odds, ultimately sustaining grave injuries, his strength waning as he retreated to the True Dragon's lair, where he met his demise, marking the end of an era for the True Dragon King. Why did the opponent's Celestial Kings have allies while the True Dragon Senior had none? In the True Dragon's lair, the Celestial Fox Princess and her companions observed how the True Dragon King, once invincible and initially forcing his opponents to retreat, ultimately faced them alone despite their reinforcements. Unable to contain their curiosity, one of them posed the question. Lin Shu turned to Lu Shun, noting her unchanging demeanor. Before speaking slowly, such matters are beyond your current understanding, too distant for you to grasp. Your focus should be on the Celestial Kings you witnessed battling the True Dragon King. They may one day become your adversaries. Your goal is to reach their heights and even surpass them. I advise you to never rely on allies. Only through personal strength can one navigate all crises. Otherwise, you may end up like the True Dragon King, becoming nothing more than a relic of history when the foreign realm invaded. The terrifying entities lurking within the depths of the Boundary Sea did not intervene. Had the celestial domain and the 9 heavens united, the foreign realm might not have posed a threat, and the conflict would not have been so brutal, resulting in the demise of numerous celestial kings. The foreign realm was united, while the 9 heavens and the celestial domain were at odds with each other. This is precisely why Lin Shu sought to nurture the celestial fox princess and her companions. He envisioned a day when, even in the face of darkness, they could rely on their own strength to fend off the encroaching shadows without depending on the celestial domain or the self-serving celestial kings of the 9 heavens, some of whom even plotted against them. Nevertheless, this ambition felt incredibly distant for Lin Shu at present. Yet he persevered. As for certain celestial kings of the celestial domain and the 9 heavens, should that day ever arrive, Lin Shu would not hesitate to wield his blade against them for a reckoning. Shaking his head, Lin Shu dispelled such thoughts and returned his gaze to the lone, unhatched true dragon egg. If memory served him correctly, this egg bore the essence of Gugu. Gugu was destined to become the disciple of the future emperor of the wasteland, a celestial king whose achievements would rival those of his father, the true Dragon King. However, for now, it remained merely an egg, yet to see the light of day. At that moment, as Lin Shu looked once more at the egg, it began to emanate a radiant glow, seemingly on the verge of hatching. Under normal circumstances, the egg required further nurturing, and the time for its emergence had not yet come. Perhaps the presence of Lin Shu and his companions had activated something, prompting Gugu within the true dragon egg to prepare for an early arrival. A voice echoed through the vast, boundless chaos, as if transcending time itself, filled with an ancient resonance. It was a lament, or perhaps a plea. Please take good care of my child. The voice was frail, unmistakably a final wish from the true Dragon King, who, gravely injured and on the brink of demise, left this message behind, hoping that someone would treat his child with kindness upon discovering it. What a poignant fate for the illustrious true Dragon King, once a mighty, celestial king, now reduced to imploring a future inheritor. This utterance illuminated Lin Shu to the profound love the true Dragon King harbored for his progeny. Nodding gently, Lin Shu reassured, "Rest assured, true Dragon King, I shall safeguard him and restore the true Dragon clan to its former glory." After a prolonged silence, a skeletal relic emerged, the remains left by the true dragon's death, akin to a precious mirror reflecting the present moment. It was the Dragon Bone Mirror. The Dragon Bone Mirror cast its light upon Lin Shu and then spoke. "I have been on guard against a formidable enemy, yet he has yet to show himself." Upon hearing this, Lin Shu suddenly recalled something. The true Dragon King's formidable foe could only be the Pumo King. With this realization, Lin Shu promptly retrieved the Pumo King's corporeal form from the system space. If this entity was indeed the true Dragon King's adversary, then the elder need not worry. Youthful successors are formidable. I never anticipated his corporeal form would fall into your hands. Though he is deceased, the foreign realm possesses unparalleled methods. He may yet have a chance to return. I advise you to obliterate his physical form as thoroughly as possible." Lin Shu replied, "You need not fret about that, for I have Lu Shun by my side." After Lin Shu spoke, the true Dragon King offered no further response. Soon after, the sole surviving egg flew towards Lin Shu, ultimately landing in his hands. "I entrust this to you. I am at ease now." The true Dragon King uttered his final words. At that moment, the entire chaotic fissure began to collapse. Witnessing this, Lin Shu immediately urged the celestial fox princess, Yunxi, Qingyi, and the others to gather the treasures from his place, which were abundant with divine herbs. Subsequently, with a wave of Lu Shun's hand, the entire true dragon's lair was absorbed into her grasp. With a flicker of their figures, they exited the chaotic fissure and returned to the mountain range. Chapter 76. Back to Shi's village. Celestial King was K. Lu Shun, let us return to Shi's village. This mountain range connects to the vast wilderness. Since we have arrived in the wilderness, it is only fitting that we pay a visit to Shi's village. Of course, Lin Shu had another crucial reason for returning to Shi's village. Hidden within the village lay a celestial king, was K. Lin Shu's purpose in seeking out K was twofold. Firstly, to have her by his side, and secondly, to fulfill his promise to the true Dragon King by nurturing his child from the true dragon egg. To accomplish this, the true Dragon King had informed him of several key steps before his departure. He needed to grind the dragon horn and sprinkle it over the egg, supplemented with divine herbs such as dragon scale grass and 9-turn rebirth grass, to ensure a successful hatching. Lin Shu had procured the dragon horn from his previous endeavors. He had also gathered divine herbs, including dragon scale grass, during his time there. However, he had yet to acquire the 9-turn rebirth grass. Lin Shu recalled that Wuzke seemed to possess some. While his recollection was hazy, and it might not have been the genuine 9-turn rebirth grass, it likely held some efficacy. He remembered that Gu's emergence would be incomplete, which was why he hesitated to affirm whether it was indeed the 9-turn rebirth grass. Regardless, a trip back to Shi's village was essential. Upon hearing they would return to Shi's village, Lucian nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, the group found themselves in a small village within the vast wilderness. The village remained tranquil, a stark contrast to the dangers and ferocious beasts that permeated the vast wilderness. Shi's village felt akin to a paradise, where the children could enjoy a carefree childhood, occasionally foraging for bird eggs, basking in rare moments of happiness. As Lin Shu and his companions returned to Shurton, they immediately drew the attention of the villagers. The old village had emerged, accompanied by numerous villagers and a gaggle of mischievous children. Upon seeing the enchanting Tianhu fairy, Qingyi, and Yunxi beside Lin Shu, the children clamored, "Uncle Lin, are these your brides brought back to Shurtsuan? According to our village customs, they must be carried home." This declaration left Qingyi and Yunxi blushing with embarrassment, while the Tianhu fairy laughed heartily, calling the children aside and presenting them with a plethora of treasures, fruits radiating pure energy and glittering artifacts. Instantly, the children were won over, eagerly referring to her as Aunt Tianhu. Yunxi, unable to contain herself, joined the Tianhu fairy, and after a moment of contemplation, so did Qingyi. Thus, the children received several gifts, their only obligation being to address the three women as aunties. However, this was hardly a burden. They called out with great enthusiasm. Lin Shu, however, directed his attention away from the children and towards the village head and the villagers. "Grandpa Village Head, esteemed uncles and aunts, I have returned." The villagers of Shurtsuan rejoiced at his presence. Although Lin Shu was not a native of Shurtsuan, his assistance to the Willow God and Shi Hao had endeared him to the villagers, who regarded him as a benefactor, even placing him just below the Willow God in status. Naturally, they were elated to see him back, approaching him with warm greetings. Overwhelmed by their heartfelt reception, Lin Shu quickly articulated his purpose for returning. "Grandpa Village Head, dear uncles and aunts, besides visiting all of you, I have a significant matter to discuss." With that, he unveiled a true dragon egg. It was indeed a true dragon egg, but nurturing it to bring forth the dragon within would require considerable effort. Upon hearing true dragon egg, the children, who were initially distracted, were instantly captivated and rushed over. "Uncle Lin, is that really a true dragon egg? It's enormous. Far larger than the bird eggs we find. Can we eat it? Please tell us where we can find true dragon eggs. We want to go and gather some." Yet, they were soon shooed away by the village head and their parents. The village head then inquired, "What do you require from Shurtsuan? We shall do our utmost to assist." Lin Shu smiled and replied, "It is not a matter of great import. I merely wish to ask, Grandpa Village Head, do you know if there's Wuzke nearby?" "Wuzke?" The village head nodded immediately, indeed. The Wuzke is known to have been a frequent target for little Shurtu and those mischievous children in their youth, though it is quite elusive and has never been caught. I suspect its origins are extraordinary, and I have advised the children to refrain from provoking it. Upon hearing of the Wuzke's presence, Lin Shu eagerly pressed on. "Where can it be found? I have a crucial matter that relates to whether the dragon within this egg can be nurtured." The children, still lingering nearby, upon hearing Lin Shu's words, chimed in excitedly. "Uncle Lin, I know. I once tried to catch it, and ended up with bird droppings on my head. Let me take you there." The village head, witnessing this, nodded. "Lin Shu, let them guide you." Thus, they set off towards the outskirts of the village. The children chattered animatedly, and before long, they arrived at a steep cliff where the Wuzke was said to reside. "Uncle Lin, that's where the Wuzke lives. We've tried to stake it out several times, but it always eludes us. This time, with you here, we will surely catch it and make it drop bird droppings on my head." Lin Shu mused to himself. "This is an immortal king. If I can capture an immortal king, why would I linger in the mortal realm? I could ascend directly to the Immortal Domain." Of course, he kept this thought to himself. The Wuzke must certainly be aware of being watched and likely would not return. In other circumstances, it could easily dispatch those who were lurking. However, this was Shurtsuan, where the Willow God, its guardian spirit, held a benevolent influence, likely causing the Wuzke to hide. Thus, Lin Shu had no choice but to summon the Willow God for assistance. Since returning to Shurtsuan, the Willow God had assumed its true form and taken root at the village's entrance, receiving the villagers' worship and offerings. Suddenly hearing Lin Shu's call, it manifested before him in human form. "Greetings, Willow God." The children of Shurtsuan bowed respectfully, all kneeling before the Lu God. It nodded, and they rose involuntarily. The Lu God then turned to Lin Shu, inquiring, "What is your intention?" "Lu God, the Wizke is also an immortal king, and I wish to keep it by my side. In the future, it will bolster our strength," Lin Shu explained. "Moreover, it may possess the Jiuzhuan Huanyang grass. And even if it does not, there may be alternatives." Upon hearing this, the Lu God extended a willow branch into the void, and soon, a Wizke emerged from the emptiness. Chapter 77. The Wizke, Immortal King, follows. The true dragon emerges. Is this an immortal king? The Tianhu fairy, Qingyi, and Yunxi gazed at the appearance of the Wizke in astonishment. In a true dragon's lair, they had learned about the terrifying nature of the Immortal King realm through Lin Shu's explanations and had witnessed an epic battle between immortal kings. They had seen the unfathomable power displayed in those clashes. Lin Shu had just stated that the Wizke was also an immortal king. Yet before them stood a creature that appeared no larger than a small palm-sized bird. Lin Shu paid no mind to their surprise upon the Wizke's arrival. He promptly conveyed his intentions. Hearing Lin Shu's words and glancing at the Lu God, the Wizke offered a dry branch to Lin Shu without further ado. Lin Shu accepted the branch, which radiated an exceptionally pure vitality. With this branch, even if it was not the Jiuzhuan Huanyang grass, its life force was potent enough to nurture the true dragon egg and bring forth its occupant. "Thank you." Lin Shu expressed his gratitude. "No need for thanks. This is merely to repay a debt of karma." The Wizke unexpectedly spoke, uttering those words. At this revelation, the children of Shi Hao gasped in astonishment. The Wizke can talk. Could it be a formidable beast? They wondered aloud. If so, will it seek revenge for our previous attempts to capture it? "Oh, I never try to catch a Wizke again." Lin Shu was not taken aback by the Wizke's ability to speak. After all, its origins were shrouded in mystery, having returned from the Boundless Sea. To return from such a realm, the Wizke's strength must be formidable. It was likely that at its peak, its true power rivaled that of a master of forbidden zones. For such an entity to speak was entirely normal, as the children of Shi Hao, unaware of its true nature, perceived it merely as an ordinary little bird. It should be noted that the Wizke had returned from the Boundless Sea severely wounded, retaining only fragments of its memory. The debt of karma it referred to was likely related to having once nested upon the Lu God. Naturally, it was advantageous to cultivate a relationship with such an immortal king. With this in mind, Lin Shu inquired, "Esteemed one, would you be willing to accompany me in the future? Beside me stands the Willow deity. Perhaps, for your restoration, it would yield remarkable results." The five-colored sparrow gazed at Lin Shu, seemingly lost in contemplation, and chose not to speak. Lin Shu continued, "Willow deity, during the rebirth in the nirvana, if restoration is to occur, I wonder how much time it will require. Yet now, behold the Willow deity. Not only has she regained her peak, but has also advanced further." To lend credence to his words, Lin Shu sent a message to the master of the Forbidden Zone, who was currently in seclusion within the Hall of Time and Space. The master of the Forbidden Zone soon appeared before Lin Shu. "This esteemed brother Bai, like yourself, is also a celestial king. Brother Bai established the Forbidden Zone and once traversed the Sea of Realms, leaving behind remnants upon his return to this world. Now, Brother Bai has likewise restored his might. If you are willing to stay by my side, I shall assuredly find a way to aid your recovery. Even if you do not trust me, you must surely place your faith in the Willow deity and Brother Bai, no?" The five-colored sparrow regarded Lin Shu and the master of the Forbidden Zone as a celestial king, albeit a remnant. He could sense that both the Willow deity and the master of the Forbidden Zone had indeed recovered, with such two celestial kings present. Even in the absence of Lin Shu, he would willingly follow in hopes of expediting his own restoration. Resolving this, the five-colored sparrow declared, "Very well, from this day forth, I shall follow you." Thus, he promised the elder, "Once I have matured, I shall ensure to take you back into the Sea of Realms, so that we may fully comprehend its mysteries." The five-colored sparrow flew to Lin Shu and perched upon his shoulder. Gaining another celestial king, albeit in remnant form, did not concern Lin Shu, as restoration was possible. Consequently, 3 celestial kings had now gathered around Lin Shu. He understood that the five-colored sparrow's willingness to follow him was not solely due to himself, but rather because of the presence of the Willow deity and the master of the Forbidden Zone. However, it mattered not. Lin Shu was confident he would eventually alter the five-colored sparrow's perception of him. Upon returning to the stone village, Lin Shu commenced preparations for nurturing the true dragon. He procured the true dragon egg and began to grind the true dragon horn. The powder produced from the grinding was instantly absorbed by the true dragon egg. Concurrently, Lin Shu placed divine herbs, dragon scale grass, and a piece of withered wood imbued with pure life force around the true dragon egg. Thus, he ground for over half a year. One day, a soft sound emanated from the shell of the true dragon egg. Lin Shu focused his gaze and saw a crack forming in the egg. This signified that the true dragon was on the verge of emerging. Lin Shu continued to grind the true dragon horn, allowing for further absorption. A week passed, and the true dragon egg shattered completely, giving birth to a true dragon. The commotion of the true dragon's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the villagers of Stone Village. In a flurry, numerous villagers gathered around Lin Shu, their curiosity piqued by the sight of the dragon. Lo and behold, a dragon, a legendary being, right here in our Stone Village. Who would have thought? Lin Shu gazed at the true dragon and proclaimed, "From this day forth, your name shall be Gugu. Your father has entrusted me to care for you, and you shall follow me from this day on." As he spoke, Lin Shu retrieved the true dragon's precious bones and presented them to Gugu, saying, "I have acquired numerous treasures from the true dragon's lair. This precious bone shall be a gift to you, with hopes that you may soon integrate it and restore your essence." Though Gugu had not yet been birthed, his primordial spirit was aware of everything. He understood that Lin Shu spoke the truth. His father had indeed entrusted him to Lin Shu. Thus he did not refuse to follow. "Gugu pays his respects to you, my lord. No need for formality. Go ahead and refine the true dragon's precious bone." Lin Shu then produced the Hall of Time and Space and allowed Gugu to enter for refinement. The true dragon's precious bone was not acquired through Lin Shu's luck in a draw, nor was it found by him. It was obtained through investment. Therefore, gifting to Gugu did not entail any investment rewards. However, Lin Shu paid no mind. If Gugu could restore his essence and become a fully fledged true dragon, his presence by Lin Shu's side would be far more valuable than the precious bone itself. Speaking of draws, it had been over 2 months since the last one. Lin Shu had spent over half a month in the Forbidden Zone and more than 50 days nurturing the true dragon egg. Altogether, this amounted to over 2 months. "System, I wish to conduct a monthly draw." Lin Shu silently communicated to the system. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the method of 3 flowers gathering at the crown and 5 chi returning to origin." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn 4 pieces of extraordinary sword embryos." The method of 3 flowers gathering at the crown and 5 chi returning to origin allows for the condensation of 3 flowers of the great Tao, enabling the heart to harbor the spirit, the liver to harbor the soul, the spleen to harbor intent, the lungs to harbor the corporeal essence, and the kidneys to harbor vitality, achieving a state of unity among the 5 elements. Lin Shu was taken aback upon reading this description. The value of this technique was immensely significant. To emerge as a true top-tier prodigy in this world, one must cultivate celestial energy in the realm of respect and transform that energy into the flowers of the great Tao. Only then can one be deemed a top-tier prodigy. To be an unparalleled prodigy, one must cultivate 3 strands of celestial energy, thereby condensing 3 flowers of the great Tao. Now, he had obtained the direct method to condense the flowers of the great Tao, accompanied by the technique of 5 chi returning to origin. The 5 chi returning to origin entails gathering and sublimating the energies of the 5 organs, merging them into one. The energies of the 5 organs, spirit, soul, intent, corporeal essence, and vitality must be unified. Once unified, a person becomes akin to a miniature cosmos, regardless of the harshness of the external environment, even in the absence of any spiritual energy. Lin Shu could continue his cultivation. 3 flowers gathering at the crown, 5 chi returning to origin. Achieving true perfection would transcend the 3 realms, evade the 5 elements, and escape the cycle of reincarnation. Lin Shu immediately envisioned the impending era of decline. In that era, the world would be filled with sorrow. Even those at the pinnacle of power could only survive for a mere 10,000 years. Yet, if he could cultivate the 3 flowers gathering at the crown and 5 chi returning to origin to perfection, he would face the era of decline without fear. He could forge himself into a miniature cosmos, creating a true world where the balance of the 5 elements would persist. At that time, it was conceivable that he could transcend mortal constraints in the era of decline. After all, one who escapes reincarnation does not face death, allowing for eternal life and ample time to refine oneself in the age of decline. This technique not only serves immense purposes for cultivating celestial energy in the realm of respect and condensing the flowers of the great Tao, but it also holds great significance for reaching the pinnacle of power and facing the era of decline, enabling one to transcend mortal constraints. Lin Shu was exceedingly satisfied. The extraordinary sword embryo, a type of sword embryo with potential for growth. The brief introduction brought Lin Shu great joy. He had initially contemplated forging 4 swords to inscribe the extermination sword array, thereby engraving it within himself to achieve the pinnacle of array formation and even transcendence. Now, with the extraordinary sword embryos, he no longer needed to consider forging swords of high rank from the outset. The higher the rank of the swords, the more challenging it would be to inscribe the extermination sword array and embed it within his body. Now, with everything in place, he only required the materials for forging swords. At this moment, Yun Shi, the Celestial Fox Princess, and Qing Yi returned. During the nurturing of the true dragon, Lin Shu was aware that it was a relatively time-consuming process. Thus, he had sent them out of the stone village in the great wilderness to gather the resources from the various factions that had been eradicated by the Willow deity, as well as to collect the remnants that had been previously gathered by the Celestial Mountain. My lord, upon their return to the stone village, the 3 spoke in unison. Young master, all the resources from the myriad extinguished forces in the Desolate Realm have been gathered. They presented the resources to Lin Shu, who scanned them with a sweep of his divine consciousness before storing them away. Excellent work. This is the 3 flowers gathered at the apex, 5 Qi Chaoyuan technique. Now that you have reached the great perfection in the Venerable Realm, this technique will prove immensely beneficial for your cultivation of celestial energy and the condensation of the 3 great Tao flowers atop your heads. In the time to come, you must strive to master it. Lin Shu then provided each of them with a copy of the technique. Since it could be replicated, there was no need for him to conceal it. Should they achieve success in their cultivation, it would undoubtedly benefit Lin Shu as well, particularly as they were now his followers. Yun Shi, oblivious to the rarity of this flower, being born in the lower realm of the Heavenly God Mountain, was unaware of its value. In contrast, the 2 maidens, the Heavenly Fox Fairy and Qing Yi, hailed from the upper realms and were both saints of their respective factions, possessing knowledge of certain secrets. Within the ancient celestial ruins, the aim was to cultivate celestial energy and condense the Tao flowers. They were astonished that the young master possessed such a technique. Although there was no celestial energy in this location to cultivate, familiarizing themselves with it in advance would allow them to cultivate celestial energy and condense the Tao flowers ahead of others once they entered the ancient ruins. A step ahead would mean several steps ahead. At that time, the treasures within the ancient celestial ruins would predominantly belong to them. This thought excited the 2 maidens, as they eagerly anticipated the prospect of cultivating celestial energy, while others were still fumbling for methods to do so. The Heavenly Fox Fairy found the notion exhilarating, envisioning the thrill of plundering opportunities, while even the usually aloof Qing Yi smiled softly. Now, you may all enter the time and space hall to cultivate, Lin Shu declared before preparing to enter the hall to forge swords. Just then, the 3 maidens spoke again. Young master, it seems Shi Hao has encountered trouble. He has gone to the Everlasting Mountain in search of his father, and it is said that there are threats from the divine fire realm of the Everlasting Mountain that may bring harm to him. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for concern. Little Shi has many tricks up his sleeve. Although I have not imparted any techniques to him, he possesses one of the strongest arts of this realm and has the methods of the Willow deity. With the Willow deity present in the stone village, he can monitor Shi at any time. He will not come harm. In the original text, even when the 7 deities descended to the lower realm, Shi Hao managed to slay them all, despite having just begun to break through the Venerable Realm and being largely alone. Now, Shi Hao had long since reached the great perfection in the Venerable Realm within the Time and Space Hall and was surrounded by formidable allies, such as the Ghost Elder, the Saint of the Honghu, and the Pu-Mo tree. Additionally, the Stone Emperor of the Stone Kingdom and the Fire Emperor of the Fire Nation were aware of Shi Hao's background and potential and might even lend him assistance. If he could not handle the Everlasting Mountain with his support, he would not truly be Shi Hao. Seeing Lin Shu's unwavering confidence, the 3 maidens ceased their concerns and subsequently entered the Time and Space Hall with him. Lin Shu set about forging swords while the 3 prepared to cultivate the 3 flowers gathered at the apex, 5 Qi Chaoyuan technique. Who exactly is Lin Shu? The 5-colored sparrow inquired curiously as it perched on the branches of the Willow deity. With my abilities, I cannot deduce any information about him. The master of the Forbidden Zone atop the willow tree chuckled softly. The inability to deduce merely attests to how extraordinary young Lin is. If it were easy for us to discern his secrets, what achievements could he possibly attain? The 5-colored sparrow nodded in agreement. That is true. The 3 then shifted their discussion, delving into philosophical discourse. Though they shielded their conversation, allowing it to resonate throughout the entire stone village. In an instant, the village was enveloped in the sound of their discourse, causing the villagers' cultivation levels to rise rapidly. If the people of this world were to learn that the modest stone village could listen to the discussions of 3 celestial kings, they would undoubtedly be filled with envy. Chapter 79, 554 Years in Seclusion. A transformation of power. In the time and space hall, on the 3rd level, time drifted by. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. With the primal chaos body, Lin Shu's talent and comprehension had reached an astonishing level. The technique of forging sentient swords, which would have taken the former Lin Shu decades to grasp, could now be mastered in merely 3 years. Lin Shu, possessing the primal chaos body and the technique of forging sentient swords, had achieved great mastery, allowing him to forge divine swords. For Lin Shu, this was more than sufficient. Thus, he spent the next 7 years engrossed in the art of sword forging. With 4 sword molds and countless resources scavenged from various extinguished forces, Lin Shu's forging proceeded smoothly, and within 7 years, he had completed all 4 swords. The next step was imbuing them with spirit. Imbuing spirit involves transferring a fragment of one's divine consciousness to the sword, allowing that fragment to become a sword spirit, gaining sentience while remaining under Lin Shu's control. This step was far more challenging than forging the sword, as transforming a sliver of divine consciousness into a sword spirit requires a significant amount of time for evolution. However, Lin Shu was unhurried. Within the 3rd level of the time and space hall, time flowed at 1,000-fold speed. If 10 years were insufficient, then 100 years would suffice. If 100 years were inadequate, then 1,000 years would do. Lin Shu had faith that in a millennium, he would be able to achieve the transformation of his divine consciousness into a sword spirit. A millennium, in the grand scheme of things, was merely a year in the outside world. 1 year's time was hardly a hindrance. Thus, Lin Shu divided his divine consciousness into 4 strands, each merging into a sword, subsequently nurturing these swords with his vast divine consciousness. Day after day, year after year, the passage of time became inconsequential within the time and space hall. Lin Shu was wholly absorbed in nurturing the divine swords, guiding them towards the birth of sword spirits. In the 20th year, Yunshi finally comprehended the 3 flowers gathered at the apex, 5 Qi Chaoyuan technique, forming the rudimentary shape of the first great Tao flower. Having integrated the Fate Stone and subsequently the Creation Stone, Yunshi possessed the highest potential among them, even surpassing the Heavenly Fox Fairy, who cultivated the Dark Ancestral Eye. Unless the latter could consume enough dark power to progress further. The Heavenly Fox Fairy was a growth-type being. The more dark power she absorbed, the stronger she became. In contrast, Qing Yi's potential was comparatively lower. Her cultivation was based on the legacy of the true immortal of the Azure Moon, which was merely a venerable technique. While venerable techniques were already among the pinnacle of arts in this realm, they still paled in comparison to the Creation Stone, which could nurture worlds and bring forth myriad beings, or the Dark Ancestral Eye, which could devour boundless dark power. By the 25th year, the Heavenly Fox Fairy comprehended the 3 flowers gathered at the apex, 5 Qi Chaoyuan technique, forming the rudimentary shape of the first great Tao flower. However, unlike Yun Shi's pure and sacred flower, the Heavenly Fox Fairy's was a dark lotus, enshrouded in darkness and a chilling aura. That year, Qing Yi was still immersed in her understanding of the technique. It was not until the 50th year that Qing Yi finally succeeded in her comprehension, forming the rudimentary shape of her first great Tao flower, which was a fiery red. After the 3 had cultivated the rudimentary form of their first great Tao flower, they all eagerly wished to share their joy with Lin Shu. However, Lin Shu remained deeply engrossed in nurturing the divine swords and was thus in a state of seclusion. Not wanting to disturb him, they chose to return to their own places of seclusion, continuing their efforts to condense the rudimentary shape of the second great Tao flower. Although this place lacks the ethereal essence necessary to crystallize the true flowers of the great Tao, should one succeed in forming the embryonic shapes of 3 such flowers. Upon entering the ancient immortal ruins, cultivating 3 strands of immortal energy would instantaneously complete the formation of the 3 great Tao flowers. The 3 maidens, of course, aspired to first cultivate the embryonic forms of all 3 great Tao flowers. In the 40th year, Yunshi successfully condensed the second embryonic form of a great Tao flower. By the 60th year, the Celestial Fox Fairy achieved the same with her second flower. In the 120th year, Qing Yi also succeeded in condensing her second embryonic form. After another 20 years, Yunshi finally cultivated the third embryonic form of a great Tao flower. The Celestial Fox Fairy took a total of 100 years to achieve her third. By the 200th year, Qingyi had also cultivated the third embryonic form. Of course, Lin Shu remained unaware of all this. At this moment, he was entirely devoted to nurturing the divine swords with his spiritual consciousness. All four divine swords had now birthed their own sentience, though they were still in their nascent stages and required further nurturing to fully transform into sword spirits. The beginning is often the most challenging. Once sentience is awakened, the transition into sword spirits is merely a matter of time. After another 50 years, the four sword spirits finally reached full maturity. Master, Lin Shu awakened from his seclusion, having nurtured the divine swords. Observing the fully formed sword spirits calling out to him, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Hard work pays off. He had finally succeeded. The exclusive version of the four swords of immortal slaying, crafted uniquely for Lin Shu, had come to fruition. From this day forth, you shall be known as Immortal Slayer, Celestial Slayer, Trapped Immortal, and Exiled Immortal. Immortal Slayer takes the lead. And as for the other three swords, their order is of no consequence. With this accomplishment, the next step is to engrave the Immortal Slaying Sword Array into his being, thereby forming the true Immortal Slaying Sword Array. Without hesitation, Lin Shu began inscribing the Immortal Slaying Sword Array within himself. Over the years, while nurturing the divine swords, he had also comprehended the intricacies of the sword array, thus requiring no further insight and could inscribe it directly. Lin Shu's spiritual consciousness meticulously sketched the array within him. The Immortal Slaying Sword Array was exceedingly complex, with numerous intricate patterns. Fortunately, Lin Shu possessed the primordial chaos body, granting him extraordinary talent and comprehension, rendering the task manageable. Had it been in the past, he would have needed hundreds of years to grasp it, and the engraving itself would have consumed considerable time. But now, it was merely a matter of execution. In just under 3 years, the Immortal Slaying Sword Array was finally completed. Without delay, Lin Shu stored the four swords of immortal slaying within himself, and in an instant, the Immortal Slaying Sword Array was activated. He sensed its formidable power. With the four swords unleashed, even the highest realm of divine fire would fall before him with just a single strike. Having remained in seclusion for so long, he decided to elevate his cultivation as well. For Lin Shu, endowed with the primordial chaos body, the enhancement of his cultivation was the easiest of tasks. After another 3 months of seclusion, he broke through to the perfected sovereign realm. In half a year, he advanced directly to the late stage of the sovereign realm. A year later, he achieved the consummation of the sovereign realm. Ultimately, Lin Shu paused not because he could not break through further, but rather because he understood the necessity of refining his sovereign realm to its utmost limits, cultivating immortal energy and crystallizing the flowers of the great Tao. Otherwise, given another year, he could certainly ignite the divine fire and step into the realm of divine fire. Yet such a state would pale in comparison to the perfected sovereign realm. Why rush to pursue a breakthrough in realms? After spending 254 years in the time-space hall, Lin Shu finally emerged from his retreat. Casting a glance at the accomplishments of the three maidens, he felt quite pleased. Each of them had successfully condensed the embryonic forms of 3 great Tao flowers and had now begun to comprehend the 5 Qi returning to origin. However, understanding the 5 Qi returning to origin is not like the 3 flowers gathering at the crown. It cannot be fully comprehended in a single day or night. Therefore, Lin Shu led them out of the time-space hall. Chapter 80. Bestowing the Willow God Immortal Slaying Sword Array. Farewell to Stone Village. Strongest investment system. Host. Lin Shu age. 23, 370. Realm. Perfected sovereign realm. Limitless body of blood moving at 1 million pounds. Limitless 12 heavenly realms unified at perfection. Limitless primordial true solution. Limitless primordial runes. Limitless immortal slaying sword array. Technique. Primordial true solution divine arts and techniques. Howling moon and star technique. Great wilderness sword cannon. Primordial spirit. Primordial chaos. Primordial initial light. True dragon technique investments made. Willow God. Shi Hao. Yunxi. Demonis. Celestial fox fairy. Fire spirit. Qingyi investment rewards. All collected lottery chances. Monthly draw, 3. Annual draw, 1. Possessions, 20 heavenly god guards, 2 supreme realm mounts, true phoenix and chaos demon ape. 2 heavenly god mounts, thunder lion and howling moon wolf. Time space hall, primordial tower, destiny stone x2, true water of Tai, ancient tea tree of comprehension, chaos green lotus, etc. Lin Shu opened the system panel for a brief examination. Having spent over 4 years in this world, factoring in the time acceleration of the time-space hall. He was now 370 years old. If considering only the main world, he had reached the age of 23 and had finally attained the perfected sovereign realm. With the sovereign realm perfected and the matters of the lower realm resolved, he could now prepare to ascend to the higher realms and await the opening of the ancient immortal ruins. Lin Shu contemplated the North Sea, the Holy Emperor Palace, the Void God Realm, and the Western Divine Mountain. These were the places he yearned to visit next. Once he completed his journeys to these locations, he could set forth for the higher realms. As Lin Shu pondered, the three celestial kings of the Willow God approached him. The Willow God glanced at Lin Shu and remarked, "It seems you have gained much from your recent seclusion." The Willow God, possessing keen insight, immediately noted Lin Shu's current status, a perfected sovereign realm. Of course, the realm was secondary. She could sense an incredibly formidable sword array within him, surpassing even the most lethal formations in this world. This sword array appeared to share some similarities with the One Qi transforming three purities technique that Lin Shu had previously imparted to her. Perhaps, once Lin Shu reached the level of the Emperor Light Celestial King, this sword array could indeed withstand the assaults of four equally ranked adversaries. If Lin Shu also mastered the One Qi transforming three purities, the sheer terror of his potential future power sent shivers through the Willow God. Lin Shu smiled at the Willow God, saying, "Willow God, this is the immortal slaying sword array." Aware that the Willow God had recently faced stagnation in her realm and found it challenging to break through to the next tier, Lin Shu thought it would be an opportune moment for her to experiment with the immortal slaying sword array. Although she could not inscribe this array within herself due to her lack of array formation mastery, it was not necessary for it to be inscribed within. If she wielded the four Celestial King's swords, she could arrange the sword array, granting even four Emperor Light Celestial Kings a chance to breach it. Coupled with her One Qi transforming three purities technique, her power would undoubtedly reach an extraordinarily terrifying level. Immortal Slaying Sword Array? The Willow God took the array formation technique Lin Shu handed her and examined it. Though she had long suspected its nature, seeing it confirmed still left her somewhat astonished. The One Qi transforming three purities and the Immortal Slaying Sword Array were both supreme techniques capable of facing multiple opponents at the same level. Had she possessed such divine skills in the past, she could have easily pierced through foreign domains with her single power, avoiding the injuries that led her to be ambushed by several celestial kings in the Immortal Domain, ultimately forcing her to choose rebirth through the tribulation of thunder. "Thank you." The Willow God expressed her gratitude. Lin Shu waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for formalities, Willow God. We are a team, and you are our strongest member. Your strength benefits us all." With that, Lin Shu turned to the master of the Forbidden Zone, the five-colored sparrow Celestial King, and added, "The One Qi transforming three purities and the Immortal Slaying Sword Array have been imparted to Willow God. If you wish to learn, you may consult with her." It was not that Lin Shu was unwilling to share. Rather, Willow God could impart the knowledge more swiftly. Certainly, the primary limitation faced by Lin Shu is that he can only invest in one individual for a particular item, rendering multiple investments impossible. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly choose to present gifts personally. Given the constraints on repeated investments, the choice of having the Willow God, who has comprehended the essence of the three pure ones for an extended period, to impart knowledge is undoubtedly the most favorable option. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone and the five-colored Sparrow King harbored some skepticism. Could Lin Shu's techniques and divine powers truly surpass their own cultivation? However, just as this thought crossed their minds, Willow God's statement left them utterly astounded. By practicing Lin Shu's divine powers, you, as formidable beings of the same realm, should at least be capable of facing four opponents. As they are eminent celestial kings, this implied that one individual could confront four such formidable figures. Such a prospect is indeed astonishing, as each of these beings is a rare talent, with many epics required for the emergence of such strength. In battles of equal standing, victories often require hundreds or even thousands of years to ascertain. Yet, Lin Shu's divine power enables one to confront four at once, which is undeniably terrifying. They deeply understood the minimal gap between the celestial kings and the immense potency of such divine powers, leading both to express their gratitude towards Lin Shu. "Brother Bai, Senior, there is no need for thanks. Lin Shu, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, called you Lin Xiaoyu. May I have the honor of addressing you thus?" The five-colored sparrow, recognizing Lin Shu's esteemed position in the hearts of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone and Willow God, posed the question. "Of course," Lin Shu replied. "Then I shall also call you Brother Sparrow." "That works." The five-colored sparrow contemplated whether the title Brother Sparrow sounded somewhat peculiar, yet upon reflection, realized that he could not recall his own name, having lost his memory, and thus could only nod. After exchanging pleasantries with the three, Lin Shu entered the stone village. Lin Shu, you are preparing to depart, are you not? The village chief, upon seeing Lin Shu, immediately grasped his intent. Indeed, Grandpa Village Chief, this may be my final sojourn in the lower realm. Before long, I must ascend to the higher realm. Once I have established my footing there, I shall certainly return to escort you and the uncles and aunts of Stone Village. Lin Shu spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Were it not for the people of Stone Village rescuing me from the great wilderness, I would have undoubtedly succumbed to the jaws of a ferocious beast. Who would have imagined that the frail figure, once weaker than even the 5-year-old children of Stone Village, would achieve such earth-shattering accomplishments today? The village chief, filled with emotion, remarked, Lin Shu, regardless of how high your achievements may soar, Stone Village will always await your return. Along with Little Stone, thank you, village chief. I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again. Lin Shu bid farewell to the villagers of Stone Village, leaving behind resources that were of little use to him at present. He discerned that during his seclusion, Stone Village had undergone a remarkable transformation. While he was unaware of the specifics, it was likely due to the efforts of Willow God and the other two. With such fortunate circumstances, coupled with the resources he had provided, Stone Village's future achievements would undoubtedly be extraordinary. As Lin Shu departed, Stone Village returned to its tranquil existence. Chapter 81. The Emergence of the Primordial Sword Embryo. A convergence of 10 fiendish techniques. Ding. The host has invested in Yun Shi, the Celestial Fox Fairy, and Qing Yi's technique of the 3 flowers converging at the crown. Congratulations. The host has acquired the Inner Cosmos Cultivation method. Ding. Congratulations on the investment in Willow God's Extermination Sword Array. The host has obtained the Primordial Sword Embryo. After Lin Shu and his companions exited Stone Village, he received a notification in his mind. One investment was made in the technique of the 3 flowers converging at the crown to Yun Shi, the Celestial Fox Fairy, and Qing Yi. Since investment could only be directed towards individuals, the system thus listed all 3 names. However, due to the nature of individual investment, it could only yield a single return. The Inner Cosmos Cultivation method was briefly examined by Lin Shu. As the name suggests, this method involves cultivating an inner universe within oneself. Once the inner universe is formed, one can continue to progress without reliance on external energy. In Lin Shu's view, this is indeed a blessing during the era of diminishing spiritual energy. In such a time, when the world undergoes significant transformation and spiritual energy dwindles, the lifespan of cultivators has drastically reduced. Even the pinnacle of the human realm, the Supreme Being, has a lifespan of merely 10,000 years. Should one possess this inner cosmos cultivation method and cultivate a vast universe within, they would be able to navigate through the era of decline. In the perfect world, a Supreme Being, while claiming to rival a vast universe, ultimately does not transcend the cosmos. As the era of decline looms, the heavens and earth wither, and the great universe diminishes, even Supreme Beings will gradually fade away with time. This method is indeed commendable, although it holds little significance for me. Shi Hao, Yin Shi, Qing Yi, the Celestial Fox Fairy, Willow God, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, and the 5-colored sparrow. However, once I ascend to the higher realms, I could bestow it upon some esteemed supremes whom I find agreeable, thus aiding them in weathering the era of decline. Thinking of agreeable supremes, Lin Shu couldn't help but recall a certain individual, Meng Tianzhong. Among all in the perfect world, Lin Shu holds few in high regard, and Meng Tianzhong is undoubtedly one of them. Meng Tianzhong's conclusion was somewhat unsatisfactory. Lin Shu contemplated should he successfully cultivate using his body as a seed, or even if he survived the Imperial Barrier War without mastering the cultivation of the Inner Cosmos method, yet ultimately comprehended during the era of decline. Achieving enlightenment through worldly experiences, he might attain the status of a celestial being after 9 lifetimes. What heights might his future reach? Lin Shu found himself eagerly anticipating this. Temporarily storing the Inner Cosmos cultivation method within the system, Lin Shu turned his attention to the second investment reward, the Primordial Sword Embryo. This artifact is indeed powerful, ranking among the finest sword embryos in the perfect world. However, it carries immense karmic weight. Lin Shu questioned whether he was akin to the ruinous Heavenly Emperor, a person destined to endure such burdens, and thus felt a tinge of trepidation. This sword embryo bears an astonishing curse. While Lin Shu could be unconcerned about ordinary weapons with Willow God, the entity behind this primordial sword embryo is even more formidable, arguably surpassing Willow God. Even if Willow God has transcended his former pinnacle, in the face of the presence behind the primordial sword embryo, he is but an ant. The system's investment rewards do not negate the karmic ties and curses. With this thought in mind, Lin Shu suddenly realized something. Such immense karmic ties and curses are beyond my capacity to bear, and I do not lack for formidable weapons. I possess the 4 extermination swords paired with the counterfeit versions, as well as the primordial tower. I do not require the primordial sword embryo. While I could retain an ordinary celestial king sword, this primordial sword embryo is truly unsuitable for retention. It appears I must seek an opportunity to gift it to Little Stone, allowing him to bear the karmic ties and curses. Lin Shu resolved firmly, then spoke aloud. Let us head to the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion. Subsequently, the group altered their course towards the direction of the pavilion. As for Lin Shu, he continued with his prize draw. This period of seclusion spanned 254 years, while over 3 months passed externally. The system's time calculation is based on the external timeline, thus permitting 3 monthly draws. Additionally, a year has elapsed, granting another annual draw. System, I wish to draw prizes. Let us conduct all 3 monthly draws at once. Presently, Lin Shu could be said to possess nearly everything he desired, and thus he was not particularly fervent or expectant regarding the prize rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Thunder Emperor technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Cicada technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Qilin technique. The Thunder Emperor technique, one of the 10 fiends. A complete inheritance technique of the Thunder Emperor, representing the pinnacle of Thunder's principles. Known techniques include Lightning Fist, Thunder Emperor's Finger, Thunder Emperor's Speed, Thunderstorm Transformation into Stars, 9 Heavens Cataclysmic Light, and the Heavenly Punishment Thunder. The Art of the Cicada, a complete inheritance of the Cicada, one of the 10 fiends, whose secret techniques are intricately tied to the fabric of time and space. Known techniques include Void Ripple, Eternal Thought, Void Cage, Eternal Exile, Void Binding, Void Teleportation, Void Shatter, Primordial Refinement of the Void, Void Severing Slash, and Primordial Transformation of the Void. The Art of the Qilin, a complete inheritance of the Qilin, also one of the 10 fiends, recognized as one of the supreme arts. Its known techniques include Qilin Step, Qilin Fist, Qilin Foot, and Qilin Pattern. At this moment, Lin Shu felt a jolt of surprise within. Was this reward drawn from the lottery too astonishing? Although, for Lin Shu in his current state, the 10 fiend arts were of little significance. After all, he had surpassed the ultimate limits in every realm. Even ordinary divine arts, in Lin Shu's hands, wielded formidable power. Yet, regardless of his indifference, the 10 fiend arts remained what they were, sought after treasures within the perfect world, coveted by countless individuals. If he had not obtained them, Lin Shu would not have pursued them fervently. However, since fate had bestowed them upon him, he could certainly study them to enrich his repertoire of techniques. With the primal chaos body at his disposal, Lin Shu's comprehension was unparalleled across the realms, making it relatively easy to grasp these arts. Moreover, it seemed that the celestial fox princess, Qing Yi, and Yin Shi did not possess particularly powerful divine arts, aside from those derived from their own cultivation. Thus, it would be advantageous to pass these teachings on to them. With this thought, Lin Shu turned to the 3 women. Before long, we shall depart from the lower realms for the upper realms. At that time, the ancient immortal ruins will commence. I am not worried about your current strength, but your combat techniques are indeed scarce. I possess 3 arts for you to consider learning. Of course, if you are confident, you may attempt to learn all 3. Subsequently, Lin Shu presented the 3 10 fiend arts for the women to choose from. It was evident that each woman was confident in their abilities, as they all opted for the 3 arts. Upon their selection, they examined the teachings closely and were immediately astonished. Young master, is this truly a 10 fiend art? Qing Yi spoke up. The Thunder Emperor art is said to exist within the Tianyuan secret realm. It is rumored that the Tianyuan sovereign obtained the opportunity for the Thunder Emperor art long ago. Many have ventured into the Tianyuan secret realm in pursuit of the Tianyuan sovereign's legacy and the Thunder Emperor art. I never imagined that young master would possess the Thunder Emperor art. The Tianyuan secret realm? Upon hearing Qing Yi mention it, Lin Shu recalled its existence. Indeed, there was such a realm in the upper world. However, this secret realm was far less significant than the ancient immortal ruins, which is why Lin Shu had never given it much thought. Now, with Qing Yi bringing it up, he remembered its existence. The Tianyuan sovereign's legacy, the Thunder Emperor art. To Lin Shu, the Tianyuan sovereign's legacy held no value. A mere sovereign's inheritance was beneath his notice. As for the Thunder Emperor art, he already possessed it. Thus, there was no need to visit the Tianyuan secret realm. The Thunder Emperor Art, belonging to the 10 Fiends, commanded the thunderous abyss and wielded the power of destruction. While its existence was inconsequential to Lin Shu, it was indeed a remarkable art for others. After all, the ancient immortal ruins would not only attract the talents of this era, but also the elite from 3,000 generations. Some ancient anomalies likely having accumulated vast experience over countless lifetimes. Although Qing Yi had received the inheritance from the Azure Moon Fairy, it was unlikely she had comprehended much. Acquiring these arts would undoubtedly enhance her foundation when facing adversaries in the ancient immortal ruins. Then Lin Shu turned to the other two women. You two, in terms of talent, one of you has merged with the Creation Stone, while the other cultivates the Dark Ancestor's Eye, both surpassing the ancient anomalies. However, your techniques are somewhat lacking. Dedicate yourselves to understanding these 3 arts, and strive to master them before we enter the ancient immortal ruins. The 3 women nodded in agreement. At that moment, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, the white-clad Celestial King, spoke. Young Lin, I seem to sense the aura of the Cicada clan. Could it be that among these 3 arts, there lies a technique from the Cicada clan? Lin Shu nodded. Indeed, Brother Bai, are you perhaps interested? If so, you may also research the Cicada art. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone shook his head. I am not particularly interested. The Cicada ancestor had not even reached the Celestial King realm when he betrayed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Their arts may not compare to mine. I am merely curious. After the Cicada clan's defection, their trace vanished from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and their arts with it. I did not expect you to acquire them. Lin Shu chuckled. Brother Bai, compared to the body of the Demon King Pu, the Cicada art seems rather insignificant. Does it not? The Lord of the Forbidden Zone quickly shook his head. No, that is not what I meant. I merely wish to say that the Cicada clan's arts should not be employed within the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Though few know of them, if discovered, it could tarnish your reputation, young Lin. You may find yourself branded as a traitor to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and consequently, face a backlash. Lin Shu scoffed. The 9 heavens and 10 earths are rife with internal strife. Why should I concern myself with their opinions? Compared to the Cicada ancestor, they have not betrayed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, yet hold little significance. Moreover, the Cicada ancestor did not truly betray. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone appeared somewhat skeptical. The Cicada ancestor's betrayal was a well-known fact, at least in those times. It was widely recognized. The goddess Lu was already aware of the underlying reasons, so she was not surprised. After all, Lin Shu had spoken of waiting for the mountain treasure to manifest shortly after leaving the stone village in the desolate wilderness. Hearing it again now, she felt no curiosity. The 5-colored sparrow, not belonging to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, naturally showed indifference to their affairs. If the discussion turned to the Sea of Realms, he might express interest. Although the Lord of the Forbidden Zone remained doubtful, he refrained from further inquiry, evidently placing his trust in Lin Shu. After all, Lin Shu had earned the respect of the goddess Lu, who had once stormed into the foreign realm, slaying countless foes. If the goddess Lu esteemed Lin Shu, he could not possibly be the kind of individual who would betray the 9 heavens and 10 earths. There was no need to defend the Cicada ancestor. It was quite possible that he had not truly betrayed, but had instead infiltrated the foreign realm as a spy. Ding! Host invests in Yun Shi, Qing, and the Celestial Fox Princess, acquiring 3 10 Fiend arts. Congratulations, Host, for obtaining a Celestial Realm Thunder Spirit, a Celestial Realm Qilin, and a Celestial Realm Divine Cicada. As Yun Shi, Qing Yi, and the Celestial Fox Princess accepted the 10 Fiend arts, the system's investment feedback resonated. This return was astonishing for Lin Shu. The Celestial Realm Thunder Spirit, the Thunder Emperor, belonged to the Thunder Spirit clan. Possessing a Celestial Realm Thunder Spirit meant incredible strength. Moreover, this return included not only one Celestial Realm Thunder Spirit, but also a Celestial Realm Qilin and a Celestial Realm Divine Cicada. The Qilin, needless to say, was one of the 10 Fiends. The Divine Cicada clan was even more formidable than the 10 Fiend Cicada clan. After their defection to the foreign realm, the Cicada clan underwent a transformation, becoming even more powerful, hence the name Divine Cicada clan. A Celestial Realm Divine Cicada was undoubtedly a top-tier existence among the Celestial Realm. Now, Lin Shu had 5 Celestial Realm powerhouses by his side. Upon entering the 9 heavens and 10 earths, having 5 Celestial Realm allies would allow him to stride with confidence. As for the goddess Lu, it would be prudent for her to refrain from intervening. She had not yet reached such an echelon. Allowing her to act now would be too risky, especially since her rapid ascent could raise suspicions in the foreign realm, potentially triggering unrest linked to the ancient artifacts of origin, which would be quite troublesome. Lin Shu pondered deeply. The goddess Lu's injury was known to the foreign realm. Such wounds could not be healed in a short time, let alone her advancing further now. Without extraordinary opportunities, it is utterly unattainable. Those celestial kings from foreign realms might very well contemplate the ancient artifacts of origin. To initiate turmoil prematurely would be decidedly disadvantageous for Lin Shu. After all, the current Lu Shun has yet to step into that realm and cannot avert the impending chaos. Once Lu Shun takes another step forward, he shall fear nothing. As they continued on their journey, Lin Shu and his companions soon arrived at the Butian Pavilion. Who goes there? Standing before the Butian Pavilion, Lin Shu and his companions lingered. Given their strength, there was no need to wait. Yet considering the current influence of Xiao Shurtu, they refrained from recklessly intruding. Although he was unperturbed by the potential confrontation with unknown disciples of the pavilion, a clash with a celestial king would leave Lin Shu with little time to call for restraint. In any case, waiting would not squander much time. I am Lin Shu, and I shall announce the arrival of my elder brother, Shi Hao, the young pavilion master. Upon hearing this, the guarding disciple could not help but scrutinize Lin Shu, and then seemed to recall something. You claim to be young Master Lin Shu? There is no need for you to wait. You may enter directly. The guarding disciple immediately stepped aside. In the wasteland, who does not know of Lin Shu? He is indeed a veritable god of slaughter. At least 30% of the powers in the wasteland have been annihilated by him. Though merely a disciple of the blood transformation realm, he dared not obstruct this god of slaughter, especially since this divine figure shared a close relationship with the young pavilion master. Soon, Lin Shu and his companions entered the Butian Pavilion. Chapter 83. Investing in the Great Luo Sword Embryo. Former acquaintances. Big brother, Lu Shun. Shi Hao rushed forward. Lin Shu glanced at Shi Hao. Although his realm had not improved compared to that in the 100 Break Mountain, remaining at the pinnacle of the respected realm, his aura was significantly more formidable than before. It was evident that Shi Hao had thoroughly stabilized and refined each realm, pushing them to their utmost limits. For others, this may be a daunting task, but for Shi Hao, it was not surprising. From Lin Shu's perspective, Shi Hao's aura was nearing that of Yunxi, Tianhu, and Qing Qi. It is worth noting that these three ladies had already coalesced the embryonic forms of their great Dao flowers. If cultivating 3 strands of celestial energy and coalescing 3 flowers signifies the pinnacle of the respected realm, then the 3 ladies have reached a half step beyond that. Shi Hao, despite only being at the pinnacle of the respected realm, exudes an aura akin to one on the verge of that half-step pinnacle, rendering him truly astonishing. Even with the 3 ladies constantly accompanying Lin Shu, they have not managed to create a significant distance from Shi Hao. This exemplifies Shi Hao's strength. No wonder, in the original text, he could, through the accumulation of 1 lifetime, ultimately soar, leaving behind the likes of the 10 crowned kings and the exiled immortals, who had amassed their prowess over 10 lifetimes or more. Lin Shu cast a glance and chose not to dwell on Shi Hao's cultivation state, stating directly, "Little Shurtu, I must depart once again. Your current cultivation is commendable, but there remains a distance to the true limits of the respected realm. Initially, I intended to impart the 3 flowers gathering at the apex and the 5 qi returning to origin techniques to you. However, considering that your path to the respected realm's pinnacle lies not with me, but in the ancient immortal ruins, I shall refrain from teaching you the pinnacle techniques. Nevertheless, I do possess some precious techniques that I can impart to you." With that, Lin Shu transmitted the 10 Fiends techniques to Shi Hao. The True Dragon technique, the Gopher technique, the Thunder Emperor technique, and the Qilin technique. Lin Shu did not withhold any, presenting them all to him. Shi Hao, upon receiving the bestowed technique from Lin Shu, was overjoyed. "Big brother, you are truly kind to me. Each of these techniques could incite a storm of bloodshed, yet you so readily share them with me." Shi Hao remarked, "Alas, I have nothing to repay you with." Lin Shu waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. Your growing strength is the greatest assistance to both myself and Lu Shun." Speaking further, Lin Shu produced the Great Luo Sword Embryo. "Little Shurtu, I possess a weapon of astonishing origins. This weapon carries immense causality and curses. In this world, no one else can withstand such causality and curses. Perhaps only you might endure it. Do you dare to accept this weapon?" As Lin Shu revealed the Great Luo Sword Embryo, the nearby Lu Shun, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, and the 5-color sparrow, 3 celestial kings, felt the overwhelming power emanating from it. With their discerning eyes, they could tell that this object was extraordinarily rare. Even they could not forge such a sword. Clearly, It had been crafted by being transcending their own limits. Shi Hao's gaze turned solemn as he beheld the great Luo sword embryo in Lin Shu's hand. In that instant, he seemed to witness an incredibly terrifying scene. Merely catching a glimpse left him profoundly shaken. He understood that Lin Shu spoke the truth. This sword had an astonishing background, one that even the small tower hidden within his hair could not discern. Logically, he felt he should decline the sword, yet an inexplicable sensation compelled him, as if the sword held significance for him. Great causality, great curses. The weight of Lin Shu's words indicated that the causality and curses were truly formidable, likely subjecting him to backlash. After deep contemplation, Shi Hao resolutely nodded. Big brother, I dare to accept it. No matter the magnitude of the causality or curses, I shall bear it. Very well, this sword is now yours. Lin Shu replied with a nod. Remember, this sword is called the Great Luo Sword Embryo. Its strength is such that even if you were to reach Lu Shun's level, you might not be able to fully control it. Upon hearing this, Yin Shi, Tian, and Qing Qi were taken aback. In the true dragon's lair, they had learned just how formidable Lu Shun truly was. A sword that even reaching Lu Shun's realm could not fully master. How terrifying must it be? Would it not mean that with a single strike, it could easily obliterate an entire universe? Big brother, I shall remember this. Shi Hao sensed that Lin Shu's words carried deeper implications, as if not everything had been fully articulated. Indeed, Lin Shu had not disclosed everything. He was uncertain whether his presence would alter future events. However, in the original narrative, this great Luo sword embryo had once cleaved Shi Hao into countless blood rains, scattering across infinite time and space, each drop of blood representing a fragment of time. At that time, Shi Hao's power was vastly superior to that of Lu Shun, who now stood at the Emperor's light. Lin Shu hesitated to speak plainly, as doing so would involve unspeakable causality. Once uttered, it might become unbearable, even attracting the attention of forbidden existences. He could only speak ambiguously, urging Shi Hao to remain vigilant. Lin Shu was uncertain whether Shi Hao understood. Despite his carefree demeanor, he possessed a meticulous mind and should be capable of comprehending. Regardless, even if he did not grasp it, it mattered little. Even if events unfolded as described in the original text, Shi Hao would not perish. Instead, it would pave the way for him to take that step, truly transcending this world. Ding! The host has invested in Shi Hao's Great Luo Sword Embryo. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Taichu Sword. Taichu Sword. At the beginning of Taichu, the essence of Taichu forms the sword on its own, known as the Taichu Sword. Only those who wield the essence of Taichu may hold this sword. Upon hearing the system's investment feedback notification, Lin Shu's heart leaped with joy. This was one of his objectives. The Great Luo Sword Embryo, drawn from a lottery, could be utilized for investment. Despite its immense power, the causality and curses associated with it posed certain risks. It was better to invest it and reap the rewards. Now, it seemed the return was quite promising. The Taichu sword felt as though it was tailor-made for Lin Shu. After all, in this world, no one wielded the essence of Taichu. Even Lin Shu possessed only a minuscule fragment of it. Now, the extermination sword array had the 4 extermination swords that he had personally forged. In the vast wilderness of the Great Desolation, there exists the supreme sword of primordial origins, perfectly complemented by its counterpart. As for the sword gifted by Yin Shi, it shall serve merely as a keepsake, a revered artifact. It will no longer be of use as one's cultivation progresses. Yin Shi, doubtless, is well aware of this, thus ensuring her sentiments are not wasted. Speaking of which, Lin Shu has yet to respond regarding Yin Shi's ear pendant. It seems he must find an opportune moment to address her. After contemplating this, Lin Shu provided Shi Hao with a few instructions before departing from the Pavilion of Heaven's Restoration. As he left, Lin Shu felt a sense of awareness, casting his gaze towards a particular direction. It was her. He vividly recalled their first encounter in the Great Desolation, when she had invited him to join the pavilion. Yet, time has passed, and now he stands above the pavilion, a solitary figure of supremacy. He smiled and nodded at her, recognizing their past acquaintance, ultimately deciding to bestow upon her an opportunity. This is a destiny stone, a gift for you today. Your future advancements shall depend on your own fortuity, Miss Xia. Indeed, she is none other than the foremost female disciple of the Pavilion of Heaven's Restoration, Xia Youyu. Chapter 84. 2 Investments. The Stellar Sacred Body and the Vermilion Bird's Sacred Body. Lin Shu had once won 3 destiny stones in a lottery. He had already gifted one to Yin Shi, leaving him with 2. Opportunities to utilize them had been scarce, for destiny stones are rather commonplace. Even when integrated, They merely confer the talents of an ordinary initial generation. The individuals surrounding Lin Shu hardly possess talents inferior to the initial generation. The Celestial Fox Princess and Xingyi. Both are the holy maidens of the Pavilion of Heaven's Restoration and the Pavilion of Celestial Destiny, their gifts far surpassing that of typical initial generations. As for Shi Hao, the need for a Destiny Stone is rendered moot. Now, seeing Xia Youyu, Lin Shu thought it better to give her the stones rather than let them languish within the system. After all, these items hold no utility for him personally. As for the last stone, since he is bound for the palace of the Holy Emperor, he shall present it to Huolinger. Her talent is modest, and this Destiny Stone would serve her well. Ding! Host has invested in Xia Youyu. Congratulations! Host has received a Stellar Stone. Stellar Stone. It contains immense stellar power. Absorbing the Stellar Stone may grant the opportunity to awaken the Stellar Sacred Body, which can absorb the power of countless stars for cultivation. Although the Stellar Stone's utility is limited, it does possess some merit. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Shu displayed little reaction. Ordinary items no longer stir his emotions. Nonetheless, the Stellar Stone does hold promise. A perfected Stellar Sacred Body could rival an Emperor, akin to the Supreme Being of the perfect world. Yet, such potential fails to astonish Lin Shu. However, one aspect perplexed him. Is an investment limited to a single item? He had previously invested a Destiny Stone in Yunxi and received a reward in the form of a Creation Stone. How could he invest in Xia Youyu and receive another reward? Yet, the system provides no answers, and Lin Shu finds no source for clarification. He can only speculate that perhaps Destiny Stones are not identical. After all, the effects of integrating a Destiny Stone must vary from person to person. If the stones differ, they might not be considered the same item for secondary investment, thus allowing for additional rewards. Having bestowed one opportunity, why not offer another? Lin Shu pondered. Realizing the Stellar Stone serves little purpose for him or those around him, he then decided to gift the Stellar Stone to Xia Youyu as well. Afterward, Lin Shu and his companions departed. Xia Yu gazed at the two stones in her hand, recalling Lin Shu's parting words. First absorb the Destiny Stone, then integrate the Stellar Stone. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends on your own efforts. As she watched Lin Shu's departing figure, she bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you. Young Master Lin, your kindness shall be etched in my heart for a lifetime. I shall strive diligently to repay you in the future." Setting forth from the Pavilion of Heaven's Restoration, Lin Shu and his entourage traversed millions of miles, arriving in the Fire Nation. The Fire Emperor received them with the highest honors, ushering them into the royal palace. Young Master Lin, I warmly welcome you to the Fire Nation. As the ruler of the Fire Nation, the Fire Emperor holds an unparalleled position, a peak powerhouse in the wasteland. Having ascended to the divine fire realm through the vast fortune of a human emperor since ancient times. Normally, he maintains a lofty demeanor before all, yet he displayed remarkable humility towards Lin Shu. The ministers and generals of the Fire Nation would undoubtedly find this perplexing, yet they understand the gravity of Lin Shu's presence. A figure not to be trifled with in the current wasteland. Lin Shu possesses extraordinary talents, deemed almost supernatural. His background is shrouded in mystery, even the divine fox. With a mere flick of her hand, obliterated over 100 powers within the wasteland, her strength eclipsing that of those in the divine fire realm. Many ministers and generals expressed their congratulations to Lin Shu. However, Lin Shu displayed little interest in their accolades, instead turning his attention to the Fire Emperor. Regarding the palace of the Holy Emperor, Lin Shu began, but the Fire Emperor interjected, "It has long been arranged. Young Master Lin may go at any time. I shall have Linger accompany you." How does that sound? That is unnecessary. Without Linger, entry would be impossible. Lin Shu was aware that access to the palace of the Holy Emperor required the bloodline of the Fire Nation. However, with the presence of the Divine Fox and the Master of the Forbidden Zone, as well as the Five-Colored Sparrow, entry into the palace was assured. Unless there existed a predecessor in the Fire Nation surpassing the Divine Fox, which was evidently implausible. The Fire Emperor felt a pang of regret at Lin Shu's refusal, as he had hoped for his daughter to foster a deeper connection with Lin Shu. After all, those who accompany Lin Shu are each endowed with immense opportunities. His daughter, having spent merely half a month with Lin Shu in the 100 Broken Mountains, had already made significant gains, ascending 2 major realms. Should she continue to accompany Lin Shu, her future would undoubtedly be boundless. The wasteland is poised to face great calamities, and once that transpires, the pathways between realms will close. He must depart before that time. Otherwise, he would be unable to ascend to the upper realms. Once he leaves, his daughter would lack protection. Although he could take her with him, the upper realms are not his dominion, and he could not ensure her safety there. Clearly, remaining by Lin Shu's side is the most prudent choice. Yet Lin Shu seems disinclined for her to remain. Observing the Fire Emperor's somber expression, Lin Shu contemplated and then spoke. This is a destiny stone. Upon integration, it can grant one the talents of the initial generation. Linger's talent is modest. Following me may not be a blessing. The dangers we face are beyond her ability to contend with. With this destiny stone, her talent may undergo a transformation. Should she grasp the opportunity and one day stand beside me, I shall take her in. As she stands now, she is simply too weak. Lin Shu's words left the Fire Emperor in silence, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Lin Shu and those around him have already attained the revered realm, exuding an aura that even he, in the divine fire realm, finds daunting. His daughter has only just stepped into the array realm. She remains vastly insufficient. Thank you, young Master Lin. I express my sincere gratitude for your generous gift, he said, then called out to Huolinger, who had been observing from a distance. Lin, do come forward and express your thanks to young Master Lin for his kindness. Only then did Huolinger emerge from her hiding place, exclaiming, Thank you, young master. Upon receiving the Destiny Stone, the system notification chimed once more. Ding. Host has invested in Huolinger's Destiny Stone. Congratulations. Host has received a Vermilion Birdstone. Vermilion Birdstone. It contains the true fire of the Vermilion Bird. Upon integration, it may activate the Vermilion Bird's sacred body. Lin Shu contemplated that the cultivation practiced in the Fire Nation pertained to fire-based techniques, with its sacred spirit being the Vermilion Bird. The Vermilion Bird's holy body held little significance for Lin Shu. Consequently, he bestowed the Vermilion Birdstone upon Huolinger, saying, Huolinger, after you merge with the Destiny Stone, you may then assimilate this Vermilion Birdstone. Whether you can attain the Vermilion Bird's holy body shall depend on your own fortune. Should fate allow, we shall meet again in the higher realms. With that, Lin Shu made his way towards the sacred Emperor Palace. Do not forget to thank young Master Lin Shu, the Fire Emperor reminded, noticing his daughter standing in a daze. He could discern that the Vermilion Birdstone contained an unfathomably fearsome flame, likely the fabled true fire of the Vermilion Bird. The Vermilion Bird's holy body was evidently an extraordinarily powerful constitution. The value of this gift surpassed that of the entire Fire Nation. Huolinger quickly regained her composure and expressed her gratitude, but Lin Shu and his party had already vanished from sight. Before the sacred Emperor Palace, Lin Shu and his companions finally arrived. Divine Willow, I beseech you to act. Divine Willow remained silent, merely waving her hand, causing the grand gates of the sacred Emperor Palace to open effortlessly. Chapter 85. The Wall of Gods and Demons. The figure behind the bronze mask. As Lin Shu and his party advanced through the sacred Emperor Palace, they found that although there were opportunities for fortune within, these held no significance for them. The baptism of fire was meant to refine one's body using the Vermilion Bird's flames emanating from the palace. For others, it might have some effect. However, Lin Shu's physique was beyond limits, rendering such refinements nothing more than a mere tickle, incapable of providing him any benefit. Even for Yunxi, the celestial fox princess, and Qingyi, the three women found no efficacy in it, though they did not possess extraordinary physiques. They had reached the pinnacle of the venerable realm and had begun to condense the embryonic form of the great Tao's flower. Such flames were trivial and offered no real opportunity for them. As for Divine Willow, the master of the Forbidden Zone, and the trio of multicolored sparrows, if these flames were indeed effective against them, this place would undoubtedly be a realm of unparalleled supremacy, akin to the Sea of Realms. Before long, Lin Shu and his companions beheld the Nirvana Pool. Within the pool lay the Nirvana liquid, a remnant of the ancient Vermilion Bird that once manifested here and underwent Nirvana, leaving behind this pool infused with a trace of divine essence. For ordinary cultivators, this would be a great opportunity, yet Lin Shu's party ignored it entirely. Each member of Lin Shu's group possessed profound foundations, rendering the Nirvana Pool ineffective for them. Having traversed through the flames and crossed the Nirvana Pool, they ultimately arrived at a wall. This wall was immensely grand. Even from hundreds of feet away, its magnificence could be felt. Adorning the wall was a stone door etched with numerous fearsome beasts, emanating an ancient and terrifying aura. The Wall of Gods and Demons. Lin Shu recognized the nature of this ancient wall. His purpose for arriving here was precisely this, or more accurately, a certain object lying beyond one of the stone doors of the Wall of Gods and Demons. Divine Willow, upon seeing the wall, spoke up. Lin Shu, are you perhaps intending to venture to the higher realms through here? In truth, if you wish to ascend, you need only tell us. Any of us can take you to the higher realms. There is no need to waste time here. Given your strength, breaching the trials of the wall of gods and demons would be excessively simple and ultimately meaningless. Lin Shu shook his head in response to Divine Willow's words. Divine Willow, we must exercise caution from this point onward. I cannot ascertain whether the item I seek resides here, but if it does, we must treat it with the utmost care. Even you, Divine Willow. Upon hearing Lin Shu's statement, Divine Willow became serious. To her, Lin Shu's insight was unparalleled, revealing the secrets of this world with remarkable clarity. If Lin Shu advised caution, it was imperative that they heed his warning. She would not doubt Lin Shu's words simply due to his current perceived weakness, nor would she dismiss the object he indicated as requiring careful treatment. In the next moment, Divine Willow's aura began to resonate with divine fluctuations, indicating her seriousness and caution. Should any anomaly arise, she would act without hesitation. The caution I suggest does not pertain to adversaries, but rather to the potential significance of the object should it truly exist here, Lin Shu clarified. It is wise to be cautious about anything you deem of monumental origin. Lin Shu refrained from saying more and began examining the stone doors of the wall of gods and demons. Eventually, he discovered a particular stone door. Upon it was inscribed a vaguely depicted human form, indistinct yet suggestive of extraordinary elegance, featuring a hand as white as jade. It could be inferred that this must belong to a woman. It must be her, Lin Shu thought, astonished that such a door truly existed. Initially, he had come to ascertain a single matter, but it now seemed that the situation was not as straightforward as he had imagined. What had transpired in the future that led to this door's presence here, akin to its depiction in the original narrative? However, why did this wall evoke a sense of familiarity within him? Lin Shu pondered, ultimately pushing open the door and stepping inside. Upon entering, he found himself in a coliseum, drenched in the remnants of blood. Perhaps too much time had elapsed, for the blood here was no longer a vivid red, but rather a deep black. The surroundings were eerily silent, exuding a strange atmosphere. Lin Shu, Divine Willow remarked as she surveyed the area, this place instills a chilling sense of dread within me. Yet it also carries an inexplicable familiarity. Logically, I should not have been here before. Lin Shu was taken aback. If only he felt a sense of familiarity, it could be dismissed as mere illusion. However, for Divine Willow, an existence of such stature as the Empress of Light, to feel familiarity signified an undeniable truth. It seemed she had indeed been here before. If that were the case, had the future seen her presence here? Lin Shu contemplated the possibility. Could the familiar aura he sensed be a remnant of her past visit? At that moment, Lin Shu's pupils constricted as what he had both longed to see and wished to avoid materialized before him. The desire to see stemmed from a cherished sentiment, while the aversion indicated that perhaps the future's trajectory had not significantly altered. Otherwise, that object would not be here. The object in question was the black paper boat. Slowly, the black paper boat descended. Yunxi, the celestial fox princess, and Qingyi, observing Lin Shu's intense gaze upon the vessel, could not help but inquire, "Young master, is this journey intended for the black paper boat?" Lin Shu nodded in affirmation. This black paper boat, while peculiar, appears to lack any extraordinary qualities, he mused. He chose not to elaborate, for after their inquiry, the enigmatic black paper boat began to transform. In the next instant, the black paper boat radiated light, showering the arena with starlight. The starlight enveloped the Colosseum, resembling a cascading galaxy, and in an instant, the entire Colosseum transformed into an endless expanse of stars, boundless and unfathomable. Something is amiss, Lin Shu thought. This starry expanse seems vaster than an entire universe. With my strength, I cannot perceive its limits. Such a technique is unfathomable. Could this be the means employed by the forbidden beings within the Sea of Realms that you previously mentioned? Hearing Divine Willow's words, Lin Shu shook his head. The existence within the Boundary Sea has become a forbidden topic for Lin Shu and his companions, a name that must not be spoken. Yet, those who orchestrated the current situation can only be described with two words: mere insects. At this moment, the rulers of the Forbidden Zone, the five-color sparrow, along with the two celestial kings, were profoundly shaken. They had ventured into the Boundary Sea before. Its vastness was fraught with peril. Yet they had some understanding of the sources of danger, some of which could even be managed. However, the scene unfolding before them felt as though they were ensnared in another's grasp, devoid of any means of resistance. This sensation was akin to that of a mortal facing a celestial king, absurd, yet undeniably real. They now realized that there existed places even more enigmatic than the Boundary Sea. Just then, The starlight, cascading from the black paper boat, coalesced into a starry expanse, where a figure began to take shape slowly. It was a figure adorned with a bronze mask, one that defied description by any language known to the world, as any attempt at articulation would be a desecration. Chapter 86. The Ruthless Empress. A gift from the black paper boat. Within the stone gate of the Wall of Gods and Demons, Lin Shu gazed quietly at the figure standing beneath the starry sky, clad in a bronze mask. Simultaneously, in the desolate realm, time raced by. A month passed, then 3, half a year, and a year. Lin Shu had not reappeared in the desolate realm. In an instant, the myriad factions within the desolate realm sighed in relief. Lin Shu's presence had cast an immense shadow over them, compelling them to restrain themselves incessantly for fear of provoking Lin Shu and inviting annihilation upon their houses. Rumors began to circulate throughout the desolate realm. Lin Shu had ascended. This news was verified by numerous factions and powerful beings. A year prior, word had spread of Lin Shu's appearance at the Putiang Pavilion in the Fire Nation. At that time, the 3 women by his side had already attained the pinnacle of the Venerable Realm. It was reasonable to assume that Lin Shu's cultivation a year ago would not have been below that of the 3. Although they had only witnessed Lin Shu's actual emergence in the desolate realm for just over a year. His first appearance at the Broken Sky City had showcased him at the pinnacle of the Spirit Transformation Realm, where he battled with the Reincarnation Eye, allowing the desolate realm to witness this extraordinary prodigy. For others, a mere year and more might seem insufficient to transcend from the Spirit Transformation Realm to the Venerable Realm, a feat that appeared to be the stuff of legends. Yet, Lin Shu was a miracle himself, and all were compelled to believe. It's splendid that he has left. With him around, I was constantly chided by my old man whenever I stepped out, fearing I might inadvertently provoke him. Now that he has gone, I can once again revel in my freedom. I, too, can finally enjoy some fresh air. While Lin Shu was here, I had to hide in my coffin to remain incognito. In the desolate realm, the skies finally cleared. A year and 5 months after Lin Shu vanished from the desolate realm, a woman named Xia Yuyu emerged from the Putiang Pavilion. Upon stepping out, she boldly declared her intent to challenge the young prodigies of all factions in the desolate realm. This news rapidly swept across the entire territory. What is the Putiang Pavilion up to? In the past, we refrained from acting against the Putiang Pavilion due to Lin Shu's presence. Do they truly believe they are invincible in the desolate realm? Indeed, sending forth a mere female disciple who audaciously seeks to challenge all young prodigies. Do they think us easy prey? If the Putiang Pavilion insists on this course, it is high time we demonstrate the might of our ancient divine mountain. In no time, numerous young prodigies from all corners of the desolate realm journeyed toward the Putiang Pavilion. However, 1 month later, these so-called prodigies were all defeated. Consequently, Xia Yoyu's reputation echoed throughout the desolate realm. With Lin Shu's disappearance, it seemed another prodigy was rising, one capable of dominating the entire desolate realm. This cannot be allowed. We absolutely cannot let another Lin Shu emerge. Indeed, should Xia Yoyu rise, we will have no opportunity to stand out. We must dispatch powerful beings to eliminate Xia Yoyu. As for the Putiang Pavilion, since Lin Shu's absence, it has also fallen into silence. Those powerful figures have likely departed as well. Thus, many factions sent forth their ranks of esteemed beings from the Formation Realm and Venerable Realm. They intended to extinguish Xia Yoyu. However, 6 months passed, and Xia Yoyu remained unscathed, her fame only growing. The starry fairy, Xia Yoyu, emerged as the young supreme of the entire desolate realm. A year after her rise to fame, a woman clad in a fiery red princess gown emerged from the Fire Nation. She did not make any grand proclamations. Instead, she sought out the strongest young prodigies in each locale and soundly defeated them. After her victories, she would leave behind a simple message. Remember, the one who struck you is Huoling. With such ferocious tactics, Huoling swiftly garnered immense renown throughout the desolate realm. The young prodigies found themselves beleaguered. Anytime 1 or 2 dared to show their prowess, they would be targeted by Huoling, ultimately being sent home defeated. Attempts to call upon their elders were swiftly quelled, for upon hearing the name of the Fire Emperor's daughter, they would fall silent. The Fire Emperor was a veritable powerhouse of divine flame. In this manner, Huoling forged her infamous reputation as the Vermilion Bird Demoness. Unlike Xia Yoyu, she would issue a challenge before confronting various prodigies, even facing older generations in direct combat. Huoling, however, paid no heed to formal challenges. Upon spotting a young prodigy she deemed worthy, she would unleash her true vermilion bird flames, leaving them weeping and wailing. The title of Vermilion Bird Demoness was well-deserved. At this moment, Lin Shu remained unaware of his surroundings beneath the starry expanse of the black paper boat. Time in the desolate realm flowed swiftly. Presently, Lin Shu gazed at the figure adorned with the bronze mask and softly uttered, "The Ruthless Empress." Hearing Lin Shu's designation, the Willow God, the ruler of the Forbidden Zone, and the five-color sparrow searched their memories in vain. They found no recollection of the Ruthless Empress. It was certain that she was not from the world they inhabited, at least not from this era. Perhaps she was a formidable being from the depths of the Boundless Sea. A woman, known by the name of Ruthless, or the title of Empress. They could scarcely fathom the strength of such a being who could withstand such a designation. The mere mention of the character Empress evoked an unimaginable aura. At this moment, the Willow God, the ruler of the Forbidden Zone, and the five-color sparrow could not help but murmur, "Could an empress be a being above the celestial kings?" Just then, the Ruthless Empress spoke, her tone devoid of emotion. Yet her words were unexpected and somehow comforting. "Long time no see." This statement seemed directed at Lin Shu, yet it also appeared to encompass all those present, including the Willow God, the ruler of the Forbidden Zone, the five-color sparrow, as well as Yunxi, Qingyi, and the celestial fox princess. After speaking, the Ruthless Empress produced a black paper boat and handed it to Lin Shu. Upon receiving the black paper boat, Lin Shu immediately inquired, "Ruthless Empress, what use do you have for this black paper boat?" The Ruthless Empress did not respond. Her figure vanished beneath the starry sky, leaving no trace. And no one knew where she had gone. Perhaps she had never existed at all. As the starry expanse faded and the starlight dimmed, the black paper boat drifted away amidst the twinkling stars, its destination unknown. Perhaps it led to the future. Perhaps it did not. Lin Shu, gazing at the black paper boat in his hands, felt a sense of perplexity. Originally, he had intended to ask about matters of the future, but the Ruthless Empress had not afforded him the opportunity, leaving only the black paper boat as a gift, providing no explanation before disappearing entirely. What purpose does this black paper boat serve? Lin Shu found himself quite perplexed. He believed that the Ruthless Empress would not bestow upon him such a vessel without reason. It likely held immense significance. Nevertheless, he dismissed these thoughts as futile. Shaking his head, he resolved to leave the place. Just then, Lu Shun suddenly spoke. "Lin Shu, we have lingered beneath the stars for 8 years. The moment these words were uttered, Lin Shu was taken aback, not due to the Empress's machinations, but because he felt a sense of urgency regarding the lengthy duration. 8 years. Could it be that the celestial ancient relics have already commenced or even concluded? We must depart immediately. We need to ascend to the upper realm at once." Chapter 87. The chaotic azure lotus takes form. Lin Shu's full potential unleashed. In the desolate region, within the Fire Nation, Lin Shu and his companions emerged from the Holy Emperor Palace, instantly consumed by fury. The entire Fire Nation was engulfed in chaos and warfare. What on earth had transpired? Lin Shu surveyed the tumultuous Fire Nation, witnessing its citizens being mercilessly oppressed and humiliated by various clans. The Fire Nation, after all, was one of the two great human empires of the Desolate Realm, with a profound heritage. The Fire Emperor was one of the few formidable beings in the realm, a master of divine fire, with him present. Such upheaval should not have occurred. At that moment, Lin Shu noticed chains, resembling order itself, descending from the void, ensnaring powerful beings and dragging them toward the upper realm. It dawned on Lin Shu what was happening. The great calamity of the Desolate Realm had befallen them. Prior to this, the Fire Emperor must have taken Fireling, and departed for the upper realm. With the Fire Emperor gone and the calamity unleashed, it was no wonder that the Fire Nation descended into chaos. It was not just the Fire Nation. Likely, the Stone Nation and the entire Desolate Realm were engulfed in turmoil. Sighing deeply, Lin Shu reflected that, for him, this matter seemed unrelated. He could easily leave the lower realm and have Lu Shun guide him to the upper realm. Yet, he could not simply turn a blind eye to the internal strife consuming the Desolate Realm. He witnessed the despair etched on the faces of the human populace. Some knelt in prayer, beseeching a savior to rescue them from their dire plight. Thus, today, I shall assume the role of a savior. After all, this task is but a trifling endeavor for me. With this thought, Lin Shu delved into his system. The ultimate investment system. Host. Lin Shu age. 22, 378 years. Realm. Perfected venerable realm cultivation method. Primordial true solution divine techniques. Howling Moon Star technique. Great Wasteland Sword Classic. Primordial Spirit, Primordial Chaos, Primordial Dawn, True Dragon Technique, Qilin Technique, Cicada Technique, Thunder Emperor Technique investments made. Lu Shun, Shi Hao, Yin Shi, the Enchantress, Heavenly Fox Fairy. Fireling, Qing Yi, Xiaoyu investment rewards. Fully received assets. 20 Heavenly Divine Realm Guards, 2 Supreme Realm Mounts, True Phoenix, and Chaotic Demon Ape. 2 Heavenly Divine Realm Mounts, Thunder Lion and Howling Moon, Celestial Wolf. Time-Space Hall, Primordial Tower, Primordial True Water, Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, Primordial Sword, Inner Universe Cultivation Method. 3 Supreme Beasts, Thunder Spirit Clan, Divine Cicada Clan, Qilin, Chaotic Azure Lotus, already taken form. Originally, Lin Shu intended to access the system to review his current resources. To his surprise, he discovered an unexpected delight. The Chaotic Azure Lotus had indeed taken form. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shu entered the 3rd layer of the Time-Space Hall. In the 3rd layer, by the spring of the Immortal Spring, a young man in azure robes sat cross-legged, immersed in closed-door cultivation. Lin Shu glanced around and was astonished to find that the young man's cultivation had reached the perfected venerable realm. Having spent 8 years beneath the stars manifested by the ruthless Empress, time flowed at a 1,000-fold rate in the 3rd layer of the Time-Space Hall, equating to a full 8,000 years. 8,000 years had passed. No wonder the Chaotic Azure Lotus had taken form. However, it appeared that the transformation had not been long, as otherwise, his cultivation should have surpassed the venerable realm. Yet, such considerations were trivial. As Lin Shu appeared in the Time-Space Hall, the azure-clad young man seemed to sense his presence, awakening from his meditation, and turned his gaze toward Lin Shu. Immediately, the young man bowed deeply. "I agree, my master." "Master?" Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback. How had he become this young man's master? However, upon reflection, it quickly became clear. Lin Shu waved his hand. "There is no need for such formality. Henceforth, you may refer to me as young master." "Yes, young master," the young man replied respectfully. "I have taken form but have yet to receive a name. I beseech my master to bestow one upon me. Your essence is that of the Chaotic Azure Lotus, and you don azure robes. I shall name you Qing. Thus, you shall be Lin Qing." "Thank you, young master, for the name." "Very well. Now that you have taken form, accompany me as we venture forth. Soon, I shall lead you to a place of opportunity." Lin Qing, as the manifestation of the Chaotic Azure Lotus, possessed unparalleled potential. His foundation was exceedingly profound. Should he enter the celestial ancient relics, it was entirely feasible for him to cultivate 3 strands of celestial energy and condense 3 blossoms of the great Tao, achieving the pinnacle of the venerable realm. After all, the Chaotic Azure Lotus was destined to emerge in a later age, capable of becoming the Azure Emperor and nearly giving birth to a realm of immortality, endowed with the qualifications to attain transcendence. In this era, only Shi Hao had walked such a path. Even Shi Yi, the 10-crowned emperor, and the banished immortal did not choose this route. The Azure Emperor may not possess the same talent as Shi Hao, but he was certainly not inferior to the 10-crowned emperors. With a slight investment, his future accomplishments would be remarkable. Lin Shu suddenly vanished and reappeared, accompanied by the young man in azure robes, leaving Yin Shi, the Heavenly Fox Fairy, and Qing Yi momentarily astonished. Lin Shu promptly introduced, "This is Lin Qing, the manifestation of the Chaotic Azure Lotus." Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Yin Shi and the Heavenly Fox Fairy instantly comprehended. They had witnessed Lu Shun's efforts to gather the spring of the Immortal Spring within the 100 Broken Mountains. Qing Yi, however, was unaware, as she had not yet joined Lin Shu's team at that time. After Yin Shi and the Heavenly Fox Fairy explained, she too understood. Lu Shun, the master of the Forbidden Zone, and the trio of the 5-colored sparrow regarded Lin Qing, nodding in agreement. Truly, a manifestation of the Chaotic Azure Lotus. Such innate talent and potential surely guarantee an extraordinary future. However, Lin Shu did not engage further in their conversation. His thoughts were consumed by the great calamity of the Desolate Realm. Thus, he shifted the topic. "Lu Shun, brother by brother K, I wish to take action and resolve the great calamity of the Desolate Realm, as well as quell the ensuing turmoil." Upon hearing this, Lu Shun inquired, "You wish for us to intervene?" "That is unnecessary. I merely hope that after addressing the great calamity, Lu Shun, brother Bai, and brother K will assist in concealing the Desolate Realm, leaving only a pathway for ascension to the upper realm. Henceforth, the Desolate Realm shall no longer serve as a medicinal garden for the upper realm." Agreed. With the affirmations from Lu Shun and the others, Lin Shu hesitated no longer and immediately summoned all of his available power. 20 Heavenly Divine Realm Guards, arise. 2 Supreme Realm Mounts, The Thunder Lion and Howling Moon Celestial Wolf arise. 2 Supreme Realm Mounts, the True Phoenix and Chaotic Demon Ape, arise. 3 Supreme Realm Beasts, the Thunder Spirit, Divine Cicada, and Qilin arise. As Lin Shu called upon his inner strength, a multitude of gray-black portals materialized around him. From each portal emanated powerful auras, and formidable figures gradually emerged. We pay homage to our master. 27 figures stepped forth from the portals, their united voices reverberating across the heavens. Lin Shu gazed upon the 27 figures, a surge of grandeur swelling within his heart. This was the embodiment of his strength. Even without the presence of the divine Lu, he could traverse the realms with this foundation alone. Although deploying them to quell the great calamity of the wasteland might seem like overkill, Lin Shu had no time to linger in the lower realms. Summoning them all was simply a means to ensure a swift resolution. He then proceeded to assign them their tasks. Young Master Lin. In an instant, the 27 figures dispersed, racing towards I express various transmigration. I sincere gratitude across the world for your wasteland. Generous gift. Next, I must seek out an individual capable of orchestrating the overarching affairs of the wasteland. Chapter 88. The Battle Goddess, Qin Juiwei. The End of the Wasteland. Ha ha ha. Without Lin Shu's restraint, the likes of Xia Youyu and Huolinger have also departed. Henceforth, the myriad tribes of the wasteland shall no longer be bound by the human race. In the Fire Nation, within the ancient city of Yinling, Lin Shu and his companions had arrived in search of a leader. Yinling, a formidable ancient city within the Fire Nation, was once a bustling hub, home to millions, where citizens lived in peace and prosperity. However, now its walls lay in ruins, reduced to mere remnants of a bygone era. The ancient structures within had collapsed, with the vast majority of its population perished, as Lin Shu's divine sense revealed. Nearly 90% had met their demise. Corpses littered the streets. Within his divine perception, Lin Shu discerned a small squad continuing their slaughter, incessantly muttering his name. Without hesitation, he approached them. With a sudden strike of lightning, he decimated a group, leaving only a few leaders alive. You're Lin Shu? How is this possible? Have you not ascended to the upper realms? They stared at him in disbelief, as though witnessing a ghost. Lin Shu paid their astonishment no mind and spoke directly. Now, I shall inquire, and you will answer. What is the matter with Xia Youyu and Huolinger? Terrified, they spilled the truth. Lin Shu soon comprehended. It turned out that during his absence, Xia Youyu and Huolinger had ascended to become the young supremes of the wasteland. In the span of 1 to 2 years following Lin Shu's disappearance, they had decisively bested their youthful contemporaries, and within 5 years, they had utterly risen to prominence, even defeating the elder generation of powerhouses one by one. Particularly, Huolinger had been particularly formidable. Their resentment towards Xia Youyu and Huolinger was palpable. Thus, upon their ascension to the upper realms, they were eager to unleash their fury upon the Butian Pavilion and the Fire Nation. The Butian Pavilion, with its divine spirit, proved to be an insurmountable challenge. However, with the Fire Emperor absent in the upper realms, the Fire Nation became their primary target. Consequently, numerous cities within the Fire Nation suffered tremendous devastation. Alas, Xia Youyu and Huolinger seemed to have underestimated the retributive nature of these beings. Despite Lin Shu acquiring many foes, he resolved them all single-handedly. Even though he was solitary, every companion by his side was a powerhouse. He had no fear of enemies. Xia Youyu and Huolinger, however, lacked the capacity to contend with all adversarial factions and sought to challenge the world. Now they had left, leaving the Butian Pavilion and the Fire Nation to bear the brunt of the aftermath. Lin Shu understood that even without their challenges, the Fire Nation would still face turmoil with the onset of the Wasteland's great calamity. Nevertheless, the situation would likely be less severe, sparing them from attracting excessive retribution from various factions. Moreover, hearing that both had broken through to the realm of the revered was a source of satisfaction for Lin Shu. His investment had not been in vain. Achieving such a breakthrough within 8 years clearly indicated that they must have awakened the Stellar Holy Body and the Vermilion Bird Holy Body. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. Though they left behind hidden dangers for the powers supporting them in the lower realms, it was not entirely without merit. However, when the time came to meet them, they would still face punishment for their impulsive actions, disregarding the consequences. Lin Shu mused quietly, though he was not overly angered. The great calamity of the wasteland was beyond their control. Even if they did not challenge fate, it would still manifest. In such dire circumstances, akin to a cataclysm, the Fire Nation would remain ensnared in turmoil. At that moment, Lin Shu noticed a multitude of figures approaching on extraordinary beasts. The deer-looking academy is here. How dare foreign beings invade our ancient city? Upon closer inspection, he saw that the leader was a woman clad in gleaming silver armor, the fit accentuating her form exquisitely, particularly her resplendent bosom, which stood proudly. As she entered the ancient city, she immediately began purging the foreign entities within, as well as those human beings who had perpetrated acts of violence against their kin. Quite impressive. Lin Shu nodded in approval at her. Since departing from the Sacred Emperor's palace, he had been searching for a leader but had yet to find a suitable candidate. This woman seemed to align with his vision of the ideal leader. Thus, he resolved to choose her. In the next instant, Lin Shu reached out, drawing the woman before him, and the entourage that accompanied her followed suit. Impudence! How dare you show disrespect to the battle goddess of the deer-looking academy? Someone in her retinue exclaimed. Battle goddess? No wonder Lin Shu had not recognized her at first. She was merely a minor character in the original narrative. Now, hearing her title, he recalled her. Upon hearing her companion's words, the battle goddess's expression shifted. Silence. Do not speak recklessly. This is young Master Lin Shu. At the mention of his name, the group immediately knelt in reverence. Lin Shu's reputation was well known throughout the wasteland. Who did not know of him? He was a harbinger of death, annihilating countless factions. Now that they had encountered Lin Shu, especially after one of their own had dared to challenge him, it was likely that the deer-looking academy would face annihilation. Lin Shu paid this little mind. After all, he had acted first. He waved his hand and then turned to the battle goddess. So, you are the battle goddess? What is your name? Responding to young Master Lin Shu. I am Qin Juyue. Excellent. You are quite remarkable. I hereby appoint you as the sovereign of the wasteland to lead the realm following the great calamity. Do you accept? The battle goddess was momentarily taken aback, quickly shaking her head. Young Master Lin Shu, I am truly too weak to bear such a heavy responsibility. Lin Shu chuckled. You need only answer whether you are willing. If you agree, I shall ensure your strength is addressed. If that is the case, then I am willing. Thus, the battle goddess Qin Juyue was designated as the sovereign of the wasteland. With Qin Juyue appointed as a leader, Lin Shu conveyed his position to his subordinates. Each of Lin Shu's followers was a formidable being, the least among them being a celestial-level powerhouse. Before long, they returned with numerous strong beings from the wasteland, all of whom were either at the revered or the apex level. Clearly, many from the revered ranks had been rescued. Although the chains from the upper realm could restrain the revered, Lin Shu had dispatched 5 revered beings. For them, breaking those bonds was a trivial matter. Observing the arrival of these powerhouses, Lin Shu addressed them directly. From this day forth, you shall heed the commands of Qin Juyue, serving her as the sovereign. You are to assist her in overseeing all matters concerning the wasteland after the calamity. Do you accept? Some powerhouses nodded in agreement, while others shook their heads. With a shake of his head, Lin Shu swiftly eliminated him. Lin Shu had no time to indulge in their petty squabbles. Having rescued them, why should he tolerate their reluctance? At this moment, Qin Juyue was equally taken aback. While she was aware of Lin Shu's formidable strength, the magnitude of his actions still left her in awe. This group comprised the elite of the Wilderness Domain, boasting over 500 practitioners at the Array Realm and more than 50 at the Venerable Realm. With a single command, Lin Shu had them all pledge loyalty to him. How could a war goddess not embody the spirit of a true warrior? Qin Juyue, this is a gift from me to you, a reward for your ascension to the ruler of the Wilderness Domain, aiding you in resolving the aftermath of the catastrophe. Your future heights depend solely on your own endeavors. Upon concluding his words, Lin Shu bestowed upon her the methods for cultivating within the inner cosmos, several ancient tea trees for enlightenment, and the techniques of the 410 fiends. In the next moment, before the eyes of Qin Juyue and the other formidable experts of the Wilderness Domain, he stepped into a rift in the void, departing from the Wilderness Domain. Chapter 89. Yu Chan and the Sorceress. A reunion with Shi Hao. My lord, this place should be Lijiao. After tearing through the void from the lower realm of the Wilderness Domain to the upper realm, Lin Shu and his companions had already spent an hour. During this time, the divine entity Lu Shun repaired the rift created in the transition to the upper realm. Adhering to Lin Shu's directive to conceal the entire Wilderness Domain from the upper realm, henceforth, the upper realm could no longer probe into the Wilderness Domain unless granted permission by Lu Shun or possessing the strength to reach the pinnacle of humanity, the Venerable Realm. Naturally, following the calamity that befell the lower realm, with the severance of all connections, no one could ascend to the upper realm. Considering the need to provide the inhabitants of the lower Wilderness Domain with a path to advancement, Lin Shu instructed Lu Xun to carve out a path for ascension. Once one attained completeness in the Venerable Realm, they could access this ascension path and reach the Upper Realm. Meanwhile, Qing Yi and the Celestial Fox Princess, both originating from the Upper Realm, were tasked to gather information about their current location, as Lin Shu was unfamiliar with this area. Lin Qing, having transformed from the Chaos Blue Lotus, and Yun Shi remained by Lin Shu's side without wandering off. An hour later, Qing Yi and the Celestial Fox Princess returned, informing Lin Shu that they were indeed in Lizhou, one of the 3,000 states of the Upper Realm. Lin Shu was not particularly acquainted with Lizhou, though he had some recollections. In the original text, when Shi Hao first ascended to the Upper Realm, he arrived in Lizhou. It remained uncertain whether the Wilderness Domain directly corresponded to Lizhou or if it was merely a coincidence. Regardless, it was inconsequential. Knowing they were in Lizhou provided them with direction. Their next step was to inquire whether the genius competition across the 3,000 states had commenced and if the ancient immortal ruins were open. Should they have begun, they would head directly to the site of the ancient ruins. Lin Shu turned to Lu Xun. If the ancient immortal ruins have opened, do you possess the means to transport us there? Lu Xun nodded in response. If the ancient immortal ruins are indeed opened, I can facilitate your entry. However, there's a particularly mysterious region within the ruins that I cannot permit you to enter. Even I feel a sense of trepidation emanating from that place. Aside from that location, there are no issues with the others. Lu Xun's words immediately sparked a thought in Lin Shu's mind. The greatest fortune within the ancient immortal ruins was the scripture of the Immortal King. Of course, this was theoretically the most significant boon. In reality, there were numerous treasures that were not inferior to the scripture of the Immortal King. At least in Lin Shu's view, they were certainly not weaker. For instance, the World Tree. Originally, there was also the Deluo sword embryo, but having acquired it early, it was presumably no longer present. If there was something capable of instilling fear within Lu Xun, it must pertain to that drop of blood. This droplet was likely the blood of the future Emperor of the Wilderness. Logically, with Lin Shu's emergence, everything should have changed, and the blood of the future Emperor of the Wilderness should not exist. Never mind. Ruminating on such matters now was futile. Lin Shu did not dwell further on these thoughts as he exited the desolate forest, preparing to inquire whether the genius competition had begun. If it had not, he would search for treasures along the way. Upon arriving in the Upper Realm, Lin Shu had numerous potential candidates for investment in mind. Since he intended to invest, he needed to gather some treasures first. Otherwise, when the time came to meet potential beneficiaries, he would have nothing to offer, thus nullifying any returns on his investments. He said, then called out to Huolinger, who had been observing from a distance. Just as Lin Shu and his party emerged from the barren forest, they suddenly sensed a familiar aura. What could this aura be? Lin Shu turned his gaze towards the distant void. There, he saw several figures racing towards his direction. Leading the group appeared to be a woman who was being pursued. Interesting, Lin Shu mused, glancing at a certain spot. At that moment, hidden in the void, was none other than Shi Hao. This revelation surprised Lin Shu, for he had arranged for numerous powerful allies to accompany Shi Hao. Among those at the Venerable Realm were Zhu Yin, Zhu Ke, and the Peacock Venerable, alongside formidable figures like Ghost Elder, Hong Hu Saint, and the three from the Pumo tree. With Zhu Ke, Zhu Yin, and the Peacock Venerable having gained considerable advantages, Lin Shu believed they must have broken through to the Divine Fire Realm during his absence in the lower realm. However, they were not present with Shi Hao now, indicating some unforeseen events had led to their dispersal. While Lin Shu pondered, the approaching figures grew closer, and upon seeing their faces, he was taken aback. This was indeed familiar. Among the group were two women he recognized well. One was the saintess of the Bupian sect, Yu Chan, who was Qing Yi's primary form in the upper realm. However, since Qing Yi had severed their connection, the distinction between primary and secondary forms no longer held significance. The other was the sorceress, the primary form of the Celestial Fox Princess in the upper realm. Lin Shu had not anticipated encountering such an intriguing situation so soon after his ascension, the secondary form meeting the primary form. Given Lin Shu's nurturing of Qing Yi and the Celestial Fox Princess, he was confident that their strength now surpassed that of Yu Chan and the sorceress. Perhaps sensing a connection, both Yu Chan and the sorceress, who were originally pursuing the silver-haired woman, simultaneously turned their gazes towards Lin Shu, or more precisely, to Qing Yi and the Celestial Fox Princess beside him. Lin Shu then addressed the two women beside him. Shall you handle this matter yourselves? Or would you prefer me to intervene? My lord, we can manage it ourselves. Very well, off you go. Lin Shu nodded, then turned his attention back to the still hidden Shi Hao. Little stone, is there any need for you to remain concealed before me? The ability to remain hidden in the void without even being detected by the upper realm's elite prodigies indicated that Shi Hao had likely comprehended the art of the cicada. This technique involved the manipulation of time and space. Although Shi Hao was not yet qualified to delve into time, grasping some rudimentary spatial techniques was certainly within his capabilities, enabling him to achieve such concealment. However, for Lin Shu, it was evidently insufficient to remain unnoticed. The great wilderness sword art inherently encompassed the concepts of time, space, and desolation. Lin Shu had grasped its fundamentals long before reaching the spirit transformation realm. Thus, Shi Hao could not hide from him. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Shi Hao stepped out from the void. The moment he emerged, the onlooking elite prodigies of the upper realm were momentarily taken aback. As the outstanding youths of their generation, they had dominated their respective states. Never had they imagined being tracked by someone of the same realm without even realizing it. Is it not to say that this person intends to assassinate them, and they are quite likely to fall into the trap? However, upon seeing the individual who has appeared, a wave of murderous intent instantly envelopes the scene. It's you. Who would have thought you would dare to show your face? Shi Hao disregarded them completely and approached Lin Shu, offering his respects to Lu Shun and the others before turning to Lin Shu. Big brother, you have finally ascended to the higher realm. I have been hiding in the upper realm for 3 years, eagerly awaiting your arrival. Chapter 90. The Celestial Palace Calls. The 10 Fiends Treasure Technique slays the Emperor. At this moment, a young man emerged from among the celestial prodigies of the upper realm. He noticed Qing, Yi, and Yuchan, the celestial fox maiden and the sorceress, but paid them no heed. In the upper realm, there were numerous prodigies cultivating their spiritual forms, including himself, who had also manifested a spiritual body. The spiritual forms of others were of little concern to him. However, Shi Hao was a matter of significance. 3 years ago, Shi Hao and his companions had suddenly appeared in the 3,000 Dao states. The emergence of a group in the 3,000 Dao states was not particularly astonishing. Initially, only the forces from the Unaging Mountain, the Western Church, and the Repairing Heaven sect were discreetly investigating. It seemed that these forces had some grievances with Shi Hao and his group. Such occurrences typically stirred no ripples in the 3,000 states, as the Unaging Mountain, Western Church, and Repairing Heaven sect dealt with innumerable beings each year, each month, even each moment. However, unexpectedly, these great powers faltered. All the individuals they dispatched for investigation were killed. In an instant, many forces within the 3,000 states speculated that this group was rather unique and extraordinary, prompting them to take action to capture Shi Hao and his companions, hoping to extract some information. Little did they know, Shi Hao's group was utterly lawless, particularly Shi Hao himself. His actions in the 3,000 Dao states could be described as infuriating to both gods and men. He had audaciously slain all the formidable beings sent by various powers, and nearly 99% of those who were not human in form had been consumed by him. If that were all, it might not have been a significant matter. Those who perished were merely outer members, easily replaceable. In the vast 3,000 states, life was abundant. However, as news spread of Shi Hao's ruthlessness, many foundational figures within those powers could no longer remain idle. They sought to personally eliminate Shi Hao, believing that their initial generation would surely prevail. After all, these were the progenitors, each a top-tier prodigy in the upper realm, unrivaled young sovereigns across a state. Yet, when these progenitors made their move, they found themselves utterly overwhelmed, unable to retaliate, and were killed by Shi Hao, with even the non-human forms being devoured. This brazen act incited the ire of numerous powers. The progenitors were the most elite prodigies of their states, inherently possessing extraordinary physiques or divine abilities. They were the core disciples of their factions, the very future of their lineages. Initially, those powers had only dispatched the younger generation and some divine fire realm cultivators. Upon learning that Shi Hao had slaughtered and consumed their painstakingly nurtured progenitors, they were infuriated, abandoning all pretense and sending forth many powerful individuals to take action. However, although Shi Hao's group was pursued and scattered, Shi Hao proved to be quite slippery, managing to escape each time, even evading divine realm experts while merely at the level of a respectful one. Thus, Dicheng found himself intrigued. As a scion of the Celestial Palace, he considered himself the foremost of the younger generation in the 3,000 states. Now that he heard of another young prodigy as formidable as Shi Hao, he was naturally eager to engage in a contest of skills. Yet, Shi Hao had never faced him directly, always opting for underhanded ambushes before retreating. This behavior severely provoked Dicheng's pride and the reputation of the Celestial Palace. At last, you have the audacity to appear. Since you dare to show yourself today, you shall not escape. Di Chong glared at Shi Hao, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Since his birth, he had never tasted defeat. As the heir of the Celestial Palace, he had been repeatedly ambushed by Shi Hao's despicable tactics. Today, he vowed to slay Shi Hao, seeking to cleanse his resentment. Shi Hao merely glanced at Di Chong, unfazed by the murderous aura. Were it not for the Celestial Palace behind you, I would have long since ended your life. Shi Hao was aware that Lin Shu would eventually ascend to the upper realm. Once Lin Shu arrived, Lu Shun would follow, and at that point, he would no longer fear the Celestial Palace and could openly eliminate them. Otherwise, if he impulsively killed Di Chong now, it might invite a catastrophic retribution upon himself. He had no fear of other powers, especially with the techniques of the Gourd clan to conceal himself, making it difficult for those factions to trace him. However, the Celestial Palace was a different matter. He had heard whispers suggesting that they might possess celestial beings. He was uncertain of the means by which these celestial beings operated and did not dare to gamble on whether they could perceive his concealment through the Gourd clan's techniques. Should he lose that gamble and impulsively slay Di Chong, the Celestial Palace might retaliate, leading to a situation where both he and Di Chong would perish, a consequence too grave to consider. As long as he waited for Lin Shu to arrive, he would no longer need to fear the Celestial Palace. Thus, he had consistently opted to merely teach Di Chong a lesson without directly killing him. Given your reckless nature, do you truly believe you would spare an opportunity? Di Chong sneered, brimming with confidence and arrogance. He did not believe Shi Hao could defeat him, nor did he consider Shi Hao to be his match. This confidence stemmed from his undefeated record since childhood. I am merely awaiting the right moment. Had I not feared that your Celestial Palace harbored celestial beings, you would be lying beneath a mound of grass 3 feet high by now. With his concerns cast aside, Shi Hao decided to act decisively. His attack was immediate and lethal. Qilin Treasure Technique. Qilin Steps. Thunder Emperor Treasure Technique. Thunder Emperor's Finger. Gourd Clan Technique. Void Prison. Shi Hao had repeatedly ambushed Di Chong, naturally gaining insight into his strength. Although this was merely a spiritual form, it was significantly more powerful than the so-called progenitors. While Shi Hao did not regard himself as the foremost among the younger generation of the 3,000 states, he still acknowledged Di Chong's prowess. To restrain this spiritual form without expending considerable effort would be a daunting task. Thus, without hesitation, Shi Hao unleashed 3 of the 10 Fiend's Treasure techniques at the first opportunity. Though he only executed a fraction of their moves, the display was nonetheless astonishing. The Void Prison, a technique of the Gourd clan, could transform a section of void into a cage, imprisoning Di Chong within it, rendering escape impossible. The Qilin Steps, embodying the essence of the Qilin Treasure technique, allowed for rapid approach, exuding tremendous pressure and might. Ultimately, combined with the Thunder Emperor's Finger from the Thunder Emperor Treasure technique, he aimed for a decisive strike. In the blink of an eye, a colossal finger manifested in the void, crackling with the might of thunder. This was no ordinary lightning. It was the world-ending thunder unleashed by the Thunder Emperor Treasure technique. Di Chong, witnessing the massive thunderous finger, realized he could not withstand it and attempted to evade. However, trapped within the Void Prison, a technique of the Gourd clan, escape was utterly futile. He could only watch helplessly as Shi Hao's terrifying killing blow, imbued with the annihilating power of thunder, pierced through his form. In a single blow, he was utterly defeated. Shi Hao withdrew his hand, standing with a dismissive demeanor. At that moment, all the celestial prodigies present were rendered speechless. Di Chong, the scion of the Celestial Palace and the ostensible leader of the younger generation in the 3,000 states, had perished just like that. Throughout the encounter, Di Chong had shown no capacity for resistance. The sheer might of Shi Hao instilled a profound sense of dread in them.